After working for more than 10 years, I thought that hard work could bring me a stable life, but reality slapped me in the face. A serious illness almost sent me to the hospital and made me see the world clearly. After struggling for half a lifetime, it's better to go back to my hometown and mess up. Just when I was planning to just eat and wait for death, a small game on my phone completely changed my fate. That game actually connected me to another world. The alien world is in the midst of a famine, and food is more precious than gold. But I hold the cheapest food in the modern world, and I can easily exchange it for wealth and power in the alien world. I will buy a house, land, and maids, and go from being a penniless worker to a free and easy small landlord. Exchange food for resources in the left hand, and spend money on rewards in the right hand. Cultivate both the spirit and the body to rush into the fairyland, and make the world bow down to you. When the real world left me with nothing, the alien world gave me another life. This time, I will stand on the top of the world. Master, please have mercy on me and buy me. As long as you have 10 kilograms of food to bury my father, I am willing to be your slave and serve you for the rest of my life. I stood blankly on the street, looking at the woman kneeling at my feet, feeling a little confused for a moment. I traveled through time. The surroundings were unfamiliar ancient streets, dilapidated and desolate, and the air was filled with the smell of famine. The woman in front of me was in tattered clothes, with a pleading look on her face. 10 kilograms of food for one person? This price is a bit outrageous. For a bachelor like me who has been single for more than 30 years, this is definitely a fatal temptation. Nowadays, if you want to marry a wife, you must not only have a house and a car, but also have savings. The poor are not even qualified to get married. I returned to my hometown in the countryside because I was completely screwed, but on the first day after I came back, I traveled through time. I vaguely remember that when I was playing that management game just now, the moment I controlled the character to teleport, my vision suddenly went black, and then I was here. Could it be that the game brought me here? Uncle, please, I'm begging you. I could do anything just by me. The woman kowtowed repeatedly, her voice trembling. I came to my senses and asked, "You want to exchange yourself for 10 kilograms of food?" 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms is fine. She quickly changed her words. 5 kilograms? I was even more shocked. She thought I thought it was too expensive, so she raised her head timidly and whispered, "Sir, 3 caddies, no less." The coffin shop owner said that even the worst coffin would cost 3 caddies of grain. It turned out that she wanted to buy a coffin for her father. But what shocked me was not the price, but the fact that the prices in this world were too outrageous. Buying people in coffins. They actually use grain to price the price. If only I could bring grain from home. Just as I was thinking about this, a warehouse suddenly appeared in my mind with a familiar interface. It was exactly the warehouse function in that game. However, the supplies that were previously fully stocked are now only a few dozen bags of corn cobs, the corn that had just been harvested from my fields. I actually traveled through time with him. I felt relieved immediately. "Don't worry, girl. I'll buy the 10 kilograms of food you asked for. Go and choose a coffin for your father." The woman was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." I helped her up and took her to the coffin shop, which was not far away. After some bargaining, I exchanged 5 pounds of corn cobs for a coffin and used a few corns to hire someone to help bury her father in a mass grave outside the city. There is no crop called corn in this world, but in times of famine, anything edible is life-saving food. After the burial, I looked at the woman who followed me obediently and asked, "Qiuxiang, have you really decided to follow me?" "Master, you are my benefactor. I am willing to work like a slave for the rest of my life to repay you." She knelt down and kowtowed firmly. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I felt a little happy in my heart. "I gave you a chance, but it was you who insisted on being a slave, so you can't blame me." "Okay, you are mine from now on." Qiuxiang bowed her head and saluted. "Your servant Qiuxiang greets the master." "Okay, get up and go around the city first." More than 10 minutes later, we returned to the city. Only then did I have time to observe this world carefully. The dilapidated city gates, the bumpy stone roads, the rice shops with signs hanging on them, the blacksmith shops, the wine shops, and of course, the brothels that men most yearn for. But there are more homeless people in the city who are ragged and skinny, and you can even see corpses of people who have starved to death. Qiuxiang told me that these were all refugees fleeing famine. Lanyan County was close to Kyoto, so the situation was relatively good, but Kyoto was already overcrowded and inaccessible. As for the cause of the famine, after years of war, the empress finally brought peace to the world, but encountered continuous natural disasters. Droughts, floods, and plagues took turns to strike, fields were abandoned, and countless people starved to death. No wonder grain has become hard currency. Whoever has grain in his hands is the boss. And I have more than 2,000 kilograms of corn in my warehouse. It's nothing in modern times, but here, I'm definitely a rich man. Thinking of this, I felt more at ease. Xiao, where can I buy a house here? Master, you have to go to a brokerage firm to buy a house. There's one in front. Okay, let's go and take a look. Half an hour later, I stood in front of my newly bought house, feeling very happy. It was a large, 80% new house with a front yard and back garden, dozens of houses, and the price was only 500 kilograms of corn cobs. I held the house deed issued by the county government and smiled with satisfaction. In modern times, a worker like me can only save enough for a down payment after working hard all my life, and the mortgage is overwhelming. But here, I became a landlord easily with a few hundred kilograms of corn. This is life. Xiao, you clean up first and wash up. I'll go buy some things. Got it, sir. She blushed and lowered her head to respond. I turned and walked out the door, my heart full of anticipation. Now that I'm here, I might as well enjoy this life. I was shopping for supplies while I was walking around. This county town was not big, but it was full of rundown atmosphere. Due to the famine, the business of all the shops was very quiet, and it was difficult to maintain business. While chatting with the shop owners, I learned a little more about the situation in this world. An hour later, I returned home with 2 skinny black dogs. All the things were stored in the game warehouse. This function is really convenient. Xiao, I'm back. I shouted into the house. Then, a pretty figure ran out. I was stunned. Is this the dirty, smelly woman from before? Xiao pursed her lips and nodded shyly. Oh my God, I found a treasure. Master, are you tired? Let me help you wash up, she asked in a low voice. Oh, move the things in first. These clothes are for you. Thank you, master. Xiao hugged the clothes excitedly, her eyes red. She hadn't worn new clothes in many years, and she didn't expect that after selling herself, someone would be so nice to her. Okay, it's just 2 pieces of clothing, I said casually, but my eyes fell on her. After washing, Xiao was delicate and gentle, and although she was thin, she had a good figure. Master, please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. She lowered her head, her face flushed. Xiao, you are so pretty. I smiled and tentatively grabbed her hand. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't break free, just a little nervous. I was moved and whispered, come in. She lowered her head and responded obediently, moved her things, and changed into new clothes. Although it was just coarse cloth, it made her look more elegant and refined. Xiao, you look great in this dress. Thank you, sir. Her eyes turned red with gratitude. I smiled and reached out to scratch her little nose. Turn around and let me see. Her face was red as blood, but she still turned around obediently. With this figure, she's a good childbearer. I stared at her exquisite curves and commented seriously. Hearing this, Xiao lowered her head in shame and whispered, my lord, if you want, I will be yours anytime. Boom! This sentence instantly ignited the power I had accumulated for 30 years. I want you now. I picked her up and threw her on the bed. After more than an hour, I finally became a real man and experienced the happiness that the 5th girl could never give me. Grandpa, I'll go boil some water and wash you. Xiao supported her soft body and said softly, rest for a while, you're tired just now. I hug her in my arms, feeling very happy. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the door was knocked hard and a low dog barking sound was heard outside. Xiao's body trembled violently, and her face turned pale instantly. Don't be afraid, I'll go take a look. I patted her gently, quickly got dressed, and stood up. However, before I could reach the door, bang, the door was violently kicked open, and a group of hooligans surrounded a one-eyed man and rushed in. What are you doing? Get lost, I shouted coldly. Boss, he was the one who bought that girl. A scoundrel pointed at me and yelled. The one-eyed man's eyes fell on me, with a grim smile on his face. Did you hear me? Hand her over, and I will spare your life, otherwise. I immediately understood that this group of people came for Xiao. She's not here, I said coldly. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a penalty. Brothers, search. The one-eyed dragon waved his hand. Woof, woof. Two black dogs suddenly pounced on the hooligans and started biting them. At the same time, I suddenly had an axe in my hand. I bought it for self-defense while shopping, and I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. "Fuck you, beat him up," One-Eyed Dragon roared. Several hooligans rushed over waving sticks, and several others rushed into the house and dragged Qiuxiang out. Seeing Qiuxiang, the One-Eyed Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a lewd smile, "Hey, this little girl is pretty after dressing up. I'm going to enjoy her tonight." "Stop. I'll go with you. Please don't hit my master," Qiuxiang shouted tremblingly. "Ha. Okay, as long as you behave yourself, I will at most break his 2 legs. The One-Eyed Dragon laughed triumphantly. "Damn it, I'm going to fight you," I shouted angrily and rushed forward. The strange thing was that their movements seemed to have slowed down. When the stick fell, I could actually see the trajectory of its swing clearly, and could even dodge it easily. Without time to think, I raised my knife and chopped one down with one blow. The 2 black dogs bit each other madly, and screams were heard in the yard instantly. A moment later, the ground was filled with bloody rascals, each holding their wounds and screaming. The one-eyed man was also lying on the ground. His waist was bleeding from the dog bite, and his face was distorted with pain. I didn't kill them outright, not out of mercy, but if they all died here, I would be responsible. I walked over, stepped on the one-eyed man's face, and said coldly, "Get lost." The ruffians helped the one-eyed man up and fled in a panic. This time, even if the one-eyed man survived, he would be disabled. Looking at the mess on the ground, I looked down at my hand holding the knife, my mind churning. What on earth happened to me just now? Peace returned to the house. Qiuxiang leaned over the table, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with sobs. "Master, it's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. Silly girl, how can I blame you?" I held her little face and gently wiped away her tears. Qiuxiang shook her head, her eyes filled with fear. They're the local tyrants in this county. They usually do a lot of evil things. Many girls who have fled here have been deceived by them and sold into brothels. He had his eyes on me a few days ago. If an official from the capital hadn't come to my rescue, I would have. She lowered her voice and bit her lip. She continued, "Later, I saw that you were tall and strong and had a ruddy complexion, so I guessed that you were a wealthy master. I thought that instead of falling into their hands, it would be better for me to find a backer." She lowered her head and added carefully, "Please buy me, first, to buy a coffin for my father so that he can rest in peace, and second, to find a way to survive, because I know that gang will not let me go." After hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. "You are really smart." Her face turned red, and she whispered, "My master is so powerful. I was almost falling apart just now." I laughed and patted her head. "Don't worry. Follow me in the future. You will have delicious food and spicy drinks, and no one will dare to bully you." Qiuxiang's eyes were slightly red, and she whispered, "Master, don't you blame me?" "Why should I blame you? I can only blame this cannibalistic world." I waved my hands. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's cook first. You must be starving after all this time, right?" After turning on the lights, I asked Qiuxiang to go to the kitchen to cook while I went into the bedroom to tidy up. Although he became a landlord after traveling through time, he was not used to it for a while, so he had to clean up the room by himself for the time being. Now I have dozens of rooms. I can sleep in any one I want and stay in the same room for a whole month without repeating the same room. He changed into new clothes taken from the warehouse, laid out a new mattress, and threw 2 steam buns to the big black dog. The 2 dogs whined and wagged their tails happily, obviously recognizing their master completely. By the time Qiuxiang finished cooking, it was already dark. I took Qiuxiang to have dinner together. Just as I was about to review the homework I had just done, a countdown suddenly appeared in my mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, my vision suddenly went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back in the fields of Xiaohua village, exactly where I was before the time travel. It was just dawn, the morning light was shining, and the air was filled with the smell of earth. Did I have a dream? I quickly took out my phone, opened the game, and tried to click the teleport button, but nothing happened. But when I opened the warehouse, I saw that the amount of corn inside was much less than before, exactly the amount consumed for shopping and buying a house in the other world. This is not a dream. This is real. I jumped 3 feet high with excitement. This means that I can freely travel between the 2 worlds, lie flat on the earth, and enjoy the life of a landlord in the other world. Why not? However, I can't sustain myself for long with just this little piece of land. I have to find a way to make a living in the long run. I calmed down and started to study the mechanism of this crossing. Soon, I understood. After each crossing, you can stay in the alien world for 12 hours, and you can only go there again after 12 hours, which is equivalent to the skill cooldown time. This is not bad, lying down on Earth during the day and being the master of another world at night. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly noticed that there was a time prop on the game interface, which showed the speed of time that could be adjusted. In games, this item is usually used to ripen crops, but the growth cycle of crops in reality is long, and accelerating them for 10 minutes is of no use at all. What if I use it on myself? With the mentality of giving it a try, I accelerated the time to the maximum value and clicked use. The next second, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. Fuck. I suddenly realized that I was standing on the edge of a cliff outside the village. If I took one more step forward, I would fall. My heart suddenly shrank, and I staggered back 2 steps, still in shock. What happened just now? Thinking back carefully, I realized that I had walked more than 1,000 meters without realizing it, in a state of accelerated time. In other words, I only walked a few steps in my mind, but in reality, I had already traveled 10 minutes. So what if I slowed down time? I started to experiment with great interest. After a few hours, I had completely mastered the use of this time prop. It could act on the environment as well as on myself. I could be independent of time acceleration, or I could put myself into an accelerated state. When the time prop acts on the enemy, their movements will become slow motion, and I can easily dodge or even interrupt the attack in advance. This is simply the best martial arts in the world. Only speed can break it. If someone swings a knife at me, I can instantly put him into slow motion mode, then easily dodge him or even stab him with my backhand. This function is really awesome. However, the most important thing now is to accumulate capital. I adjusted the time and quickened the harvest of the remaining corn, which was my startup capital in the other world. Hey, Linny, why are you so diligent today? A villager passed by and teased with a smile. I laughed it off and continued to work. From today on, I am no longer the bachelor lying flat on his back, but a grain merchant shuttling between the 2 worlds. The day passed quickly. Not only did I finish my work, but I also took some time to catch up on my sleep. Now I feel very energetic. It was just getting dark, and the cooling time was finally over. I couldn't wait to lock the door, go back to the bedroom, and click on the teleport button. The next second, I appeared in the bedroom of the other world. Everything in the room was the same as when I left, proving that this was not a dream. Thinking that I could travel between the 2 worlds at will, I felt extremely happy. Master, are you awake? Xiaoxiang's voice came from outside the door. Awake, I answered, quickly messed up the bedding, pretended to have just woken up, and then walked over to open the door. At the door, 2 black dogs were squatting. When they saw me come out, they immediately grinned and wagged their tails, appearing to be very friendly. As expected, dogs are the best at observing people's expressions. After I fed them food yesterday, they completely regarded me as their master. Master, I will help you wash up. Xiaoxiang stood at the door, carefully, holding the water for washing her face. Come in quickly. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, Master, these 2 dogs are too fierce and won't let me get close. I smiled, took out a few bones from the warehouse, and threw them to them. Dairii, go play in the yard. The 2 dogs picked up the bones and ran away. Xiaoxiang, did you miss me last night? I held her waist and whispered to her. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she whispered, Your servant. Before I finished speaking, I lifted her up and walked towards the bed. After a long while, I lay comfortably on the bed, breathing heavily. Xiaoxiang was sweating profusely, leaning against my arms, her face still flushed, looking even more charming. Get up, let me go out to do something. I'll help you wash up. Her voice was soft, and she obediently brought warm water and gently wiped my hands. Half an hour later, we arrived at the porridge distribution point at the city gate. I looked around at the refugees leaning against the wall with dull eyes and shouted, Who is willing to help me? 2 steamed buns a day, limited to 10 people. Steamed buns. The people around were stunned for a moment, and then a large group of refugees suddenly surrounded them. Uncle, I'm in good health and very strong. I can carry 2 bags of sacks of sackcloth. I can do anything. The scene suddenly became chaotic. I frowned, stood on the soup table, and shouted coldly, Stop yelling. Line up. Anyone who yells again will be disqualified. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene became quiet, and everyone immediately lined up, standing straight, fearing that they would be eliminated. I picked out 10 people who looked strong and asked them to follow me. Excuse me, please wait. Suddenly, a woman in tight clothes came over quickly. I took a look at her. Although her facial features were not as delicate as Qiuxiang's, she had a bit of heroic spirit and a well-proportioned figure. It was obvious that she was a martial artist. "What's up?" I asked. The woman clasped her fists and whispered, "My name is Yi Shaodai. My father was a bodyguard at the Wei Yuan escort agency in the capital. He fled here because of a famine. I have been practicing martial arts with my father since I was a child. Ordinary thieves cannot get close to me. I wonder if your family needs guards? Of course, I can do the work, and I'm stronger than ordinary men." My eyes lit up. Guarding the house. That's a good idea. With me here during the day, Qiuxiang will be safe, but when I return to Earth at night, she will be alone at home, which is too unsafe. The reason why we recruited these temporary workers today was to select a few reliable ones to stay and work as security guards. The appearance of Yi Shaodai was like sending a pillow to someone who was sleepy. If she was really capable, she would be the perfect candidate. "You said you were strong and you know martial arts. Then you have to prove it to me," I said calmly. Yi Shaodai nodded and performed a set of punches in front of everyone. Although I don't know martial arts, I can see that her punches are powerful and her movements are swift. If she hits someone, she can probably knock them down directly. After the set of punches was finished, the onlookers immediately cheered. But she didn't stop. She picked up a few more bricks, stacked them on the ground, and placed another one horizontally on top. "Huh!" Yi Shaodai shouted tenderly, and slashed down with her palm, and the blue brick was split into two halves by her. "Good. This girl is really amazing. Too powerful. She can even split such a hard brick." The people around were amazed. I walked up to her, looked at her hands, and nodded with satisfaction. "Great. From today on, you're a member of my Lin family. As long as I have food, I will never let you go hungry. Now is a year of famine. Food is more expensive than life, and being able to ensure that one person has enough to eat is the greatest reward." Yi Shaodai showed joy in her eyes, but then hesitated and whispered, "Master Lin, can I bring my mother with me? I can eat less." I looked at her, thought for a moment, and said, "Of course, but you have to beat me first." Yi Shaodai was stunned and immediately felt troubled. Win? She could tell at a glance that I didn't know martial arts, so it would be easy for her to win against me. But if I hurt the master and break the rules, will I lose this job? If I don't fight, I can't take my mother with me. This is really a difficult question. I looked at her slightly tangled expression, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. This girl is really affectionate and righteous. I don't know what Yi Shaodai is thinking at this moment, but my purpose is not simple. Today's competition is not only to test her strength, but also to take this opportunity to show off her skills and intimidate the villains. "What? You don't dare?" I looked at her with a smile, deliberately provoking her. Yi Shaodai bit her lip and asked tentatively, "Master Lin, are you kidding?" "Of course not. As long as you beat me, you and your mother can enter my house and have food and drink without worries." She took a deep breath. Her eyes became firm. "Okay, then I'll offend you. Come on." I took the starting position of Tai Chi. Xiaodie's eyes changed slightly, and it was obvious that she was shocked by my position. "I am sorry." Before she finished her words, she pounced on me like a cheetah, her fists flying straight into my face. I sneered in my heart and activated the time prop instantly. In my eyes, her movements seemed to be slowed down several times. Every punch and every step was clearly visible, and no flaws could be hidden. I gently turned sideways to avoid the attack, then moved forward and raised my hand to grab her neck. "Miss Yi, you lose." I smiled faintly and let go of my hand. Yi Shaodai looked pale and looked at me in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. How? How is this possible? She didn't react at all. She was clearly the first to attack, but she was subdued before she could even hit the opponent with one move. "This!" The people around gasped and began to talk. "Master Lin is so powerful. I didn't even see how he made the move. He is incredibly fast. He must be a hidden master." Listening to the discussions around me, I felt secretly proud in my heart that my goal had been achieved. I glanced at Yi Shaodai and said calmly, "Why are you still standing there? Bring your mother and come home with me." Qiuxiang smiled and pulled her aside. "Don't be stunned. My master will never regret what he said." Yi Shaodai had a complicated expression and was silent for a moment. Finally, she clasped her fists and bowed her head. "Thank you, Master Lin." When I returned to the mansion, I first gave 2 steam buns to everyone, and then asked them to work in the backyard. Although the steam buns were mixed with bran and grains and had a rough texture, They were a luxury compared to the refugees who drank watery soup in those days. I looked at Yi Xiaodai and whispered, "Go and keep an eye on them to see who is hardworking and who is cunning. I'll let Xiaoxiang take care of your mother." After that, I took out 2 white flour buns and stuffed them into her hands. She was stunned for a moment, then looked at me with complicated eyes and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Master Lin." I waved my hand and said no more. Next, it was time to look for business opportunities. I left the 2 big black dogs at home and went out on the street alone. After walking around a few streets, I saw a pawn shop. My eyes lit up and I walked straight in. To be honest, I had originally wanted to buy some antiques, but now it's a famine year and the antique shops have closed long ago. Maybe I can find some good things in the pawn shop. As soon as I walked in, the shop assistant came up to me with a wary look in his eyes. "Sir, what do you want to pawn?" These days, most people who come to the pawn shop are here to sell their property in exchange for food, and very few people take the initiative to pawn things. I smiled and said, "I don't want anything. I want to buy something." The clerk was startled, obviously not expecting someone to come into the pawn shop to buy something. "Buying something?" "Yes, I just bought a house and want to add some decorations. If you have good stuff here, I can exchange it with food." When he heard the word grain, the waiter's eyes lit up and he said quickly, "Please wait a moment, sir. I will go and ask the shopkeeper. Grain is more valuable than money. I know this better than anyone else." Soon, the shopkeeper came out quickly, and with a big smile on his face, he invited me to the back hall and personally served me tea. "Mr. Lin, right? I am Chen Jingzi. It's an honor to have you as my distinguished guest." I took a sip of the tea and said casually, "The shopkeeper is well informed." "Huh. Master Lin just used 500 kilograms of grain to buy a property. The news is spread throughout the county a long time ago." Chen Jingji laughed, his eyes tentative. "I wonder how much corn Master Lin still has. We could buy a lot." I laughed deliberately. "Rice is more valuable than gold now. Who has extra? But I want to exchange for something if I am full and my family is not hungry." Hearing that I didn't want to reveal too much about my family background, Chen Jingji stopped asking and said with a smile, "Then Master Lin, can you take a look at these things?" Soon, he asked his assistant to take out several antiques, one of which was a white jade Buddha statue, which was crystal clear and exquisitely crafted, and it was obviously a good thing. I pointed at the jade Buddha and asked, "How do I exchange this?" Chen Jingji stretched out his hand and made a 1 gesture. My heart skipped a beat. 1,000 kilograms of corn? This price is not outrageous. If I take it back to modern times, it would be no problem to sell it for hundreds of thousands. But then he said slowly, "Master Lin, if you like this jade Buddha, you can exchange it for 100 kilograms of corn." 100 kilograms. I almost couldn't help but exclaim. But then I understood. Food is the hard currency of this era. No matter how exquisite the antiques are, they are not as valuable as a few pounds of food in today's chaotic world. Chen Jingji sighed and explained, "This jade Buddha is made of top-grade mutton fat white jade. Normally, it is worth at least 100 taels of silver. Unfortunately now, alas." I smiled and said casually, "So I use corn. This is a grain from a foreign country. It has a high yield and is resistant to hunger. It is more precious than ordinary grains." Chen Jingji hesitated for a moment, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Lin, I also want to make friends with you. This jade Buddha is worth 80 kilograms of corn for you. 20 kilograms is just to congratulate you on your new home." "Okay, I'd also like to make you my friend." I agreed readily. Seeing this, Chen Jingji's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately asked the waiter to take out more collections. "Master Lin, take a look at this large blue and white porcelain vase, which was produced by Ling Yao and specially supplied to the royal family. You can take it away with 50 kilograms of corn." And this set of Wangwali wood tables and chairs, originally a family heirloom of a certain Shangshu mansion in the capital, was sold to a pawn shop because the family fell into poverty. My eyes lit up, and I was secretly delighted. Any of these things would be worth a lot in modern times, but they are ridiculously cheap here. It seems that this trip to the pawn shop was a good choice. Chen Jingji enthusiastically introduced various antiques. Half an hour later, I exchanged 500 kilograms of corn for more than a dozen treasures, including mutton fat, white jade Buddhas, blue and white porcelain vases, Wangwali tables and chairs, etc. "Manager Chun, how about having the waiter deliver the things to my house later and taking the food back together?" I took a sip of tea leisurely. "No problem. Don't worry, Brother Lin." Chen Jingji smiled and took my hand to the door. When we were leaving, He whispered, "Brother Lin, think about what I just said. As long as there is food, we can also get it for you." "From the palace?" "From the Empress." Shun Jingji smiled meaningfully. "You and I know this, and you must not disclose it to anyone." I nodded perfunctorily. "I'll bother you again when I get more food." They can even trade in things from the palace. It seems that the Fuyuan pawn shop has a strong background. We have to be careful. After leaving the pawn shop, I continue to stroll down the street. Depressed. There is only one word to describe this place. Throughout the county, ragged, skinny refugees could be seen everywhere, and there were groups of beggars on the roadside. Only the patrols of the county government officials could barely maintain order. The only lively place was the brothel on the corner. When I passed the door, a gorgeously dressed woman winked at me. "Sir, come in and play." I smiled and waved my hand. "Let's talk about another day." Of course, the main reason was that I had a more beautiful maid at home, and I had some important things to do today. Not far from the brothel, I suddenly noticed a medicine shop, and my heart was moved. The medicinal materials of this era are definitely genuine. If we can exchange some wild ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Dendrobium candidum, and other precious medicinal materials and bring them back to Earth, the profit will be much higher than food. Especially ginseng that is 200 or 300 years old. One plant is worth millions or tens of millions, and exchanging a few plants back will directly achieve a leap forward. I walked into the medicine shop. As soon as I entered the door, the waiter came up to me and said, "Sir, what do you need? Do you have any older ginseng? How old do you want? The older, the better." The waiter frowned slightly. Generally, 100-year-old ginseng is extremely rare, and 200-year-old ginseng is hard to come by. We do have a 300-year-old ginseng in our herbal medicine store, but it's our treasure, and we won't sell it. If I sell it, how much would it be worth? A 200-year-old one would cost 50 taels of silver, a 100-year-old one would cost 20 taels, and a few decades old one would cost even less. I asked tentatively, "What if we exchange it for food?" The waiter's eyes lit up and he said, "Sir, wait a moment. I'll go get the shopkeeper." After a while, an elderly shopkeeper came over quickly. "Sir, do you want to exchange grain for Old Mountain ginseng?" "Yes, how do you do it?" "If it's top quality rice, 50 dan will do. If it's inferior rice, 200 dan will be needed." I frowned. 50 sure is 5,000 kilograms of grain. This price is far beyond my expectations. After several exchanges, I understood that medicinal materials are as precious as food nowadays, especially ginseng and antlers of high vintage. Because of plague and famine, the rich are hoarding them in large quantities. In the end, I gave up the idea of buying Old Mountain ginseng, but medicinal herbs such as Ganoderma lucidum, Panax nodo ginseng, Dendrobium officinale, and agarwood are relatively cheap, so I spent 500 kilograms of corn to exchange for 100 kilograms of each. After the transaction was completed, I found a corner, put the herbs and the cart into the warehouse, and turned and left. Now, it's time to solve the problem of the one-eyed man. This group of people didn't hide well, and many people were talking about how they were bitten half to death by a dog, and passers-by were gloating over their misfortune. After asking around for a while, I found out where they were staying, a hidden secret room, a brothel that was not open to the public. I avoided the crowd, quietly activated the time prop, and quickly arrived at my destination. The whole yard was filled with crying and wailing, and the atmosphere was gloomy. I pushed the door open and entered the room. Inside, one-eyed man and that gang of hooligans were lying on the bed, their wounds festering, and they were screaming in pain. I decided to be a good person and give them a ride. The time prop was activated. Everyone in the house slowed down. I pulled out my axe and stepped forward. Every chop was crisp and clear, and no one could resist. At first, I was a little hesitant, but after killing the third person, I calmed down. These people have committed many evil deeds and killed countless innocent people. Their death is not a pity. A few minutes later, the room was flooded with blood, and all the hooligans were killed. After cleaning up the garbage, I casually searched the house and found a lot of gold and silver, so I simply put them all in the warehouse. As for those poor women, I didn't touch them, I just made them faint temporarily. After solving the problem, I returned to the same path, all the way in silence. Back on the street, I pushed the cart with the herbs and walked home slowly. In the afternoon, the pawn shop and the pharmacy guys came to deliver the goods one after another, and all the transactions were completed. The one-eyed man's troubles were solved, and a new development path was found. I was in a very good mood. While eating sunflower seeds, I wandered to the backyard. The 10 temporary workers had done a good job, and half of the garden had been cleared. The weeds had piled up into a small hill, which could be used as firewood after drying. "Master Lin, Yi Xiaodai suddenly appeared from the dark. I raised my eyebrows slightly. You hid well enough that I didn't notice you just now. She looked serious and shook her head, saying, Master Lin, you're joking. Don't call me Master Lin all the time. Just call me brother. Yi Xiaodai was startled. Shout I dare not. Just call me if I ask you to. From now on, I will treat you as a good sister, and you will treat me as a good brother. How about that? She pursed her lips and finally nodded. Okay. I laughed and thought to myself, this Yi Xiaodai may be of great use in the future. Yi Xiaodai hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. That's right. I smiled and stuffed a handful of spiced melon seeds into her hand, lowering my voice and asking, how is it? Who is cheating? Her eyes turned slightly cold, and she glanced at the corner of the wall. That. I took a look and nodded, saying, remember, let them go if they're lazy at night, and stay if they are really working. By the way, you will arrange the security of the house. Is that okay? No problem. From now on, the safety of the house will be in your hands. Thank you, Master Lin, for your trust. I narrowed my eyes. Still calling me Master Lin? She was slightly startled and finally whispered, Thank you, my good brother. I patted her shoulder with satisfaction. Haha, from now on, if I have food to eat, you and your daughter will also have food to eat. By the way, I don't want to be disturbed when I sleep at night. No matter what happens, let's talk about it in the morning. Yi Xiaodia's eyes narrowed, and she said seriously, I understand. After explaining, I wandered to Qiuxiang and brought her back to the room. Master, it's not dark yet. She leaned shyly in my arms, her cheeks burning. It's dark. How can I see you clearly? I gently scratched her little nose and said with a smile, Come, let me take good care of you. This time we stayed up till dark. As the countdown began, I consoled Qiuxiang as usual, while the two big black dogs stood guard at the door. I closed my eyes, and then I opened them again. I was back to the modern era. Qiuxiang, this girl, really strains her waist. I stretched my sore waist, feeling the pain and happiness. Thinking that it was her first time, I had thoroughly developed her, so I had to be more gentle next time. After changing into clean clothes and washing my face, I put on my bag, locked the door, and went straight into the city. This time, the goal was to make money. As soon as I entered the city, I first looked for a pharmacy to sell the herbs. After going to several pharmacies in succession and confirming the prices, I found that the quality of my herbs was extremely high. Panax Nodo Ginseng, 500 yuan per caddies. Ganoderma lucidum, 300 yuan per caddies. Dendrobium officinale, 2,500 yuan per caddies, most expensive. In the end, the herbs were sold for a total of 430,000 yuan, and my cost was only 500 kilograms of corn. I sold the herbs to several pharmacies and exchanged contact information with them. These old foxes doing business obviously want long-term cooperation. The first step is to complete the money-making plan. The second step is to sell the Jade Buddha. I took the Jade Buddha out of the warehouse, put it into the bag I prepared in advance, and took a taxi to the largest antique shop in the city, Boyajai. This Jade Buddha is much more valuable than medicinal materials. The clerk took me to the second floor. In the antique office, an old man in his 50s or 60s was painting. Uncle Bo, this gentleman has something to sell. The old man didn't even raise his head and said casually, Xiaoya, take a look for yourself. The female clerk looked at me helplessly, and I smiled and said, Let Uncle Bo take a look himself. Hearing this, Uncle Bo finally looked up, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Anyone who can enter my boya, Zhai, must be extraordinary. Xiaoya, pour tea for the guests first. I sat down, opened my bag, and took out the Jade Buddha. The next second, two pairs of eyes were instantly fixed on the Jade Buddha. Uncle Bo's eyes lit up, and he immediately put on his gloves and took a magnifying glass and a small light to examine it carefully. Xiaoya couldn't help but get closer and observed it intently. After a while, Uncle Bo handed her the Jade Buddha and asked, Tell me about it first. Xiaoya said seriously, This Jade Buddha is of top quality in both carving and jade quality. The carving is delicate, the figures are lifelike, and even have a sense of compassion, which shows the exquisite craftsmanship. As for the material, it's delicate, white, and almost flawless. But I can't tell its age. Not bad. Uncle Bo nodded approvingly and looked at me. Brother, where did you get this thing from? I smiled slightly. It was handed down from my ancestors. Uncle Bo seemed to be thinking about something, and then he said seriously, This Jade Buddha is very likely to be a unique piece. There are almost no Buddha statues with the same style on the market. I have been dealing in antiques all my life, but I have never seen similar carvings. So, it is difficult to set the market price, but its jade quality and carving are definitely valuable. I nodded. Then give me a price. Uncle Bo held up 3 fingers and said carefully, 3 million. 3 million. I narrowed my eyes slightly, feeling ecstatic in my heart, but I looked calm on the surface. Add a little more, and I'll sell this jade Buddha to you. If you add another 200,000, this friend will be the winner. Uncle Bo thought for a moment and finally nodded. Deal. 3.18 million. Finally, the deal was done. I asked for 2 million in cash, and the rest was deposited into my card. After all, the store didn't have that much cash, and I didn't want to be too conspicuous. Walking out of the antique shop, I took a deep breath and raised my lips slightly. Medicinal materials plus jade Buddha, total income, 3.61 million. Cost, 500 kilograms of corn. This deal is amazing. Now that I have my first pot of gold, the next step is to plan how to maximize the advantages of trading in these two worlds. So far, my road to making money has officially begun. After leaving the antique shop, I found a corner without cameras and put the cash into the game warehouse. Today is a good day, suitable for rewarding myself. After thinking for a while, I decided to buy a car, first to fulfill my long-cherished wish. The goal is to buy a tank 300. I took a taxi to the 4S store. An hour later, the formalities were completed, and I was able to drive on the road with a temporary license. Driving the gray Thailand small tank, I went straight to the mall to buy clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. I have several sets of clothes for each season, mostly casual and sporty. After buying clothes, I first put the items in the car, store them in the warehouse, and then go to the supermarket. This time I went shopping. I had to stock up on enough daily necessities. I had to fill up 3 shopping carts with all kinds of snacks, fruits, fresh vegetables, and condiments. I haven't bought rice, flour, grain, or oil yet, so I have to go to the wholesale market to buy them. After shopping, I drove out of the mall, put all the supplies in the warehouse, and then went straight to the wholesale market. I went to the wholesale market and bought 100 bags of bulk rice and 100 bags of flour. I packed all these things into unmarked woven bags to avoid being noticed. Then I went to the flour mill and bought some bran. After all, we couldn't let the hired refugees eat all white flour buns. That would be too extravagant. I also prepared some grains and cornmeal, which might be needed in the future. I went to the suburbs and rented a warehouse for 20,000 yuan to hide my tracks. When all the goods were delivered to the warehouse, I locked the door and put them into the game warehouse. After finishing all this, I drove to the seed station to buy vegetable and fruit seeds. In the future, I will grow some green organic vegetables in the back garden of the other world. This life will be perfect. It's okay to lie down, but you have to lie down healthily. On the way back to the city, I suddenly thought of a business opportunity to make money, grow green agricultural products in the other world, and sell them at a high price in the modern world. But then I shook my head. It's troublesome. What about contracting land, hiring employees, and approval procedures? Forget it. Let's just enjoy life. Anyway, I can make millions just by dealing in some medicinal herbs, so why bother? When I returned to the village, my tank 300 immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. Lenny bought a car. This car is so big. It must have cost a lot of money. It's made in China, not much. I answered casually and drove home. If you have money, you should enjoy it, no matter what others say. After parking the car in the yard, I was about to put in the warehouse, but I received a prompt. The warehouse needs to be upgraded and large objects cannot be stored at present. It seems that the game warehouse is not omnipotent. It's a little regretful, but it's not worth worrying about such a small matter. As the sky gradually darkened, I locked the car in the door and started teleporting directly. In another world, early morning. When I opened my eyes, I saw 2 big black dogs squatting at the door, staring at me eagerly. Qiu Xiang was waiting at the door obediently, holding the water for washing her face. Why didn't you call me? I threw 2 bones to the black dog and invited Qiu Xiang to come in. Qiu Xiang whispered, Grandpa said yesterday that he doesn't like to be disturbed when he sleeps, so I waited outside the door. You are so sensible. Here, I'll give you a reward. I took out a red butterfly hairpin and handed it to her. Qiu Xiang's eyes lit up, but she hesitated and said, Master, this is too precious. I can't take it. Do you like it? I pinched her chin and teased her deliberately. I like it. She lowered her head shyly. Then take it. It's a reward for me. Don't refuse it. Qiu Xiang hugged the hairpin excitedly. Thank you, Master. I turned my eyes and said with a smile, Just thank you verbally? Then how do you thank me? Master, whatever master says is fine. After an hour of morning exercise, I feel refreshed. The Ren and Du meridians that have been blocked for more than 30 years seem to be unblocked. Xiaoxiang collapsed on the bed, her face flushed, and she didn't even want to move. Xiaoxiang, look at the new clothes I bought for you. I smiled and took out a bikini and waved it in front of her. Xiaoxiang stared at the clothes with so little fabric and confusion and asked curiously, Master, what kind of clothes are these? Why? There's so little fabric. Come, I'll help you put it on. A few minutes later, Xiaoxiang stood in front of me, too embarrassed to know what to do. She said in a low voice, Master, you are so bad. My eyes were burning, and I couldn't help but want to do it again, but I touched my sore waist and finally held back. People should know how to control themselves. These days have just begun, so I can't play too hard. Back in the room, I took out a cheongsam from the storeroom and handed it to Xiaoxiang. Although the girl was thin, she had a nice curve, and she looked very charming in the cheongsam. After admiring her for a while, I was satisfied and asked her to help me wash and eat. After dinner, I chose a room in the backyard to use as a warehouse and stored some grain, vegetables, meat, and fish in it. I gave the key to Xiaoxiang for safekeeping. Feeling my trust, Xiaoxiang was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Her little mouth pouted and tears fell down. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I took out a piece of candy and stuffed it in her mouth. Don't cry. Open your mouth. I'll give you something sweet. Xiaoxiang thought I was going to bully her again, so she closed her eyes shyly. But suddenly she tasted a sweet taste in her mouth and opened her eyes in surprise. Is it delicious? I asked with a smile. Xiaoxiang's eyes sparkled and she mumbled, Yeah, so sweet. Seeing her like this, I simply stuffed a few more pieces into her hands and said, Take it. This is a reward from me. She held the candy carefully, happy like a child. Okay, go steam the buns. Let Annie help you. Got it, sir. In the backyard, the hired workers were working. Yi Shaodai was directing them. When she saw me coming, she immediately trotted over and shouted with a smile, Good brother! This girl is really getting more and more fluent. Good morning, boss. Several hired workers also bowed and saluted. I looked around and found that there were still 7 workers left from yesterday. It seemed that all those who were lazy and slacking off had been fired. Those who slacked off yesterday will have to go hungry today. Those of you who stayed, cherish this opportunity. If you work hard, I won't treat you unfairly. After hearing this, several people nodded and worked even harder. I handed some seeds to the hired workers, taught them how to plant them, and then walked away and became a hands-off manager. Pulling Yi Shaodai to the pavilion, I took out melon seeds, candies, and snacks, and we started eating together. Is it delicious? I peeled a melon seed and passed it to her. Yi Shaodai took a bite of the spicy strips, her tongue sticking out in her mouth, and she gasped because of the spiciness. It's delicious, but it's really spicy. Here, have a drink. I took out a Coke, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. Without thinking much, she took it and took a big gulp. Then, choked to death. She coughed violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. This is called Coke, a newly invented alcoholic beverage. Yi Shaodai recovered and took another sip, then said in amazement, There are so many bubbles in my mouth, it's amazing. It's even better with spicy noodles. Sure enough, the combination of spicy noodles and cola conquered her, and she ate it with gusto. I wonder if she would like it more if she ate hamburgers? In the kitchen, Xiaoxiang and Ye's mother had already steamed a large pot of steamed buns. The buns were made of white flour, but mixed with a lot of bran and wild vegetables, and looked no different from ordinary buns. Xiaoxiang, Aunt Yi, please help me wash the vegetables. I'll make pork stewed with vermicelli. When they heard that I was going to cook myself, they widened their eyes in surprise, but still obediently went to wash the vegetables. Heat oil in a pan, stir-fry sugar color, add pork, and add cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. Add light soy sauce and dark soy sauce together, and the aroma will waft while stir-frying, making everyone in the room drool with greed. Once the seasonings such as peppercorns, aniseed, bay leaves, cinnamon, etc. are added, the whole yard is filled with the rich aroma of meat. My God, it smells so good. Xiaoxiang swallowed her saliva and whispered. I raised my eyebrows proudly, letting them see the power of technology and hard work. However, at this moment, bang, bang, bang. The government is investigating a case. Open the door. There was a violent knock on the door, accompanied by the majestic shouts of the yamen runners. Xiaoxiang turned pale instantly and looked at me in panic. Master, Could it be that those people of One-Eyed Dragon have reported to the police? His mother also looked nervous. She had just found the meal ticket, so it wouldn't be gone so soon, right? I patted the back of Qiuxiang's hand and comforted her. Don't be afraid. We haven't broken any laws or done any evil. Even if the King of Heaven comes, we are not afraid. Although I am not afraid, I cannot confront him head-on. After all, this is a big problem and I have to be careful. While thinking about countermeasures, I walked to the door and opened it myself. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? I looked at the people outside the door. Leading the group was the county magistrate, followed by several constables and bailiffs. The magistrate walked into the courtyard and asked coldly, "Are you Lin Yi?" "Yes. Yesterday, Long Air and his gang came to your house to cause trouble, and you let the dog bite them. Is that true? If you are referring to the one-eyed man, then that's correct. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me, yes or no." A constable next to him shouted. I said calmly, "I just arrived in Lanyan County and bought Qiuxiang, a maid who sold herself to bury her father, but that group of people broke into my house and tried to rob me. If I didn't hand it over, they would beat me to death. My dog was protecting its owner, and when it saw them fighting, it rushed forward to bite them. In the end, the gang of hooligans were bitten and fled in panic." "How dare you?" The magistrate waved his sleeves and shouted, "You killed them, and now you are pretending to be a victim. Come on, arrest this murderer." The next moment, several constables drew their swords and put them on my neck. The atmosphere froze instantly. Chapter 10, The Olive Branch from the Magistrate. "It's unfair. Your Excellency, it's unfair." Before Lin Yi could plead for mercy, Qiuxiang ran out of the house crying. At this time, she was still disheveled and had changed into her old shabby clothes. She didn't look as fragrant as she had just now. "Who are you? What injustice have you suffered?" The magistrate looked at Qiuxiang and asked. Qiuxiang knelt before the magistrate and said with her head down, "I am Qiuxiang, the maid bought by my master. My master is a good man. He saw me selling myself to bury my father and bought a coffin for me, but he didn't want me to work like a slave. How could such a person kill people?" "Well, that makes sense." The county magistrate nodded, but suddenly looked at Lin. "Why don't you do it?" "I don't understand what you mean, sir." "Lin," he said lightly, "I have already sent someone to investigate. You went to the city gate to recruit workers yesterday and showed off your martial arts skills. I'm afraid that none of us are your match. Why didn't you resist?" Lin Yi hurriedly said, "You are joking, sir. I am just a commoner. How dare I attack you? Besides, I learned some skills just to strengthen my body, not to do evil and violence. From the clues we have found so far, you're the only one who has the ability and motive to kill Ruji and his men." At this point, the magistrate changed the subject and said, "But we checked your whereabouts yesterday. When Long Air and his men got into trouble, you had just come out of the medicine shop and had no time to commit the crime. Moreover, Long Air and his men are now missing, and even the person who reported the case can't explain what happened. So I have decided to classify this case as an unsolved case. We will talk about it later when we find clues." Hearing this, Lin Yi was a little confused. The magistrate smiled and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to let go of Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, just now I was in front of your house, and suddenly I smelled a strange fragrance that made my mouth water. I wonder what it is. I'm researching a new dish. Could you please let me taste it?" Lin Yi quickly interjected. "Of course. I'm curious about what kind of dish can produce such a fragrant aroma." "Please come in, sir." Lin Yi pretended to be respectful and invited the county magistrate to go to the kitchen. The closer you are to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma becomes, almost making you dizzy. At this moment, the county magistrate couldn't help swallowing. The other constables and bailiffs also raised their voices and poked their heads into the kitchen. These days, even the government detectives and yamen runners couldn't get enough to eat, let alone such delicious meals. "Sir, please sit here." Lin Yi invited the magistrate to sit at a table under the pavilion, and then asked someone to go to the kitchen and serve a bowl of freshly cooked pork stewed with vermicelli. There are also a few steamed buns with wild vegetables and grains. "Sir, please enjoy it." Lin Yi handed over a pair of chopsticks and said. The magistrate had been so greedy that he took the chopsticks and stuffed a big bite into his mouth. He chewed slowly for a few times, then started eating in big mouthfuls. Soon, the 2 steamed buns and a bowl of pork stewed with vermicelli were finished. Listening to the slurping sound of the vermicelli, the constables and yamen runners drooled, and their eyes were as big as copper bells. "Qiuxiang, Aunt Yi, quickly serve a bowl to the other officials and bring up the freshly steamed buns." Lin Yi ordered hurriedly. A few minutes later, The only sound in the yard was the clatter of noodles. Lin, he served another bowl to the magistrate. He looked like he hadn't eaten enough. After finishing another bowl of food, the county magistrate smiled with satisfaction. Lin E., your cooking skills are very good. Come to the county government office to see me some other day, and we can study it together. It's my honor. The magistrate stood up, looked at his subordinates, and said, Are you all full? It's time to go back. From now on, you all need to take care of the Lin residents and stop letting those messy people come and disturb us. I obey your command. Thank you, sir. Lin, he sent everyone to the door and asked Xiaoxiang to fill a small porcelain bowl with pork stewed with vermicelli for the magistrate to take away. The magistrate smiled with satisfaction. Lin Yi, don't forget to come to me some other day. Yes, I will definitely go. Lin Yi responded quickly. After watching the magistrate and others leave, Lin Yi returned to the yard with a calm face, and then asked Xiaoxiang to go to the back garden to invite everyone to dinner. The delicious pork stewed with vermicelli made the hungry refugees almost eat their tongues. After eating this meal, they would have no regrets even if they died immediately. Compared to the hired workers who were only given 2 steamed buns each, Yi Xiaodai, her daughter, and Xiaoxiang had no limit. Yi Xiaodai was trained in martial arts and had a bigger appetite than the average woman. She ate 5 large steamed buns and 2 large bowls of vegetables by herself. After eating, the workers continued to work in the backyard, while Lin Yi called Yi Xiaodai and Xiaoxiang to the study. Xiaodai, please go out and help me find out what our county magistrate likes. I have to visit the county government office tomorrow and buy some gifts. Lin Yi said, Okay, I'll go right away. After Yi Xiaodai left, Lin Yi let Xiaoxiang sit on his lap, pinched her little face, and said with a smile, You deliberately made yourself so dirty just now. Are you worried that those officials will take a fancy to you? Xiaoxiang hummed. This servant is worried that she will cause trouble for you again. Don't always be a slave. From now on in this house, you will be my housekeeper. Didn't I give you the key to the storeroom? Thank you for your trust, master. The better you treat me, the more I will know my limits. Then you'll be my slave. In front of other people, you are the steward of our Lin family. Lin Yi hugged Xiaoxiang's soft body and kissed her hard. By the way, you must use the toothpaste I gave you regularly every day. It is for maintaining your teeth. I like your teeth. They are white and neat. You must protect them well. Lin, you're reminded. I'll remember this. And remember to take a shower every day, and don't be afraid of wasting firewood. Also, you need to gain some weight. I like to have a little bit of meat on my body, but of course not too much. Then I will eat more at every meal from now on, and try to gain weight quickly so that the master will like me more. Xiaoxiang, I'm holding you, and now I'm thinking about what to do. Lin, he was a little distressed. This man, who had just tasted meat, was like a wild cat that had tasted meat. He always felt that it was not enough. But he is not a young man after all, so he still needs to pay attention to taking care of his body. Xiaoxiang will always be yours, so you need to take care of your health. Xiaoxiang said considerately, I'll go to the pharmacy and get you a prescription to nourish your body. I'll go by myself. I'm planning to go to the pharmacy too. Call Aunt Yi, and then go to the backyard and ask 2 hired workers to follow you. Go buy some chickens, ducks, piglets, and lambs, and raise them in the backyard so that it will be convenient to eat meat in the future. Lin Yi wanted to eat healthy food as soon as possible. After arranging these things, Lin Yi gave Xiaoxiang some silver and went to the pharmacy. Mr. Lin, you are here again. What would you like to change today? The waiter was very enthusiastic when he saw Lin Yi. Bring me your 200-year-old ginseng. Chapter 11, Free Cordyceps sinensis. I got rich this time. Yesterday, Lin Yi dealt with the group of people led by One-Eyed Dragon and stole several hundred taels of silver. At first, he didn't think too deeply about it, thinking that a few hundred taels of silver were not much. When I watched costume dramas in the past, I could easily take out dozens of taels of silver. The assets of wealthy landlords and corrupt officials started at tens of thousands of taels. But then I thought about it and realized that wasn't the case. At least in the Dragon Kingdom, which was just beginning to gain stability in the world, a few hundred taels of silver was definitely a huge sum of money. Take the ginseng in the medicine shop, for example. A 200-year-old ginseng sells for 50 taels of silver. If Lin Yi wanted to exchange it for grain, he would need 50 stones, and it had to be top-quality rice. From this, we can see that the purchasing power of silver is still very strong. 1 tael of silver can buy a stone of high-quality rice. If we calculate that 1 tael of silver is worth 1,000 won and 1 dan weighs 100 jin, Then 10, one can buy 1 gene of good grain. It seems that not only is food expensive in Longwa, but silver is also in short supply. For Lin Yi, it is obviously much more cost-effective to buy ginseng with silver than to exchange it with grain. Upon learning that Lin Yi had arrived, the shopkeeper came out to greet him personally. Now he is also considered a VIP customer. "Mr. Lin, please have some tea." The shopkeeper was very polite and served tea specially. "You are too polite, shopkeeper. I came here today mainly to buy some ginseng, just in case. I wonder if you can part with your treasure, the treasure of the store?" "Mr. Lin, you know that is the treasure of our store, so you dare not sell it. It would be enough for you to buy some 200-year-old ones," the shopkeeper said with a wry smile. "You really can't give it to me?" "No, and I can't make the decision." "Then when your boss comes, please ask for me, and we can negotiate the price." "Okay, next time I see the boss, I will ask for you." "Shopkeeper, do you know anything about our county magistrate?" Lin Yi asked casually. The shopkeeper stroked his goatee and said with a smile, "You've asked the right person. Our master is from the same hometown as our boss." "Oh, tell me about it soon. I plan to visit you tomorrow and ask you to give me some advice." Next, the owner of the drugstore told Lin Yi a brief account of the magistrate. Of course, these are all things that can be said, such as name, where one is from, what one has done, some hobbies, and so on. Half an hour later, Lin Yi had some basic understanding of the official of Lanyan County. "I also have an idea about the visit tomorrow. Brother, I heard that something happened to Long Air and his group." Lin Yi took a sip of tea and mentioned it casually. "That's right, I just heard the news too. But Long Air has done so many evil things, and he deserves it. Didn't you see that people are clapping and celebrating? This guy bullies men and women and has done so many bad things, but no one cares. There must be someone behind this, right?" "Brother, don't you know?" the shopkeeper asked, and then he slapped his head and said, "I forgot that you just moved to Lanyan County. Brother, tell me what's going on." Lin Yi subconsciously took out a cigarette and handed it over. "What is this?" "This is called a cigarette. When you have something on your mind, or when you visit a brothel, you can have one, and that's a real enjoyment. As the saying goes, a cigarette after the event makes you feel as happy as a god," Lin Yi said, and gestured to the shopkeeper. When the lighter emitted a flame, the shopkeeper was startled again. "Don't be afraid. This thing is a fire starter. I made it myself. It's more convenient to use. My brother is really clever." Next, the shopkeeper also tried smoking a cigarette. It felt really good to puff out smoke. The two of them chatted more and more speculatively, and Lin Yi also learned a lot about the distribution of local forces in Lanyan County. "Brother, it's getting late, and I should leave. I'll invite you to Fengxiang's High for a drink some other day when I'm free." "You're welcome, brother. I'll treat you some other day." The shopkeeper rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, Can you give me another cigarette?" "No problem. I'll give you all these, and this lighter as well." Lin Yi took out a handful of cigarettes without filters and gave them to the owner of the drugstore along with the lighter. The shopkeeper was immediately surprised and thanked him repeatedly. When we arrived at the medicine shop in front, the waiter had already packed the 230-year-old ginseng in a box. Lin Yi bought 3 more plants that were more than 100 years old. As for those that were several decades old, forget it, as he looked down on them. In view of the rapidly heating up relationship between the two, the shopkeeper directly gave the cost price. As a courtesy, Lin Yi didn't bother to be polite with him. "Hey, isn't this Cordyceps sinensis?" Before going out, Lin Yi suddenly saw some Cordyceps sinensis that looked like dead branches in a bag in the corner behind the door. "Hey man, what is this?" Lin Yi pretended not to know it, squatted down, and took a look at it, and confirmed that it was Cordyceps sinensis. A merchant brought it back from the western regions. He said it can be soaked in water and is good for the body. We don't know how to use it, so we just left it here. I'm studying tea ceremony recently. How about using this stuff to make tea? Man, please sell it to me. Why are you selling it? It's not worth much. Just take it away. How can that be so embarrassing? Given our friendship, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Take it all. It won't take up any more space. Then, thank you very much, bro. After thanking the shopkeeper again, Lin Yi took the ginseng, cordyceps, and some nourishing medicine and left the pharmacy. I'm rich. Lin Yi walked home excitedly. In modern times, Cordyceps sinensis is sold by gram or by root. Good quality ones cost about 100 yuan each. If all were sold at this price, I would make at least 1 million this time. What's more, they are all free, making huge profits without any investment. After leaving the main street, Lin, he looked around to see if there was anyone around, so he put the cordyceps sinensis and ginseng into the warehouse. Then he returned home, carrying a few packets of medicine. At this time, Yi Xiaodai had returned and was waiting for him near the door. Good brother. Yi Xiaodai came over. Xiaodai, how's the investigation going? Lin, he did not correct Yi Xiaodai's address. It's just a name. You'll get used to it after calling it this way. Yi Xiaodai nodded and reported. The county magistrate's name is Song Yao, the Yao of Yao, Shun, and Yu. He was transferred from the capital to Lanyun County. It is said that he came here by the order of the Empress to deal with the previous civil unrest. After the civil unrest was resolved, Lord Song stayed. This Mr. Song has a good reputation. He is not greedy or possessive, and he is very good to the people. This can be seen from the current situation in the county. His only hobby is eating delicious food. He also likes to cook on weekdays. Sometimes he will invite some friends to taste his dishes. Hearing this, Lin nodded. This was similar to what he had inquired from the owner of the drugstore. He made a friend of a county magistrate who loved gourmet food. With modern technology and hard work, all kinds of messy additives, it won't be over until he is confused by the fragrance. Chapter 12. The old bachelor becomes a hot commodity and offers his daughter to live with him. Master, we are back. At this time, Qiu Xiang and Ye's mother also came back. Two hired workers followed behind, one pulling a wooden cart with a cage on it and a few sheep tied to the back. The other one had a few half-grown piglets tied up with ropes. They were grunting and looked quite happy. Not bad. Did you buy a few chickens and ducks? Lin smiled, took out a small handkerchief, wiped the sweat from Qiu Xiang's forehead, and gave the handkerchief to Qiu Xiang. Thank you, sir. Qiu Xiang bowed to express her gratitude. Then she replied, there are not many chickens and ducks in the market, and they don't look very energetic. I and Madame Yi went to the village below and took a walk. These sheep and piglets were all collected from the wealthy families in the village. There are 20 chickens and 10 ducks. That's good, but it's still too little. Next time I'll go to the village with you, and we'll collect some more. Master, food is in short supply now, and there are fewer families raising livestock and poultry than before. The village I went to only has these. If I go again, I will have to change to another village. Qiu Xiang added. That's true. The wild vegetables outside are all being dug up, so there's nothing left for the poultry and livestock to eat. Okay, take these to the backyard first. Master, there's one more thing. I acted on my own without your consent. Please punish me. Qiu Xiang said timidly. What's the matter? Lin, he asked curiously. Qiu Xiang is a sensible person and would not do such an outrageous thing. Qiu Xiang lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and said, I met a pair of siblings in the village. Their parents were both dead. I felt sorry for them, so I brought them back. My lord, please be merciful and see if you can take them in. Where's the person? Bring him here so I can see him first. Come here. Qiu Xiang shouted towards the door and then saw his sister of 15 or 16 years old dragging a little boy of 7 or 8 years old, walking in nervously. Please take me in, sir. I could do everything. I eat very little. Just give me some snacks every day. I just hope my brother can stay with me. As soon as the brother and sister came in, they knelt down in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a look at his sister. She was pretty, but she was too thin, as skinny as a stick. However, due to years of famine, the landlords have no surplus food, and there are not many fat people. People like Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai are already considered good. Qiu Xiang, you are the housekeeper. What errands do you think you can assign to them? I dare not. Everything is up to you, master. Qiu Xiang knelt down with a plop. Lin Yi looked at the brother and sister and asked, what are your names? My name is Xiaochan, Jiao Xiaochan, and my brother is Jiao Sanhua. This is a good name. It matches our Xiaodia's name. Lin Yi smiled and said, why is your brother called Sanhua? We also have an older sister named Jiao Xiaoi. She was taken to the capital, and we haven't heard from her since. Jiao Xiaochan replied, you all know how difficult it is to have food to eat in this situation. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Thank you, master. Thank you for taking us in. We will definitely work hard and serve you well. Jiao Xiaochan was quite smart. Upon hearing this, she immediately pulled her brother to kowtow to Lin Yi. At this time, Yi Xiaodai suddenly came to Lin Yi and said, good brother, I think Sanhua is a good kid. Oh, suitable for martial arts training. Yi Xiaodai nodded. Sanhua, from today on, you will practice martial arts with Xiaodai. Xiaochan, you will be responsible for taking care of the chickens and ducks. Aunt Yi, please help them settle down first. After sending everyone away, Lin Yi let Qiu Xiang get up and took her back to the room. Master, Qiu Xiang was wrong. Please don't be angry with me, okay? As soon as she entered the room, Qiu Xiang knelt in front of Lin Yi again. Lin Yi hooked her chin, asked her to raise her head, gently pinched her cheek, and said, "What's wrong with you? I shouldn't make decisions on my own." Wrong. Your mistake is not in making decisions on your own, but in not trusting people casually, and even more so, not bringing people back casually. Do you know who they are? What if they are scammers? What if they are robbers? You know what the world is like outside now. If you bring bad people home, do you know what the consequences will be? Lin, he said seriously. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I didn't think too much about it. Qiu Xiang was so scared that she dropped her golden beans again. Get up. Lin, he pulled her up, let her sit in his arms, and said, I know you are kind-hearted, but sometimes the people you want to help may very well want to hurt you. People's hearts are treacherous, so you must be careful in the future. I'll remember that. Master, are you not angry anymore? That depends on how you calm me down. Qiu Xiang blushed, and then knelt down again. In the evening, Lin Yi asked Qiu Xiang to accompany him for dinner. He drank some tonic medicine and then returned to his room. Qiu Xiang cleaned up the dishes and came to the kitchen. Mother Yi hesitated and said, Miss Qiu Xiang, I think the boss likes you very much, so why doesn't he let you serve him at night? Qiu Xiang said shyly, I don't like to be disturbed when I sleep, otherwise I won't be able to rest well. I see. Mother Yi nodded and asked again, Miss Qiu Xiang, what do you think of our Xiao Dai? Sister Xiao Dai is very good. She is pretty and also good at martial arts. I think highly of her. What I mean is, how about marrying our boss? Even as a concubine, Xiao Dai will have someone to rely on when I die. Ye's mother said, this. I don't know. You have to ask me. And what does Xiao Dai think? The boss is a kind man. As long as he is willing, he will definitely treat Xiao Dai well in the future, and I will rest assured. As for Xiao Dai, she doesn't know anything, so I, as her mother, can make the decision for her. Mother Yi held Qiu Xiang's hand and begged, Miss Qiu Xiang, if you have a chance in the future, can you ask for me what the boss means? Qiu Xiang thought for a moment and said, Auntie Yi, I am a good man. Even if Xiao Dai didn't marry him, he would still take care of her. As for what you said, I can pass on the message for you. As for how to say it, you should go and tell me yourself. Thank you so much, Miss Qiu Xiang. If it works out in the future, you'll be the benefactor of both mother and daughter. I don't dare to be your benefactor. Let's just be a family. Just take good care of me and manage this family for me. Miss Qiu Xiang is right. Lin didn't know that he had been favored by Aunt Yi and was going to be made her son-in-law. Now he has returned to the modern era. He took out his cell phone, called the heads of several pharmacies in the city into a group, and then took a photo of the cordyceps sinensis and 100-year-old ginseng. Boss, take a look at these good things and see if anyone needs them. The highest bidder wins. After sending the message, Lin Yi rode his electric tricycle to the town. He had to buy some fertilizer and plant wheat today. If he finds something suitable, he plans to buy a few piglets and lambs, as well as some chickens, ducks, and other animals and raise them here. The backyard of my house is quite big, and it would be a pity to leave it empty. I can raise some poultry and livestock to pass the time. Chapter 13. 100-year-old ginseng sold at a sky-high price. More than an hour later, Lin Yi returned from town. He bought fertilizer and wheat seeds, 6 piglets, and 6 half-grown lambs. Everything went smoothly. I bought more chickens, ducks, and geese, more than 100 in total, and also a few dogs. 2 of them were adult wolfhounds, so mighty and tall that they looked scary. This is used to guard the house. There are also 3 puppies, and Lin Yi plans to raise them from a young age. Put 1 big wolf dog in the front yard and 1 in the backyard, and let the puppies run freely in the yard. Pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese were all thrown in the backyard. He sprinkled corn kernels, used bran cornmeal, and chopped cabbage to mix a large bowl of food, and then Lin Yi left it alone. There are trees and grass in the backyard, and there are insects in the grass and the soil. Let them find food for themselves. After finishing his work, Lin Yi finally had time to look at his phone. But I saw dozens of missed calls and hundreds of messages in the group. I opened it and took a look and found that the missed calls were all from the managers of those pharmacies. The news in the group was that several responsible persons were bidding for cordyceps and ginseng. The price of cordyceps has been driven up to 200 yuan per piece, while the price of 100-year-old ginseng has reached 3 million yuan. By this time, the atmosphere in the group was already tense, and it was about to escalate into personal attacks. Lin Yi quickly said, Bosses, calm down. I'm just going to the town. Why are you still arguing? Brother Lin, you finally said something. If you continue like this, we will start fighting. Chunjia, the manager of Ingbin Pharmacy, said with a wry smile. Mr. Lin, please name a price. As long as this old ginseng is pure wild, we at CI Shangtang will take it no matter how much it costs, said Lin Siki, the person in charge of CI Shangtang Pharmacy. Are you the only one with money, CI Shangtang? We, Xinglong Pharmaceutical, will follow you to the end and take any amount of money. Zhao Long shouted angrily. Brother Lin, please say something. What are you going to do with these things? Finally, Yang Xiaowei, the head of Taiyang Pharmaceutical, spoke. Linny thought for a while and said, We all know each other. There's no need to argue over such a small thing. How about this? The four families divide these cordyceps equally. And as for this old ginseng, each of you will make a secret bid, and the one with the highest bid will win. What do you think? How do I bid for this secret bid? You send it to me privately. For the sake of fairness, each person is only allowed to bid once. After the time is up, I will send your quoted prices to the group in the form of screenshots. Do you have any objections? Linny said, This is a good method. I have no objection. Yang Xiaowei said first. Okay, I agree. Agree. Since everyone agrees, please send me your prices now. You have 5 minutes to consider. After 5 minutes, I will post everyone's bids, and those who don't bid will be considered to have given up. Start the timer now. As soon as Lin Yi sent the message, Chen Jie sent the price. The offer price is 4 million. To be honest, this price is already very high. Lin Yi had checked on the internet before. Although a 100-year-old ginseng is rare, 2 or 3 million is about the same. Of course, Lin Yi would not think that they were fools. We are all businessmen. No one will do something that is not profitable. Then, in less than a minute, the other three also sent their prices. The highest bid was from Zhao Long of Xinglong Pharmaceutical, who offered a price of 8.88 million. The second is Lin Siki of CI Shangtang with 8 million, with only a difference of 880,000. As for Yang Xiaowei of Taiyang Pharmaceutical, she offered a price of 5 million. Not a small amount, but still far behind the other two. Thank you, four bosses, for your patronage. I didn't expect that you all are so optimistic about this old ginseng. Although the time has not come yet, the four of you have already quoted your prices. In accordance with the principle of fairness and justice, everyone can only make one blind bid. In other words, this price is the final price. Then we don't have to wait any longer. I'll take a screenshot of the price so you can see it at a glance. Then Lin Yi took a screenshot of the prices sent by the four people and sent it to the group. When Zhao Long saw that he had finally obtained this old ginseng, he was extremely happy. Brother Lin, how do we hand over? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, I'll go to the city now and deliver it to you. The four of you can divide the cordyceps equally, and each one will cost 200 yuan. How about that? No problem. I'll be waiting for you then. After making an agreement with everyone, Lin Yi first called the people who were sowing seeds on the farmland, and then brought the fertilizer and wheat seeds to the field. Nowadays, both tilling land and sowing seeds cost money, which does save you trouble, but the costs are too high, and farming is not profitable at all, and you can barely break even. There's a saying that goes, if farming makes money, ordinary people will have no business. After arranging the matters on the farm, Lin Yi drove to the city. It's convenient to have your own car. It only takes an hour and a half to get there. If you take the bus, it will take 2 or 3 hours, which will not only waste time, but also make you exhausted. Lin Yi first came to Xinglong Pharmacy and saw Zhao Long Lin. He took out the century-old ginseng. Zhao Long was immediately amazed. It is really wild ginseng that is more than 100 years old. I haven't seen such a good thing for many years. Brother Lin, you have helped me a lot. Mr. Zhao quoted me such a high price. I should be the one thanking you. Such a good thing is worth the price. Brother, if you have any good things in the future, please inform me in time and the price can be discussed. Mr. Zhao is so caring. I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. These are cordyceps. Please click on them. Lin Yi took out another quarter of cordyceps sinensis. Oh my, you are really powerful, brother. You can get such good things. Zhao Long exclaimed. I'm lucky too. Good luck is also a kind of strength. Brother, we should keep in touch in the future. Must. Brother, give me your account number and I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money to you. Mr. Zhao, I have a request. Can you give me cash? Cash. Zhao Long looked at Lin Yi and smiled. I understand. But I can't take out so much cash. Wait for me, I'll check it. Zhao Long was gone for a few minutes, then came back to tell Lin that he only had 5 million in cash in several stores in the city. And this was because he had to go downstairs to collect medicinal materials. Nowadays, People don't use cash when making purchases, so they don't have much cash on hand. Mr. Zhao, then give me the 5 million in cash and transfer the rest to my card. No problem. I'll have the money delivered right away. Zhao Long first transferred the balance to Lin Yi, and after waiting for half an hour, the cash was also transported over from other stores. Zhao Long handed the box containing 5 million cash directly to Lin Yi and said with a smile, "Brother, you better be careful. If this much cash is lost or robbed, you'll have nowhere to cry. I'm a miser. No one can take money away from me." Lin Yi Yokit. After getting the money, Lin Yi said goodbye to Zhao Long and went to deliver cordyceps to other people. Chapter 14. Now that I have money, I will find a place to have fun. After a round, Lin Yi's total assets instantly increased by another 10 million. Among them, the century-old ginseng was sold at a sky-high price of 8.88 million, and the rest was from the sale of cordyceps. Because the other three companies all accept cash, Lin Yi's game warehouse now has more than 8 million in cash stored. There is more than 5 million on the card, making him a real multimillionaire. Life is really full of surprises. I originally just wanted to go back to my hometown and lie down, but unexpectedly, I suddenly became a rich man. Before returning to the village, Lin Yi planned to find a place to have some fun. As the old saying goes, if you don't spend your money, it's a waste of time. It would be boring if I made so much money this time, but still acted like a miser. After driving to the mall, Lin Yi went to the counter that was far ahead of the others first to support domestic products. And you could buy two at a time, one with a folding screen and one with a regular screen, so you can use them alternately. Anyway, you have money. Then I went to the computer counter and bought a high-configuration gaming laptop, planning to play the popular Black Goku when I was bored. I also bought a tablet and a projector. The tablet is used to watch videos, while the projector is used to watch movies, which must be very cool. After the purchase, Lin Yi passed by a luxury watch counter and just wanted to take a look. But when I thought about going to another world, I also needed to consider the time, so I just bought one. Moreover, this kind of famous watch is very expensive, even if it is recycled secondhand. So I spent more than 1 million and bought a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. Thinking that watches could also be used in other worlds, he went to the ordinary watch counter and spent 1,000 yuan to buy 10 mechanical watches to give as gifts. Walking out of the mall, Lin Yi looked at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, which cost more than 1 million, as if he was in a dream. I can't believe that I'm wearing a watch worth more than $1 million. It's so fucking luxurious. If it were someone else, with so much money, they would definitely buy a house in a big city, then find a girlfriend, get married, and have children. But Lin Yi has figured it out, and it's fine to be alone. Firstly, it allows freedom, and secondly, it helps in keeping secrets. What's more, he can still marry and have children in another world, and he can marry as many wives as he wants. The woman over there is well-behaved and gentle, so why bother looking for an enemy here? If you get divorced at the slightest disagreement, you will have to divide the property later, which will cause you trouble. Seeing that it was already noon, Lin Yi found a restaurant and spent several $100s to have a delicious meal. If this had happened in the past, he would never have dared to do this, even if he was beaten to death. After dinner, Lin Yi returned to the car and took out his mobile phone. He first removed the SIM card from the original phone and installed it on the newly bought folding screen phone. As for the original mobile phone, it is only used to open small games and travel between the two worlds. Thinking that there would sometimes be power outages in the village, Lin Yi went to buy a few large power supplies that could power the TV and computer. After thinking about it, I decided to get a gasoline generator. Now we don't have to worry even if there's a power outage. Thinking there was nothing to buy, Lin Yi drove back to the village. More than an hour later, Lin Yi returned to the county town and went to the delicatessen again to buy some pork heads, roast chicken, sausages, and the like. When he was returning to the village, he suddenly found a car behind him, as if it was following him. He was a little uncertain at first, but he walked and stopped and tried a few times, and the other party also walked and stopped. Being targeted, Lin Yi thought for a moment, parked the car on the side of the road, and then turned on the time prop. The next second, after time slowed down, the tracking vehicle's reaction slowed down. Lin Yi quickly appeared next to the car behind. "Are you following me?" Looking at Yang Xiaowei in the car, Lin Yi released the time prop and asked in a deep voice. Yang Xiaowei was startled by Lin Yi's sudden appearance beside the car, but she quickly came to her senses, opened the door, and got out of the car, and said embarrassedly, "Brother Lin, don't misunderstand me. I just want to discuss business with you." "Didn't we just finish discussing our business?" Lin Yi remained alert. Yang Xiaowei explained, "Brother Lin, Through these two collaborations, I guess you must have channels to get these high-quality medicinal materials, so I wonder if we can reach a long-term cooperation. The price is easy to negotiate. If Xinglong can offer a price, our Taiyang Pharmaceutical can also offer it. If it's just this matter, you could just make it clear in the city. Lin Yi said. Yang Xiaowei admitted. You are right. The main reason I came here is that I am eager to make achievements. I also think that Brother Lin should have some good things, so I want to come and try my luck. I really don't mean anything else. I hope Brother Lin will forgive me for my intrusion. Lin Yi looked at Yang Xiaowei and saw that her expression was sincere and not fake, so he calmed down a little. If we talk about cooperation, can you make the decision? Yang Xiaowei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Yi's face improve. She smiled and said, to be honest with you, Brother Lin, Taiyang Pharmaceutical is actually my family's. Yang Tai, the current chairman of Taiyang Pharmaceutical, is my father. It turns out to be a rich lady. Brother Lin, you were joking. I am also an employee now, and I have to get paid based on my performance. Otherwise, I would not have followed you here so abruptly. Lin Yi thought about it for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, then you follow me. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Yi decided to talk to her first. It would be a good thing for him if there was a stable sales channel. As for security and confidentiality, Lin Yi was not worried. For those who are already good at cheating, this little thing is not a problem at all. Back in the car, Lin Yi led the way and Yang Xiaowei followed behind. After driving along the mountain road for more than 20 minutes, the two cars drove into Lin Yi's house together. This scene was seen by the elderly people sitting at the entrance of the village, and they started talking about it. Some people who were curious about the matter even followed him secretly to Lin Yi's home. Seeing a very good-looking city woman getting out of the car behind, the flames of gossip were instantly ignited. Lin Yi also saw those people who were up to nosy things, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. It's like this in the countryside, there's always gossip. Brother Lin, is this your home? Do you think it's too broken, a little unexpected? No. I think it has a very rustic, rural feel, said Yang Xiaowei. Lin Yi smiled, knowing that this was just a perfunctory remark. While taking things from the car, he said to Yang Xiaowei, who was helping him, not everyone wants to see you live better than him, especially in the countryside. Besides, this is the old house my father left for me. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. I think it's good to live in. I also like this kind of old house. Oh, Yang Xiaowei said, and suddenly a big wolf dog came up to her, which scared her. It's okay, it won't bite good people. Lin Yi stroked the dog's head, let go play aside, and then invited Yang Xiaowei into the house. The house is a bit old. After all, the furnishings were built more than 30 years ago, but it still has a vintage feel. The house was also very clean, and there was no peculiar smell. Lin Yi asked Yang Xiaowei to sit down and brewed some tea leaves he brought from another world for her. Miss Yang, tell me what you think. Chapter 15, I Want, function unlocked. Xiaohua Village, Lin Yi's home. Hey, the smell of this tea. Yang Xiaowei picked up the teacup and put it to her nose to smell it. Brother Lin, is this wild tea? Miss Yang is very knowledgeable about tea. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Yang Xiaowei waved her hand and said with a smile, I don't dare to call myself a researcher, but my father loves to drink tea, so I have tasted many kinds of tea. But the taste of this tea is very unique. If you like it, bring some to your father when you go back. Lin Yi said, Thank you, Brother Lin. Yang Xiaowei did not refuse, as this was also a way to bring the two closer together. Brother Lin, you know that nowadays, rich people pay more and more attention to the maintenance of their bodies. The demand for nourishing herbs, especially high-end herbs, such as ginseng and cordyceps, is also increasing. Now you have the channels to get these things, and we at Taiyang Pharmaceutical have a dedicated research department and a high-end customer base. If we can cooperate, it will be a win-win situation for both sides. You may say that other pharmacies can also do it. I cannot deny that. But what I want to say is that I am more sincere than them. Take Xinglong, for example. Although he spent a high price to buy the century-old ginseng, Zhao Long did not use it for research, but as a gift. Gift? If I'm not mistaken, he should be giving it to an important person, and that important person is going to celebrate his 70th birthday soon. So he bought this century-old ginseng from you at a premium, also for the sake of good reputation. Yang Xiaowei said. Lin Yi nodded and said, I see. But even so, for me, as long as I could sell it for a good price, I don't need to know what you do with it. Miss Yang, the long-term cooperation you mentioned is actually not suitable for me. Because I am alone, even if I can get some good medicinal materials, the quantity will not be too large, and it will not be of much help to your company. Brother Lin, you are wrong. High-end medicinal materials are originally supplied to the rich. Moreover, things are valuable because they are rare, so small quantities are not a problem. No matter what medicinal materials you get in the future, we will buy them all at the best price unconditionally, and we can even send someone to connect with you, so you don't have to waste your time making another trip. Lenny thought for a moment and said, hearing what you said, it is feasible, but I cannot guarantee the supply quantity or the variety of medicinal materials. I can only say that I will notify you as soon as I have goods. If the price you offer cannot satisfy me, then I have the right to sell it to others. No problem. As long as you give us this priority, I guarantee that our price will not disappoint you. Okay, it's settled then. Brother Lin, do you want to sign a contract? Forget about the contract. It can only protect against gentlemen, not villains. And people with integrity do not need contracts to restrict them. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Otherwise, even if you sign a contract, I also have a way to trade with others without your knowledge. Lin, he would definitely not sign such a contract, let alone tie himself up. Priority can be given to Yang Xiaowei. As long as she offers a high price, it doesn't matter who she sells it to. Okay, let's do as Brother Lin says. Yang Xiaowei smiled and said, Brother Lin, isn't it time to take out your treasure possessions? Are you so sure that I still have something good in my hands? Lin, he also laughed. If an ordinary person came across such a good thing as a century-old ginseng by chance, he would definitely exchange it for money. But Brother Lin is not short of money, so he should keep it for himself as a backup. But Brother Lin chose to sell it, so I guess you should have better ones in your hand, or at least ones of comparable quality. Yang Xiaowei said, Miss Yang is really smart. Yes, I do have a century-old ginseng here, but as you said, I'm not short of money, and I want to keep it for myself. Good Brother Lin, you see I've come here in person and with sincerity. You can't let me make a trip in vain. Right, besides, you have channels. You will definitely find better things in the future, so just give them to me. Yang Xiaowei shook Lin Yi's arm and acted coquettishly. How could Lin Yi stand this, especially since he was planning to sell it anyway? So he agreed reluctantly. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yang Xiaowei suddenly became excited. But I have a condition. I need cash, and the price cannot be lower than what Mr. Zhao offers, because this old ginseng is older than his. No problem. Is 10 million enough? I have brought all the cash. Yang Xiaowei said quickly. It seems that you really came prepared. But you are a girl, and you came to the mountains with me, with so much cash. Aren't you afraid that I will do something bad to you? Brother Lin has money and can find any woman he wants. But you are a rich lady. If Brother Lin really likes me, I would be willing to date you. Yang Xiaowei said half jokingly and half seriously. I'm just kidding. Wait a moment. I'll get you something. Lin Yi laughed and went to the inner room. After waiting for a while, Lin Yi came out with another century-old ginseng. Yang Xiaowei took a closer look and found that it was indeed better than the previous one. In fact, she came here with a lucky mentality. She didn't expect that Lin Yi actually had stock. Seeing that Lin Yi agreed so easily, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, you don't have anything better, right? Where do so many good things come from? It's my great fortune to find these two plants. If you want Dendrobium officinale Panax nodo ginseng, agarwood or something like that, I can get some for you. Lin Yi said, I want it all. Yang Xiaowei showed that excitedly. The sound was like he wanted that, not to mention how urgent it was. Looking at Yang Xiaowei, who kept shaking her arms, Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you want it now, I don't have it either. You have to wait for the opportunity. Then let's make a deal. If you get something good, contact me as soon as possible. Of course, haven't we cooperated? Don't worry. Lin Yi assured again and again, which allowed Yang Xiaowei to leave with satisfaction. After seeing the guests off, Lin Yi quickly locked the door and hurried back into the house. 10 million in cash, such a huge pile, it's really eye-catching. In the past 30 years, he hasn't earned even 1/10 of that. Just as I was immersed in a feeling of satisfaction and happiness, the phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be the man who was sowing the seeds. He had already finished his work and told him so. Lin Yi then put the money into the game warehouse and prepared to go to the field to check and give the money to the owner. However, at this moment, both the time props and warehouse functions showed signs of upgrading. Lin Yi first clicked on the upgrade icon of the warehouse function. With assets exceeding 10 million, the warehouse upgrade limit will be unlocked. This upgrade will cost 1 million funds, and the warehouse can store more items. Chapter 16. Item Upgrade. Ye's mother marries her daughter. No wonder the newly purchased electronic products, such as laptops and projectors, cannot be stored in the warehouse. It turned out that there were restrictions on the types of items that could be stored in the warehouse. Lin Yi now has 18 million in cash in his warehouse, so spending 1 million to upgrade is not expensive. Of course, the main reason is that the money comes so easily that I don't feel bad about spending it. The benefits of upgrading are obvious. No matter what categories are added, as long as they are added, Lin Yi can carry more things when traveling between the two worlds. The benefits generated from this cannot be compared with this little money. Upgrade. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi decisively spent 1 million to upgrade the warehouse. However, after the upgrade, it did not show any new categories, but they were added anyway. The money was spent in a somewhat unclear way. Lin Yi tried to put the laptop into the warehouse, but unexpectedly, he succeeded. The watches, mobile phones, and portable power supplies were all successfully stored in the warehouse. In the end, there was only that gasoline generator, which had no income. It seems that this upgrade will add small electronic products such as machines, so I'm afraid they will need to be further upgraded. But if I want to upgrade again, it will cost me 10 million. The Krypton gold I spent was a bit too much, and I can't use it for the time being, so I didn't upgrade it anymore. Anyway, you can upgrade it at any time when you need it in the future. Just make sure there is enough funds in the warehouse. Next, Lin Yi checked the upgrade sign of the time item. With assets exceeding 10 million, the time prop upgrade limit will be unlocked. This upgrade will cost 1 million funds, and the time prop will be increased by 10 minutes. Upgrade. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and directly spent 1 million to increase the 10 minutes of the time prop to 20 minutes. The next time the time prop is upgraded, it will still be 1 million. Lin Yi upgraded again. The time prop is increased to 30 minutes. Upgrade. The time prop's increased to 40 minutes. Continue. Lin Yi increased the time item to 1 hour before he stopped upgrading. Because upgrading again will require 10 million, but after the upgrade, the time will directly increase by 1 hour. Lin Yi spent 6 million on this wave of upgrades, and there are still 12 million in the warehouse. This money can also be used to upgrade the warehouse function or time props once. But Lin Yi doesn't plan to upgrade. He tried the time prop, and the effect was indeed much better than before. Take steamed rice, for example. If the time is accelerated, it will be cooked in seconds. However, the effect on the growth of crops is still not obvious. Unless the time prop is increased to a few days, the seeds will germinate instantly. But to reach that level, I don't know how much money I will have to spend. He doesn't have this need now, so this is fine for now. After completing the research, Lin Yi went to the field, paid the machinery fee, and then went home. Walking to the entrance of the village, the old men sitting under the big tree asked one after another, Lin Yi, is the person who just came back with you your girlfriend? No, just ordinary friends. I saw that girl was driving a BMW. What does your friend do? It's just a normal work day. I have something else to do, so I'll go home first. Lin Yi ran back home as if escaping. We can't say too much to the intelligence personnel in the village. Otherwise, it will spread throughout the village quickly, and we don't know what kind of image it will be spread in. Even so, the news that Lin Yi had found a wealthy woman as his girlfriend had spread. Moreover, some people heard them being intimate at home and described it with such detail as if they had seen it with their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was night again. Lin Yi packed up the things he wanted to carry, threw them all into the warehouse, and then clicked to transmit. Another world, early morning. Lin Yi opened the door and saw 2 big black dogs, as usual, and Xiaoxiang standing in front of the door holding water for washing her face. Good morning, master. Xiaoxiang bowed to Lin Yi when she saw him. Gumein. Lin Yi took out 2 more bones and threw them to the 2 big black dogs respectively. Xiaoxiang walked into the room with water for washing face. Lin Yi sat on the chair. Xiaoxiang helped Lin Yi shave, brush his teeth, and wash his face. It's so comfortable. Xiaoxiang, do you have anything to do tonight? Don't worry, master. Everything is fine at home. Xiao Dai will take the hired workers to patrol in shifts at night. Where are Jiao Xiaochan and her brother? According to master's instructions, Sanhwa has gone to practice martial arts with Xiao Dai, and Xiaochan is now feeding chickens in the backyard. Xiaoxiang reported every detail like a little secretary. You can use the food at home as you wish. Tell me in advance when you are running out of food. I've made note of this. Lin enjoyed Xiaoxiang's service, and his big hands couldn't help but explore Xiaoxiang's body. Master, Xiaoxiang's body softened, and she fell into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi held her in his arms, let her sit on his lap, and asked, Open your mouth. Let me see if you have brushed your teeth. Xiaoxiang obediently opened her little mouth, revealing 2 rows of neat and white teeth. Your teeth are very white and clean, and your breath smells fresh. Did you just brush your teeth? Xiaoxiang nodded shyly. I just took a bath. No wonder you smell so good. Let me kiss you. Another hour of fighting. Lin Yi felt refreshed. He hugged Xiaoxiang's smooth and boneless body and was reluctant to get up. No wonder the emperors in ancient times were unwilling to attend court early in the morning once they became addicted to women. He was just a little maid and was unwilling to get up, let alone the many women in the emperor's harem. Grandpa, what do you think of Sister Xiaodai? Xiaoxiang asked while lying in Lin Yi's arms, looking up at her little face. Lin Yi looked at Xiaoxiang and asked, What's wrong? Why do you ask? Nothing, just asking. Lin Yi didn't think much about it and said, Xiaodai is capable, responsible, and has good character. She is a trustworthy person. In the future, with you and Xiaodai in this family, I can feel more at ease. Master, Aunt Yi has something to tell you. Can you meet her when you have time? Okay. Ask her to come find me later. Xiaoxiang helped Lin Yi wash and dress, then went to call Ye's mother. Not long after, Ye's mother walked in alone. Boss, no need to be polite. Please sit down. Lin Yi asked Ye's mother to sit down in a casual manner and asked, I heard Xiaoxiang said you have something to talk to me about. Mother Yi quickly stood up again and summoned her courage to say, Boss, I want to marry Xiaodai to you. What do you think? Oh, why do you suddenly bring this up? Mother Yi sighed and said, In today's world, it's too difficult for us, an orphan and a widow, to survive. The boss is kind-hearted and willing to take us in, but it's not a long-term solution after all. I'm old, and I might die someday. The only thing I'm worried about is Xiaodai. In the past few years, all my children have died, leaving only this daughter. If the boss doesn't mind, let Xiaodai be your concubine. I'll have someone to rely on in the future, and I can rest assured. Auntie Yi, to be honest with you, I have a good impression of Xiaodai. But is Xiaodai willing to do this? I think we should listen to her opinion. Lin Yi said after thinking for a while. It would be nice if I could make Yi Xiaodai my woman, and I would feel more at ease using her. In this era, once a woman gets married, she will focus all her attention on her man. And it's 100% full commitment. Yi Xiaodai is skilled in martial arts and pretty, and she is willing to be his concubine. Of course, Lin Yi would not refuse such a good offer. Boss, do you agree? Ye's mother asked in surprise. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. I told you, I still need Xiaodia's opinion on this matter. No need. Since ancient times, marriages have always been decided by parents and matchmakers. I can make the decision for her. Auntie Yi, I still want to hear Xiaodia's own thoughts. Lin Yi insisted. If Yi Xiaodai doesn't want to, he won't force her. A forced melon is not sweet, and he still wants to find someone who is sincere to him. Chapter 17. Cigarettes, watches, pork heads, and being brothers with the county magistrate. Lin Yi has his own insistence, and Aunt Yi can't force her daughter on him. So I called Yi Xiaodai over. Mother, good brother, what do you want from me? Yi Xiaodai always thought that a good brother was the same as being called Brother Lin or Brother Yi. It sounds quite natural, and I don't feel embarrassed at all. Xiaodai, your mother wants you to marry me. I wonder what you think. If you don't want to, I will never force you, and it will not affect your work as a security guard in my house. You can rest assured about this. Lin Yi said. Yi Xiaodai looked at her mother, then lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly, I listened to my mother. Xiaodai, you don't have to be shy. This is also related to your lifelong happiness. I want to know your true thoughts. Lin Yi continued to ask. Yi Xiaodai is an unmarried girl after all, and in this era, marriage matters are decided by parents. No one is like Lin Yi, who directly called her over and asked for her opinion in person. However, after a few days of contact, she also knew that Lin Yi was different from other landlords. Lin Yi is kind-hearted and tolerant, and most importantly, he never treats her as a servant and always gives her all kinds of delicious food. Such men are not unique, but they are definitely rare. If she didn't agree today, she would probably miss it. Xiaodai, the boss is asking you. Why don't you agree quickly? Ye's mother urged anxiously. Auntie Yi, don't rush her. Let Xiaodai think about it carefully. This is a lifelong event and cannot be treated lightly. Lin Yi said, Good brother, you are the best man I have ever met. I am willing to marry you, give birth to children for you, and protect this home for you. Yi Xiaodai plucked up the courage, looked at Lin Yi and told him her decision. Aunt Yi was watching from the side, feeling excited and happy. This silly girl finally got her way and learned how to coax men with soft words. Lin Yi also smiled. Xiaodai, is this what you really mean? Yi Xiaodai nodded seriously. Okay, Then you will be my woman from now on. But I don't have many relatives at home, and the world is not good now. So let's just have a little fun at home, how about it? Everything is up to the boss, said Ye's mother. Auntie Yi, don't call me boss anymore. Just call me by my name. Then I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. Xiao Dai, give me some time. I'll prepare some things. Once everything is ready, we can hold a simple ceremony. I'll do whatever you say. Okay, that's settled. I still have to go visit the magistrate, so you guys go ahead and do your work. Lin Yi plans to buy some things for the wedding and decorate his home. After all, it's the first time in my life, and I want to have a sense of ceremony. As for Qiu Xiang, Lin Yi planned to take her in as well. You can't favor one over the other, otherwise Qiu Xiang will definitely be sad. In his heart, there is no distinction between a wife and a concubine. They're all his women, and he treats them equally and loves them all equally. On Earth, he is a very difficult person and has difficulty finding a partner. I didn't expect that after only a few days in this other world, I already have 2 wives. Moreover, the women of this era are all natural. No matter whether it is Qiu Xiang or Yi Xiaodai, if they were dressed up in modern times, they would all be beauties with a score of over 90. Lin Yi walked out of the door triumphantly. Arriving at the county government office, Lin Yi gave his name and was quickly brought in. In the backyard of the county government office, Lin Yi met the county magistrate Song Yao. Lin Yi hurried forward and saluted. He should say what he wants according to the place he is in. Although he is a modern man and is very disgusted with this, since he lives here, he has to abide by the rules here. Lin Yi, you're here just in time. I've researched a new dish today. Let's have a couple of drinks later. It's my honor. Sir, this is the roast chicken and pork head I made. Please enjoy them. Lin Yi handed over the basket. It smells so good. What's that smell? Song Yao immediately took the basket. Your Excellency, some spices from the western regions were added to this, so the taste is quite unique. Yes, that's the smell of spices. But it's hard to get this stuff now. It's very expensive in the capital. I used to be a merchant, so I have some stock. If you need it, I'll bring some to you some other day. How can I do that? But the spices will be very helpful for me to research new dishes. It is my honor to be able to provide assistance to you, sir. I will come back to bother you tomorrow. Come on, let's eat and talk. Song Yao was more enthusiastic this time. He took Lin Yi's hand and walked into the restaurant. They served the side dishes he had researched, and also the roast chicken and pork head that Lin Yi had brought, and the 2 of them started to drink. The smell of the pig's head braised with various spices almost made Song Yao dizzy. We were so happy that we all drank a few more glasses. At this time, Lin Yi offered him a cigarette at the right time and gave a brief explanation. Song Yao then started smoking with relish. Brother Lin, you have so many good things in your hands. I like this cigarette very much. After drinking, I take a light smoke and feel as happy as a god. Song Yao said with great satisfaction. As long as the adults like it. Brother Lin, you and I have similar interests. From now on, just call me brother. I am older than you, so it's not taking advantage of you to treat me as your brother. Song Yao patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately pretended to be excited and terrified. I'd rather obey than be respectful. Let me toast to you, brother. Okay, come on, let's drink together. The 2 of them, under the influence of alcohol, started talking about brotherhood. Brother Song, I have always had a question, and I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Lin Yi asked while taking advantage of the warm atmosphere. But you want to ask, why do I have that attitude towards the matter of long air? Song Yao said this with an unfathomable smile. Lin Yi nodded. Song Yao took a bite of the pig head, chewed it happily, and said, Actually, I had doubts about you, but long air died a good death, so no matter if it was you or not, I won't delve into it. Oh, why is it good to die? Do you know long air's background? I went to buy medicine yesterday and learned something from the owner of the drugstore. Lin Yi said truthfully. There are 4 families in Lanyan County, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. They have lived here for generations, and almost everything in the entire Lanyan County is controlled by them. This long air is a dog raised by the Qian family, specializing in doing things that are not worthy of being shown on the stage. I have been ordered to quell the civil unrest. According to my investigation, the cause of the civil unrest is that these 4 families have been plundering and forcing the common people to live. It can be said that these 4 families are the cancer of Lanyan County. When Song Yao said this, there was a hint of disgust in his words that was hard to conceal. Of course, it could also be a deliberate show for Lin Yi to see. Brother, you said that it was a good thing that Long Air died, because his death showed us a way to eradicate this cancer? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 18. Lin, it doesn't want to wade into the muddy waters of Lanyan County. Lanyan County, backyard of the county government office. There were only Song Yao and Lin E in the restaurant. Lord Song talked about serious matters, and his originally hazy eyes suddenly became sharp. Brother Lin, I have investigated you secretly. Song Yao stared at Lin E and suddenly said, What do you mean? Lin E was stunned. Could it be that his identity was suspected? Just as Lin E was thinking about it, Lord Song continued, Because I want to see if you're on the same path as me. I don't quite understand. Lin E said puzzledly. It seems that no matter in modern times or in ancient times, all officials are troublesome. What an ordinary person says and does is simply not something that an ordinary person can guess. Brother, let's close the door and talk to each other. Don't underestimate me, because I am a county magistrate in the largest county in the whole city. But I don't have the final say in this county. There are many things that my words are not as effective as those of the patriarchs of the four families. I want to change this situation, and Her Majesty the Empress must also break this shackle. Lanyan County is an attempt. If successful, Her Majesty the Empress can promote these experiences throughout the country. But if I fail, I will die without a burial place. Brother Song, what you said makes me a little scared. Lin E smiled bitterly in his heart. Why are you, the county magistrate, telling me this? I'm not an official, and I don't want to get involved in this mess. Isn't it good to enjoy life comfortably? Song Yao continued to talk to himself. I investigated you because you are an outsider and have no connection with the four families. And you have a certain vision and means, and you are the helper I need. If Long Air's death was caused by you, I would be very happy, because only talents like you can help me. I really don't know anything about Long Air's affairs. It's not important. Song Yao waved his hand, stared at Lin E and said, Brother, I need your help, and His Majesty also needs your help. Are you willing to help His Majesty? Are you willing to help me, your brother? Tin. Lin E wanted to slap himself in the face at this moment. I shouldn't have shown my strength in public before. Although it deterred the villains, it also attracted the attention of others. He is very distressed now, but he can't refuse directly. After all, he is the county magistrate, and he has to maintain his reputation. Besides, the Empress has been brought up. If we refuse, wouldn't that be tantamount to disobeying her orders? Of course, Lin E was not afraid. At worst, he could just leave. He always has a safe escape route. I just can't bear it. Will I never come to such a fun place again? Or change to another city? Seeing that Lin E was in deep thought, Song Yao did not force him. Brother, you don't have to rush to answer me. Go back and think about it carefully. And this topic ends here. Song Yao picked up his wine glass, clinked it with Lin Yi's, and said, By the way, I heard that you have some food from overseas. Corn. I still have some in stock. If you want to try some, I'll bring it to you some other day. I wonder if you have any way to get more food? You know, the whole of Dragon Country is short of food now, and winter is coming. By then, we won't even be able to get tree bark and wild vegetables, and many people will starve to death. Your Majesty held a court meeting a few days ago and issued an order that anyone who can solve the current food crisis will be rewarded handsomely. Lin E thought for a moment and said, There is a food shortage across the country right now. Even if we can get some food, it will only be a drop in the bucket and will only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. You're right, but it's almost winter now. Even if we want to grow crops, we have to wait until next spring, so we have to find a way to get through these months. Those landlords should have food, right? Of course they do have some, but they won't give it out easily. Plus, with the successive famines in recent years, I'm afraid they don't have much surplus food. In this situation, they can barely supply themselves with food and drink, let alone ask for it from outside, said Song Yao. So many people across the country are suffering from famine. If the problem is not resolved properly, there may be a civil uprising. Lin E said, This is also the most troublesome problem for your Majesty right now. We can't just kill all the people who are causing trouble, right? They're also looking for food. If we kill them all, who will grow food in the future? Brother Song, you said before that to solve the problems in Lanyan County, does that mean eradicating the cancer and digging out the food? Lin E suddenly figured it out. These things were actually the same thing, and the purpose was the same, which was to get food. A country can be without landlords, but it cannot be without people. The people can farm and pay taxes, which is also the foundation of a country. However, now, the landlord class still controls the vast majority of the country's resources and has a lot of say in the court. Even if the Empress wants to solve this problem, she has no idea where to start. Just as Song Yao said, if you don't handle it well, you'll end up dying without a burial place. This is going against the entire landlord class. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Yi secretly decided not to get involved in this matter. How nice it is to live your own life comfortably. Of course, he couldn't refuse Song Yao, so he had to think of a way to have the best of both worlds. After having a good meal and a good drink, Lin Yi said goodbye and left. Song Yao, who was already drunk at the table, suddenly sobered up. He said to the shadow in the corner of the room, "What do you think he will choose? He is a smart man and will definitely not offend you. But he will not go against the four families." At this time, a woman in black walked out from the shadows. "Have you found out the whereabouts of Long Air and his gang?" Song Yao continued to ask. "No, but this Lin, he doesn't seem to know any martial arts. His bodyguard Yi Xiaodai is quite skilled. But Long Air's gang disappeared without a trace, and Yi Xiaodai's strength is not enough to do it so cleanly," said the woman in black. "I have a hunch that Long Air and his men were killed by Lin Yi. Although I have no evidence and don't know how he did it, this person is definitely not an ordinary person, and I find it difficult to see through him." Song Yao said, "You told him so much today. Aren't you afraid that he will betray you? You should know that once this matter is leaked, even the master can't protect you. Before coming to Lanyan County, I was ready to die. His Majesty has high expectations of me. I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of failing to complete the task assigned by His Majesty. But now, I am a little more confident. Just because of that, Lin Yi, are you so confident in him? Have you seen this thing?" Song Yao raised his wrist and shook the watch at the woman. This is what Lin Yi just gave to Song Yao, and he also taught him how to use it. He even gave him an extra piece and asked him to present it to Her Majesty the Empress. Lin Yi also wanted to flatter the Empress and leave a good impression. The woman in black shook her head. "Anyone who can get such a thing is not a simple person. Please pass this watch to His Majesty on my behalf. I have already written down the details in the memorial. You can return to Beijing now. I will come back when you take action. By the way, I have sent people to move your family to a secret place. The master promised you that he would protect your family." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best." The woman in black nodded and disappeared into the shadows again. Chapter 19. Being focused on by the Empress. The streets of the county town were sparsely populated, because at this time, porridge was being distributed at several city gates, and the refugees all ran to drink the porridge. Lin, he came out of the county government office and wandered to the pharmacy. I heard from the shop assistant that the boss went to the capital for business. Lin, he did not stay long. He bought some medicinal herbs that are relatively expensive in the city, such as Panax nodo ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Dendrobium officinale, and agarwood, and then went home. However, as soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he saw a carriage parked in front of his house. He didn't think much about it and walked towards the gate. At this moment, a voice came from the carriage. "Master Lin, please stay. Your Excellency is..." Lin, he stopped, turned around, and asked the young man who got out of the carriage. "My name is Qian Lianbua, and the head of the Qian family, Qian Duo Man, is my father. It turns out to be Master Qian. My apologies." Lin, he also clasped his fists in return, and then asked, "Are you here to see me?" "That's right. I came here specifically to visit Master Lin." "In that case, please come in." Lin, he knew that the Qian family's visit was suspicious, and they might have come just for Long Air. But he pretended nothing had happened and invited Qian Lianbua to go home with him. "Master, you're back." Xiaoxiang saw Lin Yi coming in and hurried forward to greet him. "Xiaoxiang, make a pot of tea." "Yes." "Master Qian, please." Lin Yi invited Qian Lianbua into the living room and served him tea. After some pleasantries, Lin Yi asked, "Master Qian, we are not familiar with each other before. I wonder if you have any advice for me today." "Master Lin, you are too polite. Our two families are both gentry in Lanyan County, so we should visit each other more often. Of course, the main reason I came here today is to apologize." "Oh, where did this come from?" "I just heard today that Long Air had come to the Lin family to cause trouble. This is because our Qian family did not discipline him strictly. I hope Master Lin will understand. To express our apology, please accept this 100 taels of silver." As soon as Qian Lianbua finished speaking, the servants of the Qian family presented him with 100 taels of silver. "Master Qian, you're welcome. It was just a small misunderstanding before, and they were also bitten by my dog." "Master Qian, I'm very grateful that you don't blame them. Master Lin is wrong. Long Air and his gang, who broke into the Lin family without permission and caused trouble, deserve to be bitten to death. I was going to bring them to apologize, but now they are nowhere to be found, alive or dead." "Master Qian, You won't suspect that Long Heir's disappearance has something to do with me, right? No, no. Even if those bastards are really dead, they deserved it and brought shame to our Qian family. Of course, if Patriarch Lin knows their whereabouts, it would be best if you could tell us. Mr. Qian, I am just like you now. I also hope to find them as soon as possible, so that I can clear myself of suspicion. Lin, he said with a wry smile. Qian Lianbo talked for a while here, but didn't get the answer he wanted, so he left in disappointment. But the 100 taels of silver were kept. Master, why would the Qian family give us money? Xiaoxiang asked in confusion. In her impression, the Qian family is a great organization and they would never bow down to others because of a servant. This money is too hot to handle. Lin, he put the silver away and went to the backyard to find Yi Xiaodai. He planned to ask Yi Xiaodai to recruit some more people. In addition to the ordinary hire guards, they also planned to adopt some children with martial arts talent and let Yi Xiaodai focus on their training. In this cannibalistic society, if you want to enjoy life without worries, you must have enough strength to deal with those who covet your wealth. Lin, he was just preparing for a rainy day. The capital city, the imperial palace, and the back garden. The empress was sitting in the pavilion, listening to the report from the shadow guards. Master, these are some of Lord Song's recent actions and achievements. In addition, this is a watch and corn from abroad. They were given to you by a businessman who moved to Lanyan County through Lord Song. The shadow guard who reported was the woman in black who had previously talked with Song Yao in the Lanyan County government office. The empress took the watch, looked at it, put it aside, and then picked up the big corn cob. Now she still cares more about food. It can grow this big. This corn is a high-yield food. My lord, Mr. Song has written it down in the memorial. The empress put down the corn cob, then picked up Song Yao's memorial and read it carefully. After about a cup of tea, the empress put down the memorial and asked, "Who is this Linny? Why does Song Yao think so highly of him?" I have investigated, but there are too few clues about Linny. Moreover, there have been wars for many years, and there have been successive famines. There are refugees and rioters everywhere. There's a large floating population in various places. Some people died, and some people disappeared. There is no way to investigate. Could he be a spy from another country? The empress asked with a raised eyebrow. He didn't have any connections with the local gentry, nor did he bribe the people in the county government. If Lord Song hadn't taken the initiative to invite him, he might not have had anything to do with the people in the county government. This guy is quite interesting. You go down and take a rest, and then rush back to Lanyan County immediately. I'll keep an eye on this Linny for me. Regardless of whether he is a spy or not, I must get the method of growing corn for me. I obey your command. When will Song Yao take action? Just recently. Choose 10 people from the inner guards to go to Lanyan County with you. Make sure to protect Song Yao's safety. As you wish. Lanyan County, Lin's house. It was already evening, and Lin asked Yi Xiaodai and Xiaoxiang to have dinner with him. Then he returned to his room. But when it was time to return today, the countdown did not appear. It was not until an hour later that Lin returned to the city. Delayed for an hour? Could it be related to the time gadget? Lin just upgraded the time prop today, increasing 10 minutes to 1 hour. And then, the time to return to the city from the other world was extended by 1 hour. This is certainly not a coincidence. However, the specific logical relationship can only be determined after another upgrade. In addition, whether the interval time has been shortened accordingly also needs to be verified. Seeing that it was still dark outside, Lin took a nap in bed. When I woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. After washing his face, Lin went to the backyard to take a look, fed the poultry and livestock, and then drove to the city. Today he planned to get a batch of food, including old wheat, expired food, zombie meat, etc. As long as it was edible, the taste was not important. He couldn't do anything about the food shortage in the entire country, but a small Lanyan County would not be a problem. This was also the biggest problem he helped Song Yao solve. Song Yao wanted to move against the 4 families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, and what he feared most was causing chaos. Now that Lin provides sufficient food, the refugees and ordinary people will not be instigated. As long as there is no chaos and it is only about 4 families, it will be much easier to solve. Chapter 20. Recruiting workers and concubines to add to the population. The wedding night will eventually come. After working for a long time, Lin didn't even have time to drink a sip of water, but he finally prepared 1 month's food rations for Lanyan County. He even bought some more, because there were not only local residents, but also many refugees. But even so, the population of the entire county is only about 50,000 to 60,000 people. This is because it is adjacent to Kyoto and is a county with a large population. In remote areas, a county town would only have a few thousand people, which is very different from modern county towns with hundreds of thousands of people. Standing at the door of the warehouse full of things, Lin closed the door, and with a thought, he moved all the things here into the game warehouse. After finishing the task, Lin locked the warehouse door and rushed back to the village. This time, we not only bought food, but also bought materials for building greenhouses. There is no need for a steel frame, not because of the cost, but it would be too conspicuous if taken to another world. So Lin bought bamboo, then built a mud wall with mud and covered it with plastic sheeting, so that he could eat fresh and pollution-free green vegetables in the winter. More than an hour later, Lin returned to Xiaohua village. And now he can be sure that if the time spent in the other world is extended by 1 hour, the interval time will be shortened by 1 hour accordingly. In other words, it only takes 11 hours to travel to another world. In the other world, you can stay there for 13 hours. The total time is still 24 hours a day. If we follow this line of thinking, as the time props are upgraded, he may be able to achieve 0 interval time, which means he can travel to the other world at any time. And it is possible to stay in the other world for 1 day or several days, or even without any time limit. This will need to be verified slowly in the future. After parking the car and locking the door, Lin returned to the bedroom and was teleported to another world again. With Qiuxiang's help, Lin finished washing up, then called Yi Xiaodai, Aunt Yi, and Jiao Xiaochan to decorate the bridal chamber. He didn't buy much, just red cloth, red candles, big red flowers, big red wedding characters, etc. But in that era, these were already very rare. Lin took 4 red thermos bottles and placed them on the table facing the door in the living room. I will definitely need a thermos in winter. He also plans to renovate the room, install floor heating, and build a Kong. Of course, we don't use traditional heating pipes, but instead use the principle of Kong to warm the ground as well. Winter is coming soon, and he doesn't want to freeze here. Xiaodai, wait a moment, and tell me how many people you recruited yesterday? Lin asked, leaving Yi Xiaodai behind. Good brother, I went to the city gate yesterday and recruited another 30 refugees, but after the assessment, I will definitely drive a few away. In addition, there are 5 children with martial arts talent, 2 girls and 3 boys. The oldest is 14 and the youngest is 6 years old. That's right. If you come across a child with a talent for martial arts in the future, just bring him back. As long as there are no problems with his character, we can train him well and he will be able to help us in the future. Yes, Xiaodai understands. You go and do your work first. I'll have to take care of the house. This is what Xiaodai should do. After the wedding room is decorated, we will hold a simple ceremony at noon. It may be a little simple. I hope you don't mind. Lin said apologetically. Although taking a concubine is not as important as marrying a wife, it is still a major event in a girl's life. He felt embarrassed that the event was so shabby. I'm already very satisfied to be your woman. Besides, many people can't even get enough food now. We are blessed by your good brother and have hot meals every day. Xiaodai and mother are grateful to you. Silly girl, we are a family from now on, so don't be polite to me. Let Yi Xiaodai go and do her work. Lin came to the backyard. Fortunately, the backyard is very large, otherwise it would be too crowded with so many people. After a few days of hard work, many vegetable plots have been opened up, and the flowers and grass that were there before have all been cleared away. Next, Lin directed these people to start building the greenhouse. They were busy until noon, and in the presence of the employees, Lin Qiuxiang, and Yi Xiaodai held a simple ceremony. He treated everyone to a delicious dish of pork stewed with vermicelli and some wine. These refugees were just about to eat their tongues. They even hoped that their master would take a concubine as a bridegroom every day so that they could eat pork stewed with vermicelli every day. In fact, weddings here are held at dusk, and it is called marriage. But Lin is the head of the family, so he can do it whenever he wants. What's more, no relatives, friends, or neighbors were invited, so naturally no one said anything. After eating and drinking, the workers continued to work in the backyard, while Lin hugged Yi Xiaodai and went to the bridal chamber. He didn't have time in the evening, so everything was brought forward. Yi Xiaodai also knew that Lin never allowed anyone to serve him when he slept at night, so he could just do it in broad daylight. Good brother, it's too bright. Can you draw the curtains? Yi Xiaodai said shyly. Now thick curtains have been installed in the bedrooms of several main houses, which not only block wind and light, but also look very beautiful. Yi Xiaodai really likes the bright red peony curtains in her room. Lin Yi smiled and drew the curtains. The room suddenly became dark, and it felt a bit like a wedding night. As the clothes fell one by one, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became charming. Good brother, I'm afraid. Looking at Yi Xiaodai, whose actual fighting power was much higher than his, and who was acting like a little girl at this moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt an urge to conquer her. You will love and fear me at the same time. It was not known whether the tonic in the pharmacy had worked, or whether Yi Xiaodai brought Lin Yi a completely different feeling that made him particularly excited. Yi Xiaodai's first time actually made Lin Yi perform beyond his normal level, and they lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted, and Yi Xiaodai was completely conquered by Lin Yi's bravery. After resting until almost evening, Lin Yi called Qiuxiang and Yi Xiaodai and said to them, Qiuxiang, from now on you will be the housekeeper of our family. You will be in charge of all matters, big or small. Xiaodai, you will be mainly responsible for the safety of the family, and you will also be responsible for assisting Qiuxiang. You're my left and right arms. I'm going to be away for a few days, so I'll leave the things at home to you. If there are any unresolved issues, I'll deal with them when I come back. If the magistrate comes looking for me, just say I'm doing something for him. Oh, I've also written a letter to the magistrate. Xiaodai, you could deliver it in person for me tomorrow. Grandpa, let me go with you. It's too dangerous to go out alone. Yi Xiaodai said worriedly. I still like you to call me brother, especially in bed. Lin Yi teased Yi Xiaodai. Master, Sister Qiuxiang is still here. Yi Xiaodai was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. We are all family. We won't laugh at you. Lin Yi said. His face became serious. Xiaodai, the safety of this family will depend on you after I leave. Besides, you know my strength, so don't worry about my safety. Just help me take care of this family. Chapter 21. The Old Driver on the Road. Early in the morning, Lin Yi returned to Xiaohua village. This time when he comes back, he plans to go to the other world again in a few days. Such a large amount of grain cannot be raised just by raising it. Since the source cannot be clearly stated, we have to make up for it in terms of time. As for what to do in the next few days, he has already thought about it. Daoshin's concert is very popular recently, and he plans to join the fun and support his idol at the same time. 20 years had passed from the first snow to the mountain song, and he had grown from a young boy into a middle-aged man. Now that I finally have the conditions, I naturally have to go to the scene to see it and pay tribute to my lost youth. Lin Yi thought about it and felt that would be boring to drive there alone, so he posted a message online, looking for a partner to go to Daoshin's concert together. He would reimburse the tickets, accommodation, and food and drink expenses along the way. In fact, it means spending money to find someone to accompany him to the concert. He didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to find someone to keep him company so he wouldn't be too bored. But as soon as the post was published, the people who replied below asked if he was trying to get sex. Some people even made malicious speculations, saying that he had bad intentions and warned everyone to be careful and not be fooled. Lin, he was very angry after seeing this, but he calmed down and ignored these people. There are all kinds of people on the internet, some with dark minds, some unhappy in life, some deliberately seeking a sense of existence, and even some mentally ill. If you take them seriously, there will be no end to it. Although some people didn't believe it, and some were skeptical, many people also sent him private messages. Still want to take advantage of more. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people falling victim to telecommunications fraud. Lin Yi asked these people to send photos, and only if they were attracted to each other would he proceed to the next step. At this time, some people became alert, wondering if they had really encountered a scammer, so they stopped posting photos. Lin Yi didn't mind. If he didn't send it, he would lose the opportunity, and it would also prove that they were not destined to be together. And through this wave, some people were screened out. In the end, only 7 or 8 people sent him photos. Lin Yi took a look and added 3 girls who he thought were compatible and kind-looking on WeChat. As for the others, Lin Yi apologized and gave them movie tickets as a reward for their trust in him. When these people posted the movie tickets given by Lin Yi in their replies, many of them regretted their decision. But some people jumped out and said that this is a common trick used by bad guys to attract more people to be deceived. Lin Yi was too lazy to pay attention. Even if you do good things, you may be suspected of having bad intentions. So Lin Yi will not take these deliberate words seriously. Anyway, people will believe what they should believe, no matter how much others say. Next, he chatted with the 3 girls. More than an hour later, Lin Yi finally decided on one person, and the other 2 also gave movie tickets, this time 3 tickets. Don't you say you are a liar? You're also a liar and a fraud. Now let me show you how ignorant you are. After deciding on the candidate, Lin E contacted the other party and drove to the city. More than an hour later, Lin E called the other party. Coco, I'm already in the city. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Brother Lin, I'm in the Bishwawan community. I've sent you the location. Coco replied. Okay, see you later. Lin E opened WeChat, clicked on the location sent by Coco, and navigated there. 10 minutes later, Lin E saw the girl named Coco, a very sunny and beautiful girl. At this moment, she was wearing blue jeans, a pair of clean white shoes, a yellow sweater, a small pair of sunglasses on her face, and a suitcase. She was standing at the entrance of the community, a beautiful scenery. Coco, hello, omelingi. Lin E parked the car on the side of the road, walked up and greeted. Brother Lin. Kiki smiled and waved to Lin E. Many people think you are a liar, but I knew you were not the first time I saw you. Why? Can you tell fortunes? Lin E said with a smile. I don't know how to tell fortunes, but I can read people. Then you're quite good at judging people. Lin E smiled, took Coco's suitcase, and led her to the car. After putting the suitcase away, they got into the car together. Coco, give me your ID card. I'll book the ticket now. Lin E said as he opened the ticket booking platform. Brother Lin, I've just checked. The tickets have been sold out long ago. Now we can only buy tickets from scalpers. Coco looked at Lin E and said, she really wanted to see whether this big brother was really rich or just pretending. Lin E checked and found that there were really no tickets left. So he said to Kiki while driving, I have never bought scalper tickets before. You can see how to buy them and buy 2 for us. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Really? I heard that the price of a ticket has increased more than 10 times, and the closer to the inner field, the more expensive it is. Coco said, buy it. I'm going out this time just to see the sword god. So I really bought it. You contact first, and I'll pay once you're done. By the way, can you drive? Yes, I got the book a long time ago. Now that you have your license, have you ever driven a car? Lenny didn't want something very happy to happen, but end up in a car accident. There are quite a few roadkills on the roads nowadays, which harms both others and themselves. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver too. Coco said affirmatively. That's good. Let's take turns driving along the way. Otherwise, it will be too tiring. No problem. Then, I'll buy the ticket first. After saying that, Coco started operating on her mobile phone. By the time they got on the highway, they had already bought the tickets, and Coco excitedly posted a circle of friends and even took a photo of half of Lin Yi's profile. Accompany Uncle to see Uncle Dao's concert. Let's drive. After posting on Moments, Coco posted again to Lin Yi's previous post. Some people should stop being so dark. The uncle is very nice, and there is no conspiracy. Let's go to the concert now. I will update you at any time. You can follow me. After clicking publish, Coco put down her phone with satisfaction and stretched lazily. Uncle, thank you for taking me to the concert. Why did you raise my generation? I was just calling you brother. I think calling you uncle is more convenient. Kiki smiled and looked at Lin E and asked, Uncle, are you not married yet? Yeah, I don't plan to get married either. Why? It's good to be alone. For example, now if I want to go to a concert, I can go anytime without having to think about this or that. That's true. I also think it's good to be alone, so I don't have a boyfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to accompany Uncle to the concert today. Then we are quite similar. By the way, don't you have to go to work? I write online novels. I just finished work recently and went out to relax. But I don't socialize much and don't have many friends. I happened to see an uncle looking for a partner to go to a concert, and he reimbursed all the expenses. This is such a good thing. It was prepared for me, so I quickly contacted you. I see. Uncle, what do you do? I can be said to be an unemployed vagrant now. I usually farm in the village. Ah, is farming so cool? Uncle, I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. I don't have many relatives. If I am well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. So if I earn more, I will spend more. If I earn less, I will spend less. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, I won't starve to death. The two of them drove on the highway, and when they came across an interesting city, they would stop to have some fun. It's true that the partner Lin he found was really good. Not only could he chat and play with him, he could also drive and take pictures. Lin he got along well with her, and even before this trip was over, he had already booked the next one and wanted to go together. 3 days later, the two arrived at their destination and settled down in a hotel. But when checking in, Lin he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Kiki, didn't I ask you to book 2 rooms? Why did you only book 1? There are no extra rooms here. Besides, there are only 2 of us. We can just live in 1 room. There's no need to waste money on another one. Is this about money? You'll post it later. I live in the same room with the uncle, and even if I have 100 mouths, I can't explain it clearly. Lin Yi said with a wry smile. Chapter 22 Uncle Hug. After Coco repeatedly assured her that she would not post the fact that they lived in the same room, Lin Yi finally agreed to spend the night with her. The main reason is that it is impossible to book a room now. Daoshin's concert was so popular that so many people flocked to it that the traffic in the entire city was paralyzed. Some people didn't even buy concert tickets, but still came from 2,000 or 3,000 miles away just to support Daoshin. In today's entertainment industry, I'm afraid no one can compare with the God of Swords. Anyway, in this hotel lobby, almost all the people are fans of Daoshin from all over the place, and all they talk about are topics related to the concert. After completing the registration and getting the key, Lin Yi and Coco went to the guest room together. Fortunately, it was a standard room with 2 single beds. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have to sleep on the floor tonight. He is not Lu Xiaohui, so if they sleep together, something is bound to happen. But now Lin Yi doesn't want those things to happen in the city. It's okay to find a female companion to travel with and chat with, but you can't do those things between men and women. Uncle, I want to take a shower. Can you rub my back for me? Coco said with a smile. Lin Yi knew she was joking, so he ruffled her hair and said with a smile, hurry up and take a shower. I also need to take a shower to relieve my fatigue later. Uncle, you are such a good man. Are you giving me a nice guy card? I'm serious. There are too few men like you in today's society, especially when facing a sweet and lovely beauty like me. You are not moved at all. Uncle, don't you have a problem with that? Lin Yi's face suddenly turned black. Do you want me to show you what masculinity is? Okay, I'm quite interested. Coco blinked her big eyes excitedly and clapped her hands. You little dirty girl, go take a shower now. After driving Coco into the bathroom, Lin Yi took out the medicinal herbs he brought from the other world, took a photo of each, and then sent a WeChat message to Yang Xiaowei. Soon Yang Xiaowei responded eagerly. I want it, give it all to me. So hungry. Lin Yi laughed. Are you home? I'll be there right now with the cash you like. Lin Yi, I'm not at home. I went out to watch the Sword God concert these days. Are you the one who was looking for a partner to go to the concert in the same city? Did you see that post too? Of course. If I had known it was you, I would have signed up. For such a good thing, you should have asked me first. Yang Xiaowei said coquettishly. You are a busy man. How would I know you would be free? Next time you go out to play, be sure to call me first. I'm better as your partner than that little girl, right? The little girl is pretty good too. Brother Lin, you're not going to do that to me, are you? How was that possible? We booked 2 rooms to sleep in during the trip, and if I really did that, wouldn't I be considered a sex scammer? Yeah, I also don't think Brother Lin is that kind of person. So are you coming back after the concert? Yes, after watching it tonight. We'll rest here for a night and go back directly tomorrow. Then when you return to the city, remember to call me and I will go back to the village with you. Okay, according to our last agreement, I will keep all these herbs for you this time, but you have to satisfy me with the price. Don't worry about that. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. By the way, do you still have the wild tea you gave me last time? My dad drank it a few times and liked it. He wants me to get some more. I still have some. I'll give you some more when we get back. Thank you, Brother Lin. At this time, Coco came out of the bath, her body smelling sweet and white. She was wearing a snow-white bath towel, revealing her sexy shoulders and collarbones. While wiping her wet hair, she asked, Uncle, which beauty are you texting? You're smiling so obscenely. Did I laugh? Lin, he put away his phone, took out a bath towel and clothes to change from the suitcase, and walked into the bathroom. Just as he was about to close the door, Kiki poked his little head over and said, Uncle, do you want me to rub your back? Take a rest. Lin, he tapped Coco's forehead with his finger and pushed her away, then closed the bathroom door. Uncle, my panties are still in there. You won't do anything bad with them, right? I don't lack women, and I'm not a pervert. Lin, he said, unhappily while taking a shower. Coco stood at the bathroom door and continued. So the uncle has a woman? I wonder what type you like. You ask too many questions. Just tell me. I'm very interested in you, and I plan to write you as the hero of my next novel. Don't write. Are you going to kill my inspiration? Uncle, how cruel. Sister, can't you just let me take a bath in peace? Oh, then when you come out, you have to tell me what kind of women you like. Let me finish washing first. Without Coco's harassment, Lin, he took a hot bath comfortably. After changing his clothes in the bathroom, Lin, he came out. But he saw that Coco was already asleep on the bed. Lin, he did not disturb her. He set the alarm clock and lay down on the small bed next to her. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi suddenly felt something fragrant and soft beside him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Coco who had run onto his bed at some point. "Uncle, give me a hug." Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Coco took the lead in acting like a pitiful little girl. Lin Yi looked at the girl who squeezed into his arms and threatened. "Kiki, do you know how dangerous this is?" Coco shook her head. "I only know that the uncle is a good man. Good people can be impulsive too. Why don't you just act impulsively and let me see what you can do?" Many people will regret their impulses. Lin Yi held Kiki in his arms and said softly, "Just hold her like this. Let's take a break and go to the concert together." "Okay." Coco agreed obediently. After that, the two didn't talk anymore, but they didn't fall asleep either. They could clearly feel each other's heartbeat and obviously suppressed breathing. Bull. Coco suddenly looked up and kissed Lin Yi on the face. "Uncle, this is to thank you for treating me to your concert." "Boo. This is to thank you for giving me a different life experience." "Boo. This is to thank you for not being mean to me." "Stop." Seeing that Coco was about to come, Lin Yi quickly pushed her away, sat up and said, "If you keep thanking me, I will thank you." "Thank me for what?" Coco was stunned. "Thank you for releasing the devil in me." Puffed. Kiki laughed uncontrollably. "I didn't expect you to be so humorous, Uncle. I have decided that you will be the hero of the next book, and I will be the heroine. I want to write a warm and love story. Can you please not write it? I don't want to be famous." "Don't worry. You're my uncle, and I won't let anyone else know." Chapter 23. Exchange old grain for thousands of acres of land and become a small landlord. Daoshin's concert made Lin Yi, a grown man, cry like a baby. He didn't know why, but since the people around him were crying, he started crying too. Coco also cried like a tearful person. She hugged Lin Yi and cried together, wiping her tears and snot on Lin Yi's clothes. Lin Yi suspected that Coco was holding her just to find a place to wipe her nose. After the concert, his tears had dried up and his voice was hoarse, but his mood had improved. He also took some videos of the concert and posted them on WeChat Moments. Many people he had not contacted before asked him where he found the video, which was quite clear, because they would never have thought that Lin Yi would spend money to watch a concert. This doesn't fit with his previous personality. Lin Yi was too lazy to explain and just said that he found it on the internet and just dealt with it casually. At his age, he has become more open-minded about many things. Who cares about social relationships or emotional intelligence? Just make yourself feel comfortable. No one except your parents expects you to live better than him. After bringing Coco back to the hotel, the two of them simply washed up and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Coco snuggled into Lin Yi's arms again. She seemed to lack a sense of security and always liked to be held by others, while she curled up like a lazy and naughty cat. Lin Yi acted worse than a beast and suppressed the devil in his heart. The next morning, they checked out and went home. Because we took turns driving and didn't stop along the way, we arrived home safely at around 9 o'clock that evening. After sending Coco to the entrance of Bishawan community, Coco hugged Lin Yi and kissed him on the face. "Uncle, thank you again for letting me experience a different journey. Let's go out and play together again if we have chance. Go back and have a rest. Goodbye, Uncle. Keep in touch when you have time." Lin Yi made a gesture as if he was going to make a phone call, then got in the car and returned to Xiaohua village. As for Yang Xiaowei, let's call her tomorrow. After returning home, Lin Yi locked the door, packed up briefly, and teleported to another world. "I've been tortured by little girl Coco these past 2 days, and I'm a little angry. I need to find someone to vent my anger." Another world, morning. Lin Yi came out of the bedroom, turned on the time props to accelerate, and left the city without anyone noticing. Then, in front of many people, he walked into the city and returned to the Lin residence. "Master, you're back." Xiao Xiang was the first to appear at the door when she heard the knock. "Now that you're back, did you miss me?" Lin Yi pinched Xiao Xiang's collagen-filled face, took out a hairpin from the bag on his back, and put it on her head. A dala is an ancient backpack, a cloth bag that is carried with you when traveling. "Thank you, sir. During the few days you were away, I missed you every day and was looking forward to your early return. I felt lost when you were not at home." Xiao Xiang took the saddlebag and carried it for Lin Yi. "Are you missing that feeling of falling apart again?" Lin Yi leaned close to Xiao Xiang's ear and blew hot air to tease her. "Master, there are still people. What are you afraid of? This is our own home. No one can interfere." Lin Yi hugged Xiao Xiang and went into his room. Before long, waves of joyful sound were heard from the room. After waiting for a while, Yi Xiaodai learned that her good brother had returned and came overexcitedly. But when I broke into the room, I was embarrassed to find that two people were doing something shameful on the bed. For a moment, I was so embarrassed that I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to leave or stay. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms picked her up. Yi Xiaodai let out a scream and was thrown onto the bed. On the other side, Qiuxiang had considerately locked the door. After tossing and turning until he was exhausted, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Great, this is life. Xiaodai, I brought you a gift. Go take it from your bag. Lin Yi patted Xiaodia's face and said, Thank you, good brother. Yi Xiaodai was still a little shy. After all, this was only the second time. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Jiao Xiaochan's voice. Master, the county magistrate has sent someone to ask you to go to the county government office. Jiao Xiaochan and Jiao Sanhua, brother and sister, have been bought by Lin Yi, so they have to call Lin Yi master or lord. In terms of identity, she is the same as Qiuxiang. It's just that Qiuxiang is Lin Yi's woman now. Since the Lin family doesn't have a main wife and Qiuxiang is the housekeeper, her status and identity are different. Got it. Go tell the person who's coming. I'll be right there. Yes. Jiao Xiaochan ran away. Lin Yi took a bath and got dressed with the help of Qiuxiang and Yi Xiaodai, and then went to the county government office accompanied by Jiao Sanhua. Sanhua, do you miss your big sister? To answer my question, I was still young when my elder sister left, so I don't have a deep impression of her. However, my second sister once said that as long as she has the chance, she will definitely go to the capital to find my elder sister in the future. Jiao Sanhua said honestly, Well, you should practice well with Master Xiaodai. When there is a chance, I will take you to the capital to find your big sister. Thank you, Master. Jiao Sanhua immediately knelt down and cowed out. Okay, don't kneel down all the time. There are so many rules here. Lin Yi helped Jiao Sanhua up and then reminded him, Wait for me outside. I'll call you if there's anything. Yes, Master. Lin Yi followed the bailiff and walked into the backyard. Just like last time, the backyard was quiet and there were no servants. Brother Lin, you just got home and haven't had any rest yet, but I called you here. You won't blame me, will you? County Magistrate Song Yao warmly invited Lin Yi into the living room and personally served him tea. Brother Song, you are too polite. In fact, I was just about to come here to report to you. How's the matter going? Song Yao's tone was obviously anxious, because this matter is related to his entire future plan. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission, but what we collected this time is just some old food, and it is only enough to last for 1 month. Great. Brother, you really helped me a lot. Where's the food? Because I was worried about the news leaking out, I had people unloaded in a cave outside the city. It's very safe. That's good. You've made a great contribution this time, and I have nothing to thank you for. These land deeds can be considered as a thank you gift. I hope you don't mind. Song Yao took out a stack of land deeds and handed them to Lin Yi. 1,000 acres? Isn't that too much? Lin Yi was stunned. Such a small amount of old grain was exchanged for 1,000 acres of land? This is the rhythm of becoming a local landlord. Brother, this 1,000 acres is for you. I plan to rent the other 3,000 acres to you. I will follow the strategy you mentioned in your letter. The land will belong to the government, and you will pay 30% of the grain as rent. The rest of the income will belong to you. How you do it? 4,000 acres. Lin Yi was a little confused. Does the government have so much official land? No, Song Yao smiled faintly. The 1,000 acres given to you are government land, and the remaining 3,000 acres I intend to take from the 4 major families. Do you dare? Chapter 24, The Female Bodyguard, Who Came to Your Door. Song Yao's word, want, was very impressive, and it made Lin Yi think a lot. But he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded lightly and said the word dare. Since Song Yao is confident that he can take the land from the 4 major families, it proves that he already has a plan. Moreover, he has the support of the Empress behind him, so his success rate is still very high. Now that he is asked to take over these lands, what is there to be afraid of? It's just farming. When the time comes, if we can get a few tractors, we will be able to cultivate even a few thousand more acres. Of course, the game warehouse may not be able to store items such as machines at present. It seems that we have to hurry up and make money to upgrade the warehouse function. After telling County Magistrate Song the location of the grain storage, Lin Yi took the land deed for 1,000 acres of land and the lease agreement for 3,000 acres of land and left the county government office. At this time, Jiao Sanhua stepped forward and said, Master, There is a woman who has escaped here. She said she knows some martial arts and asked if our family still needs a guard. Lenny looked in the direction Diao Sanwa pointed and saw a woman in tattered clothes standing there somewhat stiffly. Seeing Lin Yi looking over, the woman quickly clasped her fists in salute. Did she come to you to ask? Lin Yi asked. Diao Sanwa replied, just now, the elder sister walked by the county government office and asked me where I was looking for workers. I asked her what she knew, and she said she knew some martial arts, which she said was inherited from her family. I thought the master might need such a talent, so I asked her to wait there for a while. Lenny nodded, walked up to the woman, and asked, What's your name? Where are you from? And what skills do you have? My name is Ayu, Lin Ayu, and I'm from Yanchuan County. Because of a flood, all my family members died, so I follow my neighbors to flee to the capital. My ancestors were soldiers. I have been learning military fighting techniques from my grandfather since I was young. However, as a little girl, I cannot join the army. I only learned this for self-defense. Fighting skills. Lenny nodded. Okay, come back with me first. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's not easy for everyone during the famine years. I will definitely not be stingy if I can help, but I have to be frank in advance. If you have any other thoughts, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yi Farnit. Don't worry, sir. My family is also a military family and a loyal family. We are willing to accept your investigation. If you find that I have any ill intentions, you can send me to the county government at any time. Lin Ayu swore. It will be better. Lin Yi brought Lin Ayu back home and called Yi Xiaodai over. After letting them compete, Yi Xiaodai tried her best but still couldn't gain the upper hand over Lin Ayu. Of course, Yi Xiaodai did not lose, but from Lin Yi's point of view, Lin Ayu should have held back. Lin Ayu, you are quite capable, so stay here and be a guard for now. Thank you for taking me in, sir. I don't keep idlers in my house. Now that you've entered my house, you have to prove your worth. Xiaochan, take you to eat something first, change into better clothes, and then follow me to see our fields. Yes, master. Diao Xiaochan led Lin Ayu to the kitchen. Lin Yi then pulled Yi Xiaodai aside and asked, How do you feel about this, Lin Ayu? Very strong, at least stronger than me. The reason why I didn't lose is probably that the other party held back some strength. Yi Xiaodai said truthfully. Lin Yi pondered and said, I also think this woman is not simple, and her appearance is a bit strange. If brother suspects that her motives are not pure, we can just not use her. Yi Xiaodai said. Lin Yi shook his head and said, If she really has some purpose, it's much better to have her under our noses than hiding in the dark. Let's observe her first. Besides, there's nothing to worry about at home. Who could that be, thinking of us? I just settled down in Lanyan County and haven't offended anyone. If someone is really targeting me, it is likely to be someone from the 4 major families. There are no secrets in the county government. I've been in close contact with Lord Song recently. It is reasonable for them to test my background in advance. Lin Yi guessed. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I can't do anything anyway, and it's useless for them to probe me. Xiaodai, come with me to the backyard to see how the greenhouse is going. Lin Yi had already made up his mind not to get involved in the affairs between Song Yao and the 4 major families. How they fight has nothing to do with him. At this time, the backyard was bustling with activity. The greenhouse had been built according to Lin Yi's plan, and all that was left was to cover it with plastic sheeting. After these busy days, the vegetables planted earlier have sprouted. Soon, you will be able to eat fresh, green, and pollution-free vegetables. The workers worked hard every day, and no one dared to be lazy. Here there is food, drink, and a place to live. No one wants to be kicked out and continue to starve because of laziness. So they especially cherish the current opportunity. Hello, boss. Hello, Mrs. Xiaodai. The employees greeted Lin Yi and Yi Xiaodai when they saw them. I've seen your efforts. As long as you work hard, I'll have food to eat, and you'll have food to eat, so don't worry about going hungry. Thank you, boss. Lin Yi not only grew vegetables in his backyard, but also corn, sweet potatoes, and peanuts. He wanted to test what level of growth he could achieve here without using chemical fertilizers and pesticides. As for the land obtained in exchange for grain, chemical fertilizers must be used, otherwise the yield will not increase. The entire Dragon Kingdom is now short of food. No matter what you want to do, you must first solve the problem of food and clothing. The basis for solving the problem of food and clothing is to increase food production. Master, Ayu is full. We've given her a bath and changed her clothes. I heard that you want to go and see our fields. Xiusheng brought Lin Ayu to the backyard at this time. Yes, I bought 1,000 acres of good farmland from the county government. Let's go take a look first. Xiao, you are our housekeeper. You can go with us later. Xiao Dai, pick a few good farmers from the hired workers to go with us. Yes. Jiao Sanhua went to the inn to rent a carriage, and then Lin Yi and his party left the city from the east gate. After walking less than 3 or 4 miles, we arrived at the destination. All I could see was a field of weeds. This is not good farmland at all. It's not even good farmland. If you don't know, you would think you have arrived at the grassland. But it's also understandable. There have been successive disasters in recent years, first drought, then floods, and then plague, and the land has been almost deserted. If we rely on manual reclamation, it will take a long time. No, we must upgrade the warehouse function and get a tractor. Send a few people to check out the fertility of this land. Linny said. Immediately afterwards, those skilled farmers dispersed in several directions. After a while, Lin Yi got the result, which made him feel much better. Although the land is now barren and overgrown with weeds, it may be that the flood has washed away silt from the nearby river, so the fertility of the land is very good. As long as it is reclaimed, there will definitely be a good harvest for growing crops. If we add modern means, such as fertilizers and pesticides, it is not impossible to achieve an per-acre yield that shocks the whole country. Chapter 25. Work for relief, weeding in exchange for steam bread. We definitely need a tractor, but there's no need to rush. Because County Magistrate Song's plan had not yet been implemented, he also had to help. Work for relief was another strategy Lin Yi gave Song Yao. The reason why Song Yao gave 1,000 acres of land to Lin, it was actually to use Lin Yi in disguise to help him implement his plan. As to whether 1,000 acres of government land is valuable, the answer is definitely yes. But in the current situation, food is naturally more valuable, and these lands have become wasteland. Instead of continuing to panic, it is better to hand it over to capable people to manage. Moreover, in Song Yao's opinion, exchanging 1,000 acres of land for Lin Yi's grain and his help would be a huge profit. If he handles it well, Song Yao will definitely rise to the top. As for the lost 1,000 acres of government land, if the plan succeeds, more land can be recovered from the 4 major families. In fact, you are more. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, there have been no fools among officials. Even though Lin Yi is a modern man and has many advanced ideas, he is still far behind in this regard. Grandpa, is this large piece of land all our farmland? Xiaoxiang asked in surprise. Lin Yi smiled, pinched Xiaoxiang's chin, and said, "That's right, this 1,000 acres of official land will belong to our family in the future. As the housekeeper, you must manage it well for me. Xiao Dai, go back to the city right now and recruit refugees. The more the better. Help us weed until dark, and you can get a steam bun in exchange." How many people are needed? There are more than 20,000 refugees in the city now. Excluding the elderly, the weak, women, and children, there should be less than 10,000 real laborers. Let's recruit 10,000. From now on, until dark, we must tidy up these 1,000 acres of wasteland. Yes, I'll go now. Xiaoxiang, you go back with me and recruit 100 female workers to go back home and steam the steam buns. After they're steamed, hire a carriage and bring them here. I will ask Lord Song for help and find some yamen runners to help maintain order. Lin Yarangit. Got it, master. After you go back, send all the hired workers over here. Today will mainly be clearing the land and weeding. Ask them to help arrange it and supervise at the same time. As Lin Yi gave the order, everyone went about their business. In less than half an hour, a group of refugees arrived. Yi Xiaodai has some command skills and even knows how to dispatch things. She divided these people into several small teams, each with a captain who was responsible for leading the work. Seeing so many people squatting on the ground, pulling weeds together, and each of them was full of energy and organized, Lenny couldn't help but praise them again and again. He had originally planned to ask the yamen runners to maintain order, but now it seems that this is really not necessary. It was soon evening, and Xiaoxiang came with some steam bread. The weeds on the 1,000 acres of land have almost been cleared. There is strength in numbers, and this was vividly demonstrated at this moment. After arranging the steam bread, Yi Xiaodai called the team leaders over and gave each of them 2 steam bread. Then let them lead their own teams and line up to receive the steam bread. Everything went smoothly, and there were no troubles. After returning home, Lin Yi saw that it was almost time, so he went back to his room. The 2 big black dogs were guarding the door, as usual, like 2 loyal guards. City, early morning. Lenny took out his cell phone and called Yang Xiaowei first. Miss Yang, are you up yet? Brother Lin, you're back? Yang Xiaowei's vague accent came from the receiver, and it was obvious that she hadn't gotten up yet. I got another old ginseng here, and it's more than 200 years old. Do you want it? This time there was silence on the other end of the phone, and then Yang Xiaowei could be heard screaming excitedly. I want it. Good, Brother Lin. You have to keep it for me. The price is negotiable. I'll come to you right away. Okay, I'll wait for you. Drive safely. Remember to bring cash. Lin, you're reminded. See you later. Yang Xiaowei was no longer sleepy at this time. She quickly got up, dressed, took the cash, and went to Xiaohua village. At the same time, Lin began to upgrade the warehouse. 12 million in cash shrank to 2 million in an instant. The warehouse function has been upgraded successfully. Lin tried to put the gasoline generator into the warehouse, but it still showed that it could not be stored. It seems that his worries were not unnecessary. He knew it was not that simple. Now to upgrade again, he needs another 10 million. He doesn't have enough money, so he can only wait for the fortune-bringing girl Yang Xiaowei to come. Arriving at the backyard, Lin prepared some food for the poultry, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. As soon as he thought about it, the little hen in front of him suddenly disappeared. I quickly opened the warehouse and saw a little hen in it. Oh my God, it can actually store living things. This upgrade is worth it. Lin moved the hen out, and the hen was immediately frightened. It flapped its wings, screamed, and ran away with shit and urine flowing out. Next, he tried other poultry. Ducks and geese, which were about the same size as hens, worked, but sheep and pigs did not work. It seems that although this wave of upgrades has opened up the living things storage category, the volume is still limited. However, this would allow Lin to bring some chicks over and develop the poultry industry. In the other world, it is not so easy to buy some chicks. Only 20 chickens can be purchased in a village. If this business is to be developed on a large scale, it will take a long time. After selling the medicinal herbs and ginseng, Lin planned to go to the city to buy some fertilizers and wheat seeds, and then buy a batch of chicks to take to the other world. The weather in the other world is about to turn cold, and it will not be possible to grow rice and other grains, but winter wheat will be fine. He planned to plant winter wheat on all the 1,000 acres of government land. In addition, water conservancy facilities must be arranged, and digging canals and irrigation are also very important. Because she was so absorbed in her thoughts, Yang Xiaowei had already entered the yard. She only came to her senses when she heard the dog barking. Brother Lin, please bring it here for me to see. As soon as she entered the door, Yang Xiaowei grabbed Lin and asked anxiously, What's the hurry? Have a cup of tea first. Is it really 200 years old? Yang Xiaowei's whole mind was now on that old ginseng. Just more, no less. Lin smiled faintly and poured a cup of tea for Yang Xiaowei. Okay, Brother Lin, please take it out and let me see it. Yang Xiaowei begged. Okay, stop shaking. Can I get it for you? Lin walked into the house. After waiting for a while, Lin came out holding the 200-year-old ginseng. Yang Xiaowei rushed over immediately. Looking at the ginseng that had become as small as a little man, she was so excited that tears were about to fall. What a treasure! This is the first time I've seen one in my life. Yang Xiaowei's voice was trembling. Ms. Yang, I've seen the item. Please tell me the price. Yang Xiaowei tried hard to withdraw her gaze from the old ginseng, took a deep breath, and said, Brother Lin, I haven't seen this treasure for many years, and no one is selling it on the market. I don't know how much I should give. Let me tell you a number first, and see if you can accept it. Lin Yi nodded. Yang Xiaowei pondered for a moment and pointed 2 fingers at Lin. 20 million, how about it? Chapter 26 Krypton Gold Reward, Special Pet, Iron Arm Ape. Hearing Yang Xiaowei's offer, Lin smiled faintly. Miss Yang, I am a greedy person. Let me ask other people what the price is. No, Brother Lin, if you're not satisfied with the price, you can ask for it. Yang Xiaowei quickly stopped him. This is wild ginseng that is more than 200 years old. It has golden skin and many long ginseng roots. It is an absolute treasure. If you can buy it and put it on display in the company, it will be a very face-saving thing. Actually, the price you offered is already very high. We don't know how much this thing is worth, so I can't ask you to raise the price. Lin said truthfully. Yang Xiaowei waved her hands quickly. Brother Lin, please don't be polite to me. It's normal to bargain in business. So, don't tell anyone else. I'm going to call my dad. Okay, I'll wait for you for a while. If the price still doesn't meet my expectations, I'll have to ask for quotes from other dealers. Please understand. After all, this vintage is almost extinct now. It's no exaggeration to say it's a treasure. Thank you, Brother Lin. We will definitely consider it seriously. Yang Xiaowei did not dare to delay and hurried to the yard to call her father. After a while, she came in and said, Brother Lin, my dad is coming over in person. Can you wait until my dad comes to see it before asking for the price from others? Okay, for your sake, I can wait a little longer. Linny thought about it and agreed. Thank you, thank you. By the way, didn't you say you still have some medicinal herbs? How about we trade them first? Okay, wait for me. Lin Yi returned to the house again and took out several expensive medicinal herbs to be traded. After some inspection, Yang Xiaowei readily purchased all the medicinal materials at the high price she paid last time. Lin Yi received 2.3 million. It's still a cash transaction. Yang Xiaowei brought enough cash, which made Lin Yi very satisfied and was also the reason why he was willing to wait for Yang Xiaowei's father. After the transaction, Lin Yi helped Yang Xiaowei move the herbs to her car. Then the two of them chatted while drinking tea. After finishing a pot of tea, the two went to the backyard for a while and heard a car horn coming from the front yard. Yang Xiaowei's father Yang Tai arrived. Yang Tai asked the driver to stop the car at the door, and then he walked into the yard alone. Date. Yang Xiaowei came out and pointed at Lin Yi beside her and introduced him. This is Lin Yi. The wild tea you drank before was given to you by him. Mr. Lin, I have admired you for a long time. Yang Tai stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lin Yi enthusiastically. Mr. Yang, you're welcome. Please come in. Lin Yi invited Yang Tai into the house and poured him a cup of tea. Yang Tai was not in a hurry to see the ginseng. Instead, he tasted the tea with great enjoyment for a while and discussed the tea ceremony with Lin Yi for a while before getting down to business. Yang Tai personally looked at the precious wild ginseng and then said to Lin, Mr. Lin, this wild ginseng is indeed a rare treasure. A few years ago, I participated in a private collection exhibition where someone exhibited a 200-year-old wild ginseng. The price was 20 million, but the appearance was not as good as yours, and the age was not as high as yours. It can be said that this kind of treasure is hard to come by. We are now considered very good partners. The medicinal materials you sold us before were of excellent quality. I hope that this kind of friendship between us can continue. Of course, I am still very willing to cooperate with your company. Linny nodded. Mr. Lin, I'll give you 40 million for this wild ginseng. How about that? When the price was announced, Lin Yi and Yang Xiaowei next to them were stunned. I have to say that Yang Tai is indeed very courageous. The price doubled as soon as he opened his mouth, and this price was beyond Lin Yi's expectations. He thought it would be great if he could get 30 million. In fact, Lin Yi is not the greedy person he says he is. The reason why I want more is also to upgrade the warehouse. Now that the price offered by Yang Tai satisfied him, Lin Yi readily agreed to the deal. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yi gave Yang Tai some tea brought from another world. After expressing his gratitude again and again, Yang Tai left Xiaohua village with his daughter. Lin Yi put all the cash into the game warehouse, and the funds soared to 44.3 million again. This time it should be enough. Next, Lin Yi continued to upgrade the warehouse functions. The funds were reduced by 10 million in an instant, and the warehouse was upgraded successfully. Lin Yi tried the gasoline generator, but it still didn't work. Then keep upgrading. The funds were reduced by another 10 million. Still not working. Upgrade. Upgrade. The huge sum of 40 million that had just been obtained turned into nothing in the blink of an eye. Such a crazy thing, but Lin, a small country bumpkin, didn't even think he was crazy. At this moment, he was like a gambler, constantly gambling. Fortunately, he is not as tragic as other gamblers. The gasoline generator can finally be stored in the warehouse. He also tried his own car and put it into the warehouse. This means that tractors can also be brought to other worlds. Lin Yi calmed down and couldn't help feeling distressed when he thought about how he had made 40 million in such a short time. But it is easy to make money now, and he still has nearly 10 million in assets, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Ding! If you spend over 50 million, you will be rewarded with a special pet, the iron-armed ape. Holy shit, isn't this a pet from a game? Lin Yi was a little surprised. This iron-armed ape was very powerful. It could crush stones easily with its hands. It was absolutely loyal to its master and could help watch the house and protect its master, etc. It was more than one level higher than a watchdog. After bringing out the iron-armed ape, a giant ape that was as tall as a man rushed towards Lin excitedly with its teeth bared. Just as it was about to collide, the iron-armed ape slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of Lin Yi. Then it bowed and turned around in circles towards Lin Yi, looking very excited. I'll call you the Great Sage from now on. Lin Yi touched the monkey's head and said. Iron-armed ape nodded repeatedly and scratched his ears and cheeks excitedly. All that's missing is this. I have a name. After interacting with a monkey king for a while, getting it some fruits, and letting it look after the house, Lin Yi drove to the city. There were a lot of things to purchase this time, and I was busy until dark, and only a small part of the goods were delivered. Lin Yi decided not to go back, so as to avoid having to come again early tomorrow morning, which would be too troublesome. After calling the delivery man and asking them to deliver the goods tomorrow, Lin Yi drove the car into the warehouse and locked the door from the inside. First, he put the car into the game warehouse, then put in some of the seeds and fertilizers that were delivered, and finally he took back the iron-armed ape that was guarding Shaohua village and took them all to the other world. With the iron-armed ape guarding the gate in the future, Lin Yi won't have to worry about others seeing through his secrets. Chapter 27. Making money can't be slow. Another world, early morning. When Lin Yi opened the door, he saw Qiu Xiang, as usual, holding the water for washing face and waiting at the door to serve him. There were two big black dogs at the door, grinning, waiting for their owner to feed them. But when he saw a big monkey suddenly jump out from behind Lin Yi, he screamed and ran away with his tail between his legs. Qiu Xiang was also shocked. How come there was a big monkey hiding in the master's room? Qiu Xiang, don't be afraid. This is my pet monkey king. Lin Yi patted the iron-armed ape on the head and said, Monkey King, say hello. The great sage immediately, obediently greeted Qiu Xiang. Wow, it's so smart. It can even understand human language? Qiu Xiang said, in surprise. It can also guard the house and protect its master. Great sage, Qiu Xiang is one of us. You have to protect her in the future, too. Do you understand? Woo woo woo. The great sage whooshed and nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go out and play. Upon hearing this, the great sage ran out excitedly. Master, did you have a good rest last night? Not bad. Lin Yi brushed his teeth, washed his face, and shaved with Qiu Xiang's help. After finishing the whole process, he went to the restaurant to eat. Ye's mother is now considered to be a woman of high status because of her daughter, but she is a person who knows when to advance and when to retreat. She is also very sensible in her conduct and actions, and she does not eat at the same table with Lin Yi. Qiu Xiang, shouted I have to go on a long journey tomorrow to get food for our county magistrate. I'll leave the housework to you. Shouted I, you will be responsible for leading people to repair the canals and level the land in the next few days. If you have time, you can plow the land first. If you want to hire workers, the more the better. The elderly, the weak, women, and children can all be used. It would be best to recruit all the refugees to work for us. With so many people, a lot of food must be consumed every day. Yi Shaodai said worriedly. It doesn't matter. I'm doing this to give everyone something to eat. Just consider it a good deed. As long as the work is done well, we can give some food. It's not a big deal. I can still afford it. Shaodai understands. Master, you are such a kind person. Many people praised you yesterday. Qiu Xiang said with a smile. Whether you read it well or not, just don't cause any trouble. If anything happens, go to the county government office to find Lord Song Yao Song. I've made note of this. After breakfast, Yi Shaodai brought a dozen hired workers to the city gate to recruit refugees to work. Qiu Xiang and her friends were steaming steamed buns at home. Lin Yi visited Song Yao and told him about his itinerary. Song Yao knew that Lin Yi wanted to hide away, but this was a good excuse. And Lin Yi has already done everything he should do. The biggest variable is that the refugees have been dealt with by Lin Yi, and the rest is Song Yao's business. Brother, you are really powerful. Where did you get so much food? Song Yao asked half jokingly and half seriously. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth and joked. Of course I asked the gods to make it. Otherwise where would I get so much food? Huh, you are really good at this, my dear brother. Then I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, brother. I'll ask you for some wine when I come back. I'll be waiting for you then. By the way, these are some spices used in cooking. Brother, you could try them when you have time. Brother, you still understand me the best. When Lin Yi came out of the county government office, there was a carriage behind him. It was given to him by Song Yao. It is equivalent to a modern BMW car, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. It is also a symbol of identity. Driving the carriage to the pharmacy, Lin Yi bought another batch of medicinal materials. If you take these things to the city and resell them, you can earn millions, so why not do it? Seeing that it was approaching noon, Lin Yi invited the owner of the pharmacy, Sun Sherdao, to go to Fengxiangzhai for a drink. Fengxiangzhai has a strong background and is said to be opened by a big shot in the capital, so even in years of famine, it can operate as usual. As long as you have money, we can get you whatever you want to eat. He didn't want to be too high profile, so he ordered a few dishes casually and then went into the private room. Brother Lin, can you get more of that cigarette? What's the meaning? To be honest, I went to Beijing a few days ago to report to my boss. He saw the cigarettes and the lighter you gave me and liked them right away. He even showed them off to others, and many people wanted them. Our boss was thinking, can we cooperate with you to supply the goods, and we can be responsible for the sales in Beijing? Linny thought about it and said with a smile, sure, who doesn't like making money? Brother Sun, just go and report it. When I come back next time, I will bring him a batch of cigarettes and lighters. Let him think about the price first. Oh, by the way, I have another fun thing here. Having said that, he took out a watch from his pocket and handed it to shopkeeper Sun. What is this treasure? This is called a watch. It's used to tell time. I asked Lord Song to give one to our empress. Linny boasted for a while. With the empress as a living signboard, and the fact that watches were indeed magical, he immediately attracted the interest of shopkeeper Sun. Brother Lin, you have so many interesting things in your hands. I think this watch is very interesting. I will go to the capital and report to my boss in a while. I can also get spices, as well as rouge and powder used by noble ladies, beautiful clothes, and so on. They're all good things. When you return to Beijing, talk to your boss and see what he thinks. I'm going to the capital now. Shopkeeper Sun started walking. You'll drink before you leave? No more drinking. We need to hurry up and make money, Sun Sherdao said as he went out. But he soon turned around and walked back, leaning close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, Brother, the 4 major families in our Lanyan County have backers in the capital. You have to be more careful. Thank you, Brother Sun, for the reminder. You go out now to avoid the limelight. Brother Sun is right. Take care, brother. Sun Sherdao clasped his fists, then turned and left. This time he really left. He lost the appetite to continue eating and drinking, so he packed up the food and wine and drove back home in the carriage. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw the Monkey King riding on Dahe and chasing Arii for fun. Dahe was so tired that he was foaming at the mouth, but he didn't dare to stop. Arii was so scared that he trembled with his tail between his legs, but he didn't dare to run too fast. That's so pitiful. Great Sage, stop messing around. He shouted. The Great Sage did a backflip and jumped in front of He jumped around He like a little kid asking for candy. He threw an apple to the Monkey King. Don't bully Dahe and Arii in the future. They're your partners too, understand? You have to work together and take care of this home for me. Immediately afterwards, He threw a few bones to Dahe and Arii to soothe their wounded hearts. Chapter 28. Renovation of the Old House. Coco comes to visit. After giving the Monkey King a political lesson for a while, He went back to his room to rest. Now that someone is watching over the affairs at home, he doesn't have to worry too much. He didn't know how long he slept until he heard Qiuxiang calling him in the yard and woke up. Now that the Great Sage is guarding the door, Qiuxiang doesn't even dare to get close, let alone enter the house. Anyone who comes within 3 meters will be driven away by the Great Sage. This is Qiuxiang. If it were someone else, he would probably be attacked by the Monkey King. Great Sage, let Qiuxiang in. He shouted while lying on the bed. Then Qiuxiang came in and said fearfully, Master, the Great Sage was so scary just now. When I came in to call you for dinner, it attacked me. When I'm resting, the Great Sage won't allow anyone to get close to me. But you're my woman, so it won't attack you. At most, it won't let you into the house. Master, don't you need me and Sister Shaodai to serve you at night? Qiuxiang asked. Linny smiled and carried Qiuxiang to the bed, holding her soft waist and asked, What? Do you want to break up again? No, I just think that I should serve you and let you rest. Qiuxiang said shyly. I have to practice martial arts at night and cannot be disturbed. When my martial arts skills are perfect, I will let you come to accompany me at night. How about it? Linny said, and his big hands became naughty again. Qiuxiang suddenly fell limp in Lin Yi's arms. After all the trouble, Lin didn't even have dinner, and it was time to return to the city. After giving some instructions to Qiuxiang and giving the Monkey King a strict order to guard the room, He was hurriedly teleported back to the city. In a rented warehouse in the suburbs, He opened the warehouse door and drove to have breakfast. Although Qiuxiang is beautiful and delicious, she can only provide spiritual nourishment and still needs some material nutrition. A tray of steamed dumplings, a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge, 2 tea eggs, and some pickles. It's such a happy meal. When we returned to the warehouse, delivery men started arriving one after another. They delivered fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, tractors, and various machines. Lin, he spent the whole day receiving goods. We have only one tractor for now, as no one knows how to drive more than that. The rest are various agricultural equipment, such as rotary plows for tilling the land, seeders for sowing, water pumps and pipes for irrigation, etc. As for other machines, you can buy them when you need them. What's more, Lin, he only stockpiled these machines temporarily. Now, in the other world, there's plenty of cheap labor, and even if tractors are used, they are only used secretly in emergencies. This thing has too high a technological level for the other world, and it's a bit unrealistic for it to appear suddenly. Perhaps we can start a productivity revolution there first. Or wait until he has a certain level of strength and status. Then you won't have to worry anymore. Machines like tractors cannot be used openly for the time being, but cosmetics, perfumes, clothes, and the like can be traded to make some money. As for food, Lenny plans to do it again this time, and will not do it for the time being. There were too many words for him to explain, and now Song Yao already had some doubts. From now on, just make sure you have enough to eat. We'll have to wait until next year's wheat harvest. He was just an ordinary citizen, and he couldn't do anything about the food shortage crisis in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Just live in the present and take care of yourself. After returning to Xiaohua village in the evening, Lin, he placed an order online for some very cost-effective cosmetics, perfumes, lipsticks, and other items, as well as some beautiful retro clothes. Thinking that winter was about to come in the other world, his butt would definitely be frozen if he went to the toilet outside, so he planned to get a flush toilet, then set up floor heating and a Kong, and it will be much more comfortable during the winter. In addition, there should be natural resources such as coal, oil, and natural gas in the other world. Oil and natural gas require high levels of technology to extract, but finding coal mines, especially open-pit mines, is much easier. As long as there are people, it can be done, and what Longwell lacks the least right now is cheap labor. Those refugees would be willing to work for a whole day if they were given a steam bun. If the mine coal is used for heating, it will not only be a good business, but it can also save more lives in the cold winter, which is a great merit. Thinking of this, Lin, he started to look up some information about exploring coal mines on the internet. The next day, Lin, he slept until he woke up naturally. What a comfort! Carrying the toothbrush cup and brushing my teeth, I went to the backyard and watched the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep chasing and playing while eating. It was such a pleasure. After breakfast, Lin, he continued shopping online. He bought everything that could be exchanged for money in the other world. Feeling almost sick from browsing, Lin, he moved a recliner, lay down under a big tree in the yard, and started watching a movie on his tablet. It was soon noon. Lin, he had lunch and took a stroll in and out of the village. I saw that many people's houses had been renovated, and some even built small buildings. Lin, he thought, why not renovate the house himself? The old house his father left for him was very comfortable to live in, though a little old. He planned to make some simple renovations, mainly to increase its aesthetics, practicality, and convenience. Just like the indoor toilet, bathroom, and clean kitchen all need to be renovated. It will definitely be more comfortable to live in after the renovation. Now that he has money in his pocket, Lin, he does what he thinks. He had originally planned to stay for a few more days before going to the other world. Firstly, to avoid the conflict between Song Yao and the 4 major families, and secondly, to leave enough time to collect food. There's a food shortage everywhere in Long Kingdom right now, and the longer it takes to collect food, the less likely it will be to be suspected. I was a bit too hasty last time. This time, he took advantage of this time to renovate the old house. A local design company was contacted online, and they came to the house to take measurements and listen to Lin Yi's requirements. Thanks to Lin Yi's financial ability, the other party agreed to complete the design tomorrow. Afterwards, Lin Yi asked the other party to introduce a construction team to him. The other party took the benefit and did his best to help Lin Yi find a construction team with a good reputation. All that was left was to wait for the workers to lead the team into the site tomorrow. Ding-ling-ling. Just after I hung up the phone, it rang again. Lin Yi looked at the incoming call and couldn't help but feel curious. Kiki, why did you think of calling me? Uncle, I'm here to play with you. Are you home? Coco's playful and sweet voice came from the phone. I'm at home. Where are you? I'm at the bus station in your county. Uncle, can you pick me up? Okay, wait for me there. I'll pick you up right away. Although Lin Yi was surprised, he had to entertain the girl since she had come to the county town. After hanging up the phone, Lin E drove to the county town. More than 10 minutes later, Lin E picked up Kiki. The child actually came with a suitcase. You are? Uncle, do you mind if I stay at your house for a few days? Huh? Isn't this inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? You're unmarried, and I'm unmarried, so who cares? The villagers love to gossip, and I'm going to renovate the old house tomorrow. It will be very messy and noisy, which will affect your writing. That's great. Originally, I came here to look for materials. Good uncle, please let me stay for a few days. I won't cause you any trouble. Coco shook Lin Yi's arm and started to act coquettishly. Okay, if you don't mind the noise, then stay here. Lin E reluctantly agreed. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. Don't you people in the countryside often drink corn porridge? Add some sweet potatoes. It's both healthy and delicious. I really want to drink a bowl of it now, Coco said with her crescent eyes squinting. Lin E couldn't help but laugh. You want to drink corn porridge? It's not your fault. I don't care if your braid is facing up. Chapter 29. I can let the uncle hug me again tonight. Bringing Coco back to the village, Lin E drove the car directly into the yard. This gate is quite good. Vehicles can enter and exit, and there's an asphalt road outside, which is very convenient. However, the wall and gate are a bit old, and the wall on the left is a bit tilted. Lin E plans to rebuild it and spray it with real stone paint. As for the front door, it will be transformed into a door opening with a roof on top, so it could be used as a garage in the future. Wow, what a nice house. I like this big persimmon tree. Coco jumped out of the car, stood in front of the big tree, and closed her eyes in enjoyment. This is planted by my father. It has been more than 30 years. It produces a lot of persimmons every year. They're especially sweet. Lin E looked up and looked at the persimmons that looked like small lanterns. He couldn't help but think of what his father looked like when he was alive. Uncle, do you miss your dad? Seeing that Lin Yi's eyes were a little moist, Coco took Lin Yi's hand and asked softly. Lin Yi wiped away his tears and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Come on, come in. Lin Yi moved his luggage down and gave his bedroom to Coco. And he himself was going to move into his parents' bedroom. If we start work tomorrow, we may have to live in a car or set up a tent. Anyway, the yard is big enough, so we can just find a place. When Coco heard that they were going to set up a tent in the yard, she was very excited. She liked this kind of environment. After dinner, before it was completely dark, Lin E took a few dogs and Coco for a walk outside the village. Lin E named the two big wolf dogs Dalong and Erling respectively, and the other three puppies were named Sanlang, Silang, and Wulong. After this period of familiarity, they have basically accepted the name. No matter who Lin E calls out, they will respond happily, which is very interesting. Lin E, is this your girlfriend? A curious person in the village asked when he saw Coco beside Lin E while strolling. No, I'm a friend from the city, coming to stay in the country for a few days. The little girl is a little small. Auntie, I'm 25 years old. Not young anymore, Coco replied. He's about the same age as my brat. Do you want me to introduce him to you? My son works in a big city and in a public institution. No need, Auntie. I don't want to find a boyfriend right now. After saying that, Coco pulled Lin E and left quickly. After walking a long way out, Lin E said with a smile, just wait and see. Tomorrow the news about you will spread throughout the village. I don't even know them. Why are they spreading news about me? And no one knows me anyway. Kiki said puzzledly. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. As long as it's interesting gossip, everyone will pass it on to others. That's how it is in the countryside. There are no secrets at all. Is it possible? I've lived next door to my neighbor in the city for several years, and we've never spoken to each other. The city and the countryside are two completely different environments. You will understand after staying there for a few days. After strolling along the mountain road of the village, the two returned home. Coco, do you want to watch a movie? Lin E asked, seeing that it was still early. Okay, I want to watch a horror movie. I didn't dare to watch it by myself before, but now that the uncle is with me, I can finally realize this wish. Let's not watch horror movies anymore. Let's watch an action movie. Uncle, you are so bad. Lin Yi's forehead was suddenly black. What are you thinking, you little dirty girl? The action movie I'm talking about is a serious action movie. What I said is very serious, Coco said with an innocent face. Lin E pinched her little nose, then took out the projector, found a Hollywood action blockbuster, and started watching it. Uncle, you also have a projector. This brand must cost tens of thousands. It's simply too luxurious. Life is all about knowing how to enjoy it, Lin E said, and got a big bucket of popcorn and 2 cans of Coke in the house. There's also popcorn. Coco was so surprised. How can you watch a movie without popcorn? Come on, let's have a drink. Lin Yi opened the Coke and clinked his cup of cocoa. The movie lasted for more than 2 hours, and it was already past 10 o'clock. Lin Yi prepared hot water for Coco and asked her to wash up. Uncle, you are so caring. You are a guest, so of course I have to take good care of you. Uncle, you are so nice. Wash it quickly. After washing up, Lin Yi helped to put on new sheets and replace the quilt with new bedding. Okay, it's getting late. Take a rest. Uncle, don't go. Coco suddenly hugged Lin Yi's arm. Feeling the strange sensation on his arm, Lin Yi subconsciously shrank back but was unable to pull it out. I'm in the room opposite. You can hear me if you call me. It's not as convenient as chatting in the same room. It's not like we haven't lived together before. At Coco's repeated requests, Lin Yi had no choice but to stay with her for a while. The two of them lay side by side on the bed, with the bright moonlight outside the window and the occasional barking of a dog or two coming from the village. Uncle, please hug me, just like last time, Coco asked, turning sideways. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then silently held her in his arms. Uncle, you are so nice. Actually, I'm not very good. In my eyes, you are the best. How's your novel going? I haven't started writing yet. I want to get to know you better before I start writing. Coco, you are a good girl. Kiki suddenly blocked his mouth with her hands. Uncle, let's not talk about this now. Let's just quietly appreciate the moonlight. Look how beautiful the moonlight is tonight. Yes, very beautiful. Before they knew it, they both fell asleep. Lin Yi originally wanted to stay with her for a while and then go back to another room, but he slept until dawn. The construction team has arrived. Lin Yi got up quickly and asked the construction team to come in and start working. Lin Yi planned to renovate the courtyard wall and the gate first, and also tear down the wing on the east side and rebuild it. After everything is cleaned up, we will renovate the main room so that the things in the main room can be moved to the side rooms. Although he could put in the warehouse, Coco was here now, and the villagers would have nothing to do and would come over to take a look. He didn't want to make it too abrupt and arouse suspicion. Even so, the next night, Lin Yi and Coco also moved into the tent. Lin Yi set up the tent under a big tree. The two of them laid down in it and chatted about their childhood. The atmosphere was warm and natural. The three puppies lay beside the tent, as if protecting them. Uncle, how great would it be if we could travel back to ancient times? What's so good about ancient times? Then I can be your concubine. What kind of logic is this? Because on TV, concubines are more favored than wives, and I want the uncle to favor me. Isn't this the plot of the novel you came up with? Yes, in the character I designed, I am the uncle's favorite concubine, and the uncle is a great general who is more powerful than his master. You traveled from modern times to ancient times, but what you don't know is that I also traveled from modern times. How cool is that? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course I did. You don't know that I traveled through time, but I know that you traveled through time. That's cool. Chapter 30 Leisure Life After Lying Down. 10 days later, the renovation of Lin Yi's courtyard wall and east and west wing rooms was completed. The east wing is a converted kitchen and dining room. The west wing contains the toilet, bathroom, and guest bedroom. The next step is to renovate the main house. First, all the furniture inside will be moved to the side rooms. After the renovation is completed, Lin Yi plans to move the furniture left by his parents back as a commemoration. But the living room and my bedroom need to be replanned and some new furniture added. Compared with the reconstruction of the wing rooms, the renovation of the north room is more complicated. According to Lin Yi's idea, the original 4 rooms were changed to 3, with an expanded and spacious living room in the middle and bedrooms on both sides. The 2 bedrooms are also connected to the side rooms. When it is cold in winter, you can move around in the dining room, kitchen, and bathroom without leaving the house. This is also the biggest change in this renovation. Seeing that the renovation of the main house was about to be completed, Coco also planned to return to the city. Lin Yi just wanted to go and look at some furniture, so he took Coco home. During this period, the two got along very closely, but did not do anything out of the ordinary. Uncle, next time I want to go to your new home and stay for a few more days. Before parting, Coco made a reservation for the next reunion. No problem, call me then and I'll pick you up. After saying goodbye to Coco, Lin Yi came to the furniture store and bought furniture such as sofas, coffee tables, beds, and wardrobes according to the size of his home after the remodel. He also bought a new TV, air conditioner, and washing machine. In order to make it convenient to drink tea, he spent a lot of money to buy a tea table. You can show it off when guests come over in the future. After buying the things, I asked them all to deliver them directly to the warehouse on the outskirts of the city. After Lin received the goods, he put them directly into the game warehouse. Now the game warehouse is almost full, especially the bodies of Long Air and his men, which have not been dealt with yet. When he goes to the other world again, Lin plans to throw him into a mass grave. After a few more days, the house renovation was completed, and Lin spent a total of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Furniture accounted for more than half of the purchases, mainly because he bought high-end items. The whole house has been completely transformed. The walls were sprayed with real stone paint, the yard was paved with colored bricks, and the gate was replaced with an electronic security door. The only thing that remained unchanged was the persimmon tree planted by my father in the yard. In the dead of night, Lenny locked the door and moved all the furniture out of the game warehouse. The bedroom was decorated first, then the living room. In the other bedroom, some old furniture used by my parents, old family photos, and other old items were placed. There's no bed in this room, and I don't plan to let anyone else live in it in the future, so I'll use it as a study, and it can be a keepsake for myself. The guest bedroom was also carefully decorated. He didn't have many friends, so the main purpose was to be prepared. What's more, there is Coco. This girl is not polite to him now. Maybe in a few days, she will get a whim and come and stay for a few days. After everything was arranged, Lin walked around the rooms with satisfaction and liked them more and more. The front yard is clean and tidy. In addition to the big persimmon tree, there are also several large flower pots, which make the courtyard particularly warm. A shed was also built in the backyard for poultry and livestock to live in. In addition, a back door was opened to facilitate cleaning and for the chickens and ducks to stroll around the back mountain. Indoor bathroom, electric water heater, modern kitchen, floor heating throughout the house, smart appliances, etc. When winter comes, I won't go out and will just stay at home. Watch a movie, make delicious food, and go to another world to enjoy life at night. It's beautiful just thinking about it. After strolling around, Lin finally came to the living room, sat in front of the tea table, and made himself a cup of tea. The tea table is carved from old tree roots, with lights installed around it, as well as rockery, pavilions, waterfalls, and even a few little people drinking tea in the pavilion, which is very artistic. Lenny took a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. Kiki was the first to give a thumbs up, followed by Yang Xiaowei and others who also gave thumbs up and expressed their desire to come to his place for tea. Lin exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone, then opened the shopping platform and sorted out the items he had purchased during this period in the order list. Cosmetics, clothes, accessories, and even sanitary napkins and underwear for women. Among them, sanitary napkins and underwear were bought for Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai. Of course, she was also planning to test the waters and see whether the noble ladies in the capital would accept these things. In his plan, he was going to open a store specializing in women's products. These things are all prepared for this specialty store. After all, this is the world where Her Majesty the Empress rules. As for cooperating with the owner of the drugstore, Mr. Sun, it is not impossible, but it also depends on the other party's ability. More than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin felt that it was time for him to show up. In fact, during this period, he had secretly returned to the other world several times, but he did not alarm other people. After drinking tea, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin locked the door, drew the curtains, and started the transmission. The next moment, Lin appeared in another world, in his own bedroom. Turning on the time props, Lin accelerated out of the city at lightning speed. First, they went to the mass grave and disposed of the bodies. Then they came to the cave where the food had been stored. He moved out half the amount from the game warehouse than last time and then returned to the city. In fact, he still had a lot of grain. The reason why he took out half of it was mainly to dispel Song Yao's doubts and create the illusion that it was difficult to raise grain now. When he returned home, Lin saw Qiu Xiang looking out the door. When Qiu Xiang saw Lin appear, she immediately ran over cheering. "Master, you're finally back. I was worried to death." Qiu Xiang choked with tears. "Don't cry, I'm back. Is everything okay at home?" Lin stretched out his big hand and wiped the tears from Qiu Xiang's face. Qiu Xiang nodded. "Everything is fine at home, but we are all worried about you. It's a mess outside right now, with refugees everywhere. This time we've been away for a little longer, mainly because it's difficult to collect food and we've been walking a little far." The two of them walked into the house while talking. "Where's Xiaodai?" "Sister Xiaodai has taken people to work. According to master's instructions, they have dug the canals and turned the land. Now they are building a farm over there. Building a manor? Yes, we have so many fields, and we will definitely need a lot of people to work in the future. Zhuangzi is a place for these people to live. You are so thoughtful. You are worthy of being my good wife. Xiaoxiang, send someone to call Xiaodai back. I need to talk to her about something. I've already sent someone to go. Sister Xiaodai has missed me so much these days. If she knew you were back, she would definitely fly back. Xiaoxiang said with a smile. You only say that Xiaodai misses me, but don't you miss me? Lin Yi hugged Xiaoxiang to his lap and kissed her madly. It is said that a short separation is better than a new marriage, and the ancients were right. The two people, like dry wood and a fiery flame, soon reached a state where you are in me and I am in you. Not long after, Yi Xiaodai also rushed back and was pulled by Lin Yi to join the fun. After the three of them shared their true feelings with each other and relieved their lovesickness, Lin Yi assigned a new task to Yi Xiaodai. First, build a breeding farm on the farm and prepare to engage in breeding in preparation for entering the Beijing food industry in the future. Hot pot, goose stewed in an iron pot, shabu shao mutton, spicy hot pot, etc. All kinds of condiments plus technology and hard work. It will not be complete until these ancient delicacies are intoxicated. Second, send people to explore coal mines in the surrounding areas. As winter is approaching, we must speed up the heating process. Otherwise, who knows how many people would die. As for the third, it is to build factories and research institutes, mainly to research and produce glass, paper, clothing, and simple machinery. If you need anything in the future, you could just add more items. The main purpose of this mission is to conceal the truth. Lin Yi will bring more epic-making things from the city in the future, so he needs to find a source for them. After receiving the task, Yi Xiaodai went to arrange it with great enthusiasm. After being encouraged by her master, Yi Xiaodai is now full of energy and full of energy. Xiaoxiang, find me some workers. I want to renovate the house. Yes, I'll go right away. Xiaoxiang hurried to the backyard and called a few hired workers. Lin Yi told him his ideas, which included the Kong, underground flue, and the renovation of the indoor bathroom. The toilet is located in the next room, so that if there is any smell on rainy days, it can be isolated. After giving the instructions, the workers started to get busy. Lin Yi asked Xiaoxiang to keep an eye on it while he took Lin Ayu to visit the county magistrate. Ayu, I heard from Xiaoxiang that you have performed well during this period. Work hard and the master, will not treat you unfairly. Lin Yi asked while sitting in the carriage. Lin Ayu drove the carriage and replied, Thank you, master, and thank you, Madam Xiaoxiang. I will definitely not let you down. Your self-defense skills are pretty good. Take some time out every day to teach those kids. I'll pay you some extra money. How about that? Everything is up to the master's orders. Very good. Master, be careful, Lin Ayu suddenly shouted. The next moment, a sharp arrow shot from the roof next to it and was blocked by Lin Ayu with the dagger she carried with her. Ayu, don't worry about me. Catch that guy. Lin Yi was shocked. Damn it. He has even reached the point where he is being assassinated. When Lin Ayu received the order, he immediately jumped from the carriage directly to the roof. The assassin, after missing his target, immediately turned around and left. Lin Yi sneered and immediately used the time prop to slow down the surrounding environment. Immediately afterwards, while the assassin and Lin Ayu were shocked, Lin Yi arrived first and stood in front of the assassin. The time-pausing item took effect. Lin Yi looked at the assassin and asked, Who sent you? The assassin looked around vigilantly, trying to find an opportunity to escape. No need to look. I'm faster than you. You definitely can't escape. Now your only way to survive is to tell the truth. Maybe I can spare your life. Lin Yi said, Go to hell. The assassin shouted angrily, raised the bow and arrow in his hand, and shot at Lin Yi. However, at this moment, Lin Ayu's dagger pierced the assassin's shoulder first. With a scream, the assassin's bow and arrow fell to the ground, and he was kicked over and stepped on by Lin Ayu. The assassination here soon alarmed the patrolling Yamen runners. Now everyone in the county government knows about Lin Yi's relationship with the county magistrate, so they are very polite to him. Mr. Lin, are you okay? A bailiff stepped forward and asked with concern. I'm Famine. I'll leave this assassin to you. Lin Yi clasped his fists in thanks, then got on the carriage and continued on his way to the county government office. Soon the news of Lin Yi's assassination reached Song Yao's ears, but he was not too surprised or too worried. Now everyone in Lanyan County knows that Lin Yi helped him deal with the four major families. And in this matter, Lin Yi played a crucial role. If he hadn't provided food and resolved the most unstable refugees, the four major families wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Therefore, it is reasonable that Lin Yi was hated and assassinated. If Lin Yi knew that I couldn't avoid getting into trouble by hiding, I wonder if he would scold me. In fact, he had thought it was too simple before. Once you break into this den of trouble, how can you stay out of it? Even if he wanted to stay out of it, Song Yao would continue to pull him in. For Song Yao, Lin Yi is a great helper. How could he not use it? As for not worrying about Lin Yi's safety, it was because he knew that the Empress's shadow guard was right beside Lin Yi. To be able to become the Empress's shadow guard, one must first be loyal, and secondly be powerful. There are not many people who can kill people under the nose of shadow guard. Master, Lin Yi is here. Song Yao's old servant came to report. This person is also an elder in Song Yao's family, and one of the people he trusts the most. Please come in. Soon, Lin Yi followed the old servant in from outside. Brother Song, I'm back. Brother, are you okay? I just heard that someone wanted to assassinate you. Song Yao asked with concern. He's just a petty thief, not worth mentioning. My dear brother, don't be careless. Although the four major families have been defeated by me, their remnants have not been eliminated yet, and they may retaliate against you. Even when I go out, I bring a group of Yamen runners with me. Song Yao said. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, I am just an ordinary citizen. If they want to target me, I can't do anything about it. But you don't have to worry too much. I've already issued an arrest warrant. Those clowns won't be able to stay here for long. Song Yao comforted Lin Yi for a while, and then asked, How is it? How much food did you bring back this time? It's less than last time, mainly because there's not much food left, and it's a bit difficult to collect it. No wonder you took so long to walk this time. I thought you were in trouble. But this is also the basic national condition. After several years of famine, many places have no harvest and many landlords have no surplus food. Unless there is good weather next year, maybe we can ease the situation. Otherwise, Brother Song, we can slowly find a solution to the food problem, but now that winter is approaching, there is still a very serious problem that needs to be solved urgently. Lin Yi said, What's the matter? Song Yao asked in a deep voice. To keep warm. You mean those refugees will freeze to death? Lin Yi nodded. If we can't find a way to keep warm, these refugees will have no houses to hide in. They will definitely not be able to survive in the cold winter. What you said makes sense. We currently have more than 20,000 refugees in Lanyan County, and there are hundreds of thousands in the capital. They have no place to shelter from the cold, and once they encounter severe cold, many people will definitely die. Song Yao's expression became serious. But then, he seemed to remember something, looked at Lin Yi and asked, Brother, you took the initiative to bring up this issue. Do you have a solution? Chapter 31 Lin Family Manor has taken shape. County Government Office, backyard. Lin Yi lit a cigarette for Song Yao, and the two of them puffed smoke while saying, Brother Song, to be honest, I do know a way to help ordinary people survive the coming cold winter. What method? Tell me quickly. Song Yao urged. I have to say that Lord Song is indeed a good official who cares about the people, and Lin Yi's help to him is well worth it. Lin Yi is willing to make friends with such a good official, even if he is willing to take some risks for him. If it was the kind of corrupt official who did nothing and was extremely greedy, Lin Yi would have to stay away from him. Cole, what is this? Song Yao looked suspicious, because he had never heard of such a thing. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously, then took out a piece of black coal from his bag. Brother Song, this is coal. It can be used for heating and cooking, and it is much more convenient than charcoal. Most importantly, there's a lot of this stuff stored underground. As long as we find the veins, we can mine it and let the people get through the cold winters safely. Is this black stuff underground? Yes, but we need to find a mineral vein. If we have a coal mine in Lanyan County, then we can supply the heating needs of not only Lanyan County, but also the capital and surrounding areas. Song Yao thought for a moment and asked, Brother, is this thing easy to mine? It's not difficult. If you're lucky, you can find an open-pit coal mine and dig it directly. Another point is that it is much cheaper than charcoal and much easier. Even ordinary people can afford it. Good. Great. My dear brother, you are truly my deputy general. Song Yao laughed loudly. I will send people to look for coal mines now. If there are none in Lanyan County, we can go to the surrounding counties or even the capital. If your majesty knows the benefits of this coal, even if there is coal under the imperial farm, he will definitely be willing to hand it over. I have sent people to look for it. Brother Song, You might as well ask someone to look through the county annals or issue an announcement to get people in the city and refugees from all over the country involved. Anyone who has clues to the coal mine will be rewarded. Lin Yi suggested. Good idea. Song Yao is also a vigorous and decisive person, and he does things very decisively. After hearing Lin Yi talk about the benefits of the coal mine, he immediately issued an order for everyone in the county government to look through the county annals. And according to Lin Yi's suggestion, a reward notice was posted. The next step is to wait for news. Lin Yi left the county government office and prepared to visit the farm outside the city. At this time, Lin Yu said as he drove the carriage, "Master, the assassin just now confessed." "Oh, are they from the four major families?" Lin Yi asked. Lin Yu shook her head and said with a serious expression, "They were sent by the capital." Capital? Lin Yi suddenly remembered what Sun Shidao reminded him of. Lin Yu explained, "According to the assassin, these four major families all have backers in the capital. Now that the master has helped Lord Song to eliminate the four major families, it is equivalent to slapping them in the face. They don't want to take action against Lord Song for the time being, so they chose you, the master, with the purpose of giving Lord Song a warning. So, I'm taking the blame for our county magistrate." Lin Yi said with a wry smile. "You could say that. I just helped buy some food. Is it that important for them? No matter how much you have done, even if you were just on the side of Lord Song, you can't avoid it. Ayu, how did Lord Song deal with the four major families? He wiped them out in such a short time. 3 days ago, all the members of the four major families were executed for treason." "What a good trick." Lin Yi took a breath. "Song Yao looks gentle and polite, but I didn't expect his methods to be so cruel." However, Lin Yi also knew that he must have prepared sufficient evidence in his hands. As for whether the four major families really wanted to rebel, it was no longer important. Before, Song Yao was cautious because he was worried that the large number of refugees would be misled by the four major families and cause a civil uprising. If that happened, even if he finally defeated the four major families, he would still be in trouble and even his life would be in danger. However, this difficult problem was easily solved by Lin Yi. The four major families no longer have the power to intimidate Song Yao, but Song Yao has a lot of evidence of their crimes. With the help of Long Air's breakthrough, Song Yao made a great comeback. Even the backers behind the four major families can only swallow their anger. Since they couldn't find a reason to deal with Song Yao, they took out their anger on Lin Yi and also took the opportunity to warn Song Yao. This is the general outline of the whole incident. The carriage left the East City Gate and soon arrived at the farm. Lin Yi jumped off the carriage, and the first thing he saw was a newly built, thatched house. Some of the houses are already occupied. At the entrance of the village, there is a wooden sign with the words Lin Jiazhuang written on it. Lin Yi looked at these words and couldn't help but smile. Yi Xiaodai is a really good wife. Not only does he have organizational skills, he is also very forward-looking and has a broad perspective. Yi Xiaodai had already considered things that Lin Yi had not thought of. At this time, Yi Xiaodai was organizing refugees to build a breeding farm. It is not far from Lin Jiazhuang, and all materials are locally available. Walls can be built with thatch mixed with mud. The surrounding forests were also cut down at will, because that piece of land now belonged to Lin Yi. The scene was bustling with activity as sheds were being built and walls constructed. The rest of the people were weeding and clearing the land on the 3,000 acres of leased land. Lin Yi had never seen a scene of tens of thousands of people working together in his life. They say there is strength in numbers, but if you don't see it with your own eyes, it's really hard to appreciate the shock. Especially now, the refugees are working very hard just to get a bite to eat, for fear that they will not be allowed to work the next day. This is working for survival. No one is lazy, so the efficiency is very high. While Lin Yi was stunned, he saw that the forest on the left had been cleared. The weeds on the right were also cleared away, just like a swarm of locusts passing through. Of course, using a tractor would be more efficient. But now, Lin Yi doesn't want the machines to take away the jobs of these refugees. "Good brother, why are you here?" Yi Xiaodai learned that Lin Yi was coming and ran over from a distance. "I came to see you." Lin Yi took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Yi Xiaodai's face. "So many people are working, you just don't have to work anymore." "I have nothing to do anyway." "Good brother, I have already sent the people out as you said. I believe there will be results soon." "Oh, some of the refugees have seen that kind of coal mine, but it's hard to say whether it is the real one. I sent a few people with the piece of coal you gave me to compare it." "Great. Is it within Lanyan County?" Lin, he said excitedly. Yes, it's just behind the hill in front. It seems that there was a flood that rushed out some black water, and then it was discovered. That should be our territory too, right? That's right. According to the scope specified in the lease, this large area, as far as the eye can see, is all ours. Yi Shaodai said excitedly. With such a huge family business, I could be so happy even in my dreams. So now Yi Shaodai is particularly energetic in everything she does because she is working hard for her man. Chapter 32, I also became a coal boss. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he learned that the coal mine was right on his territory. This is really pie in the sky. It's not far anyway, so Lin Yi plans to go there and take a look in person. Since Lin Yi was going, Yi Shaodai had to accompany him, and she also picked a few refugees who looked strong to follow him. The group walked on foot for more than an hour before reaching the top of the hill. I had only heard of the saying, a horse will die if it runs too high before, but now I have truly experienced it. However, Lin Yi did not complain. Instead, he was very excited, because now this vast piece of land belongs to him. Although 3,000 acres of the land were leased from the government, the right to use it was his, which was almost equivalent to it belonging to him. Moreover, it is near the county town, which makes mining very convenient. Good brother, look there. Standing on the top of the hill, the view becomes very wide. Yi Shaodai had excellent eyesight and immediately saw several figures swaying not far below. Lin Yi nodded and said happily, let's go and take a look. The group ran down the hill and soon joined up with the figures. Looking at a ditch washed out by the flood, the water in it has dried up, but a black layer of coal ash is left behind. Lin immediately said excitedly, yes, this is a coal mine, an open-pit coal mine. That's great. Seeing Lin Yi so happy, Yi Shaodai also smiled. Master, what is the use of this coal? At this time, Lin Yu suddenly asked. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yu, then smiled mysteriously and said, this is a treasure. Why is this black thing so precious? Yi Shaodai asked curiously. Lin Yi said, this coal mine can be used for heating and cooking. It is much better than charcoal and much cheaper. With this thing, we don't have to worry about freezing to death this year. Wow, so coal is really a treasure. So many people are displaced. If they can't keep warm, they will definitely not be able to survive this winter. Yi Shaodai said excitedly. That's right. I have reported this matter to Lord Song. I believe that more coal mines will be discovered in the future. This year, not to mention other places, no one will freeze to death in our Lanyun County due to the cold. Lin Yi said confidently. As it was getting dark, Lin Yi returned to the city with several sacks of coal. At this point, the renovation of the bedroom was only half completed. The Kong has not been built yet. Only a flue has been dug underground. As for the flush toilet, only a septic tank has been dug in the backyard, and then a pipe will be used to connect it to the house. Lin Yi had to do the job of connecting the pipes himself. After dinner, Lin Yi found another room to rest. The great sage, Dahe, and Ariai also moved their positions. It was late at night, and the Lin residence was peaceful. Lin Yu put on her nightgown and quietly jumped out of the Lin residence from the backyard. The backyard of Lin Yi's house is right next to the canal that runs through the city. At this time, a small boat was parked in the river. Lin Yu leaped forward and landed lightly on the boat. Deputy Commander, a woman in black in the cabin, saluted respectfully to Lin Yu. Send this secret letter back to the capital as soon as possible, without any mistakes. Lin Yu said in a deep voice. Yes. Also, ask the sisters in the capital to keep an eye on the home of Xia Yin, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Today I caught assassins sent by their family who wanted to assassinate Lin. I obey your orders. Lin Yu patted the other person on the shoulder, then jumped onto the shore and returned to the Lin residence again. The small boat in the river also quickly left. More than an hour later, Lin Yu's secret memorial was delivered to the palace and reached the hands of the Empress. It was already late at night, but the Empress had not yet rested. Looking at the piles of memorials on the table, all of them were asking for money and food. In addition, there were secret memorials sent from various counties, all of which were bad news. The people in a certain county are almost dying out. There's been a tragedy of people eating their own children. There's been a civil unrest in a certain place, and so on. There's no good news. Now, whenever she thought about these things, she was so worried that she couldn't eat or sleep. In comparison, she still prefers to think about how to fight and how to win when she was conquering the world before. But now we have to face so many difficult problems. Some of the ministers in the court were officials of the previous dynasty, and now they're basically just sitting there doing nothing, or even doing something sneaky behind the scenes. Those who want to do something are either constrained or powerless. She knew very well that the Dragon Kingdom was now in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, he still had absolute control over the army, so the worst outcome was avoided. But she understood that if the food shortage problem was not solved, even the army would mutiny. Who would work for an emperor who couldn't even get enough food to eat? The empress let out another long sigh. This is the 9th sigh of the night. However, at this moment, a dark figure appeared in front of the imperial desk and knelt on the ground. Master, Ayu sent an urgent secret letter from Lanyan County. Present them quickly. The empress immediately put aside those memorials that were giving her a headache. The Black Shadow respectfully handed the sealed secret letter to the empress. The female official serving nearby removed the seal and placed it on the table in front of the empress. The empress then opened it and read it carefully. After a moment, the empress showed a rare smile on her face. This Lin Yi is really a talent. He can actually find such a good thing. Rui, did the magistrate of Lanyan County, Song Yao, send a memorial? Your Majesty, Lord Song's memorial has not arrived yet. The empress thought for a moment and said to the Black Shadow, Wu Shuang, go to Lanyan County in person to see what this coal is. Can it really be used for heating and cooking, and is it stored underground? This information is extremely important. Come back and report immediately after you find out. I obey your command. Wu Shuang took the order and left the capital for Lanyan County overnight. The empress drank a sip of tea, stood up, and stretched her limbs, which were a little stiff from sitting for a long time, and her expression became a little relaxed. Rui, I remember your hometown is Lanyan County, right? Your Majesty, I am indeed from Lanyan County, and I live in a village under the jurisdiction of Lanyan County. Find some time, and I'll take you to Lanyan County for a visit. You can also go home and visit, said the empress. Rui knelt down upon hearing this and said, Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace. Get up. Tell me about the situation in Lanyan County. Just tell me what you know. Yes. Rui began to tell the empress what she knew about the situation in Lanyan County. While listening, the empress picked up the memorial sent by Ayu, which recorded some of Lin Yi's actions. Growing vegetables and crops, such as corn in the backyard, having a pet gibbon, working for relief, and the discovery of coal were all recorded in detail. If Lin Yi knew that the empress paid so much attention to him, I wonder how he would feel. Chapter 33. Collect cheap corn and build a manor in another world. Shawa Village. After Lin Yi came back from the other world, he took a nap and didn't wake up until almost noon. He made some food and fed the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, then took a few puppies out for a walk. When I passed by the village store, I heard people talking about how the corn was too cheap this year. If you sell it directly at the farm, it's only a little over 40 cents per pound. After deducting all miscellaneous expenses, it may be enough to make back your investment. In remote villages like their Xiaohua village, people who come to collect grain don't even come, and they don't even offer a price. On the other hand, things that are closely related to people's lives, such as vegetables, pork, eggs, etc., have increased a lot compared to last year. More than 40 cents per pound? It's so cheap. If I collect it and take it to another world, wouldn't I make a lot of money? Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. I bought 2 boxes of good cigarettes at the convenience store, then turned a corner and went to the village chief's house. Is Uncle Yang home? Lin Yi shouted at the door. At home, who is it? A very rough voice responded from inside the house. Uncle Yang, it's me, Lin. Lin Yi pushed the door and walked in. The village chief came out of the house and asked with a smile, Why did you suddenly come to my place? Is there something wrong? No one comes to visit you for no reason. Lin Yi smiled and stuffed 2 boxes of good cigarettes into the village chief's hand. Uncle Yang, I want to harvest all the corn in our village. Can you please help me announce it on the loudspeaker? Are you going to harvest corn? Uncle Yang couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with a scrutinizing expression on his face. Yes, 60 cents per pound, settled on the spot, no credit or debt. Do you know the current market price of corn? Asked the village chief. I heard it was only a little over 40 cents. Yes, the price of corn is so low now. If you buy it at 0.6 yuan, you will lose money or even get stuck with it. Uncle Yang, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I've already found a market. No matter whether you make a profit or a loss, as long as they sell it to me, it has nothing to do with the villagers. I will pay you on the spot and promise not to cause you any trouble. Lin Yi promised. Have you really thought it through? Are you really going to pay me right now? Uncle Yang, if you don't believe me, You can supervise us on site. Now that the farm work is over, why don't you help me harvest the crops for 2 days? I'll give you 200 yuan a day as a reward. How about it? Lin Yi said, and directly took out 400 yuan and handed it to the village chief. You little brat. You made my old man work for you. The village chief smiled, but did not refuse. Okay, I'm free anyway. I'll help you for 2 days. You're quite a thief. You started a business without making any noise. It's all thanks to the help of friends. Come on, you and I will go directly to the village committee. After we shout on the loudspeaker, anyone who wants to sell can go directly to the village committee. There's a large space there, so it will be convenient for you to transport goods. You are very thoughtful. Let's do it this way. In front of the village committee is a small square with a cement floor, which is suitable for storing grain. This is also because the 2 boxes of cigarettes and a few $100s came into play. Under normal circumstances, it would be forbidden to pile up food and sundries here. Boom, boom, boom. The loudspeaker in the village sounded. The village chief knocked on a microphone and said, "Attention, young men. Attention, young men. Lin Yi from our village wants to buy corn. The price is 60 cents per caddy. The settlement is on the spot. No credit or debt. If you want to sell grain, you can come to the village committee. At present, it is only limited to our own village. We will not accept corn from other villages for the time being. We will not accept corn from other villages for the time being." This sentence was shouted several times. After it was finished, the loudspeaker was turned off, and the village chief said to Lin Yi with a smile, "Lin Yi, why don't you take over your uncle's house first? Okay, if you can help me find a few more people to weigh, lift, and move the items, I'll give each of them 150 yuan as a reward. You are such a jerk. I'll make a call right away." The village chief took out his cell phone and started making calls. Soon, the village accountant Uncle Kai and 4 helpers arrived. They rode their electric tricycles directly over and went to the village chief's house to transport food. Those who heard the news rushed over from their homes. Although 60 cents is very low, it is better than not being able to sell it. Moreover, the corn has just been harvested and is still very moist, so it is a good time to sell it. Of course, there are also people who are reluctant to sell and want to keep it for a while longer. Seeing the village chief's family transport all the corn over and weigh it, and then Lin Yi paying for it on the spot, everyone's last bit of doubt disappeared. They all came to Lin Yi and wanted to sell corn to him. "Don't worry, everyone. As long as they are from our village, I will buy them until they are all gone. But let me be frank. I will buy them at this price now. If the price goes up later, don't regret it. If you really want to hold on to them, you don't have to sell them. This is voluntary." Lin Yi is right. If you want to sell it, and don't regret it. They are charging 60 cents now, which is already taking care of us, the folks. Everyone should know this. If you think the price of corn will go up, you can leave it alone and wait until the price is right, said the village chief. These words made a few smart people think that the price might go up, so they decided not to sell. But more people choose to sell corn directly to Lin Yi. Only the money you get is your income. No one knows how to tell fortunes, so who can predict what the price will be like in the future? With the help of the village chief and others, Lin Yi's grain collection progressed smoothly, and he was only responsible for paying the money. As it got dark, the corn in the square had piled up into a mountain. Less than 1/3 of the corn in the village has been harvested. The main reason is that there is no floor scale, so the efficiency is too low. "Uncle Yang, let's stop here today. We are all very tired. Let's continue harvesting tomorrow. I will contact a vehicle to take the corn away tonight." "Okay, let's stop here after we collect this one, and we'll talk about everything tomorrow." Half an hour later, the last corn of the day was weighed. After Lin Yi paid the money, that was all for the day. Lin Yi gave 200 yuan to each person who helped, and the village chief added another 100 yuan. "I was so busy this afternoon and was very tired. I was not idle at all. Although the people who helped were a little tired, they had smiles on their faces. They earned 200 yuan in half a day. If this job were common, they could do it for a lifetime." "Lin Yi, do you need help transporting food tonight?" "No need. Those who pull the food can just collect it themselves. There are machines." "Okay, I'll go back first. Just let me know if you need help." "Thank you, Uncle Liang. I'll treat everyone to a drink when I'm done." After seeing everyone off, Lin Yi hired a few trucks that usually transported grain and then gave them a good freight rate, asking them to transport the grain directly to the warehouse area in the suburbs of the city. These monies cannot be waived. However, during the loading process, Lin Yi secretly collected some of them into the game warehouse. They were busy until midnight, and hundreds of thousands of kilograms of corn were taken away. Lin Yi also rushed to the warehouse in the suburbs overnight and stored all the corn in the game warehouse. After finishing his work, Lin Yi did not return to the village, but was directly teleported to another world. Chapter 34. Mining Coal and Growing Grains. Chapter 34. Mining Coal and Growing Grains. At this time, it was already noon in the other world. After opening the door, Lin Yi pretended to have just woken up, yawned, and stretched his limbs. "Master, are you awake? I'll go and call Madame Xiaoxiang." Jiao Xiaochan saw Lin Yi wake up and hurried over to greet him. Lin Yi nodded, then took out 2 big bones from the warehouse, threw them to Dahe and Ariai respectively, and gave a few peaches to the great sage to eat. "Great sage, has anyone come near my room at night?" Lin Yi asked. The great sage's eyes, full of wisdom, rolled around and he shook his head. "Okay, go play." Lin Yi patted the Monkey King's head. The great sage immediately grinned happily, then jumped on a Dahe who was gnawing on a bone, and rode Dahe to run outside. It was during this period that Dahe chewed bones every day and became much stronger. Otherwise, he would definitely be crushed by the Monkey King. "Master, were you exhausted yesterday?" Xiaoxiang walked over quickly with water for washing her face. Although there were a few more maids in the family, Xiaoxiang was always personally responsible for serving Lin Yi. She never felt that she was superior to others. As for Yi Xiaodai, she was a woman who took care of the outside affairs, and she took care of all the things outside for Lin Yi. One of them is in charge of the internal affairs, while the other is in charge of the external affairs, which saves Lin Yi a lot of worries. Indeed, there is a little bit. "Is there anyone working nearby?" Lin Yi asked. "It's being done. I've been watching it. The fire bed has been built, but the chimney on the ground has not been built yet. I'll go check it out later." "Did Xiaodai go to the farm again?" "Yes. Now, in addition to building the breeding farm, we also need to repair the canals and weed and reclaim the land for the 3,000 acres of land we rented. We have hired so many refugees, but the food is being consumed a little too quickly." "Don't worry about food. Just let them do their job well. I was worrying too much." After helping Lin Yi wash up and eat, Lin Yi went to inspect the construction of the calm. He lit a fire on the stove, made sure there was no problem with the flue and the smoke was coming out smoothly, then started to let them finish. As for the renovation of the indoor bathroom, the preliminary work has been completed. It was Lin Yi's turn next. He kicked out the hired hands and went about his business. An hour later, the pipes were connected and the soil was filled back. The rest of the land, leveling and bricklaying, was left to the hired workers. Lin Yi bought antique floor tiles from the city so that it wouldn't be too abrupt. Once it's done, you can install the flush toilet yourself and use it. In addition, he also left another water pipe to install the water heater and bathtub. This way, there will be more fun to interact with Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai in the future. It is also convenient to take a shower after tossing. After finishing here, Lin Yi asked Lin Ayu to drive to the farm. He first poured bulk fertilizer on the ground, then asked the refugees to spread the fertilizer evenly on the ground and then plow the land. As for the 1,000 acres of government land, it is time to start sowing. In addition, Lin Yi asked Yi Xiaodai to allocate several hundred people to go to the coal mine, first to build simple workshops and storage areas. In addition, a road needs to be built to pass through the other side of the mountain. Because there's a hill to climb, it would be very difficult to use manpower or livestock. So Lin Yi planned to use explosives or excavators to open up a path. But we have to find a time when no one is around to start this work. In addition, he also has to buy an excavator. This thing is used to level mountains and roads, which is much more efficient than manual labor. After arranging these things, Lin Yi personally took people back home to get wheat seeds. First, plant winter wheat on the 1,000 acres of land that has been reclaimed. This is a land without chemical fertilizers, and Lin Yi does not plan to use chemical fertilizers or pesticides on this land in the future. We will grow the cleanest food on this pristine land in the future. If you can't eat it yourself, you can take it to the city and sell it. If you give a special name, the rich will definitely be willing to buy it at a high price. What's more, this is truly pure and pollution-free land. The materials used are farmyard manure and wood ash. With a breeding farm in the future, more fertilizer can be piled up, and the straw produced can also be eaten by livestock, thus forming a virtuous circle. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Yi took Yi Xiaodai home first. "Brother, there are so many wheat seeds. I will feel uneasy if I don't watch them myself. I believe that many people still abide by the law. Moreover, they can now have enough food to eat and have hope in life. so there is no need to take risks. Besides, the seeds are not much, so they can just be thrown away. You need to pay more attention to the coal mines. Whether or not we can have fewer deaths this year depends on them. Don't worry, brother. I will take good care of the coal mine for you. Don't be too tired. You've lost weight from being busy these past 2 days. After returning to the Lin residence, Lin Yi called Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai into the house. The two thought that Lin Yi was going to do something shameful again, and they were too embarrassed to look up. Lin Yi took out sanitary napkins and underwear and told them the functions of sanitary napkins and how to wear underwear. He also insisted that the two put on their underwear and show it to him. Master, this is so embarrassing. Although Qiu Xiang was extremely embarrassed, she did not dare to go against Lin Yi's wishes. Well, it looks a lot bigger now. Try putting on your clothes. Xiaodai, and you, with such a good asset, wouldn't it be a pity if you don't perform well? Good brother, is it okay not to wear it? Yi Xiaodai asked with a blushing face. But in my heart, I was wondering what was wrong with my good brother's head. How could he come up with so many weird ideas? No, you have to wear it. After a while, the two women put on their underwear, and their body curves became even more sexy and attractive. If their figures could be rated 80 points before, now they could be rated 100 points. It's a fatal temptation. Then, Lin Yi gave each of them a bottle of perfume and a set of cosmetics, and gave them some scientific knowledge. My lord, this perfume smells so good. What do you think, if I take these things to the capital and sell them? What will the effect be? Ordinary people can't afford it, right? Of course. This glass bottle alone is very expensive. In this case, I think those noble ladies will definitely pay for it. In addition, the female officials in the government offices, the courtesans in the brothels, etc., they all have money, so they will definitely not have trouble selling. Xiaodai, give a bottle of perfume to Au later. Lin Yi said meaningfully. I understand. Yi Xiaodai understood and nodded. Chapter 35. The Boss with a Strong Background. In the next few days, Lin Yi harvested corn in the city and went to the other world to dig coal, farm, and renovate houses. Winter is coming, and you must make a warm and comfortable nest for yourself before it arrives. The Kong has been built, and the floor heating has also been installed. The floor heating here uses the principle of Kong, with a flue running underground. It is not the floor heating used in modern cities. In addition, the indoor bathroom has also been renovated, so you no longer have to worry about your butt freezing when going to the toilet in winter. What interested Lin Yi the most was the large bathtub he installed, which could accommodate several people. In order to ensure hot water in winter, he chose an electric water heater, and the power source was a portable power supply. This thing has no sound. When it runs out of power, you can just take it back to the city to charge it. Now that he has a coal mine, he may consider developing coal-fired power in the future. After consulting the county magistrate, I no longer had any concerns about the idea of building a manor outside the city. At this time, there was no demolition of illegal buildings, let alone any land permits. Since the 1,000 acres of government land already belonged to Lin Yi, he had the right to do anything on his land. Even the emperor can't control it. The next step is to find a location and make plans. Lin Yi plans to find a designer in the city to design a manor that looks like a garden. Anyway, the place is big enough and there's no need to worry about funding. Harvesting so much corn will provide sufficient financial support. He had selected more than 100 professional craftsmen from among the refugees and signed contracts with them, making them the first official residents of Linjiazhuang. He can be considered as Lin Yi's employee. The construction of the manor in the future will depend on this group of craftsmen. In fact, there are many people with skills among the refugees, including blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, and even chefs. There are indeed a lot of talented people. Lin Yi plans to make full use of all these talents and make the best use of them. All these talents signed contracts with Lin Yi and became part of Linjiazhuang. There's a shortage of food all over the country now, and survival is a problem. If Lin Yi can give them a place to live and something to eat, they would rather sell themselves to Lin Yi. And the reward was just a few steam buns, which was really too cheap. With Lin Yi's strong promotion, the coal mine has started operation. Among the refugees, except for those with special skills and those responsible for farming, all of them came to dig coal. The molds for making honeycomb briquettes were also brought from the city, a total of 1,000 of them. Tens of thousands of honeycomb coals have been made in the past 2 days, and this is because the workers are not very skilled. Once you become proficient, your efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. Lin Yi also brought hundreds of iron honeycomb coal stoves and deliberately had them made roughly. However, these stoves are intended to be sold at high prices later. The villagers of Linjiazhuang now use clay stoves. It is built with adobe bricks, and several iron rods are used at the ventilation point at the bottom. This is also the simplest and most cost-effective method, but it provides great convenience to everyone. You don't have to worry about heating and cooking, as the coal is produced by ourselves and is supplied free of charge. Villagers can even go back home and wash themselves with hot water. Some people who like to drink tea also made some wild tea and brewed it with tea water, especially before going to bed. Soaking your feet in hot water is so comfortable. The idea of soaking feet before going to bed was suggested by Lin Yi. He is also a very conscientious small landlord. Lin Yi also built the road from the coal mine to the official road. He dug it himself secretly using an excavator during darkness. He had never driven this big thing before, so he had to figure out on his own. Anyway, there was no one in charge here, and there was no such thing as operating without a license. Unexpectedly, after a few days, he actually mastered it and became more and more proficient at it. Practice makes perfect. It seems that this technique really needs more practice. The rumbling sound of machines at night also made these ancient people think that Lin Yi was using some magic. In just a few days, a smooth path appeared. The hill was split into two, as if it had been split by a sword from God. Later, Lin Yi planned to build a gate at this man-made pass and arrange guards. The hills on both sides meander in both directions, and it is planned to build a wall for defense. According to the current plan, it would be most appropriate to build the manor on the left side of the hill. The terrain there is high and open, so there is no need to worry about being flooded if there is a flood. There is no need to worry about the water source, because there is a very clear river below. The river water is mountain spring water, clear and sweet, flowing out from the mountains a little further away. This place is a certain distance away from the coal mine, and there is a forest isolation belt, so there is no need to worry too much about environmental issues. In addition, if we build a power plant, it would be convenient to supply electricity from the coal mine. Of course, this is just his initial idea, and he still needs to see where to build it in the end. It was almost noon when Lin Yi returned to the city from the coal mine in a horse-drawn carriage. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by Mr. Sun, the owner of the pharmacy. "Brother Lin, you really made it hard for me to find you," Sun Sherdao said with a wry smile. "Hey, Brother Sun, are you back from the capital? I came back yesterday, but I looked for you several times and didn't see you." "Hey, I'm busy. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Brother, you are really forgetful. A few days ago, you mentioned our cooperation." Yes, I've been so busy lately." "Brother Sun, get in the carriage, and let's find a place to talk slowly." Lin Yi invited Sun Sherdao to get on the carriage, and then came to Feng Xiang's high restaurant. But this time it was Sun Sherdao who treated us. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Sun Sherdao filled Lin Yi's glass with wine and then talked about business. "Brother, our boss is very interested in the cooperation you mentioned. He decided to come to Lanyan County in the next few days to meet with you in person." "Brother, since we're going to cooperate, can you tell me the identity of your boss?" "Of course. My boss is the eldest son of the imperial physician Chenda, Chen Yudao. Imperial physician Chen is highly skilled in medicine and is known as a master doctor. When the empress was conquering the world, he followed her and was considered a loyal minister. He saved her several times and is one of her most trusted people. Now, Chen Rong, the daughter of imperial physician Chen, who is also our Dong family's biological sister, is the personal physician of Her Majesty the Empress. She is always by Her Majesty's side and is deeply trusted by Her Majesty." Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said, "It seems that your boss has a strong background." "That's for sure. Imperial physician Chen is a highly skilled doctor with miraculous healing skills. He has saved many lives and is respected by many dignitaries in the capital. And our boss, thanks to the influence of his father, is very successful in the capital and has a wide network of contacts. It will definitely be the right choice for you, brother, to cooperate with us," Sun Sherdao said. Chapter 36, The First Snow. From Sun Sherdao, Lin Yi got to know a little about the owner of their pharmacy. I have to say this background is really powerful. The Empress's savior, who is also the descendant of a miraculous doctor, has extensive connections and is popular, making him the best candidate for cooperation. However, although Manager Sun talked so enthusiastically, Lin Yi still wanted to meet him in person before making a decision. Although making money is a good thing, if the person you cooperate with is not good enough or does not suit Lin Yi's taste, Lin Yi does not want to make this money. He now has a completely laid-back mentality. He doesn't want to pursue great achievements or power. He just wants to enjoy life. What we're doing now are just some prerequisites for enjoying life. Therefore, when it comes to business, it is important to have a Buddhist nature. It would be best if he could make money, but if doing business makes him unhappy, he can simply not do it or start a new business. For a modern man, there are so many things he can do. There is no need to cling to one tree. Brother Sun, I'm looking forward to meeting your boss. We will discuss cooperation later. Please send someone to my house to pick up the cigarettes and lighters I promised to provide you last time. You can decide the price. Don't worry, brother. I will never let you down. By the way, our boss likes that thing called a watch very much. Please accept this ingot of gold. Sun Sherdao directly took out a 10 Leon gold ingot. This golden thing was the first time that Lin Yi saw it. I didn't expect that the eldest young master of the Qin family was so generous. According to the current gold price, excluding issues such as purity, this gold ingot can be sold for hundreds of thousands. But if we take into account its historical and research value, it could probably be sold for over $1 million. And that watch only cost Lin Yi 100 yuan. Another 10,000 times profit. This business can continue. Of course, things are valuable because they are rare, and Lin Yi would not make the watch look like a cheap item. Although watches are indeed cheap goods in modern times, you could buy an electronic watch for just a few dollars. Then I won't be polite. Lin Yi took the gold ingot. After talking with Sun Sherdao and having a good meal, Lin Yi went home under the protection of Lin Yu. The room has been renovated, and Lin Yi moved back to his previous room. Xiao, go to the bathroom and put some hot water in it. Come take a bath with me later. Lin Yi said to Xiao, who was following him as he entered the house. Yes. Xiao agreed shyly. Although Xiao is a housekeeper, Lin Yi is her heaven, and taking care of Lin Yi is her top priority. As long as Lin Yi is at home, Xiao will be by his side to serve him. Hot water flowed out of the faucet and soon filled the bathtub. Although she has used it twice, Xiao is still curious about this faucet. How come water comes out and it's hot? Of course, the flush toilet is more fun. It can be cleaned by just flushing it with water. It is very convenient. Lin Yi took off his clothes, hugged Xiao, and lay in the bathtub to take a bath. It is so comfortable to hold a beautiful woman in your arms. Master, let me rub your back. Let me rub it for you first. My lord is so bad. Don't you like me to be so mean to you? A song that breaks my heart. Where can I find a soulmate in this world? Xiaoxiang's soul-stirring song is enough to make all the fairy music in the world pale in comparison. Only Lin Yi can understand her best. After taking a comfortable bath, Lin Yi took a nap in Xiaoxiang's arms. As soon as I woke up, Song Yao from the county government sent someone to invite me again. Lin Yi quickly packed up, took some tobacco and a pipe, and went to the county government office. Under the influence of Lin Yi, Song Yao completely became a smoker, and his addiction to smoking was very serious. He smokes one after meals, one when he wakes up, one while working, and even more when he has the bathroom. Lin Yi is really worried that he will smoke himself to death again. So Lin Yi tried to persuade him a few times with good intentions, but it seemed to be of no use. Master Lin, you are here. The master is waiting for you in the back hall. Thank you. Lin Yi casually gave the gatekeeper a few pieces of candy. Thank you, Master Lin. The bailiff knew that this was a good thing. As Lin Yi came more frequently, almost all the brothers in the county government had received some small favors from Lin Yi. Of course, this small is only from Lin Yi's perspective. But in the eyes of those yamen runners, these candies were more valuable than grain. Lin Yi was so generous to them, so naturally he gained a lot of popularity. Brother Song, do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Yi asked when he saw Song Yao and presented him with a gift. What is this? Song Yao asked curiously, looking at the pipe. This Lin Yi always comes up with some weird stuff. Brother Song, this is called a pipe, and it is also used for smoking. I will teach you how to use it. Following Lin Yi's introduction, Song Yao quickly got the hang of it and even couldn't let it go. That posture feels a bit like the base of golf. This pipe is great. If you have time, please give me 2 more. I will give them to my 2 elders as gifts when I return to Beijing. No problem. I'll have someone send it over tomorrow. Song Yao pointed to the seat next to him, motioning Lin Yi to sit down, and then said in a deep voice, Brother, how is your coal mine going? The temperature has dropped sharply in the past 2 days. I don't think it's a good sign. Brother Song, rest assured, the coal mine has been dug. I also asked someone to make some honeycomb coal and tried it out in Linjia's Wang. The effect is very good. I will ask someone to send some coal briquettes over later. Brother Song will know once you try it. The heating effect is good. Very good. I can guarantee that as long as the people have access to coal, no one in Lanyan County will freeze to death this winter. Great. As long as this can be achieved, I will feel relieved. Can you send some to the capital? Brother Song, do you mean to sell it or give it to His Majesty? There are many refugees in the capital, and they have nowhere to stay. This winter is very difficult to endure. Your Majesty is most worried about how to ensure that these hundreds of thousands of refugees can safely survive the winter. If we can help share your worries, Your Majesty will definitely be very happy. Lenny thought for a moment and said, coal mining is a laborious job. Even if everyone in our county goes to mine, I'm afraid it won't be enough to support the heating of hundreds of thousands of refugees. Besides, transportation is also a problem. Once it snows, the ground will be slippery and it will be easy for the truck to overturn. And we don't have that many trucks to transport them. I can ask the court for help with transportation. If I give you enough manpower, do you think it will work? Song Yao asked. We can give it a try. Even if we can't solve the heating problem for all the refugees, it would be good to save even one more person. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Later, I will ask His Majesty for permission to ask the troops guarding the capital to help transport the coal. In addition, I will relocate another 10,000 refugees from the capital to help you dig the coal. If you do a good job, I will ask His Majesty for credit on your behalf. Thank you, Brother Song. I will try my best. Although Lin was not interested in being asked for credit, he couldn't say it out loud. Master, it's snowing. Just then, Song Yao's old servant hurried in to report. Upon hearing this, Song Yao immediately stood up and walked outside. And Lin Yi also followed him to the yard. I saw snowflakes floating in the sky, so dense that they soon turned the ground white. My dear brother, time is running out for us. I'll arrange it right away. Lin Yi said. Okay, I'll go write the memorial and we'll split up. Lin Yi clasped his fists and left the county government office. Ayu, go to the coal mine and tell Xiao Dai that from today on, all refugees digging will be divided into 2 teams, one for day and one for night. They will dig coal day and night and prepare hot water and food for everyone. It's snowing and many people may die in the capital. If we dig more coal, fewer people will die. This is also a good deed for ourselves. Chapter 37. Trading cigarettes for 300-year-old ginseng. After sending Lin Yi home, Lin Ayu rode out of the city on horseback. On Lin Yi's side, he welcomed Sun Sherdao, the owner of Chen's pharmacy. Brother Lin, are you going out? No, I just came back from the county government office. The weather has suddenly turned cold and it's snowing heavily. I'm afraid Lord Song is under a lot of pressure. Sun Sherdao said with a sigh. Yes, our Lanyan County is relatively better. It is said that there are hundreds of thousands of refugees in the capital. If they cannot withstand the severe cold, I am afraid that many people will freeze to death. Speaking of which, I recently heard that the coal that my brother dug in the east of the city has been put to trial use. Yes, the heating effect is very good, much better than charcoal. There are fewer people burning charcoal now, and I'm worried about how to get through this winter. Brother, give me some of your coal. No problem. I have ready-made honeycomb coal and a stove at home, and I'll give you one as well. You can take it back and use it first. Lin, he said generously. How can that be so embarrassing? We are old friends, so don't be polite to me. Hey, buddy, are you here to get some cigarettes? Linny asked. Yes, I also brought what you want most. Sun Sherdao patted the package he was holding. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Yi led Sun Sherdao into the gate. At this time, the snow had already covered the ground. Entering the living room, a warm feeling immediately made Sun Sherdao curious. Lin Yi smiled and pointed to the stove in the living room, on which there was a kettle with steam coming out. Brother, this is the stove I invented. Lin Yi said, picking up the kettle. Look, what's burning inside is honeycomb coal, which is made from coal. No wonder it's called honeycomb briquettes. With so many small holes, you really are a talented guy. Sun Sherdao said with emotion. It's not worth mentioning. Please take a seat. Lin Yi waved his hand. At this time, Diao Xiaochan brought tea to Sun Sherdao. It is simply brewed with boiling water without adding any messy condiments. It has a refreshing taste and a strong aftertaste, and tastes more refreshing than those with condiments. Sun Sherdao drank the tea, then mysteriously opened the package and took out a wooden box. Brother, guess what's inside? He was not unfamiliar with this box because he had bought ginseng from the herbal medicine store several times before, especially the 200-year-old one, which was packaged in a box like this. Could it be that 300-year-old ginseng? Lin Yi's heart moved. This is a good thing, and it is almost impossible to find on Earth. He had always wanted to buy it, but the pharmacy refused to sell it to him, saying it was the store's most valuable treasure. Brother, you are wise. This is the 300-year-old mountain ginseng. Our boss knows that you like ginseng, so he asked me to bring it here as a gift to you. Give it to me? Isn't this too expensive? This is a sincere gesture from our boss. Please don't refuse it, Brother Lin. Sun Sherdao placed the ginseng on the table next to Lin Yi, and then took out a cloth bag with some silver in it. Brother, these 200 taels of silver are for us to buy cigarettes and lighters. I wonder if it's enough. Brother, since you gave me an old ginseng, I can't take the money. Let's put things in perspective. That old ginseng was given to you by our boss, and this money is for our business. You must accept it, brother, so that we can continue to cooperate in the future, right? Well, I will obey your command. After receiving the silver and ginseng, Lin Yi gave the 3 boxes of cigarettes and 100 lighters he brought this time to Sun Sherdao. These cigarettes are all purchased tobacco, rolled by themselves using a cigarette rolling machine, and have no words or labels on them. The lighters were ordered online, and some are printed with words from the Dragon Kingdom era. Some of them were printed with sexy beauties for a malicious taste. There are also 2 more advanced windproof lighters. Lin Yi took out one and handed the other to Sun Sherdao. Brother, this lighter is given to your boss as a token of my appreciation. Sun Sherdao looked at this lighter, which was different from other lighters, and asked, Brother, what's the difference between this lighter and other lighters? This is windproof. Come, blow into it and see. Lin Yi lit the fire and let Sun Sherdao blow the air. I saw that the flame was just blown crooked but not extinguished. How amazing! Sun Sherdao exclaimed, stroking the texture of the lighter, and said, The material looks high-end and has a very high quality. Yes, this metal will not rust, even if it comes into contact with water. It will always be this bright. Brother, on behalf of our boss, thank you for your gift. You're welcome, bro. After the 2 exchanged greetings for a while, Sun Sherdao prepared to leave. Lin Yi sent a hired worker to drive a cart to deliver the things to Sun Sherdao, along with a stove and several hundred pieces of honeycomb coal. But the most eye-catching thing is the green. These are the vegetables that Lin Yi grows in a greenhouse in his backyard, including spinach, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, etc. These green leafy vegetables have just come down and are at their freshest. After the hired worker sent Sun Sherdao away, Lin Yi asked him to deliver honeycomb coal in a stove, as well as some green leafy vegetables he grew himself, to the county magistrate. Master, is this comfortable? In the living room, as warm as spring, Qiuxiang was massaging Lin Yi's shoulders and neck. Lin Yi closed his eyes and hummed comfortably. Yes, right here, a little harder. It feels good. Master, please take your hand away. I'm so weak all over. Qiuxiang protested in a low voice, her little face as red as a ripe red apple. Hearing Qiuxiang's coquettish words, Lin Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, but his big hands became even busier. Outside, the wind was howling and the snow was white. The room is warm like spring and full of love. Early morning, Xiaohua village. Lin Yi pushed open the door, walked out of the room, and exhaled a few puffs of white air from his mouth. Compared to the other world, although it hasn't snowed here and the weather isn't that cold, it's starting to get colder. Some people who were afraid of the cold had already put on their cotton-padded jackets. Lin Yi rubbed his face and then went outside to run for a while. When they met people who got up early, they all greeted Lin Yi enthusiastically. Some people even gave him some homemade soybean paste, beaten dates, peanuts, and the like. Since he bought corn from villagers at a price higher than the market price, Lin Yi's image in the village immediately became tall and impressive. In the eyes of the villagers, Lin Yi was considered a capable man. Moreover, he collected so much grain and paid for it all on the spot. According to a rough estimate, he was a small, wealthy man. This is the reality in rural areas. If you have no money, no one will look up to you, but if you have money, people will look up to you and speak to you politely. Lin Yi, I was just about to look for you. He ran to the brigade headquarters and saw the village chief, Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang, what's the matter? Lin Yi stopped and asked. The party secretaries of several nearby villages knew that you were buying corn and the price was pretty good, so they all called to ask me if you were still going to buy it. If you did, could you also buy all the corn in their villages? Now that the price of corn is so low, everyone is panicking, said Uncle Liang. Chapter 38, Designing the Manor and Preparing Winter Supplies. After hearing what the village chief said, Lin Yi paused for a moment and said, Uncle Liang, you can continue to harvest the corn, but if they want to sell it, they can just deliver it themselves. Besides, I have to go to the city to do some work today, so I can only pay them when I come back. If they are willing, they can send it now. Uncle Liang, I'd like to trouble you to check it for me. You can write them a note and pay them directly when I come back. I have no problem here. Let me call them and ask. The village chief took out his cell phone and called several neighboring villages one by one. A few minutes later, Uncle Liang hung up the phone and asked, they are all willing to sell. Can you eat such a large amount? How many are there? Linny asked. The surrounding villages have about the same amount of land as ours, so the output should be about the same as well, said the village chief. Linny nodded. Uncle Liang, don't worry about collecting them. For now, we will limit them to these few villages. I can't handle more. Okay, then let them start delivering. Sorry to bother, Uncle Liang. What's the problem? You've already paid the wages. It's the off-season right now, so there's nothing to do. It's only right that you should be paid. How can I let you work for nothing? Uncle Liang, please pay more attention to it. I have to go to the city quickly. Go ahead. I'll help you with this little thing. With the previous experience of harvesting corn, the village chief still has some confidence in Lin Yi's ability. Anyway, the corn was piled up in the square of the village committee, and Lin Yi couldn't take it away without paying. There is no need to worry about not being able to come up with the money. Lin Yi ran home, washed up, and drove to the city. On the way, he called several pharmacy managers to send them some medicinal materials. More than an hour later, Lin Yi first arrived at the Yingbin pharmacy. Brother Lin, you finally remembered me, Chen Jie said with some resentment. Brother Chun, these are the medicinal materials this time. Please check and accept them. Lin Yi smiled without explaining anything. Of course, Chen Jie was just talking and would not interfere with the business. Chen Jie checked and made sure there was no problem, then asked someone to weigh it and count the money. A total of 1.3 million. The cash is ready for you. Thank you, Brother Chun. Brother, if you have a chance, get me an old mountain ginseng. The price will be the same as the number you traded before. How about that? No problem. I'll call you when I get it. We have an agreement that it won't be taken away by Yang Xiaowei again. Zhen Ye Yoket. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep it for you this time. In fact, there were 2 old ginseng plants in Lin Yi's game warehouse. One of them is a 300-year-old ginseng that I just got, and the other one is one of the 3 old ginsengs I bought before. However, today is not suitable for trading, so let's talk about another day. Anyway, I have the goods, and I won't have trouble selling them. Why rush? After the transaction, Lin Yi sat for a while, then went to CI Shangtang, and then to Xinglong Pharmaceutical. Each company had more than 1 million worth of medicinal materials, and finally they came to Taiyang Pharmaceutical. Brother Lin, why did you sell the goods to the other 3 companies this time? You are a businessman. You should know that it is not good to eat alone. Besides, you have been given a lot of medicinal herbs these days. You should always give others some soup to drink. Yang Xiaowei was just acting coquettishly and would not argue with Lin Yi about right or wrong. The medicinal materials provided by Lin Yi are of top quality, and she doesn't want to lose this supplier. The transaction was completed, and another 1 million was purchased. This time I came to the city to sell medicinal herbs and made a total of 5 million. And it was all cash, which Lin Yi put into the game warehouse. Brother Lin, it's almost noon. Let me treat you to a meal. That's great. I also have something to ask you. Then let's go to the restaurant and talk while we eat. Half an hour later, Yang Xiaowei led Lin Yi to the dining place. After ordering a few special dishes, the 2 started chatting while eating. Brother Lin, you just said you had something to ask me. What is it? Oh, I want to find a design company, the one that builds houses. Do you know anyone with high skills? When Lin Yi renovated the old house before, he had looked for a designer in the county, but they were only good at renovating ordinary houses, and he didn't have enough financial resources to design the manor, so he had to go to the city to find one. I don't know the designer, but my friend should know him. Please wait a moment. I'll make a phone call and ask. Yang Xiaowei put down her chopsticks, picked up her mobile phone, and made a call. Soon Yang Xiaowei pushed a business card to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, this Su Yun is quite famous here. She also came back from studying abroad. She has designed many works and won international awards. She is definitely capable, but the price is also quite high. It's okay. As long as the design is good, it doesn't matter if it costs a little more. After dinner, I'll take you to find her. Thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? By the way, Brother Lin, I saw you posted on WeChat Moments. Did you renovate your old house? No, it's just been slightly renovated to make it more comfortable and convenient to live in. I think the picture is pretty good. I'll visit you next time. No problem. I'll make you a warm welcome. When I'm on vacation, I'll go stay there for a couple of days and relax. The environment there is pretty good. Then call me in advance. After lunch, Lin Yi, accompanied by Yang Xiaowei, came to Su Yun's studio. The two sides introduced themselves, and then Su Yun started talking to Lin Yi. Originally, Su Yun wanted to go and see it in person, but she definitely couldn't go. Lin Yi had thought of this in advance, so he took a lot of photos in advance. Mr. Lin, photos and on-site inspections are definitely different, and the effect will be greatly reduced. It's okay, just design it according to these photos. I won't blame you if anything goes wrong. Well, you're the client, and I respect your opinion. Ms. Su, how long will it take for my blueprint to come out? The design of the manor is quite complicated. It will probably take about a month, and I still have a lot of work to do here. This is already the fastest. Okay, then 1 month. Coming out of the studio, Yang Xiaowei asked in surprise, Brother Lin, are you going to build a manor? Is it for investment or for your own residence? I'm helping a friend. I can't build this thing by myself. Lin Yi laughed. You've made so much money. It should be more than enough to build a manor in the countryside. Even if we have enough money, there is no place. Land can't be moved casually these days. After finishing the work, Yang Xiaowei had to go back to work. After the two parted, Lin Yi went to the mall to buy some winter clothes for Qiuxiang and Yi Xiaodai. Especially Yi Xiaodai. She's outside every day and is very hardworking. The weather is so cold, so I have to buy her a warm coat. In addition, you should also arrange for heating pads and thermos cups. If you don't take care of your woman, who will? Although this is my first time being a husband, I still have some awareness. Chapter 39. With a full set of cold-proof equipment, this winter will no longer be cold. In a shopping mall in the city, Lin Yi spent over 100,000 yuan to buy 2 mink coats, one for Qiuxiang and one for Yi Xiaodai, without any bias. The price is right, the quality is really excellent. In addition to the leather coat, Lin Yi also bought her a down jacket, cashmere leggings, cotton socks, cotton boots, etc. The only thing missing is the underpants, which have to be made of cotton. Of course, Lin Yi also bought some supplies for the winter. Although he had planned not to go anywhere when winter came, he would just stay at home and hibernate. But what if something requires you to go out, so it's better to be prepared. In addition, he also bought winter clothes for Lin Yui, Aunt Jiao Xiaochan, Jiao Sanhua, and the other children. Jiao Sanhua and those children will be trained as their confidants in the future. This is when you have to start investing. It was just a matter of a few pieces of clothing, and of course Lin Yi did feel sorry for those children. The youngest is only 6 years old, who can bear to see them suffer from the cold. As for Aunt Yi, she is a real mother-in-law. Although she is not treated as highly in the other world as in the city, she is still an elder after all. What's more, she married her daughter to him. Although her purpose was to find a backer, Yi Xiaodai was indeed very good to Lin Yi, and now she is his good wife. For Yi Xiaodai's sake, you have to be nicer to Aunt Yi. There is no need to mention Lin Yu, the Lin family's military leader. She has been devoted to Lin Yi these days and has been doing her job meticulously. He saved Lin Yi once last time. Although her background is suspicious, it seems that Lin Yu has not revealed any bad intentions so far. With the intention of winning her over, Lin Yi also wanted to try and see if he could make her return his heart. Finally, Lin Yi bought a fur coat for Song Yao. This county magistrate played a decisive role in whether Song Yao would live a happy life in Lanyan County in the future. What's more, he is deeply trusted by the Empress and has a bright future ahead of him. It is much better to have the opportunity to build good relationships now than to keep in touch with them after they have been promoted. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Yi bought another mink coat for the Empress. It was more expensive than Qiuxiang and Yi Xiaodai's and more gorgeous. I gave you a watch last time, so it's not too much to give you a piece of clothing. Don't talk about whether you are a dog licker or not. If anyone can have a good relationship with the Emperor, they will definitely try their best to do it. After leaving the mall, Lin Yi threw all his clothes into the game warehouse and returned to the county town. There is a shop in the county town that specializes in making bedding. Lin Yi ordered 1,000 sets at once and will keep the existing 100 sets for now. He also went to a garment factory and ordered 1,000 sets of cotton-padded clothes. The existing factories are all small workshops, but the prices are cheaper and more affordable. In addition to cotton-padded clothes, Lin Yi also bought 1,000 pairs of large cotton shoes. These supplies were prepared as rewards for refugees who work hard. Of course, it also means winning people's hearts. If Lin Jiazhuang is to develop in the future, people are indispensable. In fact, Lin Yi already has a good reputation among the refugees, especially those who lived in Lin Jiazhuang. Some even called Lin Yi a living bodhisattva. Because Lin Yi not only filled their stomachs, but also provided them with shelter from the wind and rain. Under the current extremely serious situation, Lin Yi is willing to take out food and share it with them, which is more compassionate than Buddha. So people work very hard, and almost no one cheats. When I finished my business and returned to the village, I saw vehicles of all sizes lined up in a long line to deliver corn to the village. Xiaohua village hasn't been this lively for many years, and it even caused traffic congestion. Lin Yi couldn't even get into the village to go home. After parking the car in a spacious place, Lin Yi walked to the village committee. For most of the day, the big golden corn cobs piled up into a mountain in the square. Uncle Yang, how much have you collected? Lin Yi walked behind the busy village chief and asked. Hey, Lin Yi is back. We have already collected more than 300,000 kilograms. The village chief said this, then pulled Lin Yi aside and asked in a low voice, How is it? Is there any problem with the funds? Don't worry, I've got all the money back. I'll distribute it to everyone in a little while. I have been thinking of coming back to take a nap, but now it seems I can't. They were busy until dark. Then the grain harvesting was temporarily stopped, and all the grain sellers were sent away, and the village finally became quiet. Uncle Yang, we won't be collecting the grain tomorrow. Wait for me to find a truck to transport the grain away. We'll continue collecting the grain the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll call a few neighboring villages to save them from worrying. This is today's hard-earned money. Uncle Yang, please share it with everyone. I've been busy all day, and I'm a little tired. I'm going to go back and rest first. Then go back and rest. I'm here. Lin Yi exchanged a few words with everyone and then went home. He locked the door, saw that the time was almost up, and teleported to another world. Xiang, Komein. Lin Yi shouted in the bedroom. Immediately afterwards, Xiang and Yi Xiaodai, who heard the noise, walked in together. The two women originally lived next to Lin Yi, and Xiang's first priority after getting up early was to help Lin Yi wash and dress. So Xiang must be waiting at the door early in the morning. Xiaodai is here too. Come here and let your brother kiss you. Lin Yi waved his hand. Yi Xiaodai walked to Lin Yi shyly and was kissed hard on the cheek by Lin Yi. Then he kissed Xiang on the face, without any bias. Xiang, when the weather gets cold in the future, don't wait at the door. Just stay in the room. I will call you when I wake up. Master, I am fine. The children now get up early every day to practice. If they can persist, I can persist too. It's normal to endure hardships while practicing martial arts, but it's unnecessary for you to endure hardships. I'd feel bad if I froze you to death. Master, I am very happy that you care about me, but serving you is my duty, and I also want you to see me the first thing when you wake up. Xiang said to Lin Yi affectionately. Okay, then it's up to you, but you have to take care of yourself and dress warmly. Also, don't always call yourself a slave in front of me in the future. You are my woman and the mistress of this family. I just want to be your slave and serve you forever. You are such a good woman. Of course, our Xiaodai is also very good. She runs around outside every day and helps me share a lot of the burden. Come and see what gifts I have prepared for you. As Lin Yi spoke, he carried out a pile of winter clothes from the bedroom. This is a mink coat, one for each of you. Lin Yi stuffed 2 mink coats to Xiang and Yi Xiaodai respectively, and then gave them cashmere leggings, down jackets, cotton boots, gloves, hats, thermos cups, etc. Yi Xiaodai also got some extra hand warmers and heating pads, as well as some clothes from Aunt Yi. Thank you, my good brother. Yi Xiaodai hugged the pile of warm and thick clothes, her eyes filled with tears of emotion. She was especially moved that Lin Yi was still thinking about her mother. Thank you, sir. You are my women. Why are you being polite to me? Put on your coat first and let me see it. After hearing this, Xiang and Yi Xiaodai felt so sweet in their hearts, as if they had eaten honey. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the 2 girls put on mink coats. Because they had good figures, they looked particularly elegant in them, just like noble ladies. Master, this dress is so warm. With these clothes, I won't be afraid of the cold. Lin Yi looked at his 2 pretty women and felt a little proud. After delivering the things, Yi Xiaodai hurried out. She has to keep an eye on the farm and the coal mine. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to encourage her, but now he had to continue to get along with Xiang. Chapter 40. We hit it off at first sight. I'll introduce my sister to you. A few days later, on the official road from Lanyan County to the capital, horse-drawn carts carrying coal formed a long line. After a few days of snow, it finally stopped and the sun finally appeared in the sky. It's just the winter sun, like an old man, without any passion. Not only did I not feel any warmth, but even the light seemed a little dim. As Cole arrived in Beijing, the refugees were relieved of the crisis of severe cold and finally breathed a sigh of relief. So far, no one has frozen to death, and this news makes Her Majesty the Empress particularly excited. This Lin Yi is really capable. Not only did he discover coal, he also made such a simple stove, which is very convenient for heating and cooking. The Empress sat in front of the stove, warming her hands while praising. She was wearing the mink coat that Lin Yi presented to her. Ever since she tried it on, the Empress is reluctant to take off this coat. Even when you sleep, you have to cover yourself with it. Master! At this time, a black shadow knelt in front of the Empress. What's up? Reporting to the master, the shadows in various parts of Kyushu have sent back secret reports that coal has been discovered in 4 states and is now being mined. What happened to the other states? Didn't they find it? It's not certain yet. Pass the order down. The prefectures that have discovered coal should do their best to dig for it and provide it to the military and civilians for free. We should strive to prevent anyone from freezing to death this winter. For those who haven't discovered coal yet, continue to search for veins. In addition, you can borrow some coal from nearby prefectures that have coal to get through this difficult time first. Yes, sir. The Black Shadow took the order and left. At this time, the Empress raised her wrist, looked at her watch, stood up and said, "It's almost noon. Rui, go serve the meal and bring me some wine. I'm happy today and I want to drink a few sips." "I obey your command." If Linny knew that the watch and mink coat he gave to the Empress were both very much liked by the Empress, she would definitely be very happy. This proves that the flattery was right, and it also helps to increase one's presence. While the Empress was having her meal at Lin Yi's home in Lanyan County, Lin Yi was also drinking, and sitting opposite him was a nobleman who was dressed luxuriously and had a distinguished temperament. "Brother Lin, this hot pot you invented is so damn delicious. I have decided that from now on, I will eat hot pot every day." Chen Yu Dao, the owner of Chen's pharmacy, said while wiping his sweat. The wind was howling outside, but it was warm as spring inside. At this time, add the spicy and delicious hot pot, and the meal will be so satisfying. Not only that, in this cold season, Lin Yi's family can actually eat green vegetables. This made Chen Yu Dao curious about Lin Yi. Although hot pot is delicious, you can't eat it every day. My chrysanthemums can't stand it. Come, eat more vegetables. This is a cucumber. It's crispy and fresh, and especially refreshing. Lin Yi handed Chen Yu Dao a cucumber with flowers and thorns on it. These are the first batch of cucumbers produced in the greenhouse. Chen Yu Dao also had a good time today. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Yi felt that these uncontaminated vegetables tasted particularly good, and his appetite also improved. "Brother Lin, this melon is obviously green. Why is it called huangguang?" "Because it has another magical effect and is yellowish. It is called a cucumber." "What do you mean? Come on, let's continue drinking." Lin Yi couldn't explain it to him clearly, and if he explained too much, he would be censored. "Brother Lin, I, Chen Yu Dao, have admired very few people in my life, but you are one of them." "Thank you for the compliment, brother." "No compliments. I'm telling the truth. Take this lighter, for example. If you don't know, you might think it's a magical trick. With this, I was able to meet the courtesan, Miss Shir, in Zue Xiang Lu. Don't you know that Miss Shir is not someone that everyone can meet?" "Oh, what's so special about this Miss Shir? Even I can't see her?" Lin Yi asked with great interest. Chen Yu Dao lowered his voice and said cautiously, "Brother Lin, I'm only telling you this, but don't tell anyone else. This is a secret. Don't worry, my mouth is like a zipper, it's very tight." "What's a zipper?" "This is not important, just tell me." Chen Yu Dao asked Lin Yi to come closer to him, and then said mysteriously, "Miss Shir is the princess of the neighboring country Yin." "Princess? How can a princess enter a brothel?" "Does your majesty know?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. "Of course I know. This princess is still a prisoner of war of our majesty. Your majesty captured her personally on the battlefield. They were prisoners of war. Brother Lin, don't underestimate this prisoner of war. His majesty is very concerned about her, and she is usually monitored secretly by the shadow guards." "How do you know such a private matter?" "Of course my sister told me. She knows that I like to visit brothels, so she reminded me not to mess with this Miss Shir. At this point, Chen Yu Dao suddenly remembered something, took Lin Yi's hand and said, "Brother Lin, you and I hit it off right away. Why don't I introduce my sister to you?" "Huh?" Lin Yi was stunned by Chen Yu Dao's words. What kind of logic is this? Giving away your sister just because you hit it off? My little sister is so beautiful, and she is also the emperor's personal physician. She is both talented and virtuous. She is a perfect match for a man like Brother Lin. This is a bit. Brother Lin, are we good brothers? Certainly. So you don't want to be my brother-in-law? It's settled. When I return to Beijing, I will make this happen. Isn't this too hasty? Besides, I haven't met your sister yet, and I don't know if she is willing or not. My sister will definitely like the person I like, so just wait for my good news. In the evening, Lin Yi saw off the drunk Chen Yu Dao and took away the lady's goods. There is also a small mirror, which is a gift that Chen Yu Dao asked Lin Yi to give to his sister. After thinking about it, Lin Yi decided to give her a small mirror, the kind that you can carry in your bag, and a small comb. This thing is not worth much in the city, but here, it is a very rare item, especially that kind of mirror, which is much clearer than a bronze mirror and is definitely a magical item for ladies. Maybe it can lead a trend in the future. Of course, Lin Yi gave the mirror as a gift because he wanted to use the Empress's identity as her personal physician to advertise the small mirror. As for Chen Yudao's request for him to be his brother-in-law, Lin Yi did not take it seriously. Chen Yudao had drunk a little too much at the time, so perhaps he was just talking drunkenly. Chapter 41: The Fun of Hibernation. Chen Yudao is beaten by his sister. The weather got cold, and Lin Yi began to hibernate in the other world. Read books, cook, discuss the meaning of life with Xiao Xiang and Yi Shaodai, and occasionally check on the training of Diao Sanhua and other children. Life is fulfilling and enjoyable. Compared to my previous life as a cow or a horse, life is so great now. You don't have to worry about your livelihood, and you have beautiful maids and concubines to accompany you. Whatever you want to eat is delivered to your mouth, and you'll even get a massage when you get tired of lying down. In such a life, even if he was given the position of president, Lin Yi would not do it. Yi Shaodai, the good wife who takes care of the outside affairs, was also forced by Lin Yi to stay at home for a few days. It's so cold today, you can enjoy yourself at home. How can you let her go out and suffer in the cold? Under Lin Yi's guidance, Yi Shaodai appointed some team leaders and persons in charge among the refugees and gave them better treatment. Even if Yi Shaodai doesn't go, the work at the coal mine farm can proceed normally. 1,000 sets of cotton-padded clothes, quilts, and shoes were awarded to hard-working and capable people. This not only won Lin Yi the hearts of the people, but also gained a group of loyal craftsmen and aroused everyone's enthusiasm for work. Rewards and punishments are given in moderation to let everyone understand one thing. Under Lin Yi's leadership, only hard work can lead to a future. During these few days, Yi Shaodai became more and more feminine under Lin Yi's guidance. The two of them became more and more in sync with each other and had learned dozens of postures, but they just didn't know when to create a little man. Master, this journey to the west is really good. Please play another episode. Good brother, please. At the head of the warm kong, there's a small table with fruits and tea on it, and there's also a flatboard. The tablet was playing Journey to the West, which Lin Yi had downloaded in advance. Lin Yi would occasionally produce some strange things in his hands, and the two girls were no longer surprised by now. Facing Qiuxiang and Yi Xiaodia's pleas, Lin Yi smiled and said, "You all perform a show, and I'll show you another episode. How about that?" "Master, I don't know how to do it. How about I let you spang my butt?" Qiuxiang said shyly. This is a new way of playing that Lin Yi has developed for them in the past few days. Haha, that's as you wish. Lin Yi simulate happily. Qiuxiang obediently got ready, and Lin Yi slapped her plump and round breasts twice. A tingling sensation swept through Qiuxiang's heart, making her unable to help but let out a soft moan. This girl's body is too sensitive. Now she eats well, dresses well, and has a round and smooth figure. She is simply a beauty on earth. Good brother, let me show you a set of punches. Yi Shaodai said immediately after seeing Qiuxiang met Lin Yi's conditions. Lin Yi's forehead suddenly had several black lines. No need to fight. Why don't you perform a striptease dance? I don't know how. Yi Shaodai blinked her big confused eyes and looked at Lin Yi. She looks so cute. Forget it. Just give me a massage. Don't use too much force. Oh, I see. Yi Shaodai knelt behind Lin Yi and gave him a massage. Qiuxiang picked up the fruit on the table and fed it to Lin Yi. Journey to the West was played again, and the monkey jumped out. The two girls were immediately attracted to the monkey. But Lin Yi started to study the white bone demon. When I watched Journey to the West before, I only focused on the monkey. But this time, when I revisited the classic, I found that all the women in it are so beautiful. Master, Mr. Chun is here. At this time, Diao Xiaochan's voice was heard outside the door. Chen Yudao? Why is he here again? Although Lin he didn't want to move, he always had to go out to entertain the guests when they came. Xiao Xiang quickly got off the Kong and helped Lin Yi put on his shoes. Yi Xiaodai took Lin Yi's fur coat from the hanger next to her and put it on him. You two can watch it. Rest your eyes if you get tired. We won't watch it anymore. It's better to watch it with Grandpa. I'll go to the backyard to take a look. Xiao Xiang winked at Yi Xiaodai. Yi Xiaodai also said immediately, then I'll go to the farm and take a look. Recently, a few hundred chicks have just arrived at the breeding farm. I'm a little worried. Why are you going out in this cold? Stay inside. Good brother, I know you love me, but I've been here for several days, and I really can't rest assured if I don't go and check on you. And what if someone steals grain at the mill? I have to check on the safety of the coal mine. You are destined to suffer. You will take the carriage there later. Wear gloves and a hat. Oh, by the way, there's also this hand warmer. Lenny knew that Yi Xiaodai did all this for him. This woman is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Good brother, I understand. Yi Xiaodia's eyes turned red again because of Lin Yi's concern. How can there be such a good man in this world? When Lin Yi arrived at the front living room, he saw Chun Yudao warming himself by the fireplace. Brother Lin, you have to compensate me. Look at my eyes. Chun Yudao started complaining as soon as he saw Lin Yi. What's going on? How does it have anything to do with me? Lin Yi looked at Chun Yudao with dark circles under his eyes, obviously because he was beaten, and asked in confusion. It's not for your lifelong event. Could it be that your sister beat you? Although I don't want to admit it, it was indeed my little sister who hit me. But she has already apologized to me and is very interested in you. She asked you to go to the capital so that we can meet and talk. You came here just for this? Lin Yi was a little amused. I guess so. Besides, our women's product store has become a hit in Beijing, and all the goods you gave me have been sold out. You have to replenish them for me quickly. Oh, this is the profit this time. Chun Yudao opened a small box beside him, and it was filled with golden ingots. It sold out so quickly? There's a famine going on, so how can everyone be so rich? It is the common people who suffer from hunger, and it is also the common people who die of starvation. How many officials have you seen starving to death? That's right, but it won't be that quick to restock. It'll take some time, and I'll take half of the profit, and you can exchange the other half for calligraphy and paintings, collectibles, or precious medicinal herbs. I have a 500-year-old ginseng at home, but it's my father's treasure, so I dare not touch it. But I have a 400-year-old one, and I can give it to you. As for the other things, I'll help you with them and send them to you in the next 2 days. Thank you very much, brother. This hand warmer is for you as a token of my appreciation. We are a family from now on. Why are you being polite to me? Chen Yudao waved his hand, but when he saw the exquisite hand warmer, his eyes suddenly widened so much that they moved to his eye sockets. Hiss, it hurts. What kind of treasure is this? Chapter 42, Appointment in Beijing, the most familiar stranger. In the imperial garden of the imperial palace in the capital city. Several days of heavy snow have covered the clusters of flowers here with a layer of snow-white gauze. The empress had been busy all morning and had just finished lunch, so she came here for a walk to clear her head. She was wearing the mink coat that Lin Yi had picked out specifically for her. Compared to the dragon robe, this sable coat is warm and comfortable to wear. As long as the empress is not attending court, she basically wears the sable coat. It was also for this reason that the empress had a deep impression of Lin Yi, a stranger she had never met. In addition, Lin Yu sent information about Lin Yi from time to time. It could be said that in the empress's heart, Lin Yi's popularity is higher than that of some officials who have little presence. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Chun is here. At this time, the female official Rui reported. Xian. Soon, Chen Rong came over quickly with a small package in her hand. Your Majesty, I am your humble servant. No need to be so polite. Without waiting for Chun Rong to kneel down, the Empress spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chun Rong had a close relationship with the Empress, and the Empress trusted her very much, so the etiquette between the two was not so strict and private. Ronger, what are you holding in your hand? Asked the Empress. Chun Rong quickly approached the Empress and said, as if presenting a treasure, Your Majesty, these are new things from the women's products store. I think they are very good, so I brought them here for Your Majesty to see. This store is opened by your brother Chen Yudao, right? He's quite good at making money. I heard that his business is very popular. He sold out all the goods within 2 days of opening. Some people even got into fights because they couldn't buy anything. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please punish me. Chen Rong knelt down again. Are you talking about the matter of using me for publicity? The Empress smiled and waved her hand, saying, Your father has already come to apologize for this matter. There is no need to mention it again. Thank you for your tolerance, Your Majesty. Ronger, can you tell me what these things are? The Empress asked with some interest. Yes. Chen Rong took the small mirror first and said, Your Majesty, this is a dressing mirror. There's also a small comb inside. You can carry it with you to tidy up your appearance. It is very convenient. What is this mirror made of? How can it reflect so clearly? The Empress picked up the mirror and took a look. She could see herself in the mirror so clearly that even the most inconspicuous pores could be seen. I don't know either, but we'll know in a few days. Oh, this thing was given to me by Lin Yi from Lanyan County. I have asked my elder brother to send it to me. I have asked my elder brother to invite him. I believe he will come to Beijing in the next few days. You said Lin Yi is coming to Beijing? Yes, Your Majesty. Please look at this piece of women's underwear. It is indeed much more convenient after putting it on. I dare to bring it to Your Majesty after wearing it specially. Please try it on. In addition, this is a sanitary napkin, which is used during menstruation. Here are cosmetics, perfume, scarf, handbag, hat. Chen Rong took almost everything in Chen Yudao's store. Chen Yudao was almost heartbroken to death. If Chen Rong hadn't threatened her with the things he had done before in the name of the Empress, she would never have given it to her even if she was beaten to death. These things were provided by Lin Yi, right? He is very knowledgeable about women. Your Majesty, I think Lin Yi is very talented. Although his ideas are sometimes weird, some of them are indeed valuable. For example, the watch can tell the time accurately. Honeycomb coal and stoves also make a great contribution to people's resistance to severe cold. Now my father stays by the stove almost every day. Well, that stove is indeed very useful, and the honeycomb coal is a very good invention as well. So far, none of the hundreds of thousands of refugees in the capital have frozen to death, and Lin Yi has made a great contribution. The Empress said with satisfaction, Your Majesty, I invited Lin Yi to come to Beijing because I wanted to see this man. If he really has talent, he can help Your Majesty. Well, then you can take a good look at this person for me. I obey your order. Lin Yi couldn't deliver the goods for the time being, and Chen Yudao stayed in Lanyan County. She said she wanted to go back to Beijing with him. It was so cold that Lin Yi really didn't want to go out, but Chen Yudao acted like he would not leave unless he went. So in the end, he had no choice but to go. Of course, Lin Yi also wanted to broaden his horizons and do some research. After stabilizing Chen Yudao, Lin Yi returned to the city to replenish supplies. After a few days of hard work, Lin Yi had harvested all the corn from the surrounding villages. The village finally returned to its former tranquility. He still likes this kind of village. It was so noisy during those days. More than a dozen trucks carrying grain were called to transport the corn to the warehouse in the city. After a whole day of pulling, the last load of corn was finally finished. The shipping fee alone is quite a lot, but this money must be spent, and we have to be rigorous in doing things. At the small commodity wholesale market in the city, Lin Yi stocked up on all kinds of goods and even had more varieties, like hairpins, hairbands, pajamas, leather boots, and so on. Of course, I bought some retro styles. In addition, I also bought again from the online store where I had placed orders before, and the quantity increased several times. However, with so many goods, Lin Yi did not plan to give them all to Chen Yudao at once. It is to save yourself trouble and make fewer trips. Of course, it also creates the illusion that scarcity makes things valuable, making people think that the things sold in women's product stores are all high-end goods, thereby enhancing the brand effect. After shopping, Lin Yi went to Boyazhai again and sold a pair of porcelain vases for 20 million. In addition, he also sent a 100-year-old ginseng to Chunjie of Ingbin Pharmacy, earning him 9 million. Before going back, Lin Yi went to see Coco, bought her a lot of snacks and fruits, and gave her a big doll. Lin Yi didn't have any intentions. He just thought that the girl had a good personality and it would be nice to have her as a friend or a sister. Uncle, you're so nice. I am so moved that I am about to cry. Coco hugged Lin Yi and said coquettishly, Then why didn't I see your tears? Lin Yi pinched her little nose. Hee hee, isn't this an exaggeration? Kiki smiled mischievously. Uncle, are you going home tonight? Why don't you stay at my house for one night and watch a horror movie together? Why do you always want to watch this thing? It's easy to have nightmares at night. Aren't you scared living alone? I just want to find some excitement. Good uncle, please accompany me to watch it. Well, Don't blame me if you get scared then. Yeah, Coco took Lin Yi back home first. This is Coco's own house. She usually lives alone, saying that this is more conducive to her creation. In Lin Yi's opinion, he doesn't know whether it is conducive to creation, but it is true that he lives in freedom. Uncle, this is my room. It looks nice, right? Coco led Lin Yi into her bedroom. Lin Yi took a look and said, "It's very good, and it's cleaned very well. Uncle, I want your hug again." At this time, Coco suddenly hugged Lin Yi from behind. Chapter 43. Girlfriend changes are quite frequent. Lin Yi treated Kiki to a big meal, and Kiki treated Lin Yi to a movie. The movie is the horror movie that Coco has always wanted to watch. Although I know that horror movies are made and acted by people, I still feel scared in that atmosphere. Even Lin Yi, a grown man, felt a chill on his back. On the way home, I always feel like someone is following me. Coco was even worse. Even in her own home, she let Lin Yi follow her when she went to the toilet. I don't even dare to sleep alone at night. Lin Yi had no choice but to accompany her and played soothing music on his mobile phone, which eased her tension a little. After coaxing Coco to sleep, Lin Yi began to upgrade the time props. Today's income is 29 million, plus the more than 9 million saved before. It will be less than 40 million, which can complete 3 upgrades. With each level up, the time in the other world can be extended by 1 hour, and the corresponding interval time will be shortened by 1 hour. Lin Yi really wanted to see if the interval time would be reduced to 0 after upgrading. If that were the case, it would be much more convenient for him to travel to other worlds, and he could go there anytime and anywhere. The funding was reduced by 10 million, and the time prop was increased to 2 hours. Continue to upgrade, and the time prop will increase to 3 hours. Continue. The time prop increases to 4 hours. If he followed the previous rules, he could stay in the other world for 16 hours, and it could be extended from the evening to late at night. Thinking about playing a 3-person game with Qiuxiang and Yi Xiaodai in the evening, Lin Yi suddenly became excited. Life is getting better and better, and this kind of little life is so wonderful, especially when seeing Coco in his arms. Such a cute and beautiful girl is willing to sleep in my arms. In the past, she would probably only appear in my dreams. Uncle, give me a hug. Isn't this hugging you? Hold tight. Lin Yi had to use a little more strength and hug her tighter. The night passed quickly, and when I woke up, it was already noon. Coco had woken up a long time ago, but she didn't get up. She just curled up in Lin Yi's arms, blinking her big eyes at him. Awake early? Lin Yi opened his eyes and asked when he saw Coco staring at him. I just woke up a while ago. Kiki pursed her lips and said, Uncle, it feels so good to be hugged by you. I slept so soundly last night that I didn't even have any dreams. You sleep so soundly. Aren't you afraid that I might do something bad to you? I'm not afraid. Kiki shook her head. If the uncle wanted to do something to me, he would have done it long ago. You can't say that. What if I lose control one day? Then stop controlling yourself. I also want to experience that feeling. It will enrich my experience and make my creation more realistic. Don't talk nonsense. If you tell the truth, the police uncle will invite you for tea. Lin Yi looked at the time on the bedside table and said, I should go back. What do you want to eat for lunch? I will treat you to a meal. Uncle, I want to eat the food you cook. Is this also a way to experience life? Lin Yi smiled, then sat up and said, Okay, then I'll cook for you and see what dishes you have at home. Next they went to the kitchen. There were quite a lot of food in the refrigerator. Lin Yi cooked some simple home-cooked dishes and had lunch with Coco. Then he drove away under Coco's reluctant gaze. Before leaving the city, Yang Xiaowei called, Brother Lin, did you come to the city yesterday? How do you know? That's what Qinjie said. He even boasted to me that he bought a century-old ginseng from you. Are you here to settle accounts with me? Brother Lin, how dare I? The goods are yours, and you're free to sell them to anyone. Although we have a contract, you have already given us a lot, and I can't thank you enough. Since you're not here to settle accounts, then you called me because you want a few more wild ginseng plants? Miss Yang, wild ginseng is not easy to find, especially those that are over 100 years old. It's hard to come by chance. It all depends on fate. Lin Yi said with a wry smile. Brother Lin is so lucky, and he found so many precious old ginsengs. It's obvious that he is a person with great fortune. It's no use flattering me. I haven't had any recently. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. You can get other herbs. By the way, Brother Lin, are you home? I'm off work these 2 days and want to go to your place to relax. I'm still in the city. Then send me your location and I'll come find you right now. All right. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Xiaowei drove to meet Lin Yi, and then they returned to Xiaohua village together. After returning to the county town, Lin Yi bought more than 1,000 yuan worth of prepared food at the delicatessen, including pork heads, pork intestines, pork livers, beef, and roast chicken. These things were intended to be taken to another world to satisfy Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodia's cravings. Of course, we also planned to send some to the county magistrate to maintain the relationship. Afterwards, I went to a seafood seasoning store and bought some seasonings, live fish, fresh beef and mutton, and various meatballs. Linny knew that these meatballs were made with high technology and hard work, so he didn't plan to eat them himself, but instead prepared to give them to Song Yao. Lord Song is a gourmet. This thing suits him better. After the purchase, the two cars returned to Xiaohua village together. As soon as he entered the village, the villagers who were basking in the sun under the wall at the entrance of the village greeted Lin Yi warmly. This enthusiasm made Lin Yi feel a little uncomfortable. But since the other person greeted him, he couldn't just stay silent. So he simply got out of the car, took out a cigarette, and smoked a few cigarettes. After talking for a few words, he took Yang Xiaowei home. Lin Yi is rich now, and his girlfriend drives a BMW. Didn't you say last time that we were just ordinary friends? You believe that? Didn't you see that little girl stayed at his house for several days? How could something not happen between a man and a woman alone at night? That's true, but the frequency of changing girlfriends is a bit high. Both cars drove into the yard. Yang Xiaowei got out of the car and looked at the neat and tidy courtyard full of landscape painting. Her mood improved a lot. Brother Lin, you did a great job. I also want to build a small courtyard like this. You city folks just want something new. It'll get boring after a few days. How is that possible? I love the life surrounded by mountains, rivers, and countryside the most. Yang Xiaowei defended. Dalong, Sanlang, Sailang, and Wulong, come here. Lin called out, and a big wolf dog and 3 puppies came running over. Lin threw some chicken livers and bones he had bought to them, and then went to the backyard again. Brother Lin, why is Erlang not here? Erlang is in the backyard. Lin came to the backyard and saw Erlang lying on the ground sleeping. After throwing some food to it, Lin started feeding the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. Miss Yang, you can live with me, but I'll leave these jobs to you from now on. Yang Xiaowei was a little confused. She started working as soon as she came in. It turned out that it was for her to learn how to do it. Any comments? Yang Xiaowei immediately shook her head and said, no, I really like these things. Let's go. I'll get you settled first. What do you want to eat tonight? I'm not picky about food. I'll eat whatever you cook. Then let's have some mutton hot pot. I prepared some green vegetables. Please try them too. After placing the luggage in the guest room, Yang Xiaowei took the initiative to go to the kitchen and wash and cut vegetables with Lin Yi to prepare the ingredients for hot pot. Half an hour later, the steaming pot was ready to boil. Lin Yi also moved the projector to the restaurant, and the two of them watched while eating. Brother Lin, you are so interesting. Other people eat popcorn when watching movies, but we eat hot pot, Yang Xiaowei said with a smile. I thought you, Miss Yang, didn't talk while eating or sleeping. My family doesn't have that many rules. You've met my dad. He's a very ordinary old man. He was from the countryside. And don't call me Miss Yang all the time, call me Wei Wei. Is this appropriate? My friends all call me that. So, aren't we friends? Yes, of course. As a good friend, then shouldn't you get me some more good herbs, such as old ginseng and cordyceps? Chapter 44. Young Master Chun pulls a cart. Master Song eats hot pot. Yang Xiaowei stayed at Lin Yi's house for 3 days, and then prepared to return to the city with some wild tea and pure green vegetables. Anyway, I never leave empty-handed. I always bring something with me. Brother Lin, I'll come and help you next time. Bye. Be safe on the road. Send me a message when you get home. Don't worry. Yang Xiaowei waved her hand and drove away. Lin Yi returned home to pack up and prepare to teleport to another world. He hasn't shown up in the past few days, so I guess Chun Yu Dao must be getting anxious. Lin Yi prepared some methods and materials for making glass, and planned to take them to the other world to open up the situation first. Papermaking is relatively simple, and there are already craftsmen working on it at the Research Institute. The garment factory was also built, but there were only 20 or so people working there, so we had to put up the work first. All things are difficult at the beginning. Just do a good start, and then follow the steps. This time he brought dozens of sewing machines and a batch of cloth, and first let the workers learn how to use the sewing machines. The last and most complex is the mechanical one. Lin Yi purchased a second-hand machine tool and welding machine, as well as a batch of iron materials, and took them to the other world to test the waters first. Now, there are only a dozen blacksmiths working in the machinery factory. It can more like be called a blacksmith shop. The first task Lin he gave them was to make the curved plow. As for the breeding farm, there are only a few hundred chicks and a few skinny oxen, which were bought with the help of the magistrate's connections. There were 2 horses, one of which was given by the county magistrate, and it came with a carriage and horses. The other one was bought by Lin Yi for emergency use. Now it is basically ridden by Yi Xiaodai, or Lin Au. Lin Yi doesn't know how to ride a horse, and if there is an emergency, he can just drive. Fortunately, when I bought a car before, it was an off-road vehicle like a tank. In the traffic conditions in the alien world, a car would have its bottom broken. As night fell, Lin Yi locked the door, checked that the surveillance in the yard was functioning normally, and then started the transmission with confidence. The next second, Lin Yi appeared in another world. The last time he left, in order to avoid having to go out of the city again, he deliberately left the city before returning to the city. At this moment, he teleported back to the exact location where he had left before. At the same time, a wooden cart appeared behind him, with some goods piled on it, and then it was pulled into the city. If the warehouse was not yet able to accommodate large animals, such as cattle and horses, he would never have been willing to pull the cart himself. Brother Lin, you are finally back. This made me anxious. As soon as I entered the city gate, a man jumped out of the tea house next to him. Who else could it be but Chen Yu Dao? It's Brother Chun. Why are you here? Of course I'm waiting for you. How is it? How much goods did you import this time? They're all in the car. Let me see. Chen Yu Dao was so excited that he was about to pounce on him. Lin Yi quickly pulled him back and said, there are too many people here. Let's wait until we get back to see. Okay, let's go back quickly. You pull the cart. Me? Chen Yu Dao blinked, then readily pulled the wooden cart and staggered towards Lin's house. Wow, they're all treasures. They're all treasures. I'm rich. I'm rich. In the living room of the Lin residence, Chen Yu Dao looked at the goods and was almost going crazy with excitement. Lin Yi sat in a chair, drinking hot tea and enjoying Qiuxiang's service. Grandpa, it's so cold, don't go out. It's too tiring, Qiuxiang said with concern while massaging Lin Yi's legs. Lin Yi touched Qiuxiang's face and said, when I think of Qiuxiang caring about me, I don't feel tired anymore. Master, Brother Lin, let's go back to Beijing as soon as possible. I can't wait. I want to make those ladies go crazy for us. Ha ha. Brother, calm down. Isn't this just a small amount? There will be opportunities to make big money in the future. I can't calm down. Don't try to persuade me. Let me go crazy for a while. After much persuasion, Chen Yu Dao finally agreed to let Lin Yi rest at home for a day before setting off again. After letting Qiuxiang take a bath with him, Lin Yi went to the county government office feeling refreshed. Oh, it's cold. Dress warmly. At the gate of the county government office, Lin Yi said to Lin Au, who escorted him here, the cotton-padded jacket the master gave me is very warm. I'm not cold at all. You're still missing a scarf. Come, let me put it on for you. Lin Yi took out a furry scarf from the tower chain and put it around Lin Au's neck personally. Yeah, not bad. It looks good. Master, this is too expensive. This is a gift from the master, so just wear it. It doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not. Lin Yi helped Lin Au tidy it up and then walked into the county government office. Thank you, sir. Looking at Lin Yi's back, Lin Au's eyes were a little complicated. Brother, good news. Song Yao's face was immediately filled with joy when he saw Lin Yi. Let me guess. Could this good news come from the capital? My dear brother, you are wise. Song Yao enthusiastically pulled Lin Yi to sit down. Our coal brought warmth to the refugees in the capital. Hundreds of thousands of refugees did not freeze to death, and your discovery has saved many lives in the whole territory of Manhwa. His Majesty has specially issued an imperial decree to commend you. Your future is limitless. I am just an ordinary citizen. I will be satisfied if I can live a good life in the future. I don't need a good future. Brother Song, are you going to get a promotion? I will have to stay in Lanyan County for a while, but His Majesty has asked me to prepare to go to Lingyang Prefecture to serve as the prefect. Song Yao said with some joy. Oh, this is really great news. Congratulations. I just happened to bring a new delicacy for my brother today, so we can have a taste of it to celebrate. What kind of delicious food? Song Yao, a gourmet, became immediately interested when he heard about food. Hot pot, Lin Yi said, and asked someone to bring in the pot and food. How was this pot made like this? Song Yao asked curiously. This is a special pot for hot pot. There's a place inside for charcoal, so it can be kept heated. Next to it is a place for ingredients, so they can be cooked. Brother Song, this hot pot is perfect for winter. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Okay. After hearing what you said, I can't wait. Chapter 45. Going to Beijing for a blind date. The other party is a female imperial physician. Song Yao ate a hot pot with the county magistrate and was completely stupefied, especially the various types of meatballs, which made him praise them highly, and they are worthy of being the result of technology and hard work. After contacting each other, the dinner was coming to an end. Lin left a roast chicken and some pork heads and left the county government office. Master, are you going home? Lin Yu came up and asked. You haven't eaten yet, right? Here's one for you. Lin took out a roasted sweet potato. This was brought from the city. Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai haven't eaten it yet. The sweet and soft taste made Lin Yu drool instantly. She wanted to say no, but swallowed it back. She couldn't refuse such delicious food. Ayu, let's go to the city and take a look around the farm. After getting on the carriage, Lin fell into the car and closed his eyes to rest happily. There's a small heater in the carriage, fixed in the corner, so there's no need to worry about it falling over and catching fire. The floor is covered with felt, cushions, and bedding, making it very comfortable to lie on. In order to improve comfort, Lin also asked craftsmen to install a shock absorption system and replace the iron wheels and tires. In order to increase safety, the carriage is covered with a layer of iron sheet, and even the windows are installed with bulletproof glass. This was a modification made in preparation for the last time when someone tried to stab him with a bow and arrow. Now, this carriage is a small mobile fortress. Although it is not aggressive, its security is definitely top-notch in the world. The carriage with iron sheets was just like a car, cold in winter and hot in summer. So Linny installed thermal insulation materials on it. The space has become a little smaller, but the comfort has increased several times. So the sacrifice of this space is worth it. With the shock absorption system, the carriage can travel much more smoothly on the bumpy official road. On the contrary, it was quite comfortable, just like sitting in a cradle. After rocking for a while, Lin who had drunk a little wine, fell asleep. Lin Yu devoured a roasted sweet potato ravenously and felt warm both inside and outside of it. When they arrived at Lin Jia's Wang, Lin Yu saw Lin sleeping soundly. She did not disturb him, but stood beside the carriage, protecting him vigilantly. Half an hour later, Lin could no longer feel the carriage moving and suddenly woke up. Ayu, have you arrived at the farm? Master, we're here. I saw you were taking a nap, so I didn't wake you up. Lin Yu replied. Lin opened the car door and shivered as the cold wind blew in. Master, it's too cold. Shall I drive the carriage inside? No need. Go rest in the carriage for a while. I'll go check on everyone. Yes. Master, please call me if you need anything. Lin nodded, then walked into the heavily guarded research institute. To say it is tight only means that there are more people standing guard and patrolling, and these people don't know martial arts. If they meet someone like Lin Yu, the most they can do is shout. But Lin doesn't have that many talented people under his command now, so something is better than nothing. The entire research institute is a large yard divided into several small yards, all made of rammed earth. Lin plans to build a new research institute with reinforced concrete and connect it to the manor. This place is only for temporary use. We'll have to wait until the design of the manor comes out before we decide. He first came to the garment factory, took out a sewing machine, and taught everyone how to use it. Most of the female workers here are clever and dexterous, and they all learned how to do it in a short time. Lin took out several styles of clothing and asked them to try making them. Immediately afterwards, Lin went to the paper mill and the glass factory respectively. Lulikang is a place that makes glass. There are already some raw materials piled up here. Lin quietly added some more, and there was nothing unusual to see. Under Lin Yi's suggestion, the workers processed a certain proportion of the raw materials, and the progress of research and development was obviously much faster. Finally, Lin came to the machinery factory. After throwing the old machine tools and welding machines in the corner, Lin called the workers over and taught them how to operate them. However, we don't have a power plant yet, so without electricity, it can only be used as a model to allow the craftsmen to get familiar with it first. Once the subsequent thermal power plants are built and electricity is connected, these craftsmen will be able to get started quickly. After getting in touch with the craftsmen, Lin went to the breeding farm and finally to the coal mine. After a circle, it was almost dark, so Lin called Yi Xiaodai, and they went home in a carriage together. After dinner, Lin called Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai, took a hot bath together, and then got in a bed to re-journey to the west. However, the two girls were looking at monkeys, while Lin Yi was looking at peaches. On the warm calm, waves soon rolled over and crashed against the shore. After tossing and turning until late at night, Lin Yi asked Qiu Xiong and Yi Shaodai to go back to their rooms to rest on the pretext of practicing martial arts. It seems that I still need to upgrade the time props as soon as possible. In another world, early morning of the next day, as soon as Lin Yi was teleported from the city, he heard Chen Yudao shouting in the yard. "Brother Lin, are you up yet? We should go back to Beijing." Lin Yi quickly responded to prevent the kid from yelling endlessly. After a quick breakfast, Lin Yi drove a carriage to the capital under the escort of Lin Yu. Chen Yudao also shamelessly squeezed into his carriage. "Brother Lin, your carriage is so comfortable, not bumpy at all, and still so warm. What a fuss. Yudao, tell me first what kind of person your sister is, so I can have a better idea." Lin Yi handed Chen Yudao an apple. Chen Yudao has eaten apples several times and has no resistance to this fruit. "My little sister is not only beautiful, but also virtuous and kind, and has great medical skills. Many people in the capital want to marry her. However, my little sister has too high standards, and ordinary people simply don't like her. In addition, she is someone close to His Majesty, and although she is a little older, my father did not force her to marry. Yudao, we are good brothers. Are you sure your sister is a virtuous person?" "Of course, how could I lie to you?" Lin Yi pointed at Chen Yudao's eye sockets and said unhappily, "Your eye sockets are not healed yet." "Misunderstanding. This is purely a misunderstanding. In fact, my little sister is really gentle. You will know when you meet her." "Why don't I believe it?" "Brother Lin, you have to believe me. We are good brothers. I will never push you into the fire pit." "Then tell me honestly, does your sister have violent tendencies? Does acupuncture count? In fact, I am half responsible for my sister's current medical skills." Speaking of this, Chen Yudao's tone was somewhat tragic. "When I was a child, she practiced acupuncture on me. It was also because of this credit that I gave up my family's medical skills and started a business instead. My father didn't beat me. Actually, I can also give acupuncture. I will avenge you when I get the chance." Lin Yi patted Chen Yudao on the shoulder and said, "Brother Lin, you are so nice. No wonder you and I hit it off right away." Chen Yudao was so moved that he almost cried. Chapter 46, Blind Date Mistake. Who is the one I'm going on a blind date with? Dragon Kingdom, the capital. Although the magnificent city wall is full of damage, it still gives people a sense of historical weight. And those mottled and ruined remains silently tell of the cruelty of dynasty changes and the trauma brought by war. Near the city gate, there are clusters of shacks that stretch far away. This is where the refugees gather temporarily. The warehouse here is open for free porridge every day. No wonder all the refugees run to the capital, because only here can they have a chance of survival. These refugees are so pitiful. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the refugees wearing tattered clothes and barefoot. Chen Yudao also sighed. There is nothing we can do about it. When disaster strikes, how can mortals stop it? Lin Yi looked at the tragic scene outside the car window and said nothing more. It's not that I don't want to say it, but it's useless to say it. In today's society, the common people are enslaved. Who cares about their life or death? Once you enter the city gate, the scene on the street suddenly becomes different. There were no ragged refugees to be seen in the city. The streets were crowded with people, and the shops were doing brisk business as usual. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Yi would have felt that they were in two completely different worlds. As citizens of the capital, we are obviously much luckier than people in other places. This can be seen from their complexion. No wonder people all want a Beijing hukou. They walked and looked around, and half an hour later, the carriage stopped in front of a mansion. This entire street is filled with people from various prefectures, and there are no outsiders around. It is obvious that all the people living here are officials. "Brother Lin, we're here. I don't know if my sister is at home right now, so I'll take you to have some rest first." Chen Yudao asked the servants to drive the carriage in through the side door, and then took Lin Yi and entered the mansion through the main gate. As one of the Empress's most trusted ministers, the Chun family also received generous rewards. The entire Chun mansion is very large, with pavilions, towers, and numerous rooms. Only then did Lin Yi truly see what the upper class of this world was like. No wonder those women's products are so expensive, and yet they sell so well. "Brother Lin, you take a rest first. I'll go and arrange the goods. Making money can't wait," Chen Yudao said anxiously. How about I go with you? Lin, he also wanted to see what the specialty store created by Chun Yudao looked like, and he could also give him some suggestions based on his experience in the city. Brother Lin, you've been traveling so long, you should rest at home first. I'll take you around the capital some other day. Chun Yudao said, and asked the servants to serve Lin tea, and then he went to get busy. Lin, he drank some tea and didn't feel sleepy anymore, so he walked out of the guest room. Before I knew it, I had strolled to the Chun family's back garden. He felt that it was inappropriate to barge in rashly, but just as he was about to leave, a woman in the garden suddenly called him. Are you Mr. Lin Yilin from Lanyan County? Following the direction of the voice, Lin saw a tall and noble woman looking at him in a pavilion in the garden. I am Lin. Lin hesitated for a moment, and seeing that the woman did not look like a servant, he asked, Are you Miss Chun Rong, the daughter of the Chun family? The woman did not admit it, but she did not deny it either. Mr. Lin, please come and sit down. Lin, he walked over and clasped his fists. I don't deserve the title of sir, young lady, just call me by my name. You have single-handedly fed more than 20,000 refugees in Lanyan County, discovered coal, and rescued hundreds of thousands of refugees in the capital. Just for this, you deserve the title of sir. What's more, you brought corn, a high-yield food, from other countries. If there is a good harvest next year, it will alleviate the famine in the country, and you have made an indelible contribution. You also have good policies, such as work for relief and nationalization of land. I have to say that you are a talented person with great ideas. Miss Chun, you are too kind. I just have some strange ideas, but I dare not take credit for it. Lanyan County can be stabilized and achieve the current situation because of Lord Song Yao's overall planning. Linny said, You don't need to be modest. This is your achievement, and no one can take it away from you. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I don't care whether I get any credit or not. Mr. Lin, are all the things in the women's products store your idea? I usually like to guess randomly. I've seen a lot when I was doing business before, so I have these things. Do you know what His Majesty says about you? Your Majesty knows me. Of course I know. You gave His Majesty a watch and a mink coat. His Majesty likes them very much and wears them all the time. As long as Your Majesty likes it, it's my honor. His Majesty said that you are a genius and have made great contributions to the country. If you have the opportunity, will you serve the country and share His Majesty's worries? I haven't thought about it yet, but I am lazy by nature, so I may not be suitable for being an official. Of course, I'm willing to share your worries. Even if I don't become an official, I can still do a lot for Your Majesty. The woman frowned slightly when she heard this, then relaxed her brows. That's right. Mr. Lin, what do you think of me? What do you mean? Lin, he was stunned by the question. The woman smiled and asked, Aren't you here for a blind date with me? You're talking about this. Lin, a grown man, was embarrassed by the question. Miss Chun has outstanding temperament, stunning appearance, and momentum that no man can match. She is truly a heroine among women. Your words are too tactful. Do you think I'm too strong? Maybe it's because I've been with His Majesty for too long. That's not what I meant. In fact, a queen like you is also very attractive. Although the woman didn't understand what a royal sister was, she understood what Lenny meant. So, you are very satisfied with me? Satisfied, quite satisfied. Mr. Lin, I have something else to do. We can talk again when we have a chance. The woman suddenly stood up and said goodbye. It was not until the woman walked away that Lin came to his senses and realized what this blind date was all about. She hasn't expressed her opinion at all. Could it be that she doesn't like me? But it is understandable. Chun Rong has a good family background and talents, and she is also someone close to His Majesty. Her vision must be very high. Thinking back to what he had just said, Lin suddenly felt a sense of loss. Damn it, he came to ancient times, and his mind was messed up by a woman. But I have to say that Chun Rong is really beautiful, unique, and attractive. Once you see it, you will never forget it. Brother Lin, you Dao, I'm here. Lin quickly ran out of the back garden. Brother Lin, why are you here? My sister and I went to your room just now and couldn't find you. Lin, he was suddenly confused. He looked at the girl next to Chin Yu Dao and asked, Is this your sister, Miss Chin Rong? How many sisters do you have? Chapter 47. Give a medical kit as a gift. Shock the little imperial physician. In the capital of Manhwa, the back garden of Chun Mansion. After hearing what Lin said, Chun Yu Dao was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. Brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is my sister Chin Rong, the most trusted imperial physician to His Majesty. She is a daughter of the Chun family who is both virtuous and talented, beautiful and intelligent. Chun Yudao introduced the woman beside him to Lin Yi. Hello, Miss Chun. This is our first meeting, and I don't know what you like. This is a small gift for you. Please don't despise it. As Lin Yi spoke, he took out an exquisite little gift box from his pocket. What kind of treasure is this? Brother Lin, you are so mean. You didn't let me take a look at it along the way, and you didn't even mention it. Chun Yudao came up and tried to grab a box. However, a small white hand was quicker than him. This is a gift from my brother from the Lin family. Why should I let you see it? Chen Rong snatched the box and then bowed to Lin Yi formally. Hello, Brother Lin. I'm Chun Rong. You can call me Rong. Thank you for the gift. You're welcome. Just whatever you like. Little sister, let me see what it is. Brother Lin packed it in such an exquisite gift box. It must be a good thing. Maybe it will become a hot item when we sell it. Chen Yudao said anxiously. You only know how to do business, and you reek of money. Your words really hurt me. Without me making money, can you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks? Can you wear nice clothes? Can you? This is all my own salary, okay? And what I wear and use are all reward from your majesty. I didn't spend your money. Chen Rong protested. Then, what about the goods you stole from my shop? Do you know how much silver I can sell them for? Those are all given to his majesty. If you want them, you can go to his majesty. You. Chen Yudao was speechless after being rebuked. He then pointed at Lin Yi and said, Brother Lin is such a talented person. If it weren't for me, would you have known him? And would you have gotten this gift box? That does make sense. All right, I'll let you take a look. But just one look. After Chen Rong finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yi and asked, Brother Lin, can I open it now? Of course, this is a gift for you. It's your right to open it whenever you want. Lin Yi found it quite interesting to watch the brother and sister bickering. He knew that they must have a good relationship, otherwise they wouldn't act like this in front of an outsider like him. Thank you. Chun Rong smiled, and then opened the gift box under Chun Yudao's anxious urging. So beautiful. Is it made of silver? Chen Yudao looked at Lin Yi excitedly. Lin Yi nodded. How can this necklace be so exquisite? It's absolutely beautiful. The gem pendant on it is the finishing touch. Brother Lin, you are confused. What's wrong? Such a good product. Why don't you get more? You can definitely make a lot of money from this. Those ladies and wives will definitely like this. When it comes to making money, Chun Yudao's madness starts to come back. This is for Ronger. It is one of a kind in the world. Brother Lin, is that true? Chen Rong couldn't help but be moved. Brother Lin is so nice that he gave such a precious gift as soon as he met me. And it's one of a kind too. Of course, there will never be a second necklace like this. Brother Lin, you absolutely cannot do that. This necklace can make a lot of money. We have to get more. Chen Yudao, don't force me to get angry. Before Lin Yi could say anything, Chen Rong suddenly said in a cold voice. Chen Yudao looked at his younger sister's cold expression and immediately swallowed back the rest of his words. But deep down, I have not given up on this necklace. Brother Lin, let me take you to the back garden. Although it is winter, there are still many beautiful flowers in the garden. Of course, Lin, you would not refuse a girl's invitation. One has no humanity when having the opposite sex. The other has forgotten her brother after having a husband. They are both ungrateful people. Chen Yudao rolled his eyes and walked away angrily. Lin Yi and Chun Rong chatted in the back garden for more than an hour, and their feet were numb from the cold. Ronger, it's a bit cold. Why don't we go to my room and chat for a while? This isn't a good idea. We just met, Chen Rong said shyly with her head down. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little amused. This kid had a lot of inner drama in his mind. I don't mean anything else, don't get me wrong. By the way, I have a gift for you. You still want to give me a gift? Brother Lin, we just met, and you're spending so much money. What if we don't succeed? Wouldn't it be a waste of money? Lin Yi smiled cheerfully. You have called me Brother Lin so many times, so it is only right for me to give you a few gifts. And this gift I want to give you will be of great help and convenience to your medical practice. You also know medicine? I know a little bit, but I mainly study how to give injections. Brother Lin, you are so awesome. My concubines and maids all say that I'm pretty awesome. Then let's have a sparring match if we have a chance. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. The two chatted all the way back to the guest room where Lin Yi was temporarily staying. Ronger, please sit down first. I'll go get you a gift. Thank you, Brother Lin. You're welcome. Lin Yi walked into the bedroom, and when he came out again, he was holding a medical kit, the kind that doctors use when they go out to see patients. There's not only a medical kit, but also a lot of supporting items. This was specially prepared by Lin Yi for Chun Rong before coming to Beijing. Regardless of whether the blind date is successful or not, he is prepared to build a good relationship with Chun Rong. Not to mention her family background. As the Empress's most trusted imperial physician, she is worthy of Lin Yi's investment. Brother Lin, what is this? This is called a medical kit. It's a box you carry when you go out to see patients. It can hold things needed for medical treatment. You can carry it by hand or sling it over your shoulder. As he spoke, Lin Yi opened the medical box. Look, there's some instruments in here, a stethoscope, a blood pressure monitor, a thermometer, tweezers, gauze, scissors, alcohol. Brother Lin, wait a minute. Chen Rong picked up the stethoscope and asked, how do I use this thing? This is mainly used to listen to the heart and lungs. It can also be used to listen to the fetal heart rate. You could try it on me. Lin Yi placed the stethoscope on Chen Rong's ear and began to undress. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Chen Rong immediately turned away shyly. Ronger, don't get me wrong. This stethoscope must be used against the skin. Lin Yi unbuttoned his clothes, then placed the other end on his heart and asked, now listen to my heart. Wow, how amazing. It's so clear. Chen Rong exclaimed immediately. You can listen to my lungs again. This time, Chen Rong took direct action, and her cold little hands made Lin Yi shudder. This stethoscope is amazing. With this magical device, it will be more convenient for me to see a doctor in the future. And this one, it's specially used to measure body temperature. Come, try it yourself, clip it under your armpit. Lin Yi handed head a measured thermometer. Although Chen Rong felt a little shy, her curiosity about these instruments overcame this shyness. She turned her back and put the thermometer under her armpit. Then Lin Yi pointed to the watch on his wrist and said, wait 5 minutes for the measurement to be accurate. Then you will know your temperature. Brother Lin, your watch seems to be very high-end. I'll give you one later. It may be useful for your medical treatment. Originally, Chen Rong wanted to decline politely. Lin Yi had already given her many gifts, so she couldn't be too greedy. But when I heard that it was useful for treating illnesses, I swallowed the words back. Chapter 48. Ipin Hot Pot. The Empress applauded after eating it. 5 minutes later, Chen Rong took out the thermometer. Lin Yi took it immediately. The thermometer with the girl's body temperature seemed to have life. Ronger, let me teach you how to read it. This is the mercury column. This position is your current body temperature. 36.5 is the normal value. As long as it doesn't exceed 37 degrees, it's generally fine. 37 to 38.5 is a low fever, so you don't need to take any medicine, just cool it down physically. Anything higher is a high fever, and you must take medicine. Brother Lin, you know so much. Did you research this thermometer as well? I guess so, Lin Yi said vaguely. After measuring the temperature, you have to shake the thermometer and shake it down to the value below before you can measure it a second time. Otherwise, the measured temperature will be inaccurate. Come, let me measure it and you can take a look. Next, Lin Yi demonstrated to Chen Rong how to use the blood pressure monitor, as well as the normal values of human blood pressure, what is high blood pressure, and what is low blood pressure, which stunned the young imperial physician. Finally, Lin Yi unscrewed the small bottle of alcohol and handed it to Chen Rong's nose. Is this wine? Chen Rong asked in surprise. Could it be useful in medical practice? This is not ordinary wine, but alcohol. It is used for disinfection. For example, these instruments should be disinfected before use. Disinfecting wounds can reduce infection and wounds can heal faster. It's incredible that alcohol has such wonderful uses. Chen Rong was deeply shocked by Lin Yi's erudition. And this needle and thread is not for sewing clothes, but for stitching up wounds. Generally, it is for larger wounds, which can heal faster after stitching. I know this, but I haven't mastered this medical skill yet. Brother Lin, can you teach me? I haven't learned this very well yet. Wait until I have mastered it completely before I teach you. You must teach me this miraculous medical skill. I will take you as my teacher. Aren't you going to be my wife? If you become my wife, I will teach you. Brother Lin, you are so mean. I will ignore you. Ronger, what do you think of me? Do I fit your idea of a husband? Chen Rong blushed and lowered her head and whispered, Brother Lin is very knowledgeable and talented. I admire him very much. So you're satisfied with me? Chen Rong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Haha, it wasn't easy, but finally the blind date was a success. Lin Yi, a man who couldn't find a wife in the city, was actually favored by the emperor's imperial physician in another world. How could he seek justice? In countries ruled by female emperors, people's customs are more open and women can hold official positions. Therefore, when it comes to love affairs between men and women, China is not as tight-lipped as in other countries. Brother Lin, are you satisfied with me? Ronger is such a good doctor, and she is so beautiful. Of course I am satisfied. Then, you can stay at my house for a few more days. Father will also meet you later. Good. After staying in Lin Yi's room for more than an hour, Chen Rong left with a medical kit. Not long after, she appeared in the palace. Ronger, aren't you going to have a blind date with Lin Yi from Lanyan County today? Why did you come into the palace again? The Empress asked with a smile when she saw Chen Rong. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Please ask your attendants to leave. Seeing Chen Rong's serious expression, the Empress asked the servants to retreat. Ronger, what's the matter? Your Majesty, please look. Chen Rong placed a medical box on the imperial desk. This is a medical kit, a gift from Lin Yi. Your Majesty, please take a look at the medical equipment inside. I will explain them to you one by one. More than an hour later, Chen Rong finished explaining those things to the Empress. The Empress's expression also became solemn. If we master the art of suturing, coupled with these instruments, once a war breaks out, the death rate of our soldiers will be greatly reduced. Yes, Your Majesty, and I think Lin Yi knows a lot and is definitely a rare and learned person. I suggest that Your Majesty send someone to secretly protect Lin Yi. Well, I've already done this. But what do you think of Lin Yi? I admire him very much. There aren't many men you can admire. Lin Yi is indeed really capable. Do you think he could be used by me? Chen Rong thought for a moment, frowned, and said, I also asked him indirectly during the conversation. From what he said, it seems that he is not very willing to get involved in the officialdom. Talented people have strange tempers. Ronger, you must keep in touch with Lin Yi in the future and report to me if you have any new discoveries. I obey your order. After Chen Rong left, Lin Yu appeared in front of the Empress. Did you hear everything I just said? I heard it. I will definitely protect Lin Yi's safety. Even if I die, I will not let him die. The Empress nodded and said, You said he's a bit lustful. If possible, you can use some tricks to become his woman. I obey your command. In the next few days, Chen Yudao took Lin Yi to visit the entire capital. He went to all the brothels, casinos, and even met the courtesan Shirshir from Zue Xianglu. And Lin Yi became one of the few guests favored by Miss Shirshir. However, after this incident, Chen Yudao seemed to be severely punished by the family rules and had to stay in bed at home for several days. He was still limping until the day Lin Yi said goodbye and prepared to return to Lanyan County. During this period, Lin Yi and Chen Yudao cooperated to open a hot pot restaurant called Yipentang. Chen Rong asked the Empress to write the name of the store herself. Thanks to its spicy, fresh, and novel eating method, Yipentang became popular in Beijing as soon as it was launched and even led the trend of Beijing's food industry. Nowadays, if a prominent person says he has not eaten Yipentang, he is not considered upper class. Even Her Majesty the Empress praised it personally, saying that Yipin pot is worthy of its name. The common people can only listen to the fun. They can't afford to eat. Chen Yudao is such a corrupt guy. The money he spends on a hot pot meal is enough for ordinary people to eat steam buns for a year. Because of this, Yipingua is crowded every day. Some people even want to eat in the morning, but Yipingua has a strict rule that it is only open at noon and in the evening. No reservations accepted. This restaurant is so awesome that even the Empress praises it. Chapter 49, returning with a full load, robbed and killed on the way. On the official road back to Lanyan County, 2 carriages were moving slowly forward. The front one was driven by Lin Yu, and the back one was driven by a servant from the Qin mansion. At this time, in Lin Yi's carriage, Chen Rong and Chen Yudao were bidding farewell to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, we must say goodbye after sending you 1,000 miles away. When you have time, come to the capital more often. Yes, brother-in-law, we are a family from now on. Come to the capital when you are free. I will take you there. Chen Yudao was about to mention the brothel, but suddenly he noticed his sister's murderous gaze and immediately changed his words. Eat delicious food. Are the delicacies in Beijing as delicious as our Yipentang? Lin Yi asked with a smile. That's true. Even Miss Shirshir praised it highly and wanted to eat more. You don't know that in order to eat hot pot, Miss Shirshir specially played a song for me as a reward. Chen Yudao said proudly. Chen Yudao, are you done yet? I'll warn you. Stay away from that courtesan. You know her identity. Chen Rong warned. I'll just listen to some ditty, nothing else. It's better to do this. Otherwise, my father will not only be punished by family rules. Yes, Ronger has a point. Your family is close to the emperor, but Miss Shirshir is a prisoner of another country. It's not good to get too close. If some villain says something too much, your uncle will get into unnecessary trouble. Lin Yi also reminded. During these days in the capital, he had gained some understanding of the division of power in the capital. I mainly learned about it from Chun Yudao's father, Chunda, the imperial physician. This old imperial physician, a close aide to the emperor, seemed to value Lin Yi very much. Not only was she happy to see his relationship with Chan Rong come to fruition, she was also very kind to him and gave him many precious medical books before they parted. But it made Lin Yi feel a little helpless. This thing looked like a heavenly book to him, and he was afraid that he would let down the old imperial physician's kindness. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Chen Yudao said. "Okay, just send them here. Ronger, you can come to Lanyan County to visit me when you are free." "I will, Brother Lin. Ronger wishes you a safe journey." After Chun Rong finished speaking, she was urged by Chan Yudao to get off the carriage, but he was half a step slower. "Lao Lin, think about that necklace again. It's very profitable." "Oh yeah. Okay, I won't say anything. Is that okay? You guys are really pissing me off." Lin Yi smiled and waited for Chan Yudao to get off the carriage before opening the window. He waved and said, "There are many good things to make money. I'll give you a little surprise next time." "That's a deal. Brother Lin, see you later." The carriage went farther and farther away. Lin Yi lay in the warm carriage, thinking about what he had gained from this trip to Beijing. First of all, his blind date with Chun Rong was considered a success. Chun Rong is very satisfied with him, and Chunda is also very satisfied with him. As for when to get married, it has not been discussed yet, but the relationship was settled. In fact, this was the thing that Lin Yi had the least hope for before he came. Unexpectedly, I got an unexpected result. Secondly, his inspection of the capital city was also very rewarding. I have a general understanding of the distribution of power and factional conflicts in the capital. This will help you make the right choices in future communications. Finally, and what could be considered the icing on the cake, is the successful opening of Yipingua. It can be regarded as adding another open-source business for myself. Chun Yudao is a good person, so Lin Yi feels relieved to hand over the business to him. Besides, Lin Yi knows the most important base material recipe of Yipentang, so it is useless even if Chun Yudao wants to have second thoughts. Finally, there were some gifts given to him by the Chun family. For Chunda, those medical books and medical experience are the most precious. But Lin Yi has a special liking for the 400-year-old ginseng. This was also what Chun Yudao had promised him before. That 200-year-old ginseng was sold for 40 million in the city. This 400-year-old ginseng is probably a priceless treasure. Of course, he was not going to sell such a treasure, but to keep it for his own use. As for the 300-year-old plant, you can sell it or not. Let's see how the situation goes. Apart from these two things, the rest were some antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, as well as silks and satins that the emperor had bestowed upon the Qin family. Naturally, things bestowed by the emperor cannot be given away or used casually. However, items such as silk, satin, grain, and land are not included in this list. All that was left were a few gold ingots, which were also the profits from Yipin Pot and the women's product store during this period. He earned so much in such a short time, which shows that Chun Yudao is indeed a good manager. Ouch! Lin Yi was lost in thought when the carriage, which was moving at a constant speed, was suddenly stopped by Lin Yu. "Yu, why don't you leave?" Lin Yi was about to open the car door. "Master, there's a big tree blocking the way ahead." "Oh." Lin Yi pushed open the carriage door and looked forward, only to see a big tree lying across the official road. Looking at the surrounding environment, it is also very steep, with hillsides on both sides and dense forests in front and behind. "Did we get robbed?" Lin Yi smiled and didn't take it seriously. With Lin Yu's strength, ordinary bandits are no match for him. What's more, he has this cheat. If he controls time, he controls everything. "Master, I don't think it's that simple." Lin Yu held a long sword in his hand and looked around with a cold expression. "You mean this is directed at me? I have never heard of robbers here, and this place is not far from the capital. No criminals dare to cause trouble under the feet of the world, unless they have other intentions. I haven't offended anyone, have I?" "Master, your land policy has offended all the landlords. And among the officials in the court, which one of them doesn't have countless fertile fields?" "Really?" Lin Yi touched his nose awkwardly. "I have become the public enemy without knowing it." "Not really. At least the common people love and support you. This can be seen from the praises that the refugees in Lanyan County give you. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what we should do now." Lin Yi was a little annoyed. He just wanted to enjoy life and didn't want to make an enemy with anyone. But now that things have come to this, it's no big deal. If the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Moreover, the Empress strongly agrees with and supports this policy. Moreover, there is no talk of implementing it in other places. Even if those people are overly sensitive, there is no need for them to do such a thing as killing the chicken to scare the monkeys in front of the emperor. As for that monkey Song Yao, who is about to be transferred to Linyang Prefecture, it is still unknown whether he will also implement this policy. Moreover, if the Empress really decided to do it, even if she killed Lin Yi, she would not be able to stop the implementation of the policy. I'll hold the bandits back. Master, you wait for an opportunity to escape, said Lin Yu. What a joke. Master, I don't want to cause trouble, but if trouble comes to me, I'm not one to be afraid of it. How can I leave you and run away by myself? Master, no need to say more. Let's go together. Let's kill as much as we can. You don't have to worry about me for a while. Just kill the enemies. The faster you kill, the safer I will be. Okay, I'll go then. Master, you hide in the carriage. Chapter 50. Obtain attribute gems and unlock new items. Soon, the sound of fierce fighting was heard in the dense forest. He didn't take any action. Instead, he took out a handful of melon seeds and sat in the carriage waiting for the result. A moment later, 2 masked men rushed out of the woods with shining swords and killed Lin Yi. But they had only walked halfway when they were caught up by Lin Yu, who came from behind and stabbed to death with a sword. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to keep a person alive to interrogate him. Master, I killed all the bandits. Is there no one left alive to interrogate? Lin Yi took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu looked a little unnatural. I've already asked. They are from the Imperial Guard camp. The Imperial Guard? His Majesty's men? Lin Yu was stunned. Lin Yu shook her head and said, Your Majesty, it's not that difficult to kill someone. Just issue an order. Besides, Your Majesty has no reason to kill me. That's true, but apart from Your Majesty, who else can mobilize the Imperial Guard? Lin Yi asked. That's not clear. Lin Yu shook her head. Forget it. Let's go back first. Lin Yi and his companion moved the big tree that was blocking the road and continued on their way. In the afternoon, the carriage drove into Lanyan County. As soon as he entered the door, the maids and servants lined up in 2 rows to welcome the master home. Xiaoxiang is getting better and better at making things happen. Okay, everyone get busy. Xiaoxiang, have someone move the things in the carriage to the room. Yes. It was a very cold day, and I couldn't stay outside, so I hurried back to my bedroom. His room was always warm. When he took off his shoes and got on the Kong, his buttocks would feel warm and his whole body would be warm in a short while. Master, you haven't had lunch yet? Well, go cut me some pork head meat and go to the backyard to get some pickled vegetables and then have a drink with me later. Master, wait a moment. I will be back soon. After a while, Xiaoxiang came in with a plate of pork head, some green vegetables, and a small pot of wine. The room was very hot, and by now Lin Yi had warmed up, and it was refreshing to eat something cold. Just as Lin Yi was hugging Xiaoxiang and eating and drinking, Lin Yu quietly went out. Lin Yu came to a grocery store not far from the Lin residence and walked in. Deputy Commander. A peasant woman dressed in ordinary clothes saluted Lin Yu with a stern expression. There's a traitor in the Imperial Guard camp. When I came back, someone secretly robbed and killed Lin Yi. You must pass this news back immediately. Yes. In addition, except for the people protecting Song Yao, the rest of the people are scattered around the Lin residence, patrolling and protecting secretly, and must ensure Lin Yi's safety. This is the order of His Majesty. Understand. I'll do it right away. Be careful. Don't show your true colors. After giving the order, Lin Yu hurried back. She was now responsible for protecting Lin Yi. We have to find a way to seduce Mr. Lin. This is also the will of His Majesty. However, this matter made the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard, who never frowned even when facing a sword, feel a little embarrassed. After eating and drinking his fill and taking a nap on Xiaoxiang's lap, Lin Yi went to the county government office. However, Song Yao did not know the circumstances of the assassination by the Imperial Guards. He just comforted Lin Yi and told him not to worry. He would report it to the Empress and investigate the matter. After sending Lin Yi away, Song Yao's expression immediately became serious. The Imperial Guard is a troop that garrisons the capital, and the military power has always been in the hands of the Empress. Without the order of His Majesty, who dares to mobilize the Imperial Guard? who can mobilize the Imperial Guard. But how could your majesty attack Lin Yi? Moreover, Lin Yi is protected by the shadow guards that his majesty trusts the most. This matter is really strange. But now Lin Yu is lurking beside Lin Yi, and he can't go to her directly. As for whether Lin Yu would recognize the wrong person, others might, but it is impossible for the shadow guards, especially those at the commander level. In the evening, Yi Xiaodai came back, and Lin Yi quickly asked her to take a hot bath to warm herself up. Lin Yi ran into the bathroom and showed his courtesy. After he joined, Yi Xiaodai quickly warmed up and even started sweating. Late at night, Lin Yi returned to the city. During the days he was in the capital, he did not return to the city until late at night. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep, so it didn't arouse suspicion. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Yi found Yang Xiaowei's number and called her. "Brother Lin, it's so early? You haven't gotten up yet? I got a lot of good herbs this time. If you want them, bring the money. Are there any old ginseng? We have 200-year-old trees, but I can only give you one. C.I. Shengtang also asked for it last time, so I have to give him one anyway. Then, can you keep the other herbs for me? Okay, and I'll let you know in advance that this time we have cordyceps, and the quality is very good. I want it. I want them all. Brother Lin, wait for me. I'll be there soon." "So horny." "Yes, I'm that horny." "Okay, I'll wait for you. Drive slowly and be safe." After hanging up the phone, Yang Xiaowei hurried to Xiaohua village with the cash. Since establishing cooperation with Lin Yi, Yang Xiaowei has become accustomed to storing cash at home. Of course, when the amount is really not enough, you can also transfer money. But Lin Yi likes cash, and paying in cash appears more sincere. More than an hour later, Yang Xiaowei drove the car directly into Lin Yi's house. Lin Yi took out the medicinal herbs, and after Yang Xiaowei checked them, she immediately smiled. The quality of the medicinal materials this time is generally much higher, and there is also cordyceps sinensis, which Lin Yi found in the Chun family's warehouse. "I didn't spend a penny, but I got more than 10 million in return, including the century-old ginseng and other precious medicinal materials." Yang Xiaowei, the girl who brought money, paid Lin Yi a total of 23 million. This time, Yang Xiaowei did not stay long. She got the herbs and hurried back to the city. The funds in the game warehouse have now reached more than 30 million. I remember that the last time I spent 50 million in game coins, the game gave me a pet gibbon. I wonder if there will be any rewards if I spend over 100 million yuan. And now he has spent 80 million yuan, and he still needs 20 million yuan. Do you want to take a charge? This was a brief hesitation, and then Lin Yi started spending money. Or continue to upgrade the time props. The time increased to 5 hours. Upgrade again. There's only more than 10 million left in funds. The time prop is increased to 6 hours. Then, a prompt sound rang. Ding. If you spend over 100 million, you will be rewarded with an attribute gem. Ding. Spend over 100 million to unlock new items and build walls. Holy crap. That's awesome. In a management game that Lin Yi plays, attribute gems are props that can increase the player's attributes. Building walls are essential building materials for constructing and expanding manors. Chapter 51. Amazing Power. The Great Sage wants to play with a stick. Xiaohua Village, Lin Yi's home. Lying on the lounge chair in front of the window, Lin Yi basked in the sun leisurely and began to study the attribute gem. Just like the attribute gems in the game, once you get it, the attribute, Strength plus 10, is displayed. This is a gem that increases strength attributes, and it can increase 10 points at a time. However, in the game, attribute gems are generally used to inlay weapons and equipment. He has no weapons or equipment now, so this attribute gem seems to be of no use. However, just as he thought of this, the attribute gem in his hand gradually became ethereal and finally disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable power surged into his body, and his body became warm. It's like being poured with inner strength, and the soul feels comfortable. Is this possible? Lin Yu understood instantly. I didn't expect that attribute gems could be used in this way. Lin Yi came to the backyard excitedly and walked towards the stone mill. This thing was used to crush and thresh wheat in the past. Each one weighs more than 100 pounds and has not been used for many years. It is just thrown in the backyard. Lin Yi had tried it before, but it was difficult to lift it, let alone roll it forward or push it. At first, it was pulled by oxen and later by tractors. Human power is simply not enough. Lin Yi felt the increased strength in his body, then squatted down and grabbed the millstone with both hands. With a loud shout, he lifted the stone mill easily. Because I was too relaxed, I almost sprained my waist. Then, Lin lifted the stone mill above his head and walked around the backyard. Awesome! Lin put down the stone mill, extremely excited. As the saying goes, force can defeat skill. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks are futile. This is also equivalent to increasing self-protection capabilities. Of course, facing a master, just having strength may not be enough to defeat him, but he also has the time prop, so there's no need to worry about safety. I didn't expect that spending money could bring such benefits. It's a pleasant surprise. I must get 2 tails today. Lin hummed a song and went to his neighbor's house and bought a free-range chicken. The white-striped chickens on the market are all fed with feed, and they taste terrible when stewed. The chickens are free-range chickens raised in rural areas. The meat is firm and delicate, not dry, and tastes more delicious. An hour later, the aroma of chicken wafted from the kitchen. At this time, a car stopped at the door. It was Lin Siki, the person in charge of CI Shangtang. Mr. Lin, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Hey, Mr. Lin is here. I stewed a free-range chicken that we raise in the countryside. Please stay for dinner later. Then I won't be polite. Lin Siki agreed without hesitation. He was eager to find an opportunity to get close to Lin Yi. After inviting Lin Siki into the house and sitting her in front of the tea table, Lin Yi began to fiddle with his tea set. Now he's also doing it quite well. Mr. Lin, please have some tea. Thank you. Mr. Lin's small life is really enviable. If Mr. Lin wanted to live a life like mine, he would have done it long ago. No way. I really envy you. Boss Lin, this time I got 200-year-old ginsengs, both of which are of the same quality. Yang Xiaowei has already taken one of them. The remaining one is what I promised you before, and this time I have fulfilled my promise. Mr. Lin is very particular. Thank you so much. You spend money. I sell goods. We're doing normal business. Don't be polite to me. Lin took out the ginseng and showed it to Lin Siki for inspection. After confirming that there was no problem, Lin Siki pushed 2 large bags in front of Lin Yi. I know Mr. Lin likes to settle in cash, so I went to withdraw cash. But today's limit is limited. Can I transfer the rest to you? Okay. Lin Yi said readily. In fact, all cash transfers are the same. The reason why he wants cash is to spend money. When spending money in the city, it is more convenient to use electronic payment. The deal was done, and Lin Yi invited Lin Siki to have lunch at his home. However, Lin Siki had to drive back to the city, so she was unable to accompany Lin Yi for a few drinks. After taking a nap, Lin Yi woke up and started studying the newly unlocked props. As the name suggests, building walls are used to construct buildings. This prop can be purchased with funds. A section of wall that is 10 meters long and 2.5 meters high only costs 100 yuan. Moreover, it is formed in one go, so you can just take it out and place it on the ground without laying a foundation. It is convenient, economical, and sturdy. Lin Yi was just preparing to build his own manor, and this prop came at the right time. Lin Yi was very satisfied with what he gained from spending the money this time. Although the building walls were ready, Lin Yi still planned to go to another world to open a brick factory, and he also had to produce cement. The road over there is too difficult to travel on. This is the official road, not to mention the other small roads. If it rains, you can't even go out and will get covered in mud. So he planned to build cement roads, at least around the manor where he lived, including the main roads leading to the farm, Lanyan County, and the coal mine. Cement can not only be used to build roads, but also to build city walls, and so on. Selling it later can also be a big business. Now there are 30,000 refugees eating with him. They are not a burden, but wealth. Once cement and bricks are available, Lin Yi will set up a construction team, and then the coal bosses will become closer to the real estate tycoons. They must all be allowed to stay. If possible, we even plan to go to the capital and bring some more refugees here. In the future, let these refugees work for us, and eating will be a piece of cake. After strolling around the village and being teased by the old women and young wives who stayed behind, Lin Yi ran back home. Good fellows. They're like wolves and tigers, and they are scary to look at. Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai are more in line with his aesthetic taste. Of course, the young imperial physician Chenrong is also very good. As for the noble woman who had a blind date with him in the back garden of Chen's house, Lin Yi still doesn't know who she is. There is no such person in the Chun family. Time passed quickly, and it was night. Lin Yi locked the door and teleported to another world. In another world, it is another morning. When he opened the door, the cold air from outside rushed in, making Lin Yi shiver. As usual, he took out a few large bones and threw them to Dahe and Ariai and prepared bananas, peaches, and other fruits for the great sage. Don't be fooled by the fact that this big guy is a vegetarian. He is very strong, and once he gets angry, more than a dozen people can't control him. Master, I want to complain to you, Qiu Xiang said while standing at the bottom of the stairs with a look of grievance on her face. What's going on? Who are you suing? Qiu Xiang pointed at the Monkey King and said, That's it. It took our tablet away and won't let us watch it. Lin Yi was stunned. Great sage, why are you grabbing the tablet? At this time, the Monkey King took out a tablet, opened Journey to the West skillfully, pointed at Sun Wukong's golden cudgel, pointed at it, and gestured from time to time. Lin Yi immediately understood and asked with a smile, You want to stick like this? Chapter 52, Stewing Meat to Select Talents, Moving Stones for Mountains. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the great sage immediately danced with excitement. At this moment, the great sage almost cried. It has to be one of our own. After gesturing to Qiu Xiang and Yi Shaodai for a long time, they still had no idea what it wanted. The Monkey King was so angry that he almost lost his temper. Great sage, give the tablet to Qiu Xiang, and I'll give you a stick in a few days. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The great sage immediately bowed and expressed his gratitude. Okay, go play. After sending the great sage away, Qiu Xiang followed Lin Yi into the house and helped him wash up. Qiu Xiang took such good care of Lin Yi that she made him lazy. Now, if you want to wash your face, someone has to prepare water for you. If you want to brush your teeth, someone has to squeeze the toothpaste for you. Not to mention shaving, Lin Yi just had to lie down on the chair and play with the papaya in his hands for a while. Master, are you going out today? Well, we must go to the farm and the coal mine. You can come with me later and take the cooks with you. Okay, sir. I'll arrange it in a moment. Qiu Xiang never asked why. As long as it was arranged by Lin Yi, she would satisfy it unconditionally. After a while, the beard was shaved and the papaya was almost melted. Next, Qiu Xiang served Lin Yi breakfast, and Yi Shaodai also accompanied him. Yi Shaodai has her own position and will never compete with Qiu Xiang for work that can bring her closer to Lin Yi. She can't really do it. In fact, this is better. Everyone has his or her own duties, and a harmonious family will bring prosperity. After eating, Lin Yi took Qiu Xiang, Yi Shaodai, and the others out of the city. In the county town today, there are no more beggars or refugees because they have all gone to work in the coal mines and Lin Yi's farm. In the county town, one could only drink porridge so thin that one could see one's reflection in it. But when he went to help Lin Yi with his work, he could eat steamed bread. Although I still can't eat enough, dry food is much better than porridge. Lin Yu is a very good driver. Now, whenever Lin Yi goes out and takes a carriage, it is usually Lin Yu who drives. Now the servants in Lin Yi's house are also arranged clearly. They're the cooks who cook, the doormen who guard the door, the servants and maids who do chores, and the servants who grow vegetables in the backyard, and so on. Qiu Xiang, the housekeeper, is also an expert in managing household chores and keeps everything in order. Even Ye's mother was assigned a position to be responsible for purchasing for the household. In fact, Lin Yi was responsible for most of the family's food and daily necessities, while Ye's mother was only responsible for those trivial matters that Lin Yi could not remember. After all, they're our own people, so I can use them with confidence. Not long after, Lin Yi and his group arrived at the research institute first. He handed over the cement research project, then left some information and went to the coal mine. Qiu Xiang asked the cooks to go to the kitchen and bring out those big pots. Put them on the ground here. I want to stew the meat. Yes. This time, Lin Yi was the one who cooked the meal himself, stewing the frozen meat he brought from the city. I don't know how many years this stuff has been frozen. It tastes much worse than fresh meat, but it's cheap. Add in Lin Yi's sole ingredients and various spices, and the fragrance spreads for 10 miles instantly. The unpleasant smell was covered up by all kinds of condiments. It smells so good. Is the kitchen stewing meat for us today? What the hell are you dreaming about? The meat is for you to eat. A little broth will be good enough. Who are you? You still want to drink the broth? Just smell it. This smells so good. I haven't smelled meat in years. Xiao Dai, go call all the workers back. I have something to tell you. Yes. Not long after, the people who were mining, led by their respective team leaders, lined up and walked over in an orderly manner. There's so many people, but it's not messy at all. Lin Yi was very satisfied to see this scene, because it was he who asked Yi Shaodai to implement this queue system here. Under the temptation of rations, no one disobeyed. Now we have basically achieved the goal of enforcing orders. Good brother, everyone is here. Yi Xiaodai stood behind Lin Yi, showing a protective gesture. Lin Yu stood on the other side of Lin Yi. At this moment, she was shocked and a little curious. I don't know how these people were trained to be able to march in such an orderly formation. What's curious is what Lin Yi is going to do next. Everyone be quiet. Lin Yi's voice suddenly resounded throughout the venue, and almost everyone could hear it. There was a sound of surprise among the crowd. Silence. Lin Yi was holding the microphone at this time. There are several large speakers placed around. This thing has been installed a long time ago, but it has never been used. Of course, apart from him, no one knows how to use it now. The refugees didn't know what the big loudspeaker was used for, and when they heard the sound coming from it, they couldn't help but marvel at it. Do you all smell this delicious aroma? Yes, this is the aroma of stewed meat, which I specially stewed for the talented among you. So what is a talent? In my opinion, people who are good at martial arts are considered talents. People who can write and calculate are also considered talents. And people who have a special skill are even more so. And these people are eligible to eat this delicious little stew today. In addition, there are also big white steam buns. As the saying goes, a wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat, and a dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit. Whoever has the ability will eat the meat. If you don't have the ability, then you can only smell it and watch others eat it. Boss, I know martial arts. I want to eat meat. I can do that too. I can write. I can eat it. Does it count? Stop arguing. We are now assessing different groups. You can't say you are capable, but you have to pass our assessment. As long as you pass, you will have a share of the meat in this pot. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he personally selected a dozen people who could write and calculate, and asked them to be responsible for grouping and recording. If you feel you have no talent, just stay where you are. Those who have special skills can find the corresponding group to sign up and take the assessment. Lin Yu is responsible for assessing those who know martial arts. Lin Yi also attaches great importance to this type of people and supervises them personally. The first person to come up was a very tall man, probably more than 2 meters tall, standing in the crowd. He felt like a crane standing out among chickens. In this era, it is rare to be able to grow so tall. It was just because of hunger that his body looked relatively thin, but even so, he was still much stronger than the others. Boss, I can eat and I have strength. Am I considered a talent? The tall man walked up to Lin Yi and asked, Good boy, it's a pity that you don't play basketball. What is basketball? I'll organize a basketball team in the future, and you'll be the center. Lin Yi smiled and asked, What's your name? My name is Dashin. Zhao Dashin. Lin Yi nodded and asked, Dashin, being able to eat doesn't make you a talent, but the fact that you can grow so big does mean you are gifted. What do you mean? Then can I eat meat? Don't you say you have strength? Let me see how strong you really are. Okay. Zhao Dashin looked around, then pointed to a large rock not far away and said, I can move that rock. Is this true? Lin Yi was a little surprised. This stone must be several hundred kilograms. If someone could lift it, he must be a strong man. Chapter 53. Talents are plentiful. All come to the pot. In another world, on an open space near a coal mine, with a loud shout from Zhao Dashin, the huge stone weighing several hundred kilograms was easily lifted by him, even lifting it above his head. The people around were so scared that they dodged one after another, fearing that the rocks would fall and hit them when the guy ran out of strength. However, Zhao Dashin held the stone and walked towards the crowd, scaring everyone so much that they quickly hid back. If he wasn't afraid that Zhao Dashin would throw a stone at him, he would probably have cursed. Bang! After turning around proudly, Zhao Dashin threw the stone back to its original position. Then he ran to Lin Yi and asked, Boss, can I eat meat? If not, I can move bigger stones. No need to move. Let's go eat meat. Give him 10 steamed buns made of pure white flour. Lin Yi said with a smile, This guy is really talented. From now on, I will let him be my bodyguard, and he will look so impressive when I take him out. Boss, can I exchange 10 steamed buns for 20 wawatu? Asked Zhao Dashin. Why is that? 10 steamed buns are not enough for you. It's enough, but I want to keep it so I can have 2 more full meals. Zhao Dashin said naively. Lin Yi laughed. From now on, you just stay by my side and work, and I'll make sure you have enough food every day. How about that? Real. Can I lie to you in front of so many people? Thank you, boss. From now on, I will follow you and do whatever you ask me to do. Okay, let's go eat some meat. Eat until you're full. Zhao Dashan excitedly twisted his big butt and ran towards the big pot of stewing meat. Everyone was really worried that this guy would pick up the pot and run away in one breath. Soon Zhao Dashan came in with a pot of stewed meat. With his two big hands like palm leaf fans, he held 5 white flour buns in one hand and started to eat them proudly in front of everyone. He ate while swaying back and forth. The sound of chewing and the aroma of stewed meat made everyone present drool. Zhao Dashan, could you please stop hanging around in front of us? One person couldn't help but cursed while swallowing his saliva. Zhao Dashan rolled his eyes and said, I'm happy to do that. If you have the ability, come and eat meat. It smells really good. It's just that I'm stronger. I also know martial arts. I want to eat meat too. With your mediocre skills, I can beat you up with just one punch. Bullshit. Who are you looking down on? What's wrong with me looking down on you? Do you have the guts to fight? Bah, I won't fall for your trick. I still need to take the meat-eating test. The assessment was carried out quickly and orderly. Although we were divided into more than a dozen groups, and the assessment method was very simple, it still took most of the day to complete the assessment for so many people. At last count, there were about 100 people who knew some martial arts skills, which was 1 in 100. There are 2 other people as gifted as Zhao Dashan. One of them is called Li Erniu. He is also very strong and can lift 200 or 300 kilograms as if it were a piece of cake, but his height is not as exaggerated as Zhao Dashan. The other one is called Yuan Fei, who is good at running and light skills, and is extremely fast. Lin Yi specifically asked him to go from the coal mine to the city's pharmacy to buy some medicine for treating frostbite. The round trip only took a few minutes. It's much faster than Lin Yi's one-way trip by horse carriage. Such talents must be recruited under our command. There are only about 30 people who can write and calculate, and only 4 or 5 of them can do arithmetic, which is a low proportion. However, there are still many children among these refugees. We can let them become teachers and train them slowly in the future. You will be able to see the results after 1 or 2 years. In addition, there are about 2,000 people who have special skills. Most of them were bricklayers, carpenters, and blacksmiths. Lin Yi assigned all the bricklayers to the construction team, the carpenters to the decoration team, and the blacksmiths to the machinery factory of the institute. In addition, there are people who can weave baskets, make bricks, cook, understand water conservancy, and barbers. There are a wide variety of talents. Those who know how to farm don't count, because most of these people are farmers and know how to farm. Looking at so many talented people, Lin Yi was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. This is all wealth. Lin Yi personally arranged these talents. Those who could shave hair set up a barber shop, and those who could cook went to help in the kitchen. As for those who had some skills, Lin Yi put them into the handicraft factory, so they no longer had to dig coal. There are more than a dozen people who can make bricks, and they are all master-level people. Lin Yi just let them be responsible for the opening and operation of the brick kiln. After these talents signed a contract with Lin Yi, they were arranged to live in Linjiazhuang, and together with the previous people, they formed the original residents of Linjiazhuang. There are not enough huts to keep building, because these talents will definitely not be able to escape anyway. And those warriors will no longer have to dig coal in the future. They will be responsible for the safety of the coal mines, farms, and research institutes, as well as patrolling and standing guard. Of course, he also has to accept Lin Yi's training on a regular basis. There are indeed a few powerful ones here, some of whom are even more powerful than Yi Shaodai, and Yi Shaodai can't teach them. They were busy until nightfall, and Lin Yi returned to the city with Zhao Dashan, Li Erniu, Yuan Fei, and 10 warriors. From now on, Zhao Dashan and the other 2 will be Lin Yi's close followers and part-time bodyguards. The 10 warriors serve as guard for the house. When Lin Yi is not around, they're led by Yi Shaodai. Lin Yi personally settled them in the front yard and arranged specific work for them. Dashan, Erniu, from now on, when I go out, you will go out with me. When you are at home, you can learn martial arts from everyone and improve your own strength. You don't need to worry about other things. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Yuan Fei, come with me. Lin Yi called Yuan Fei into the bedroom alone and talked for more than an hour. Afterwards, Yuan Fei took advantage of the night to leave Lin's house. After a busy day, Lin Yi was a little tired. He originally wanted to ask Qiuxiang to come over for a massage, but Lin Yi came over instead. And it looked like she had washed and dressed up. Ayu, do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Yi asked curiously. Lin Yi's palms were sweating from nervousness. If you asked her to kill someone, she wouldn't even blink, but pleasing men was really not her forte. Master, are you tired? Let me give you a back massage. Lin Au asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Ah, Lin Yi was stunned, looking at Lin Au, and asked, "Oh, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. I will definitely help you if I can." "Master, I'm fine, it's just... You never stuttered before, what happened today?" "Master, I want to be your woman, please take me." Lin Au was also determined. After saying that, she closed her eyes and let Lin Yi do whatever he wanted. However, after a long while, Lin Yi didn't speak. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Yi looking at her with a playful look as if he was unfathomable. "Who? Tell me. Who are you?" Chapter 54. Ayu confesses, and Mr. Song takes the blame. Lin's house in the bedroom. Faced with Lin Yi's questioning, Lin Au did not panic, but was much calmer than before. "Master, what do you mean? Am I not Ayu?" Lin Yi smiled without saying anything, but his eyes became noticeably colder. He has always wanted Lin Au to return to him, and today he suddenly broke the window paper, in fact, to give her a chance. If she still doesn't tell me, then I can't use it anymore. Even if she has no bad intentions towards him, he can never be at ease with a woman who approaches him with a purpose. Lin Au realized that she seemed to have backfired, but now is not the time to regret. Since things have come to this, I can only choose to be honest. Based on her understanding of human nature, if she continued to talk nonsense at this time, she might never gain Lin Yi's trust again. This is contrary to your Majesty's will. She can die, but the task assigned by His Majesty must be completed. Thinking about this, Lin Au took a deep breath and said, "Master, you have already seen that I have other purposes for approaching you." Lin Yi nodded. "That's right. I was indeed ordered to approach you, but we have no ill intentions." "Who are you referring to? And whose orders are you following?" Lin Yi asked. "Master Song." "Who?" "Song Yao." Lin Yi was a little surprised and suspicious. Lin Au nodded. "Yes, it was Master Song who arranged for me to get close to you." "Why? It seems that there is no need for such means between me and Lord Song, right? Besides, I have helped him before. So I said, we have no ill will towards you. Are you here to protect me?" "I guess so. You helped Lord Song solve the problem of the 4 major families in Lanyan County, but you also brought danger to yourself. Lord Song doesn't want you to get into trouble, but he also wants to use you to find the forces behind the 4 major families. In addition," Lin Au suddenly stopped. "Continue." "Master, if I tell you everything, I won't be able to go back to Lord Song's place. Following Lord Song is not only busy, but also dangerous. If you're willing to stay, I can let you stay with me. The prerequisite is that you must be honest with me," Lin Yi said. Lin Au hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lin Yi and said sincerely, "Lord Song wants to know where you got all that food from." "I see." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Our magistrate is quite ambitious. Sir Song is highly valued by His Majesty. If he can help His Majesty, he will have a bright future." "That's true. And he destroyed the 4 major families in Lanyan County, which is equivalent to offending the forces behind the 4 major families. In the current environment, whoever controls the food also controls the right to speak, so he wants to know where my food comes from." "Master is wise. You don't have to flatter me. If I were wise, I would have seen through your background earlier." Lin Yi waved his hand and continued to ask, "You just said you wanted to be my woman. Is that what Song Yao meant? With your personality, it shouldn't be like this. Sir Song will be taking up his post in Lingyang after the new year. The situation there is even worse than in Lanyan County. If we have food, no matter what we do, we will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and even achieve unexpected results. So he lets you be my woman, hoping to relax my vigilance and tell you the source of food?" Lin Yi asked. "Yes, Lord Song is really smart, but asking you to sacrifice your body is not a smart move." "What do you mean?" Lin Au's face suddenly looked a little ugly. She is the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard, and one of His Majesty's most trusted confidants. In the past, when she went out on official business, even the local officials had to be polite to her. "How dare you, Lin? You look down on me. Au, you are a warrior, and you have your own pride and personality. If I ask you to fight the criminals, you can do it without even frowning, but if I ask you to actively please me and even sacrifice your body, it will be too difficult for you." Hearing this, Lin Au's expression eased a little. "Is this why the master suspects me? From the first time we met, I felt that there was something fishy about your background, and what you did today made me feel that I should have a frank talk with you. To be honest, I admire you very much, and I hope you can work sincerely for me. I think you have seen clearly what kind of person I am these days. As long as you are my people, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. You, go back and think about it. If you're willing to stay with me, I warmly welcome you. If you still want to work for Lord Song, I will not stop you. Our conversation today will also be kept confidential for you. Thank you, sir. I'll go back first. Lin Yu couldn't stay any longer and ran out quickly. After dinner, Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai wanted to help Lin Yi rest, but Lin Yi declined on the grounds that he was practicing martial arts. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Lin Yi turned on the time acceleration and left the city. The city wall of Lanyan County was not high to begin with, and there had been wars in previous years, and there had been several years of famine just after the founding of the country, so the city wall had fallen into disrepair and was full of holes. Closing the city gates at night is just symbolic, so that it is not easy to enter or exit. Of course, it was so cold and late at night, and no one was going to stay up all night like Lin Yi. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the portal opened by the excavator, which was also the only passage in and out of the coal mine. Originally, there was someone on duty here, but now he has fallen asleep. People of this era go to bed very early. There are no lights and no rich entertainment facilities, not to mention that people are exhausted after working all day. And you won't feel hungry after falling asleep. After determining the location, Lin Yi began to purchase game props to build walls and fences. The purchase is successful, take it out, and then place it on the ground. The building wall will be solid and integrated with the ground. Lin even pushed hard on purpose. With his current strength, the wall didn't move at all, which shows how solid it is. Lin, he already knew the surrounding terrain like the back of his hand. Following the outline in his mind, he used building walls to build a perimeter to encompass the future manor, Research Institute, and Linjiazwan. Since the coal mine is located in the mountains and is surrounded by mountains, all we need to do is build a wall around the lower-lying areas. Only the newly opened main road was left as the entrance and exit of the fortress. From now on, this coal mine will be his private property. As for the construction of the manor, the blueprints have not come out yet, so Lin Yi has not built the walls for the time being. But since there was still time, we drove the excavator and leveled the foundation at the previously selected location. This will be the manor from now on. The entire manor not only has pavilions and towers, but also beautiful scenery of lakes and mountains. It will definitely be a paradise after it is completed. They worked rumblingly until late at night. Seeing that it was almost time to leave, Lin Yi put the excavator into the warehouse and returned to the city. Chapter 55. The neighbor's sister-in-law has an urgent matter. Xiaohua Village, Lin Yi's home. It was already past 10 in the morning, and Lin Yi was still sleeping soundly in bed. I was busy in the other world until late last night and felt a little sleepy when I came back. Anyway, he is alone and can sleep whenever he wants and as long as he wants. Even the Lord can't do anything about it. However, a violent knock on the door disturbed Lin Yi's sweet dream. Who the hell is that? Lin Yi cursed angrily after waking up and turned on his phone to check the surveillance video. It turned out to be his neighbor's sister-in-law, Shunwei, and judging from her appearance, she seemed quite anxious. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Lin Yi asked while operating the speaking function of the video surveillance. Lin Yi, my son Sander was running and playing and accidentally stepped on a nail. Now the nail is stuck in his foot. Could you please drive us to the hospital? Shunwei said anxiously to the camera. Okay, you go back and get ready first. I'll be there soon. When Lin Yi heard this, he was no longer sleepy and quickly put on his clothes and ran out. A few minutes later, Lin Yi was already driving towards the county town. Mom, it hurts. The child cried and called for his mother in pain. Don't cry, baby. It will be fine in a while. Shunwei felt distressed and anxious. Tears were falling, and she still had to comfort the child. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We will be at the hospital soon. Lin Yi comforted. Lin Yi, thank you so much today. We're from the same village. Why are you being so polite? Everyone has problems. When my dad passed away, you were busy with the work. Hey, this is as it should be. The two chatted for a while, and Shunwei's nervous mood finally eased a little. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi drove to the emergency room of the county hospital. Shunwei held the child in her arms, and Lin Yi was protecting her beside her as they rushed in quickly. The doctor examined the child's condition, immediately wrote a prescription, and then began to clean the wound. Sister-in-law, I'll go. Lin Yi took the payment slip and went to pay the bill. When we came back, the child had stopped crying because he had been given anesthesia, but he was still twitching in his mother's arms. Lin Yi suddenly realized that if he brought the anesthetic injection to another world, it would definitely be very popular. But this thing is not easy to do. There are also tetanus shots, which are very useful for injured soldiers. A large proportion of people died from injuries on ancient battlefields, and one of the important reasons was tetanus. Another reason is that incomplete disinfection causes bacterial infection. Okay, get another tetanus shot, go back and take good care of yourself, and don't run around as much in the near future. Thank you, doctor. Do I still need to take medicine? I'll prescribe some anti-inflammatory medicine for you. It would be best if you go back and get in for a few days. Give me the prescription, sister-in-law, and you can take the child and wait for me in the car. Lin Yi took the prescription, went to get the medicine, and then drove home. Baby, thank Uncle Yi quickly. Thank you, Uncle. The child thanked him in a baby voice. Lin Yi smiled and said, You're welcome, Bauer. You must be hungry. What do you want to eat? Uncle will buy it for you. I want to eat candied haws. You want to eat candied haws? Okay, I'll buy them for you later. Lin Yi drove to the supermarket and bought not only candied haws, but also some snacks that children like to eat. He also bought a few more strings of candied haws, intending to take them to the other world and let Xiao Xiang and the others try them. Back in the car, Lin Yi gave the candied haws and snacks to the children. Lin Yi, I'm sorry for costing you so much. I'll give you whatever money you have. Sister-in-law, I bought this for my child, so please don't be polite. Give me the bill, and I'll give you the money when I get back. It's not much money, forget it. That won't work. Thank you so much for driving us to the hospital. Lin Yi said a few polite words and handed the payment slip to Shen Wei. After returning to the village, Lin Yi sent the mother and daughter to their doorstep and then went home. Not long after, Shen Wei came over with 2 chickens. Lin Yi, this is the medical fee you paid for us. I raised these 2 chickens myself. Take them and eat them. Sister-in-law, you are too polite. We are from the same village. Isn't it normal for us to help each other? And you gave too much money. It's just a little gas money, not much. You can keep it all. I'm going back to see the kids. Shen Wei threw down the money and the chicken and left quickly. Shen Wei's husband works outside, and she takes care of 3 children at home, which is not easy. Lin Yi didn't want to take advantage of her, so he took the chicken and sent it back. Lin Yi also returned the extra money. How can we ask for benefits when we help our neighbors? After working for a while, it was already afternoon. Lin Yi fed the livestock, cooked himself a bowl of hot noodles, fried 2 poached eggs, and then went to the study. After playing games for a while, Lin Yi started practicing calligraphy. This thing is just to kill time. I have nothing to do anyway. He also plans to buy a guitar to play for fun in the near future. He has time and doesn't have to worry about his livelihood, so the number of activities for his own entertainment has increased accordingly. In fact, 2 days ago, he bought a pool table online, thinking of playing a few rounds when he had nothing to do. It is still in transit. He played games, practiced his calligraphy, walked the dog, and chatted with the village girls about dirty stuff. After being teased, Lin Yi returned home feeling frustrated. The vicious words these women say are so stimulating. Lin Yi, an unmarried older man, became the target of their teasing. It's really the opposite of Tian Gang. As night fell, Lin Yi wanted to lock the door and go to the other world, but Shen Wei came to him again and brought him a small pot of stewed chicken. This was because she saw Lin Yi confiscated her chicken during the day, so she cooked it and brought it to him. Sister-in-law, why are you so polite? If you weren't here today, I wouldn't know what I would do. I gave you the chicken, but you didn't want it. Now that it's stewed, you can accept it, right? Shen Wei said with a smile. The chicken stewed by sister-in-law is so delicious, so I will accept it. Thank you, sister-in-law. Tell me what you want to eat in the future, and I'll make it for you. It's not easy for you, a grown man, to live on your own. How about I introduce you to someone? Forget about the partner. I feel fine being alone. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll go empty the basin. Lin Yi held the basin and poured the chicken into his own plate, then washed the basin as well. Then he picked up some fruits and gave them to Shen Wei. Look at you. I brought you chicken and you gave me so much fruit. Take it. I can't eat too much by myself. Lin Yi, you're a good person. Please consider what I told you. The other party is in good condition, with a car and a house, and is a graduate student. He is just divorced once. I wonder if you find it disgusting. Sister-in-law, I really don't want to get married. Thank you. I heard from the villagers that several girls from the city stayed overnight at your place. You are not. We are just ordinary friends. Don't listen to those people's nonsense. After finally sending Shen Wei away, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. After locking the door, Lin Yi checked the front and backyards, then returned to the bedroom and teleported to another world. After opening the door and seeing the hopeful look on Monkey King's face, Lin Yi then remembered to buy a stick for it. Great sage, don't worry, the stick is not yet made. Good brother, something bad happened at the farm. At this moment, Yi Xiaodai suddenly ran over in a hurry. Chapter 56, A Miracle from Heaven. I am favored by the gods. What happened? Lin Yi asked calmly. Yi Xiaodai said nervously. Early in the morning, someone from the farm came to report that a miracle had happened last night. Our farm and coal mine were surrounded by a wall. I know about this, don't worry. Lin Yi waved his hand. You know, Yi Xiaodai asked in surprise. I dreamt of a fairy last night. The fairy told me everything and said that this place will be my home in the future. It seems I have to build a home there. Master, you can still dream about gods? That's amazing. When has my master not been powerful? Lin Yi pinched Xiaoxiang's butt. I'm a person favored by the gods. Otherwise, where do you think all the food in the house comes from? At this point, Lin Yi said to Yi Xiaodai, Xiaodai, please go for me and tell everyone this news. Tell them not to panic and just continue working. Yes, I'll go right away. Have breakfast first. I'd better go and take a look first. Everyone is scared now, Yi Xiaodai said as she ran away. Looking at Yi Xiaodai, who was leaving in a hurry, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled and could only let her go. With such a woman at home, Lin Yi feels much less worried. Xiaoxiang, come into the house with me. I will tell you a story about a golden hoop that pierced the sky. Isn't that the Monkey King from Journey to the West? In fact, it's not only Sun Wukong who can play with the stick. I can play with it too. In the warm bedroom, just after showing Xiaoxiang how to use the golden cudgel, there was a hurried knock on the door. Master, the county magistrate is here. Xiaoqiang, go serve tea to Lord Song first. I'll be there soon. Lin Yi instructed. Yes, master. Lin Yi just finished a performance and expended a lot of energy, but he hasn't rested yet. So there's no need to rush and just let Lao Song wait for a while. Given their relationship, I guess she wouldn't blame him. After about a cup of tea, Lin Yi was dressed and came to the front hall. Brother Song, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I hope you will forgive me. Song Yao stood up, pulled Lin Yi and walked out. Brother Song, where are you going? I just heard that a miracle happened at the coal mine. Let's go and take a look. Song Yao said. Lin Yi didn't know what to say and could only follow Song Yao. My dear brother, you have done a great job on modifying this carriage. It is very comfortable to sit in. Song Yao praised. If you like it, Brother Song, please send your carriage over some other day, and I will ask the craftsman to modify it. Thank you very much, brother. Since we are brothers, please don't be polite. By the way, Brother Song, this is a delicacy I just researched. Please try it. Lin Yi turned around and pretended to take out a string of candied haws from the storage box behind him. What is this? It's so pretty and red. This is called tonghalu, and the red fruit inside is called hawthorn. Song Yao tried eating one, and the sour and sweet taste immediately captured his appetite. Brother, you are really an expert in the food world. This candied haws is sweet and sour, and it is simply delicious. When you have time, you must teach me. No problem. The two were talking, and soon they arrived at Linjiazhuang. Now this place is even more lively than Lanyan County. Especially during rush hour and rush hour, there are crowds of people, and since people have food to eat, they won't cause trouble, and it's a peaceful scene. As a local official, Song Yao was very pleased and satisfied with this. My dear brother, with your ability, you will definitely have a bright future as an official. Moreover, you have left a deep impression on His Majesty. I think you should consider it carefully. I know you are doing this for my own good, but that is not my goal. However, if you have any instructions, I will definitely do my best to help you. Ha ha! My dear brother, you are indeed very righteous. I will remember what you said. Song Yao got off the carriage and immediately saw the wall that meandered along the terrain on the hill in front of him. He had thought it was just a rumor before, but he didn't expect it to be true. Is this really a miracle? Such a long wall grew on the ground overnight, and no one could believe that this was possible by human power. Brother, did you really dream about gods last night? Song Yao looked at Lin Yi and asked again. Mr. Song has a wide range of contacts and is the first to know what happens at the coal mine. So naturally, he knew about the legend made up by Lin Yi about being favored by gods before coming here. Lin Yi nodded and said seriously, To be honest with you, Brother Song, I did dream about the gods. This walled area is the home that the gods gave me. The food he got before, was it also a gift from the gods? Lin Yi pretended to be afraid to speak. Brother Song, there are some things I can say, but there are some things I really can't say please understand. Song Yao stared at Lin Yi for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand. I won't make things difficult for you, brother. Thank you, brother. Shall we go over and take a look? Walk. Several people walked to the wall together and took a look. Song Yao even asked his subordinates to test its sturdiness, and it was even stronger than the city wall. Song Yao was certain that such a solid wall could not be built by human power. After looking at the wall, Song Yao went to take a look at the coal mine and then got on the car and returned. My dear brother, I have already informed His Majesty that you will supply coal to the capital for free this year. Starting next year, the coal mine will be yours. If the court wants to use it again, it will pay for it as usual. This is a reward from His Majesty and me. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your care, brother. You deserve this. Song Yao waved his hand. By the way, there's one more thing. I have to apologize to you. Brother Song, your words are too polite. It's about Ayu. I actually arranged for her to be by your side. At first, it was just to protect you and find evidence of the connection between the people behind the 4 major families. Later, I became selfish and wanted to find out the source of your food. After listening to Song Yao's explanation, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Song, why did you suddenly tell me this today? Because of today's miracle, I know that you are not an ordinary person. I don't want to know your secrets anymore. I just hope that we can become true friends, so I told you the truth. Of course, I also hope to continue to get your help and support. You also know that after the new year, I will go to Lingyang to take up my post. The situation there is worse than that of Lanyan County. Without food, nothing can be done. Don't worry, brother. Your business is my business. I will help you. Thank you very much, brother. Your broad mind is as broad as the sea, which really makes me ashamed. Brother Song, Ayu is a good helper. I think it will be better for you to take her with you when you go to Lingyang to take up your post. Actually, Ayu and I are not subordinates. She is a Jianghu person. The reason she is willing to help me is because I have helped her before. Now she has done what she should do, and she has nothing to do with me anymore. At this point, Song Yao patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said earnestly, My dear brother, Ayu has a tragic life and has no relatives in this world. Let her stay with you in the future, if you think she can still be useful. I will consider it carefully. Chapter 57, Undercurrent. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The Empress was reading the secret letter sent by Lin Ayu via carrier pigeon. The content of the above report was exactly the miracle that happened in Linjiazhuang. Early this morning, as soon as she received the news, Lin Ayu went to see it in person and then immediately wrote a memorial and sent it secretly to the palace. Wu Shuang, take a look at this secret memorial from Yuer. The Empress casually threw the memorial behind her. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow appeared in time and caught the memorial. Wu Shuang is the leader of the Shadow Inner Guards and also the shadow of the Empress. Wherever the Empress was, she must be nearby. Strictly speaking, Wu Shuang is not only the shadow and bodyguard of the Empress, but also a shield and meat shield. Once on the battlefield, Wu Shuang blocked no less than 100 hidden arrows and hidden guns for the Empress. She herself was also seriously injured many times and made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. She was regarded as a confidant and sister by the Empress. It can be said that Wu Shuang is the person the Empress trusts the most in this world, no doubt about it. Wu Shuang took the memorial, opened it and looked at it, and his brows couldn't help but frown. What? You also find it incredible? Asked the Empress. Wu Shuang nodded and said, Master, this miracle from heaven is really unbelievable. But since you witnessed it with her own eyes, it shouldn't be fake. This is also what I don't understand. Are there really gods in this world? The Empress stood up, paced in the imperial study with her hands behind her back, and pondered. Your Majesty, how about I go to Lanyan County myself? No need. Since you said she saw it with her own eyes, it shouldn't be false. When the Empress said this, she suddenly remembered the scene in the back garden of Chen's house that day, and pursed her lips. This Lin Yi is really hard for me to understand. I have personally checked it out. This Lin, he does have some unknown origins, but he doesn't seem to be a spy from another country. What if he was sent by the gods? The Empress suddenly asked. Your Majesty still believes this? Believe it or not, the facts are in front of us. Otherwise, where did he get all that food from? Can you find his channels and ways to transport the food? No. Wu Shuang shook his head. Let's leave it at that for now. No matter what, he has no ill will towards us now. On the contrary, he's done a lot for me. I don't really care where he comes from or who he is. As long as he is valuable and can be used by me, that's enough, said the Empress. Master is wise. You've also learned to flatter. The Empress smiled. Then her face turned cold and she asked, how is the investigation of the Imperial Guard Battalion going? I was just about to report this to my master. According to the news sent by IU, those who robbed and killed Lin Yi were all newly recruited soldiers in the Imperial Guard Battalion, and the oldest of them were no more than half a year old. Oh, these people are all lonely and have no relatives at home. They either died in the war or died during the famine. I have checked the people and process of receiving these new soldiers, and there are no problems in all links. It seems that someone had planned in advance and arranged these people to enter the Royal Guard camp half a year in advance, said the Empress. Yes, but there is one thing I cannot understand. You mean since you were lurking in the Imperial Guards, you must have some ulterior motive. Why did you attack Lin Yi and expose your identity? Yes, this is very unreasonable. Sometimes, the more unreasonable something is, the more it indicates that there may be a bigger conspiracy behind the incident. If their target is not Lin Yi, then who is it? Wu Shuang asked puzzledly. The Empress snorted coldly. Their target is me. I don't understand. Everyone knows that the Royal Guards are my private army and my most loyal troops. They're doing this to make me suspicious of the Royal Guards and to alienate them. If the Royal Guards become alienated from me, what do you think will happen? They want a rebel. Wu Shuang's beautiful eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. These villains who play tricks are like stink bugs in the gutter. They always use despicable means that are not worthy of being shown on the table. But they still underestimated me after all. They also underestimated my royal guards. At this moment, the Empress showed a strong domineering power. Master, although the Imperial Guard is trustworthy, since someone is already infiltrated, could there be others? You want to conduct a thorough investigation in the Imperial Guard. The Empress shook her head and said, if that's the case, we'll really fall into the trap. If I don't check, I will be worried. If it doesn't work, I will sneak into the Imperial Guards and conduct a secret check. No need. The Royal Guards are the troops that have been with me the longest. I know every old brother in them by name. I can trust them unconditionally. Some individual clowns can't cause any big waves. But please give your orders, Master. I must dig out the mastermind behind this attempt to infiltrate the Imperial Guards. Wu Shuang, you handle this matter yourself. I obey your command. I will be leaving the capital tomorrow, so you can take this opportunity to investigate for me. Your Majesty is leaving the capital? Wu Shuang asked in surprise. Didn't a miracle happen in Lanyan County? I'm also very curious and plan to go take a look. It's also a good opportunity to give those jumping clowns some opportunities to perform. The Empress said with a sneer. My lord is wise, I understand. But if you leave the capital, I cannot go with you. How can I guarantee your Majesty's safety? Don't worry, I'll go with the Imperial Guards. Besides, you're in Lanyan County. You stay in the capital and just do your job. At this point, the Empress suddenly sighed. It's easy to conquer the world, but hard to rule it. I just got the world, but there have been years of famine, and the people are living in misery. Is it really that God doesn't want me to be the emperor? Master, please don't think like that. Natural disasters and man-made disasters cannot represent the will of heaven. Only the people's will is the most important. Yes, but if the famine continues, I'm afraid the people will lose their confidence. The people don't care who is the emperor. They're willing to follow whoever can feed them. I don't care about that. Whoever dares to go against the master will be killed by me. The Empress smiled, looked at Wu Shuang with gentle eyes, and said, You have suffered a lot these years. Find some time to pick a few good seedlings and train them well. Don't do anything risky in the future. Thank you for your concern, Master. Go ahead. Don't worry about me. Just do your job. Yes, sir. Wu Shuang left without anyone noticing. Rui, has there been any abnormality with the border guards recently? Your Majesty, apart from a few recent riots on the Lingnan border, which have been quelled by the Jinan army, there are no other abnormalities. Is there anything unusual in Yen State? The Empress frowned. This situation is very abnormal. Yes, Your Majesty, the Jinbei army did not submit any secret memorials. Give them all an order to go and check on the Jinbei army immediately. Chapter 58, Au's Ice and Fire. The news of the miracle from heaven spread like wildfire throughout the county. But the person who started this incident stayed at home, acting as if nothing had happened. The fun of hibernating lies in the word cat. Lin Yi accompanied Song Yao to Lin Jia's Wang and then never left the house again. On the Kong table, Journey to the West is playing on the tablet. Lin, he was lying on Xiaoxiang's soft thighs, studying a book on thick black studies. It is said that people in the business world read this, and he also plans to study it. For example, this sentence, "It is better to be a tortoise than a hedgehog." It is very essential, and I was deeply inspired after reading it. In the afternoon, the sun makes the house warm. The remodeled large glass windows allow sunlight to pour in freely. The person taking the photo was also lazy and soon became confused. When Xiaoxiang saw Lin, he fell asleep. She quickly turned down the volume of the TV, then moved her body slightly to make Lin more comfortable. When it comes to serving people, Tin Xiaodai are not as good as one Xiaoxiang. Of course, both girls have their own advantages, and Lin, he likes them both. It was soon evening, and Yi Xiaodai came back. Lin, he called her in and took out 2 strings of candied haws. "Grandpa, what is this?" Xiaoxiang looked at the red, shiny candied haws and immediately fell in love with it. "This is called tonghalu. The outer layer is filled with sugar. Try it. It's delicious." "Good brother, can I leave a few for my mother?" Yi Xiaodai asked. "Of course you can. Your filial piety to the elderly proves that you are a good woman." "Thank you, brother." Lin patted Yi Xiaodai's face gently, then got off the Kong. "You guys I'll go out for a walk." After lying on the Kong for an entire afternoon, my body felt a little weak. "Hello, boss." When they arrived at the backyard, the servants working in the greenhouse greeted Lin, one after another. "Mind your own business. Don't worry about me." Lin, waved his hand, picked a cucumber with flowers and thorns on it, and started eating it. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but the cucumbers grown in this pure land without chemical fertilizers or pesticides seem to be more delicious than those in the city. The taste is different. After quickly finishing a cucumber, Lin, picked a tomato and ate it. It was sour and sweet and tasted very good. After taking a walk, Lin, strolled to the chicken coop. Under Jiao Xiaochan's careful care, these chickens grew very fast and were very healthy. Not a single one died, and each one was full of energy, which was a pleasure to watch. "Master," Jiao Xiaochan came over with chicken food, and when she saw Lin here, she quickly saluted. "Xiaochan, you've taken good care of these chickens. It looks like you put a lot of effort into it. This is what a slave should do. Here, this is a reward for you." Lin, took out 2 pieces of candy and stuffed them into Jiao Xiaochan's hand. "Thank you, master." Jiao Xiaochan couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, get back to work." Lin, strolled around the backyard, and it was getting completely dark. When I returned to the room, I was thinking, should Xiaoxiang serve me tonight, or should Yi Xiaodai serve me, or should both of them serve me together? Just as he reached the door, he suddenly bumped into a dark shadow, which scared Lin. "Master, are you okay?" Lin patted his chest and asked curiously, "Oh, what are you doing here? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Lin lowered her head and whispered, "Master, I have made up my mind. I want to stay with you. Please take me in. Have you really thought it through? It will be too late to regret it then. The master is a good man. I won't regret it. Then you will serve me and let me rest tonight." Why? Don't want to. No. Ido. Yeah, come inside with me." Lin also sat at the table for this dinner. After dinner, Lin asked Xiaoxiang to turn on the water so that Lin could take a bath. There was no need for Lin to say anything more. Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai both understood what he meant. So after putting the water in, the two went back to their room. It was the first time for Lin to take a bath in a bathtub, and there was also shower gel that produced a lot of foam, leaving her body smelling nice. There are also special ones for washing hair and brushing teeth, which are very novel. After washing up, Lin put on the bath towel specially prepared for her by Xiaoxiang and walked into Lin Yi's bedroom. The lights went out, and soon beautiful music filled the room. Lin felt very ashamed. She didn't know why she made such an embarrassing sound, but she just couldn't help it. It was as if a demon was controlling her. Lin is indeed a martial arts master. Her body flexibility is simply amazing. Moreover, although this woman is usually quite cold and arrogant, she was very passionate last night and gave Lin a big surprise. So much so that even after returning to the city, I am still savoring that wonderful feeling. At this moment, a phone call interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Suyun. Lin Yi saw the incoming call and quickly answered it. "Mr. Lin, we have already designed your blueprint. Please come and pick it up when it is convenient for you. If you're not satisfied with anything, we can discuss it on the spot." "That's pretty quick. I have time today, so I'll be there right away." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the office." More than an hour later, Lin Yi drove to Su Yun's studio. Mr. Lin is here. Please take a seat. Wait for me for a moment. Okay. Lin Yi sat on the chair in front of the desk and looked at the busy Su Yun. Not to mention, this career-oriented woman is quite charming when she works hard. Of course, she's pretty good-looking too. She is the kind of person who can make a living with her looks, but insists on using her talent. Sorry to have kept you waiting. After a while, Su Yun finally finished her work. She took out the design drawings from the cabinet behind her and placed them on the table. Mr. Lin, this is the complete design. Please take a look. If there is anything you're not satisfied with, I can modify it. The main reason is that I have not been to the site for inspection, so some places may not meet your requirements. Miss Su, you are too modest. With your level, this design can't be bad. Lin took a look and finally nodded. Ms. Su, this design is perfect. There is nothing that needs to be modified. Thank you very much. I should be the one to say thank you. Thank you very much for your affirmation of me. Miss Su is very skilled and her designs are great. I can't be dissatisfied. Lin Yi stood up with a smile and shook hands with Su Yun. Miss Su is so busy, so I won't bother you. When I have time, I'll treat Miss Su to dinner. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. I will take you out. Miss Su, please stay. By the way, Mr. Lin, I heard from Miss Yang Xiaowei that you have a way to get some high-quality herbs. Chapter 59, Preparing for the Sprint Time Props. Su Yun's office. Lin Yi was originally ready to leave, but when he heard Su Yun's words, he turned around and stopped. I wonder what kind of herbs Miss Su needs. Oh, please wait a moment. I'll go look for it. Su Yun smiled apologetically and quickly ran to the desk to rummage around. A few minutes later, Su Yun came over with a note. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Can you see if these herbs are available? Ginseng, Chinese angelica, atractalodes. Lin took a look and said with a smile, they are all relatively common Chinese herbal medicines. I'll ask for you when I get back. Great. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Please give me a price later. Because the medicinal materials I deal in are of the best quality, the prices are relatively expensive, especially for precious medicinal materials like ginseng. If you need one that is a little older, the price may be very high. Lin Yi said in advance to avoid any misunderstandings later. I know. Miss Yang has already told me. I can't afford ginseng that's over 100 years old. Can you find me some that are a few decades old? I can accept a few $100,000 for it. Okay, then wait for my call. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Su Yun personally sent Lin Yi to the elevator and waited until the elevator door closed before returning to the office. Wei, are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Lin got in the car and called Yang Xiaowei. Brother Lin, you're in the city? Yang Xiaowei said with a smile. What good thing happened to you that made you think of treating me to a meal? You introduced me to a client, so I have to treat you. Client? You mean Su Yun? She called me a few days ago. Yang Xiaowei explained. Didn't you ask her for that design? So I thought, let her owe you a favor, so that when she helps you design, she can be more attentive. You won't blame me for being nosy, right? You are very smart. Lin Yi said with a smile. If I blame you, I won't call you. Yang Xiaowei chuckled. I knew Brother Lin wouldn't blame me. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'll go pick you up and have a meal with you. Then I'll go back to the village. Okay, then I'll trouble Brother Lin to make the trip. As the daughter of Taiyang Pharmaceutical, there must be a long line of people waiting to pick you up, right? I feel very honored to be able to take you to dinner. Brother Lin, you are making fun of me again. How dare I? Okay, let's not talk about it for now. I'll drive over now and we'll meet and talk. Lin Yi smiled and hung up the phone. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Yi picked up Yang Xiaowei. You're leaving early, right? It's not time to get off work yet. After all, I am a rich lady, so I have some rights. Yang Xiaowei joked. Brother Lin, you are too stingy. You came to pick me up, but you didn't even buy me a bouquet of flowers. How uncreative is it to buy flowers? So what are you going to give me? I prepared some green and pollution-free vegetables for you. Would you like some? Did you grow it yourself? It's pure green, no fertilizers or pesticides are used, and the taste is different. You'll know once you've tried it. Thank you, Brother Lin. I'm not familiar with the city. Just tell me a place. I'll pay for the food when you order. Then I'll have to order a few more dishes to give you a beating, you rich guy. Yang Xiaowei te aset. I'm just an ordinary person. I have nothing to do with the local tycoons. Brother, you are richer than me now, okay? The watch on your wrist is worth more than 1 million. Then I will support you. Are you willing? I am willing. As long as you love me, I don't mind being a young lady. Come on. If you inherit the family business, you will be a billionaire. Do you still need me to support you? The two of them are now very good friends, and they have common interests, so it is not excessive for them to joke with each other. With a smile on his face, Lin Yi came to a private restaurant under the guidance of Yang Xiaowei. These rich people like to find such quiet places in the midst of noise. When eating, you should also eat the environment and service. Miss Yang is here. Is the private room I often use empty? No one. I'll take you there. Thanks. You're welcome. The lobby manager personally brought Yang Xiaowei and Lin Yi to the private room. Yang Xiaowei didn't order any dishes and asked the manager to make the arrangements. It seems she is a frequent visitor here. Although the level of this place seems high, Lin Yi has money in his pocket and is not worried. He can pay the bill with a smile, no matter how high or low. If it really doesn't work, just throw out a gold ingot. Brother Lin, why are you in the city today? Have you finished the design? Lin Yi nodded and said, early this morning, Miss Su called me and said that the drawings were finished. I happened to have time, so I came over. The design of this manor was really not designed for you. Of course not. I don't have that ability. Then why don't you just get more medicinal herbs? High-quality Chinese medicinal herbs are in short supply and prices are rising continuously. It would be a pity not to take advantage of this rare opportunity to make a fortune. Do you think this medicinal herb is Chinese cabbage? You can get as much as you want. Lin Yi said this, but in reality, he really gave as much as he wanted. He simply didn't want to do it. He is alone, and if he is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. I still have more than 4 million in my bank card and more than 8 million in the game warehouse, which is enough to spend. Unless you continue to upgrade the warehouse or time props, there's no need to make so much money. He was completely lying down in the city. I don't want to get married, I don't want to fall in love, and I don't want to buy a house. Instead of wasting that energy, you might as well go to another world and enjoy yourself. As for what others say, it's up to you, as long as you feel good. He is just an ordinary citizen who has too much money and doesn't know how to spend it. The more than 10 million he has now is enough for him to live a carefree life. Speaking of time props, Lin Yi planned to increase the time by another 6 hours in one go. In this way, there will be no interval time for traveling to another world, and you can travel to another world anytime and anywhere, which is much more convenient. If you really encounter trouble in the city, just hide in another world. You can come back if you want to, and it's okay if you don't want to come back. And if he gets into trouble in the other world, he can always return to the city. For him, this is not just a matter of convenience, but also a preventive measure for his own safety. Thinking of this, Lin Yi continued, Wei Wei, don't say that I don't consider you a friend. In a few days, I will get a 300-year-old mountain ginseng. When the time comes, I will notify Zhao Long, Lin Siki, and Chun Jie to hold a small auction. If you want it, prepare enough money. At least 60 million in cash, and the rest can be transferred. What? 300 years old? Are you sure? Yang Xiaowei's eyes widened suddenly. Old ginseng of this vintage probably only exists in legends now. In 300 years, a dynasty perished. Such old ginseng is definitely a rare treasure that is hard to come by. Lin Yi nodded and said, Someone who is digging ginseng has contacted me. They haven't started digging yet, but we will have definite news in a few days. Good brother Lin, can we not auction it? You name a price and we won't say no. Yang Xiaowei shook Lin Yi's arm and said coquettishly, It's no use for you to act like a spoiled child. I don't know how much I should sell this vintage ginseng for. If it's too much, you'll feel uncomfortable, and if it's too little, I don't think it's worth it. So let's just bid on it. No matter how much it is, at least it's a choice that everyone is willing to make. Lin Yi said. Chapter 60. Trading Daughter for Ginseng. After lunch, Lin Yi drove back to the village. Yang Xiaowei didn't let Lin Yi spend money. Now she was trying to curry favor with him. So how could she let him spend money? After seeing Lin Yi off, Yang Xiaowei hurried home. She had to tell her father the latest news and come up with an effective strategy. Taiyang Pharmaceutical must obtain this 300-year-old precious ginseng. After Yang Tai received the news, he made a decision after just a moment of thought. Wei Wei, I'll call the bank right now and ask them to prepare the money. Tomorrow you go directly to Lin Yi with the cash and try to get him to stop the auction. Then what price should we offer? If the price is too low, I'm afraid he won't be impressed. Then let's prepare a little more. Didn't he tell you to prepare at least 60 million? Then we'll prepare 100 million. 100 million? Isn't that too much? I spent 40 million on the 200-year-old ginseng. And the 300-year-old ginseng is definitely a treasure. It is definitely not as simple as doubling its price. 100 million is just my conservative price. If it is really auctioned, it may be even higher. Of course, it also depends on the specific appearance and quality. The quality of what Lin Yi brought out must be fine. So we should prepare 100 million in cash first. If he still can't be convinced, we can use checks. No more than 200 million can be used. You can stay at his house for a few days until you get the ginseng. Dad, how can you be like this? Are you going to exchange your daughter for ginseng? Yang Xiaowei said with a pout. Yang Tai laughed and said, it's not like you haven't lived there before. In fact, it would be nice if this guy could be my son-in-law. It would be a good choice for both you and our company. This guy is just a blockhead. Then think of a way to make this piece of wood wise. Is one day enough to mobilize 100 million yuan in funds? No problem. I'll arrange a bulletproof car for you, and you can take it there yourself. I won't make any arrangements for other people. I guess the guy doesn't want too many people to know his address. Ginger is still experienced. With our sincerity, we will surely be able to impress him. 100 million 100 yuan bills have a volume of about 1.19 cubic meters, which can be regarded as a cube with a length of 1 meter, a width of 1 meter, and a height of 1 meter. The weight is about 1.25 tons. This is the information I checked. It should be okay to arrange a van for transportation, right? Lin Yi didn't know that Yang Tai and Yang Xiaowei were already plotting against him. Listening to music and keeping the rhythm while driving, Lin Yi looked so beautiful. Once upon a time, he wished he had a car that would protect him from the wind and rain, and that he could drive around in his spare time to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of his motherland. And now his wish has come true. Although the car is not that good, it is safe and can handle long distances or bad roads without any problems. He plans to go to a warmer place to celebrate the new year this year and experience different folk customs. After returning to the county, Lin Yi went directly to the supermarket in the shopping mall and bought all the candied haws. The reason I don't buy it outside is because I don't know whether it's clean or not. A while ago, when I was watching videos, I saw an old man using his saliva to wet the glutinous rice paper that wrapped candied haws. Therefore, in order to prevent the uncle from adding harsh work to the products, it is safer to buy them in the mall. Afterwards, he bought dozens of kilograms of candy and nuts to reward his servants or to kill time. After coming out, he saw some people selling steamed cakes and roasted sweet potatoes, so Lin Yi bought all of them. The game warehouse has an eternal time, so there is no need to worry about it breaking down. Besides, there are dozens of people in a family. If we want to share it, 1 bite per person will not be enough. It's still fun to buy things this way. Young man, I still have several hundred kilograms of these apples. Do you want some? Okay, but you have to take it home for me. Where is your home? Is it far? Not far. It's in Xiaohua village, and it only takes about 10 minutes to get there. No problem. If you want the whole package, I can deliver it to your home and give you a cheaper price. Okay, then it's settled. I'll give you $100 as a deposit first, and then I'll give you the rest when we get there. How about that? The young man is an honest man. I have nothing to worry about. So Lin Yi led the way in front, and the old man selling apples followed on a 3-wheeled motorcycle, and they soon arrived at the village. After unloading the apples and weighing them one by one, Lin Yi paid the balance. Young man, let's exchange phone numbers. If you want to eat any fruit in the future, just call me, and I will deliver it to you. The old man took the money and said with a smile, Uncle, you are good at doing business. Lin Yi smiled and exchanged phone numbers with the uncle. Actually, this is quite convenient. If you don't want to go out, just ask the uncle to deliver it to you. This way, I save time and it is convenient. The old man can also earn some money by running errands. It is the best of both worlds. After seeing off the old man selling apples, Lin Yi packed up his things and put them all into the game warehouse. After taking Dalong, Wulong, and the 5 dogs for a stroll outside the village, Lin Yi sat in the study and turned on the computer. After asking many online stores, I finally found one that was willing to make a custom-made golden cudgel. Lin Yi reported the size, weight, and appearance, and not only paid half of the deposit, but also had to bear the shipping costs himself. For the sake of the great sage, Lin Yi risked his life. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone rang. Seeing that it was a courier delivery, Lin Yi quickly answered the phone and said, Hello, brother. The pool table you bought online has arrived. Are you home now? I'm at home. Then we'll send it to you now. Okay, thanks. I have to say that JD.com's logistics is really strong. Even if it's in the village, they will deliver the goods directly to your home. Unlike other couriers, they leave the package directly in town for you to pick it up. This time I waited for more than half an hour and finally saw the delivery truck arriving. Lin Yi opened the gate and let them drive the car directly into the yard. The installation took more than an hour. After seeing the delivery man off, Lin Yi poked 2 poles himself. This table cost Lin Yi more than 8,000 yuan, and the quality is indeed much better than the table in the billiard hall in town. Small gifts like cue stands and billiard balls are also very nice. As it was getting dark, Lin Yi locked the door, then put the pool table into the game warehouse and teleported to another world. The room next to the bedroom is the one where the flush toilet and bathroom were converted. It has a large space and can accommodate a pool table. Moreover, during the previous renovation, a flue was built underground, so it is not cold in winter. In this cold winter, playing a few rounds with your beautiful maids and concubines can add a lot of fun when you get tired and you can play something else. After finding a good location, Lin Yi moved the pool table out of the game warehouse, set it up, and prepared to call people to try it out. At this time, Qiuxiang's voice just happened to sound outside the door. "Master, are you awake?" Yuan Fei is back and said he has something important to report. "Qiuxiang, let him in." Lin Yi walked to the door and opened it. Then Yuan Fei came to Lin Yi, bowed first, and then whispered in Lin Yi's ear, "Boss, the emperor has come to Lanyan County with the imperial guards and has already left the capital." Chapter 61, Prepare a few dishes for His Majesty. Yuan Fei was arranged by Lin Yi to go to the capital, and he was asked to inquire about the situation in the capital at any time. Of course, with Yuan Fei's identity, he is currently just asking for some information to market. Lin Yi planned to see his ability first. If he really had expertise in this area, he could let him contact Qin Yu Dao in the future to obtain more important information, and then use his lightness skills to send it back quickly. "What is Your Majesty doing in Lanyan County?" Lin Yi whispered to himself. Yuan Fei added, "I heard that they came to see the miracle from heaven." "Oh, this matter has spread to the capital so quickly." "Yes, now the people of Beijing know about it. People in tea houses, taverns, and on the streets are talking about it. This is a bit strange. Could someone have spread the news on purpose?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then took out a handful of candy and gave it to Yuan Fei as a reward. "You did a good job this time. The news was delivered in a timely manner. Go down and have a rest first." "Thank you, boss. When will I go to the capital again?" "Rest for 2 days and wait for my instructions later." "Yes." "Qiuxiang, come and help me wash up." Lin is now too lazy to be served. Even when he washes his face and brushes his teeth, he needs someone to serve him. Hearing the call, Qiuxiang walked in quickly. Seeing the pool table in the house, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what is this? It looks like a big table." "This is the table. From now on, you will serve me here," Lin Yi said with a wicked smile. "Master, you are so bad. Do you like it?" Lin Yi asked, hooking Qiuxiang's chin. Qiuxiang's face felt a little hot from embarrassment. "Huh, let me give you a kiss." Lin Yi held Qiuxiang's little face and blocked her mouth with his big mouth. Playing with this pretty little maid every morning will make you feel good all day long. After washing up, Lin Yi took out the sliced cake and roasted sweet potatoes and shared them with Qiuxiang, Yi Xiaodai, and Au. Now Au has successfully joined this small group. Lin Yi arranged everything that needed to be arranged, such as mink coats, cashmere leggings, hats and gloves, as well as underwear and sanitary napkins and so on. Last time, he bought a lot of goods for Qin Yu Dao's women's product store. "Master, what is this?" Lin Au asked as she picked up a piece of cake. She shoulders a heavy responsibility, so she is very adventurous. Whenever you see something strange, ask about it. "This is called Xie Gao. It has red dates in it and is very delicious. You should all try it. Xiaodai, send a piece to your mother later." "Thank you, good brother. Eat quickly. It's so sweet. This cake is so delicious." Qiuxiang ate the sweets, and her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes with happiness. "If it tastes good, eat 2 more. I'm very satisfied with just 1 piece of this. Compared to the past, life now is like heaven. All this is a gift from you, master." "Silly girl, we are a family, so we shouldn't talk behind each other's backs." Lin Yi ate 2 pieces of roasted sweet potatoes and drank a bowl of rice porridge, and he felt warm immediately. "Qiuxiang, please help me get a basket." After eating, Lin Yi took some gifts and went to the county government office accompanied by the 2 door gods Zhao Dashan and Liurniu. Both of them are strong men, especially Zhao Dashan. As his name suggests, he's like a mountain when standing next to you, and you feel very safe. With these 2 people around, ordinary people dare not get close. Lin Yi took the time to let Lin Au test their fighting power. Although he has never practiced martial arts, he has thick skin and strong muscles, and with his brute force, he is comparable to a second-rate master. If pushed to the limit, He could even compete with Lin Au, who is a top-notch player. People with extraordinary talents cannot be viewed with common sense. You wait here. Lin gave the two of them a handful of melon seeds and some candies and asked them to wait near the gate of the county government office. Thank you, boss. Lin, he waved his hand and walked into the county government office, carrying the basket. Mr. Lin is here. Good morning. Morning. Lin, he was like a boy giving away money, greeting people as he walked and giving out some nuts and candies. He has become very familiar with this county government. Brother Lin is here. I was just about to send someone to look for you. Seeing Lin Song Yao pulled him towards the study room in a somewhat mysterious manner. Brother Song, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin, he asked curiously. Song Yao did not answer immediately, but entered the study and closed the door. Then he said to Lin Your Majesty is coming to Lanyan County and will arrive around the afternoon. I plan to make some delicious food for Your Majesty to taste. Please help me with the advice. Your Majesty is coming to Lanyan County? Lin pretended to be surprised. According to the latest news, he has already left the capital. However, His Majesty is traveling with a large entourage, so he will definitely not leave too fast. So we still have plenty of time. Brother Song, what dish are you going to make? I have brought some delicacies here. I wonder if they can be used. Oh, what delicious food have you made again? Let me see it quickly, Song Yao said excitedly. Lin put the basket on the table and took out a few strings of candied haws, 2 pieces of cake, and some roasted sweet potatoes. This candied haws is very good and can be considered a dish. Your Majesty will definitely like it. Song Yao burst into laughter. He had eaten candied haws before, which were sour and sweet and very delicious. This is called shegao, made of glutinous rice with red dates inside, and it's also sweet. I just figured it out, so I quickly brought it here for Brother Song to taste. I didn't expect His Majesty to come, and there are only these 2 pieces. Isn't it too little? It's a little less, but I believe in my brother's cooking skills. This can also be considered a dish. Brother Song, how about you try it first? This is prepared for Your Majesty. How can I eat it? Your Majesty can't finish it all by yourself. This thing is too sweet. If you eat too much, you'll get sick of it. Brother Song, cut a small piece and try it. It's okay. Song Yao thought about it, but couldn't resist the temptation of this novel and delicious food. How about I try it? Try it. Lin smiled, then took out a small knife and cut a small piece for Song Yao. Song Yao looked at the pastries that looked like pearls, then opened his mouth wide and stuffed them all in. Song Yao chewed slowly, closing his eyes in enjoyment, and soon his chewing movements became faster again. There's the fragrance of glutinous rice and the sweetness of red dates in your mouth. It is soft and sticky and extremely delicious. People in this world have almost no resistance to sweets, and sweet deliciousness can bring people happiness and joy. This also increases the temptation of this delicacy. Brother, your cooking skills are simply amazing. It's so delicious. His Majesty will definitely like it, Song Yao said, and finally pointed at the steaming hot roasted sweet potatoes and asked, what is this? This is called sweet potato, also known as sweet potato, and it is also a high-yield food. 1 acre can produce dozens of stones, which is 20 times more than growing grains. It is delicious when eaten raw, steamed, or roasted. Today I roasted the sweet potato. What did you say? Is this another high-yield crop? Song Yao's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 62, The Empress Arrives. Empress, in the study room at the backyard of the county government office. Faced with Song Yao's shock, Lin gave an answer that made him overjoyed. That's right. This sweet potato not only has a high yield per mu, but also has strong adaptability and is not demanding on soil. It can be planted in mountainous areas and plains. Song Yao continued to ask with a somewhat excited look, is it really 20 times better than grain? This is just a conservative estimate. I have planted some in my backyard, and we won't know the exact yield until they mature. Of course, it's impossible to plant outside in this cold weather. We have to wait until next spring when the temperature rises. Let me try it first. Song Yao nodded and decided to try it himself first. He picked up the smallest piece and asked, how do you eat this? Lin smiled, helped him break it in half, then removed the skin and handed it to Song Yao. Song Yao took a small bite, chewed it twice experimentally, and then his eyes brightened again. Is this so sweet too? Yes, and it can easily make you feel full. If you dry it and grind it into powder, it can also be used as dry food. Huh, that's great. Brother Lin, you are really my lucky star. Today's roasted sweet potato is the finale dish for His Majesty. With this, His Majesty will definitely be very satisfied. How can I thank you? You and I are good brothers. Why are you so polite? Lin Yi waved his hand. Song Yao looked at Lin Yi solemnly. Don't worry, my dear brother. I will always keep this friendship in my heart. It's just a little food. There's no need to do this, Brother Song. My dear brother, His Majesty is coming to Lanyun County this time. He also wants to see the miracles from heaven at the farm. He will probably also go to the coal mine. You will wait at the farm. If His Majesty wants to see you, I will notify you. Okay, I'll make a note of that. By the way, I heard that my brother and Chen Rong, the daughter of Chen Imperial Physician, have already been engaged. I haven't congratulated you yet. Not so fast. We just have a good impression of each other right now, and Imperial Physician Chen is also quite satisfied with me. As for the next step, we haven't had time to discuss it yet. It is a great honor for my dear brother to be favored by Shao Imperial Physician Chen. You should know that there are dozens of well-known officials in the capital who want to marry Shao Imperial Physician Chen. But Shao Imperial Physician Chen despises everyone. Then wouldn't I have offended all the second-generation officials in the court? I wouldn't say I've offended you, but I'm definitely not happy with you. Song Yao smiled as if he was gloating over someone else's misfortune. How about it? Do you want to go to Lingyang with me next year? Stay away from this place of trouble. Lin Yi thought about it and smiled bitterly. I would like to go with Brother Song, but I have to leave. With so many people at home, I'm afraid there will be trouble. That's true. There are tens of thousands of people who depend on you for their livelihood. Brother Song, Your Majesty came to Lanyun County just to see a miracle? Lin Yi asked tentatively. Song Yao hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, My dear brother, I will only tell you this in front of you, but I dare not tell anyone else once you hear it. Don't worry, brother. I know the seriousness of the matter. Lin Ya Surit. Song Yao continued. The reason why Your Majesty left the capital this time was because of the Imperial Guard camp. The Imperial Guard? The last time I came back from the capital, it was the Imperial Guard who tried to assassinate me. That's it. I don't know whose orders those people took to harm you. But this obviously touched Your Majesty's reverse scale. The Royal Guards are Your Majesty's private army, and the troops Your Majesty trusts the most. Someone dared to cause trouble in the Royal Guards. I really don't know how to write the word death. Brother, what you mean is that His Majesty is leaving the capital this time to find out the murderer behind the scenes. Yes. How can we tolerate such a thing under the Emperor's feet? My dear brother, just wait and see. The real murderer behind your assassination will be brought to justice soon. That will be the best. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, then said goodbye. Brother Song, you still need to prepare for His Majesty's arrival. I will take my leave first. Okay, let's talk when we have time. I'll have someone take you there. Song Yao is also a smart person. In front of Lin Yi, he never calls himself this officer or anything like that. Brother, please stay. When Lin Yi came out of the county government office, he saw Dash and Erniu sitting by the wall, eating melon seeds and basking in the sun. He looked so handsome. Boss. The two men immediately saw Lin Yi and hurried over. Let's go home. This trip to the county government office was not in vain. I actually found out some inside information. It seems that the rule of this empress is not so stable. Even her private army is dared to be touched by some people. So what about other places? Is it possible that this newly pacified world will fall into chaos again? It is extremely rare for a woman to be an emperor. The surrounding countries must be eyeing the situation covetously, hoping that there will be chaos in the Dragon Kingdom. The famine in the country over the past few years has also led to a gradual increase in unstable factors. One can imagine how much of a headache the Empress was having at this moment. In Lin Yi's opinion, the Empress's visit to Lanyun County this time was indeed to investigate the mastermind behind the Imperial Guard camp, and it was also certainly true that she wanted to check out the miracles. In this environment, if an auspicious sign really came from heaven, it would also be a positive factor for the Empress's rule. According to Lin Yi's understanding during this period, although the Dragon Kingdom is similar to the ancient dynasties, it also has some differences. There are significant differences in many aspects such as farming, society, government, literature, martial arts, etc. After returning home, Lin Yi taught Xiaoxiang and the others how to play billiards. The rules of this thing are very simple. Whoever gets all the balls into the holes first wins. Soon the women were having a great time. Lin Yi pulled himself away and took Lin Ayu into the bedroom. Ayu's ice and fire made Lin Yi addicted, and he thought about it again now. This bra really shows your size when you put it on. It's a whole cup size bigger. Master, what is a cup size? That's not important. Let me experience your passion again, master. In the afternoon, he was holding Lin Au and taking a nap when Xiuxiang's voice suddenly came from the door. Sir, His Majesty has arrived in Lanyan County. The county magistrate has notified everyone in the city to go out and welcome him. Your Majesty is here? He jumped up with a start and asked Xiuxiang to help him put on his clothes. Lin Au is good at fighting, but she becomes clumsy when asked to serve others. After getting dressed neatly, he went out with everyone in the family. At this time, the streets were already crowded with people, and everyone was gathering towards the city gate. At this time, a yamen runner drove a horse-drawn carriage over, picked up Xiuxiang and others, and left the city first. 10 miles north of the city, Song Yao and other officials from the county government were already waiting there. He walked up to Song Yao alone and greeted him. Sir Song, he called out politely in front of outsiders. Well, stay with me for a while. Clear. Chapter 63. Old Song is very righteous. As officials and people from all over the city waited, the Empress's motorcade slowly appeared in sight. But unlike the lively scene with flags flying in the costume TV, he only saw a team of knights dressed in black and wearing masks, and heard the uniform sound of horses' hooves hitting the ground, and the ground began to shake. Apart from these noises, there was no other noise, and the horses did not make any sound, which showed that they were all well trained. Most of these horses are black, blending perfectly with the knight's black clothes, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Is this the Imperial Guard? The Empress's private army? He speculated in his heart. Nul. With a loud shout, everyone knelt down, led by Song Yao. He blended into the crowd, just pretending to be so. Anyway, he was covered with a robe, and people around him didn't dare to look up. Your Majesty, your servant, Song Yao, the magistrate of Lanyan County, respectfully welcomes His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Emperor, Song Yao said loudly. Soon after, the people around and the common people also started shouting. I didn't expect that this world would also shout, "Long live the world." It felt a bit like being in a movie. The cavalry continued to move forward. He was still a little puzzled. Song Yao was the Empress's confidant, so shouldn't he give him some words of encouragement? At this moment, a carriage stopped nearby, and a woman's voice came from the carriage. Sir Song, His Majesty said that everyone should go back. It's so cold, don't do these empty ceremonies. I obey your order. Song Yao quickly accepted the order. The carriage continued to move forward under the protection of the cavalry, and the Empress never showed up from beginning to end. After the team had left, Song Yao ordered everyone to disperse and return home. Brother, you should go home first. I'll call you if there's anything. Song Yao gave a brief instruction and hurried to catch up with the Empress's carriage. Fortunately, the carriage to pick him up was still there, so took Xiuxiang and the other two on board and went home. Hiss! It's so cold. It's warmer at home. He hissed and stomped his feet into the house. The Kong in the house was burning very brightly, and my frozen feet soon warmed up. He is still wearing cotton shoes. I really don't know how those refugees who have no shoe survived. It is no wonder that those who received cotton-padded quilts as reward from were so grateful to him. This is not just a simple piece of clothing or quilt. It is a life-saving item. Master, have you seen His Majesty just now? Xiuxiang asked curiously. Just now. He was called to Song Yao's side and was not with Xiuxiang and the others. He shook his head and said, It's not that easy to see the Emperor. I didn't even hear his voice. I don't know what His Majesty looks like. Is he like the legend says? What does it look like in the legend? He asked curiously. Xiuxiang started talking to and Yi Xiaodai also added to the story. Au, on the other hand, didn't say much and seemed a little absent-minded. Next to the county government office, there is a very spacious courtyard. At this time, as the temporary residence of the Empress, the defense work has been taken over by the Imperial Guard. The palace maid were decorating the living quarters and placing some commonly used items. From today until the Empress leaves, this place will be a forbidden area for the entire Lanyan County. A stove was lit in the flower hall, burning the honeycomb coal invented by Yi. There was also an iron kettle for boiling water on it, with hot steam gushing out from the spout. The Empress sat in the main seat, with her personal maid Rui standing behind her, and Song Yao standing in front of the hall. My dear Minister Song, I have always heard about Lanyan County in the memorials before. After meeting you today, I can see that you really did not disappoint me. I am terrified. We are not going to court now. so there is no need to be so formal. Rui, please take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. What followed was a secret conversation between the emperor and his ministers. An hour later, Song Yao stood up and hurried out. Not long after, he came back trotting with a food box and said as if offering a treasure, Your Majesty, these are some delicious dishes I prepared for you. Please enjoy them. As he spoke, he brought out a plate with candied haws on it, some cakes cut into small squares, and a few of his best side dishes. The last dish has a different meaning, roasted sweet potato. Song Yao took it out while introducing it to the empress. Those side dishes were naturally delicious and won the empress's praise. This is the highest honor a gourmet can ever receive, and Song Yao feels as happy as if he were eating honey. But the candied haws and glutinous rice cakes left a deep impression on the empress. Song Aiqing, are these candied haws and chaigao also delicacies that you researched? Your Majesty, these two delicacies were not made by me, but by Lin Yi. He heard that Your Majesty would be coming to Lanyun County soon, so he made them specially for Your Majesty. If Lin Yi knew that Song Yao was so righteous at this time, he would definitely be moved and give him some more technology and hard work. Is that Lin Yi, the one who discovered coal as a resource and developed honeycomb briquettes? Yes, Your Majesty. Not only that, the final dish of today was also provided by him. I would like to offer this to Your Majesty. Please taste it. Rui picked up a piece of baked sweet potato, first tested it with a silver needle, then tried a little herself, and made sure there was no problem before bringing the baked sweet potato close to the empress. This is not about trust or not, but about conventions and regulations. The empress's food safety is the biggest safety issue. It has also always been checked by trusted confidants. While it tastes good, sweet, and sticky, my stomach feels much warmer after eating it. But compared with other delicacies, it doesn't seem so amazing. Why did you choose this roasted sweet potato as the finale? Is there any reason for it? Asked the empress. Your Majesty, according to Lin Yi, sweet potatoes like corn are high-yield crops that can be used as food. 1 acre of sweet potatoes can produce dozens of dan, which is 20 times more than growing grains. In addition, they do not require high soil conditions. They can be grown in almost all of our dragon country. Are you serious? The empress's expression changed immediately after hearing this. The biggest problem facing the entire dragon country right now is the food crisis. The food shortage has caused many chain reactions that affect stability. Therefore, the empress was most sensitive and concerned about food issues. Although I haven't verified the authenticity yet, based on my understanding of Lin Yi, he will not lie, nor dare to falsify such matters. How do you get this crop? I heard from Lin Yi that he got it by chance from fishermen along the coast when he was doing business, and then he tried to grow some himself. Oh yes, he has some planted at home now, but it's not mature yet. Now, can this sweet potato grow in such a cold environment? That's not the case. Lin Yi built a greenhouse at home to increase the soil temperature. I've been there, and it's really amazing. In such a cold day, you can actually eat fresh vegetables. He also grows corn there, and I heard he's trying to grow improved seeds. This man is a genius. You said in your memorial before that more than 70% of the land in Lanyun County is planted with winter wheat. Chapter 64, The Wealth-Giving Girl, comes again. Temporary Palace. The Empress was talking to Song Yao, the magistrate of Lanyun County. When talking about the issue of growing crops, Song Yao said confidently, Your Majesty, up to now, 80% of the wasteland in Lanyun County has been reclaimed, and most of it was planted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi has made a huge contribution to the stability of Lanyun County and provided valuable grain. I will use 1,000 official fields to pay off the debt, and then rent him another 3,000 acres. When the harvest comes next year, he will take out 30% of the harvest as rent. All this grain can be paid into the national treasury. In addition, I have also raised a batch of grain seeds and lent them to the residents who were allocated fields. When the harvest comes next year, 30% of the harvest will be used as agricultural tax, and the rented grain seeds will be returned to the county government. Song Yao had already written a detailed memorial on the land policy provided by Lin Yi. The Empress was also very familiar with this policy. This land policy can indeed greatly increase the enthusiasm of the people to farm and stabilize the situation, but it also has serious side effects, which involve the interests of the ministers in the court. Although the matter has been suppressed by me, there are still memorials impeaching you every day. Song Yao stood up, bowed to the Empress, and said loudly, I am not afraid, as long as it is beneficial to the country and the people, and can relieve your Majesty's worries. I will sacrifice my life for you. Good. This is the attitude I want from you. My dear Lord Song, next year I will issue an order for you to take over the post of Linyang Prefect. The situation there is not optimistic, so you should be mentally prepared in advance. In addition, you can recommend someone to come to Lanyan County to take up the post. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Get up and work hard for me. Don't worry about your family. I will send people to protect their safety. I obey your order. After the king and his ministers finished their conversation, Song Yao took his leave first. The empress did not mention going to see the miracle. Rui, you don't need to serve me anymore. Take 2 people and go back to your hometown to visit your family. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Rui knelt down to express her gratitude immediately. Well, go ahead. After Rui left, a dark figure descended from the roof and knelt at the feet of the empress. Master, Commander Yu has already replied. She is busy now and will come see you later. Got it. Is there any movement in the capital? There is no news from the commander yet. Go down first. I'll take my leave. These shadow guards are the elite troops around the empress. Each of them is a first-rate master, and the commander Wu Shuang is a top-notch master. They came and went without a trace, made great contributions to the empress and the Dragon Kingdom, and also made huge sacrifices. The empress picked up the candied haws again and ate one. It was sour and sweet, very much to her taste, and a smile even appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lin Yi, I want to see what kind of person you are. It was late at night, and the empress had gone to bed, but had not yet fallen asleep. She was reviewing some memorials that needed to be dealt with urgently. She has developed this habit since she pacified the country. I read a few memorials before going to bed, and fell asleep when I was tired. As a female emperor, she did not have 3,000 beauties in her harem, nor did she keep any male lovers. The only people serving her in the palace were palace maids, and there was not even a eunuch. The shadow guards around him were all women. It is rumored that the empress likes women, but she has never interfered in this matter. It would be easy for her shadow guards to investigate these rumors, but the reason they didn't do so was because she was the one who spread these rumors. Master, Commander Yu is here. A shadow guard knelt in front of the bed and reported. Announce. The empress was still reviewing memorials without even raising her head. Immediately afterwards, the door of the room was heard to open, and then Lin Au appeared in front of the empress's bed. Your servant Au pays homage to the master. Long live the master. The empress put down the memorial, looked up at Au, smiled and said, it seems that you have successfully approached him. My lord, I have obeyed your order and become Lin Yi's woman. Tell me, what have you discovered? Next, Lin Au reported in detail everything he had discovered at the Lin family. After hearing this, the empress nodded and asked, Are you sure that the miracle from heaven was not caused by him? Absolutely not. In one night, not to mention one person, even hundreds of people cannot build such a long wall. Moreover, those walls seem to grow in the soil. They are very solid, even stronger than the city walls of the capital. Could it be that a miracle has really happened? The empress pondered for a moment and asked, Did you find anything unusual when you followed him? Abnormal. Lin Au thought for a moment and said, If you must say it's abnormal, Lin Yi sleeps alone every night. Before, he would rest as soon as it got dark and would not let anyone in. There's also a very powerful ape guarding his door, comparable to a first-class master. It is impossible to get close to him without being noticed. And recently he would let the slaves and the 2 concubines accompany him for a while, but in the end he would still sleep alone. I heard that it was for practicing martial arts. A monkey is comparable to a top-notch expert. I have tried it myself. This ape must be a different species. Its arms are as strong as steel. I almost suffered a loss. How good is Lin Yi's martial arts? He didn't do much. I only know that he is very fast. I'm not his opponent, so I don't dare to test him at night. From now on you will keep an eye on him for me and report any situation in time. I obey your command. I will go to meet him tomorrow. Please make the arrangements. Also, don't let him know my true identity. Yes. City, early morning. As soon as Lin Yi was teleported from another world, he heard a knock on the door. His mobile phone had accumulated dozens of missed calls and many unread messages on WeChat, all sent by Yang Xiaowei. Stop knocking. I heard you. Lin Yi responded to Yang Xiaowei through the camera, then opened the door. Immediately afterwards, Yang Xiaowei drove a van that obviously looked modified into the yard. When Lin Yi walked out of the room, he saw Yang Xiaowei taking a suitcase out of the car. It was the same suitcase she took when she came to stay for a short time last time. What are you doing? Brother, I called you dozens of times but couldn't get through. I thought you were missing. I don't sleep well, so I usually keep quiet when I sleep. No, you're holding your luggage. From today on, I will live in your house. You're not working? That's work. My dad said that if I can't get that 300-year-old ginseng, I don't have to go back. Is your dad your biological dad? I also think I was picked up. You actually want to exchange me for ginseng. Yang Xiaowei pouted, then pulled Lin Yi to the car and opened the door. The next moment, Lin Yi stood there in a daze. He had seen a lot of money before, but seeing so much cash piled together was still a bit shocking. Are you robbing a bank? Yes, I just robbed it, and I'm giving it to you. How much is this? 100 million. Chapter 65, An Old Friend Visits. Looking at the mountain of banknotes in the van, Lin Yi quickly closed the door. Then he walked back, looked at Yang Xiaowei, and asked, You came here alone with so much cash? Yes, my dad said that you might not like to be disturbed by others, so he let me come by myself. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? I am afraid, but in order to show our sincerity, we have to come even if we are afraid. Lin Yi thought for a moment and asked, Do you really want to collect that 300-year-old ginseng? Of course. I brought the money. How could it be fake? Wei, 100 million is indeed a lot. I can see your sincerity, but I really can't say about this price. Why not? Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Just name a number you like, and we can add more. Let me think about it again, and you guys should think about it too. Anyway, the old ginseng hasn't been dug out yet, so we have to wait a few more days. Lin Yi said, Then I will stay at your house for the next few days. What about the money? Put in the car. It's bulletproof. My dad found it specially for deposit. Awesome. Yang Xiaowei just stayed there like this. It was nothing more than a few meals, so Lin Yi could afford it. What's more, this girl is a fortune bringer, so there's nothing wrong with treating her well. In fact, when Lin Yi first saw so much cash, he was already tempted. What's more, the gift was given in cash, and it was given by a girl herself, which shows her sincerity. But who would complain about having too much money? A 300-year-old ginseng is definitely a treasure. He wants to sell it for a good price, but he doesn't know if he can get one of this age again in the future. As for the 400-year-old ginseng, Lin Yi did not plan to sell it and kept it for his own use. After dinner in the evening, Lin Yi took Yang Xiaowei for a walk outside the village and took the dog for a walk. After coming back, they watched a movie together and then prepared to wash up and rest. After saying goodnight to each other, Lin Yi entered the bedroom and locked it. Then he waited for a while to make sure that there was no problem with Yang Xiaowei before teleporting to the other world. Xiaoxiang. Lin Yi crawled into the warm bed again. The Kong was kept very hot all night, and even the quilt was warm. Master, are you awake? Xiaoxiang responded from outside when she heard Lin Yi's call. Great sage, let Xiaoxiang in. Immediately afterwards, the Monkey King, who was blocking the door, made way. After Xiaoxiang entered the room, Lin Yi carried her into bed. Now, Xiaoxiang takes a bath every morning, just waiting for this moment. It was a thrilling battle that began with passion and ended with warmth. These days, Xiaoxiang ate well and slept well. With Lin Yi's love and care, she became more and more radiant, and even her skin seemed to be glowing. Master, you haven't had breakfast yet? I'll help you get up. It's so cold, why get up? Go back to sleep. Lin Yi held Xiaoxiang in his arms, just like he was holding a hot pack, soft and warm, so comfortable. After a while, Lin Yi, who was a little tired, fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Xiaoxiang called softly in my ear, Master, Ayu is calling you outside? Maybe there is something wrong. Just let her in. Lin Yi buried his head in Xiaoxiang's arms and muttered, Ayu, Grandpa asked you to come in. Xiaoxiang said, then crawled into the bed and covered her head. Master, there's an old friend of yours visiting outside the door. As soon as Lin Yi entered the room and saw two people in the bed, she felt a little embarrassed. It really proves the saying, if you're not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. Old friend? How could I have any old friend? Lin Yi waved his hand and asked Lin Yi to come closer. The next second, Lin Yi reached out and grabbed Lin Yi, then dragged her onto the Kong and started to touch her without saying a word. Master, there are people waiting outside. Woo-woo. Lin Yi wanted to struggle, but under the man's attack for both sides, her body fell limp and disobedient. What's more, Lin Yi, who has increased his strength attribute, is already very strong. In the end, Lin Yi fell under Lin Yi's fierce attack. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea and activated the time prop and used it on Lin Au. By the time the war drum stopped, it felt like a whole day had passed for Lin Au. Master, there's someone waiting for you outside the door. Lin Au was very nervous at this time and wanted to cry, but had no tears. His Majesty is outside the door. They actually refused entry to His Majesty and hid in the house to do shameful things. I don't have any old friends. Did she tell me her name? Looking at Lin Au, who was conquered by him, Lin Yi pursed his lips in satisfaction. She said she had met the master once in the capital. Is this person from Beijing? Lin Yi thought about it, but couldn't remember who it was. Because I have met many people in the capital. Could it be Miss Shir from Zue Xianglu? Shit, could it be her? A figure suddenly flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Hurry up and invite the guest in. I'll pack up and leave soon. Lin Au quickly put on her clothes and ran out in a hurry, without even tidying herself up. When I arrived at the gate, I saw the Empress standing in front of the door calmly. Master, please come in and serve tea. Lin Au wanted to kneel down as soon as she saw the Empress. Only at the Empress's signal did he reluctantly not bend down. Please lead the way. Come in. Lin Au led the way, and then the Empress's small voice came. It seems that this guy is really lecherous. He is in such a good mood so early in the morning. Lin Au was so embarrassed and scared that she just kept her head down while walking and almost bumped into the wall. He came to the living room to serve tea. Not long after, Lin Yi, dressed handsomely, came to the living room. Mr. Lin, I hope you are well since we last met in the capital. The Empress stood up and smiled at Lin Yi. She's really a girl. I thought she was a liar. Big. Lin Au subconsciously wanted to shout brave, but when the word came to her lips, she thought of something and stopped abruptly. What's wrong with you? I just feel a little uncomfortable in my throat. That may be because you ate too much just now. You should go down and rest first. Lin Au glanced at the Empress secretly before leaving the living room. Mr. Lin, are you blaming me? Asked the Empress. Lin Yi looked at the woman. She had a noble temperament and a tall and round figure. She was definitely not an ordinary girl. But since she could appear in the Chun family's back garden, she must have a close relationship with the Chun family. No, I'm just curious. If the girl is not Chun Rong, how could she appear in the back garden of the Chun mansion that day? I'm a lady in waiting in the palace, and a good sister of Ronger. I have heard many things about you from His Majesty before, so when I knew you went to the Chun mansion, I went over to meet you. The Empress explained lightly. So that's how it is. At that time, I thought you were Miss Chun Rong. I felt lost for a long time after you left. Oh, what's missing? Weren't we on a blind date? You asked me how I felt about you, and I said I was satisfied, but you left without saying a word. I thought you didn't like me, so of course I felt disappointed. The Empress smiled and said, Then, did you get a surprise later? Is this also a credit to me? Chapter 66. Dare to hug the Empress's waist. Lanyan County, in a living room of the Lin residence. Although it was the second time the Empress and Lin Yi met, they had a very pleasant conversation. The Empress asked many questions about state governance. Although Lin Yi's answers were very simple, his ideas were very novel. The Empress thought about it for a moment and felt that it would be of great use. I also began to admire Lin Yi more and more. How could a country bumpkin know so much? Is this the so-called hermit who hides in the city for the great and in the wild for the small? Lin Au, who was outside the living room, finally felt relieved when she heard the laughter coming from inside from time to time. To be honest, she still cares a lot about Lin Yi, the man who took her virginity. She absolutely did not want to see anything unpleasant happen between His Majesty and Lin Yi. More than an hour later, Lin Yi and the Empress walked out of the living room together. Lin Au hurried over and said, Master, is the distinguished guest leaving? No, I'm taking Miss Ling Long to the backyard to see what I planted. Go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare a more sumptuous lunch, as I want to entertain our distinguished guests. After Lin Yi gave the order, he led the Empress to the backyard. However, Lin Au stood there in a daze, not reacting for a long time, because the Linglong that Lin Yi mentioned is the name of the Empress's unmarried mother. Haven't used it for a long time. Nowadays, the only people who know this name are the old people who followed the Empress back then. Your Majesty, is there any deeper meaning behind this? The backyard of Lin's house. Lin Yi brought Linglong to admire his masterpiece in the plastic greenhouse. Mr. Lin, yesterday Lord Song Yao presented a crop to His Majesty called sweet potato. I wonder if you have any grown here. Of course, it's over there. I'll take you to see it. Lin Yi led the way in front. They needed to cross a small ditch used for irrigation. At this time, Lin Yi jumped over first, then extended his hand to the Empress like a gentleman, wanting to support her. The Empress hesitated for a moment, but still extended her hand. Be careful. It's muddy here. Lin Yi held the Empress's hand and reminded her. The Empress nodded, and when she crossed the ditch, she wanted to pull her hand back, but Lin Yi held it tightly. Linglong, this is sweet potato. Its fruit grows in the soil and may just be beginning to bear fruit. The vines can be used to feed livestock. It is a very good fodder crop. It turns out that the fruit grows underground. No wonder it is called sweet potato. This name is very appropriate. Lin Yi took Linglong to see sweet potatoes, corn, Chinese cabbage, spinach, and other vegetables, and then picked a cucumber for her to eat. Mr. Lin, why is your greenhouse so warm? The film on top can actually let the sunlight in. Actually, it's just like the room we humans live in. I just use it to grow crops. It's easier said than done, and no one has thought of using this method to grow vegetables in winter for so many years. Your move is truly groundbreaking. If ordinary people can build a greenhouse like this in the future, they will be able to eat fresh vegetables in winter. This is just an ideal, but in reality, this is not very feasible. Lin Yi said. Linglong nodded and said, that's right. Nowadays, ordinary people can't even get enough food to eat. They have lost their homes. How can they talk about eating fresh vegetables? The difficulties are only temporary. As long as we get through this crisis, I believe that the scene you envision will definitely appear. Are you so confident? Your Majesty is a man of great talent and strategy. If you can conquer the world, you can keep it. As long as there is no chaos, the disaster will pass, the difficulties will be solved, and the people will live a happy life with enough food and warm clothes. Sir, that's very well said. I'm also looking forward to that day. After visiting the backyard, Lin Yi took Linglong back to the backyard. Because the other rooms are too cold, it is more comfortable to entertain guests in the remodeled room. Hey, it's so warm in this room. It seems there's no stove. The Empress asked curiously as she entered the room. Feel your feet. My feet seem to be warm too. What's going on? This is called floor heating. I made it based on the principle of a Kong. Sir, you are really talented. No, I just like to guess. Is this big table a dining table? The Empress asked, looking at the strange pool table. This is not a dining table, but a billiard table. I built it for winter entertainment. Come, I'll teach you how to play a couple of balls. Lin Yi explained the rules, then placed the billiard balls, and finally took a pool cue and handed it to Linglong. You have to hold it like this. Lin Yi approached the Empress from behind and taught her step by step how to hold the club and the posture for playing golf. At this time, Lin Yu happened to come in with the dishes. When she saw this scene, she was so scared that her hands shook and the plate fell to the ground. What's wrong, Yuo? Did you hurt your hand? Lin Yi hurried over and asked with concern. No. It's good that you're not hurt. If the dish is broken, it's broken. Clean it up quickly. Yes. Lin Yu hurriedly picked up the fragments and ran out as if escaping. At this moment, her heart was trembling. It's over. It's over. How dare you hug a master? Mr. Lin, billiard sounds interesting. Please teach me. Linglong acted as if nothing had happened. Then, Lin Yi continued to teach Linglong how to tee off, how to aim, adjust the angle, calculate the trajectory, etc. The Empress quickly mastered the trick and felt the fun of billiards. She even skipped her meals and pestered Lin Yi to play several rounds with her. Mr. Lin, your billiards are really interesting. If you can present it to His Majesty, I think His Majesty will be very happy. Presented to His Majesty? Lin Yi was a little confused. Yes, Your Majesty is very tired reviewing memorials in the palace every day, and there is not much entertainment in winter. If you give this billiard to Your Majesty, His Majesty will be happy and may even give you a high position. Whether you are an official or not, as long as His Majesty likes it, it would be my honor to give it to His Majesty. Linglong, you are someone close to His Majesty, so how about you pass it on to His Majesty? No problem, leave it to me. Linglong agreed readily. In my heart, I was thinking I took a pool table from you, so I will temporarily remember your crime of being disrespectful to me. It's just a thing worth tens of thousands of dollars, so I just give it away. I don't feel reluctant about it. It was just that he had just bought it and hadn't played with it much yet, but it was looted, which made him a little depressed. During the meal, Lin Yi brought out roast chicken, pork head, sliced cakes, and many other dishes with rich seasonings, which whetted the Empress's appetite. Mr. Lin, your dishes are so delicious. How about I recommend you to the palace and cook for His Majesty? Uh, Thank you for your kindness. Cooking is just my hobby. I have many more important things to do. Why? Mr. Lin doesn't want to serve His Majesty. Of course not. I just want to do more for your Majesty. Cooking is just to serve your Majesty. Compared with serving the world, which one do you think is more important? The world is important, and so is your Majesty. The people are the most important, the country is second, and the king is the least important. Only by paying attention to the people can your Majesty rule the world for a long time. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This is an unchanging truth in any dynasty. And those kings who lost their country all lost the hearts of the people, which led to civil unrest. Lin Yi spoke eloquently, but his words made Lin Au sweat and wet her pants. Chapter 67: The Fox's Tale Revealed. In the afternoon, Ling Long said goodbye and left, taking away not only the billiard table presented to His Majesty, but also a small personal gift from Lin Yi. But this little gift made Ling Long feel a little embarrassed. However, she also knew that these women's products were very expensive in Beijing. Although Lin Yi's behavior was inappropriate, it was understandable. Lin Au sent the Empress away with trepidation, but she was still worried. What's wrong with you today? I always feel like you're absent-minded. Lin Yi returned to the bedroom, took off his shoes, and got on the Kong. It's so cold today, but it's still comfortable to lie on the Kong. Lin Au sat on the Kong and said hesitantly, Master, this Ling Long girl is a palace lady after all. Would it be inappropriate for you to give her underwear and sanitary napkins? Why not? The things that the master gave are rare in the capital, and you may not be able to buy them even if you pay money. For her, a palace lady, this gift from me is a great gift. I know these two gifts are very valuable, but they are women's most private things after all. What's so private about this? It's just like clothes. I heard that His Majesty has used it and thought it was very good. Don't worry, it's okay. I hope she won't misunderstand the master's good intentions. Come, sleep with the master for a while. Lin Yi put Lin Au on the Kong again and used her as a pillow. Lin Au, however, was worried and annoyed, but she couldn't show it. After finally making it to the night, Lin Yi let her go, and Lin Au hurried to the Empress's temporary palace. Master, I am guilty. Please punish me. When Lin Au saw the Empress, she knelt down with a plop. Oh, what are your crimes? The Empress asked casually while reviewing memorials. Lin Au took a deep breath and said with gritted teeth, First, I made the master wait outside the door for a long time, and I deserve to die. Well, it's so cold, and I'm really frozen waiting there for so long. What else? Lin Au was entangled and continued. Secondly, I watched my master being molested and did not stop him, which is an even greater crime. Go on. Third, Lin Yi is my man now. If he offends my master, I am also responsible. But what? According to my understanding of Lin Yi, he has always been so uninhibited and careless. Moreover, he sent gifts to your Majesty with a sincere desire to make friends with your Majesty. He has absolutely no intention of being frivolous or offensive. I hope your Majesty can spare his life. Hearing this, the Empress threw down the memorial, looked at Lin Au, and suddenly smiled. You are not here to plead guilty today, but to plead for him, right? I dare not. Get up. How long have you followed Lin Yi? You know him so well. But you have followed me for at least 10 years. Don't you know me? My master has a broad mind, and I dare not speculate on your own. Today I am visiting Lin Yi as Ling Long, not as the Emperor of Dragon Country. And today's trip has yielded a lot, and you have also made a contribution. Thank you for your tolerance, Master. Do you think I didn't reveal any flaws today? Lin Au shook her head and said, The master is very careful and meticulous, and there are no flaws in his words and deeds. What about Lin Yi? Has he ever doubted my identity? No, he seems to have no doubt about the identity of the female official in the master's uterus. The reason why he gave you underwear and sanitary napkins is because these two things are difficult to buy in the capital. He wanted to please you. This Lin Yi is not a simple person. He has a wide range of knowledge and is very likely to be a great sage hidden in the market. You should continue to stay by his side and watch over him for me. From now on, his every word and action must be recorded in a book and sent to the palace. I obey your command. Back off. I'll take my leave. Lin Au retreated respectfully and let out a long sigh. Today's disaster is over, but with Lin Yi's temper, he might say something shocking in the future. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. She didn't want Lin Yi to be killed because of his mouth, and of course she didn't dare to disobey the Empress's order. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to communicate with Lin Yi after I go back and ask him to keep his mouth shut. The people are the most important, the country is second, and the king is the least important. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Rui, what do you think of these two sentences? I dare not speak nonsense. If I tell you to speak, just speak. I won't blame you if you're wrong. If he saw this, he could only bite the bullet and say, the first thing we should say is that we should pay attention to the people, people's livelihood, and the country. The people's support is very important to the long-term stability of a country. Well, go on. The Empress nodded approvingly. The second sentence is not much different from the first one, and it should also imply the importance of public opinion. The common people, or the public opinion, is the vast ocean, and the boat should refer to the court. If the court has the public opinion and is supported by the common people, the dynasty will be long-lasting and stable. Otherwise, it will be like a boat that capsizes. Well said. It's worth my cultivation of you. The Empress nodded with satisfaction and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he suddenly asked, by the way, did your family see it? Rui's eyes were red with sadness. Your Majesty, my parents have passed away, and I heard that my brother and sister sold themselves into the Lin family. Which Lin family? It's the Lin family that your Majesty visited today. Oh, what a coincidence. Upon hearing this, the Empress suddenly smiled. That's great. Lin Yi is a very talented guy. He will definitely not let them starve. You can write to them often and keep in touch. I understand. I have also inquired about it. Although my second sister and third brother sold themselves into slavery, Lin Yi treated them very well. They were well fed and well clothed. He also asked Madame Xiaodai to teach my third brother martial arts. It is indeed much better than living in the village. The Empress thought for a moment and suddenly said, you can go to the Lin family to meet the family tomorrow, and you might as well tell Lin Yi about your current identity. If he asks about Ling Long, just say that you are a female official beside me, and there is no need to say anything else. I've made note of this. Master, an urgent secret report has been sent from the commander. At this moment, a shadowy guard suddenly appeared at the door. Come in, the Empress said in a deep voice. Immediately afterwards, a dark figure who covered himself tightly walked in and handed the Empress a small bamboo tube sealed with sealing wax. The Empress checked the seal, then opened it and took out a note from it. The small note was filled with tiny handwriting. The Empress came closer and took a closer look. A cold look flashed in her eyes. Humph! Finally, the fox's tail is exposed. Chapter 68. Here in armor, invulnerable. 3 days later, in another world. The Empress has returned to the capital, and Lanyun County has returned to its former peace. During these 3 days, Lin Yi had not been summoned by the Empress, but he was not disappointed. He came to the other world just to enjoy himself. Now he has beautiful maids and concubines serving him, and his family has no worries about food and clothing. This is already good enough. He doesn't want to be an official, and he doesn't have the political wisdom. Just hire some servants to farm the land, get some things from a city to do some business, and that's enough to ensure the basic conditions for enjoying life. A man lives his life just for those things. Power is not what he likes, but he already has money and sex. So Lin Yi is very content and has a Buddhist nature. Of course, if conditions permit, there is no harm in building a good relationship with the Empress. Now that he has established connections with the people around the Empress, he just needs to send some things to the palace from time to time. What surprised him was that Jiao Xiaoyi, the elder sister of Jiao Xiaochan and Jiao Sanhua, whom he had bought some time ago, turned out to be Rui, a trusted maidservant of the Empress. This is like being a family member. With such a relationship, we will be able to hear directly from the Emperor in the future. Xiaochan, you don't have to raise chickens anymore. Assist Madame Xiaoxiang in managing all the household affairs. Lin Yi called Jiao Xiaochan over and gave her a promotion. From today on, Jiao Xiaochan is a member of the management team and doesn't have to work anymore. Thank you, Master. Keep in touch with your sister. When you write to me next time, let me know so that I can bring something to your sister and His Majesty. I've made note of this. I'll thank the Master on behalf of my sister. Well, you go down first. Great sage. Look what this is. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was at home, Lin Yi took out a golden hoop weighing more than 100 kilograms from the system warehouse. This is custom-made according to Black Goku's stick in the original proportions and appearance. The texture and feel are very good, and it is very hard. Lin tried it, and he could make a hole in the cement floor by hitting it with a stick. The quality is worth the price he paid. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When the Monkey King saw the stick, he jumped up and down with excitement. Come on, show me how you do it. Lin threw the golden cudgel to the Monkey King. The Monkey King jumped and caught the golden cudgel in midair. Then he imitated the Wukong and swung the golden cudgel like a wind-fire wheel, and only the afterimage could be seen. Not bad, not bad. With weapons in the future, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. The Monkey King delightedly held the stick in his arms, fondled it, and played with it a few times, enjoying it immensely. With the great sage in this family, Lin no longer has to worry. This weapon weighs over 100 pounds, and even without any moves, a single hit is enough to cause damage. Not to mention that the iron-armed ape is extremely strong. With the added strength, he can even smash stones, let alone his physical body. Seeing that the products made by this manufacturer were good, Lin customized one for each of his bodyguards. Zhao Dashan likes hammers, Li Erniu likes broadswords, and Yuan Fei likes darts. Lin arranged everything. All of them were custom-made. What he customized for Zhao Dashan was a drum-shaped golden hammer, but of course the proportions and weight were not that exaggerated. The one custom-made for Li Erniu was the green dragon crescent blade, while the one custom-made for Yuan Fei was the flying dagger, which will be called Xiao Yuan Flying Dagger from now on. With weapons, the bodyguard's strength increases by more than double. Lin Yi's safety is more guaranteed. At the same time, he himself also gained powerful defensive capabilities. Moved by Yang Xiaowei's sincerity, Lin finally sold the 300-year-old ginseng to Taiyang Pharmaceutical for a high price of 150 million. Among them, 60 million was used by Lin to upgrade the time props. From now on, he no longer had any intervals between entering the other world. In other words, he can enter the other world at any time. As for how long he can stay in the other world, is it 1 day and 1 night, 24 hours, or longer, he plans to verify at this time. In addition, the Krypton gold exceeded 150 million, and Lin received another reward. That is the Kirin armor that increases one's own defense. Although it is called armor, it is not real armor, but a defensive effect. Activating the Kirin armor will not only make you invulnerable to swords and guns, but also prevent you from fire and poison, and even have an anti-injury effect. This is Lin Yi's trump card, so he doesn't want anyone to know. He asked the Monkey King to test the effect of the Kirin armor, but he didn't expect that the armor's anti-injury effect would injure the Monkey King himself. The aggrieved child ignored Lin for 2 days. However, no matter how wronged he felt, he would still stand guard and never neglect his duties. Although hit by the golden hoop weighing more than 100 kilograms, Lin was protected by the Qilin armor and was fine. He is very strong. The most important thing is that this armor covers the whole body, even protecting the head. Even if you encounter an archer, you don't have to worry about being shot in the head. From now on, Lin can walk sideways in the other world, because no one can hurt him anymore. As soon as the Qilin armor was activated, Lin could arrogantly ask, "Who else?" This night, Lin had someone sleep with him for the first time, and it was Qiu Xiang, Yi Shaodai, and Yu together. After taking the tonic medicine provided by Chen's pharmacy, plus the bonus of strength attribute, Lin felt that he could last until dawn. The 3 women also enjoyed themselves tactfully and completely, achieving the ultimate happiness in the world. Qiu Xiang's tenderness, Yi Xiaodia's passion, Lin Yu's ice and fire made Lin experience a different kind of happiness. It was not until noon the next day that Lin crawled out from the pile of women. Soon after, Qiu Xiang and the other 2 woke up, washed up quickly, and had lunch brought to them. The kitchen is now in charge of Ye's mother. The chef hired specially for this job is a very high cooking standard. Even without all the high-tech and hard work, he only uses the most primitive seasonings to cook very well. After eating and drinking, everyone went about their own business. Lin called Yi Shaodai and took Dashan and Erniu to the farm together. Yesterday, a servant reported that the brick factory had already produced bricks, so Lin had to go over and take a look. Those who have made contributions should also be rewarded. When working under him, rewards and punishments must be clear, and those who have made contributions must be rewarded. Shaodai, how's the cement research going at the Research Institute? Sitting in the carriage, although the bumps were not that severe, Lin was still a little dissatisfied with the current road. I want to see him 2 days ago. It has reached the most critical moment. If everything goes well, I believe there will be good news in the near future. Lin Yi nodded, and was about to ask about the progress of other projects when Zhao Dashan's voice suddenly rang out from outside the carriage. Who in front dares to stop our boss's carriage? Is that Mr. Lin Yilin, the owner of Linjiazhuang? A man's voice sounded. Who are you? Tell me your name. Li Erniu asked. My name is Zhuge Yinchang. I have heard of Mr. Lin's many deeds. Recently, he has been blessed by the gods, and a miracle has descended from the sky. That is why I have come to pay him a visit. Zhuge Yinchang? This name is quite cool. Lin Yi pushed open the car door and saw a man in front of him wearing only one piece of clothing, with a 3-inch beard and a thin but resolute face, standing proudly in the cold wind. Chapter 69, missed the stab and died suddenly. Halfway from Lanyan County to Linjiazhuang, Lin Yi pushed open the door of the carriage, looked at the person who blocked his way, frowned, and asked, If you want to pay a visit, why don't you go to the Lin family in the city? Tell me, what do you want to do? Although Zhao Dashan has strong limbs, he is not a simple-minded person. He immediately took a pair of makeshift axes and questioned Zhuge Yinchang. The Li Yuing golden hammer made for him hasn't arrived yet, so he can only make do with the axe for now. Li Erniu quickly retreated to the side of the carriage, guarding the carriage and Lin Yi inside it. These two bodyguards are indeed very useful. If nothing else, at least they make people feel at ease. Zhuge Yinchang smiled faintly. People outside say that Mr. Lin is a kind-hearted man who saves people from danger and helps them out of trouble. He is also knowledgeable and well-versed in astronomy and geography. But after seeing him today, he is just like that. Oh, is this what the outside world says about me? How come I don't know that I am so powerful? Lin Yi smiled and was not annoyed. He never thought he was that great. And why would a man with no ambitions and who only wanted to lie down and enjoy himself care about those false reputations? No matter what, the food you obtained and the coal you dug did save many lives. It could be considered a great deed. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Lin, he asked directly. I just want to meet the legendary Mr. Lin. Now that you've seen it, you can go. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he closed the car door and signaled Li Erniu next to him to be careful of this man. At first, Lin Yi thought that Zhuge Yinchang was a hermit who came out to join him after hearing about his reputation. But after seeing it with my own eyes just now, it was obvious that I was just being wishful thinking. This person has not shown any hostility so far, but he gives Lin Yi a very bad impression. Lin Yi also disliked this person's appearance. It has nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. It's just the kind that makes people feel that he is not a good person at first glance. Get out of the way. Zhao Dashan didn't care who he was and glared at Zhuge Yinchang. After Zhuge Yinchang moved to the side of the road, the carriage continued to move forward under the protection of Li Erniu. Just as the carriage passed by Zhuge Yinchang suddenly drew out a sword and stabbed it into the carriage. Lin Yi, Di. However, the expected scene of the long sword piercing the carriage and then piercing Lin Yi's body did not appear. With a ding sound, Zhuge Yinchang immediately thought something was wrong. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly showed a smiling face from the window. Didn't expect it? I had already predicted your prediction. If you want to kill me, you are still a little naive. Di. Zhuge Yinchang swung his sword again, but this time Li Erniu, who was guarding next to him, chopped him with a machete and forced Zhuge Yinchang back. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Dashan rushed over with an axe in his hand. His tall body, carrying powerful strength, really looked like a god descending to earth. Zhuge Yinchang calmly dodged and tried to dodge. However, what surprised him was that a move that he was almost certain to avoid was inexplicably half a beat slower. Without time to think, Zhuge Yin quickly raised his sword to block. With a loud bang, a huge force cut off his sword and knocked him flying. At this moment, Zhuge Yinchang was no longer as calm as before. He has been in Lanyan County for more than 10 days, just to find out Lin Yi's background. But this Lin Yi is such a bitch, he never goes out. Whenever he goes out, he is either accompanied by a big fool or a top-notch expert. Never came out alone. There has been no good opportunity for so many days. Now that the Empress is gone, the royal guards have also left, and Lin Yi has finally left his nest. Zhuge Yinchang couldn't wait any longer, otherwise he would not be able to explain himself. But he still calmly looked up a lot of information about Lin Yi. It's just that he overlooked the key point. The first is the carriage. He didn't expect that the carriage Lin Yi was riding and was reinforced with iron plates. How afraid of death must he be? Secondly, based on his observations during this period, He thought that the big fool would not be very agile and his reactions would definitely be slow, but the result was just the opposite. Last but not least, Lin Yi seemed to see through his intentions. He originally planned to approach under the pretext of a visit and then suddenly assassinate him, but he didn't expect that Lin Yi seemed to see through him and didn't even give him a chance. With these three mistakes, Zhuge Yunchang's sudden assassination was doomed to fail. Even he himself was captured alive. This strange result was completely different from what he had imagined before. No, it's you. You did something to me. How did you do it? Zhuge Yunchang was escorted to the carriage by Zhao Dashan. Talk about you first. If the result satisfies me, I might answer you. Lin Yi asked condescendingly with a bit of contempt. Don't even think about it. I won't betray my employer. I'm not asking about your employer. I'm asking you. You seem to be quite good at swordsmanship. Are you a professional assassin? Don't insult me. I'm a swordsman. Then you are really a bitch. How dare you scold me? You are courting death. Fuck him. You've been caught by me, and you still dare to glare at me? Dashan, pull out all his beards. Not a single strand left. I got it, boss. Just wait and see. I'm the best at this. When I was at home, it was my job to kill and pluck the chickens. Zhao Dashan laughed and pulled Zhuge Yunchang's beard, then pulled it hard. Zhuge Yunchang immediately let out a loud cry and felt like his jaw was about to drop. Take him to the farm. I want to interrogate him. Lin, he was feeling a little bored, and this guy came at the right time. The carriage continued to move forward, and Zhao Dashan escorted Zhuge Yunchang, and soon they arrived at Lin Jiazhuang. After finding an empty yard, Lin Yi asked Yi Shaodai to go and do her work first, while he took Dashan and Ernie with him and brought Zhuge Yunchang into the thatch cottage. Kneel down. Zhao Dashan was a particularly mean guy. In just a short while, he not only plucked out the man's beard, but also pulled out a lot of his hair, leaving him half bald. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. If you have the guts, give me a quick death. Zhuge Yunchang looked at Lin Yi and his two servants with grief and anger. You are such a fool. The more you want to die, the more I will not let you die. Of course, you will not have an easy life either. Do you know the pepper spray and tiger bench? Do you know the 10 tortures? In front of me, you'd better not be too principled. Otherwise, you will definitely be miserable. For example, I could pull out your toenails piece by piece and then stick a bamboo stick into them. While the wounds haven't healed yet, I'd add some salt. Wow, that would definitely feel sour and refreshing. Do you want to try it? You are a devil. The Lin Yi in the rumors is not like you at all. There is a devil in everyone's heart. I just let it out. Speak now. Don't make me waste my words, or you will suffer. Thing. I said, yes, sir. Zhuge Yunchang stopped talking abruptly and fell to the ground and died. Chase him. Lin Yi rushed out immediately. Chapter 70, you have a killer move. I have armor. Zhuge Yunchang's sudden death came as a surprise to Lin Yi, but that didn't stop him from being the first to rush out of the room. The next moment, a figure passed over the low wall, leaving Lin Yi with only his back. Want to run? Lin Yi snorted coldly and immediately used the time prop. Then he appeared in front of the figure, blocking the other person's way. You want to run away after killing someone? You have to ask me if I agree. You are really fast. The murderer looked like he had everything under control, as if he had realized it in advance. Oh, how do you know I'm fast? Have you checked me? Of course. How else can I kill you? Did you leave me out here on purpose? Lin, he pretended to be nervous and looked around. Your two followers are still 100 meters away. By the time they find you, you will be dead. Zhuge Yunchang is just your bait? It can only be said that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Then can you tell me who wants to kill me? Don't let me be a confused ghost. Okay, I'll tell you after you die. Before the murderer finished speaking, he pounced on Lin Yi. He seemed very confident in his own abilities, so he still had time to talk nonsense with Lin Yi. Only when he heard the sounds of Zhao Dashan and Li Erniu chasing him did he let Lin Yi die in despair at the last moment. At this moment, Lin Yi seemed to be frightened and stood there motionless. Seeing the murderer rushing towards him, he took out a dagger and stabbed it towards Lin Yi's heart. Lin Yi sudendi similet strangeli. This smile made the murderer feel suspicious. However, the dagger did not stop. Ding! The sound of swords clashing finally made the murderer realize the problem. The numbness and soreness in his wrist horrified him even more. Didn't expect that? Lin Yi similet proudly. Are you wearing armor? The murderer made a mistake but did not give up. Instead, he continued to stab Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi remained motionless. There was another ding sound, and this time the murderer's eyes widened. You? Didn't expect that? It's hard here too. The murderer lost his composure and stabbed Lin frantically in the face, back of the head, back of the heart, and finally in the anus. All I heard was a series of tinkling sounds, just like knocking on a bowl with chopsticks, and there was a rhythm to it. Impossible? This is impossible, the murderer shouted in despair. Take him down. Following Lin Yi's loud shout, Zhao Dashan and Li Erniu, who had already arrived, immediately grabbed one of the murderer's arms and pressed the murderer's head into the ground. Boss, are you okay? Zhao Dashan was running so hard that he was out of breath and his lungs were about to jump out. Today he has run at the fastest speed in his life. Lin Yi was very satisfied with his performance. Although if it were someone else, he would probably be dead by now. But we can't be too demanding of others. Zhao Dashan is so big, but he can run at such a speed, which shows that he really works hard. As for Li Erniu, he also performed well. Speed is not their strong point. I almost ran myself to death today to save the Lord, so I deserve recognition and praise. I'm fine. Take this guy back. Don't let him die again this time. Don't worry, boss. I'll make it difficult for him to die this time. As Zhao Dashan spoke, he swung the axe and hit the murderer on the mouth several times. Immediately afterwards, all the murderer's teeth became loose and were pulled out by him in a few strokes. On the other side, Li Erniu stripped off all his clothes, fearing that there might be some hidden weapons inside. Back in the courtyard, Zhao Dashan was so mean and poured a basin of cold water on the murderer, freezing him into an ice cube. Would you like to experience the feeling of a bamboo stick inserted into your finger? The murderer was shivering with cold, but his eyes were extremely fierce. I just like your unruly character. Dashan, fetch another bucket of water. Erniu, press him down on the stool and make him lie down. Today, I will show you what torture is. Boss, please move away a little. Don't let the water splash on you. Zhao Dashan ran back with a bucket and said excitedly, What the hell? Lin Yi found a ladle from the house, then took out a stack of paper from the game warehouse and stuck them on the murderer's face one by one. Just like pasting paper on a wall, they put a piece of paper on it and poured some water, and soon the murderer began to struggle violently. However, Lin Yi did not stop, but continued to cover his face. They didn't tear the paper off the murderer's face until he had almost lost the strength to struggle. The murderer immediately began to gasp for breath. This feeling of being suffocated is simply terrifying. How is it? Does it feel good? I have a lot of tortures like this. If you want to experience them one by one, you can. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Just kill me. Of course I will kill you, but you must tell me who ordered it. Everyone says you're a kind person, but I didn't expect you to have such a vicious side. I give in. The murderer finally couldn't stand the torture anymore and confessed. However, Lin Yi did not believe it easily, but gave him several more rounds of wonderful experiences. In such extreme cases, the probability that the murderer is lying is much smaller. But the answer he gave surprised Lin Yi, because he never expected that the person who wanted to kill him would be that person. Kill it and bury it. Deal with it cleanly. Lin Yi left with doubts. Good brother, are you okay? Yi shouted. I saw Lin Yi and hurried over to ask. Lin Yi shook his head and asked, How is it? How is the quality of the bricks? I tried it and it's pretty hard. It's no problem to build a house. You cut with your hand again? Lin Yi took Yi Xiaodia's hand and looked at it, then said seriously, You are not allowed to cut bricks with your hands in the future, okay? This is the hand that holds the golden hoop stick. I know. Yi Xiaodai blushed with embarrassment. After these days of influence, she now understands Lin Yi very well. Be good. Come with me to see how the school is going. Since Yigaru selected many different talents, Lin Yi started a school for these refugee children. However, the teacher did not teach the 4 books and 5 classics, but arithmetic, pinyin, and English. If you have a talent for languages, you should learn English. This is not for the purpose of exam-oriented education, but to develop your own unique intelligence system. Of course, it's not necessary now. It's just a precaution. Arithmetic was also taught using the textbooks brought by Lin Yi. Students had to memorize multiplication formulas and learn skills such as fast calculation and bookkeeping. 1 3 equals 3, 2 3 equals 6, 3 3 equals 9. In the classroom, children learning arithmetic are reciting multiplication formulas. Lin Yi walked into the classroom and asked a few children random questions, and they recited the answers quite well. The children were also rewarded with candies and melon seeds. Thank you, master. Study hard. Whoever studies well will get more delicious food in the future. If he gets first place in the final exam, I will reward him with a fan of pork. Wow, that's great. Thank you, master. We will definitely study hard. Not only did the children want to study hard, but when they heard that they would be rewarded with a piece of pork, the teachers also wanted to study. After coming out of the school, Lin Yi went to the kitchen to take a look. It was very busy here every day because there were too many people eating. There are more than a dozen big pots for steaming steam buns. After going through the whole process, Lin Yi was quite satisfied, and there was no case of corruption or embezzlement. Finally, Lin Yi came to the research institute. Cement was still in the research stage. Even with the information he provided, it would take some time to make it step by step. On the contrary, there has been new progress in the field of colored glaze. They have already produced transparent glass. Chapter 71, Chun Rong arrives with a secret decree. With glass, we can trace the origin of glasses, magnifying glasses and telescopes. Lin Yi awarded prizes to all the craftsmen who had made achievements, encouraging them to keep up the good work and achieve even better results. With the rewards, all craftsmen's enthusiasm for research has increased. Garment factories are now mass-producing underwear, this time not only for women, but also for men. From now on, he will not only be a friend to women, but also a light to men. After arranging the general work, Lin Yi took a carriage home. Along the way, he was thinking about the assassination and why it was that person who wanted to kill him. There is no conflict between them. It seems that if I want to get the answer, I have to meet him in person to ask him clearly. It was almost dark when he got home. Lin Yi was worried, so he went back to his room after dinner. Although Qiu Xiang, Yi Shaodai, and Lin Ayu cared about Lin Yi, they did not dare to enter his room without Lin Yi's permission. What's more, there is the great sage guarding the door. Now that the Monkey King possesses the golden cudgel, his combat power has become even stronger, while Dahe and Arai have completely become his lackeys. Late at night, Lin Yi used the time props and quickly arrived at the location where he planned to build the manor. It can be quickly built using building walls. Lin Yi worked until late at night and had completed the largest main building in the blueprint. All that was left was to put up the beams and cap the building. This can only be made by craftsmen. The main building is Lin Yi's bedroom and place for leisure and entertainment. It is also the place where he often holds activities, so using building walls is safer and more reliable. As for other buildings, you can let the craftsman work on them slowly. The next time he returns to the city, he plans to buy a set of thermal power generation equipment. An obsolete one will do, and it doesn't matter if it's a little smaller. As long as it can meet the needs of the manor and the research institute, it will be fine. There's a coal mine right under our feet with plenty of coal. It would be a shame not to develop thermal power generation. As for clean energy, such as photovoltaic power generation and solar panels, they can be used temporarily before thermal power plants are built or as a substitute for thermal power plants. If a thermal power generation equipment fails one day, clean energy can be used to replace it in time. The decoration of the new house is in line with modern cities. The kitchen must have a range hood, the bathroom must have a flush toilet, the bath must have a water heater and a large bathtub and shower, and it must be a cinema, leisure room, gym, and indoor heated swimming pool. I returned home without anyone noticing, and saw Lin Ayu standing in the yard in front of her bedroom door, pacing back and forth anxiously. Next to her were brother and sister Chen Yu Dao and Chun Rong. Hey, why are they here in the middle of the night? At this time, Qiu Xiang also got up. Lin Ayu hurried over and whispered, Sister Qiu Xiang, please think of a way. It's urgent now. We must wake up the master. Qiu Xiang said with some embarrassment, My master has warned me many times not to disturb him at night. Besides, look at the Monkey King's condition. If you dare to make a sound, he will really hit you. Most importantly, if he disturbs my practice, we will never forgive him. What should we do? This is indeed an urgent matter. Miss Chen rushed here from the capital overnight. How about I go and discuss it with the great sage? Qiu Xiang said in embarrassment. Sister Qiu Xiang, thank you for your help. Lin Ayu was extremely anxious now, but she was well aware of the Monkey King's strength and did not dare to force him. She was also worried that if Lin Yi went insane while practicing martial arts, that would be disastrous. Who was making so much noise outside and disturbing my rest? Just as Qiu Xiang was staring at the Monkey King with a fierce look and approaching him, Lin Yi's voice rang out like a sound from nature. Master, are you awake? Qiu Xiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Lin, it's me. My sister and I are here to see you. Chun Yudao didn't care about anything else at this time, and shouted immediately. But this time the Monkey King did not lose his temper, because his master had already woken up, so there was no need for him to make the decision. Chen Yudao. Lin pretended to be surprised and pushed open the window. Ronger, why are you here so late at night? Come in quickly, it's so cold outside. Immediately afterwards, Lin gave orders to the great sage, and several people hurried into Lin Yi's bedroom. Ronger, are you frozen? Lin held Chun Rong's little hand as soon as she came in. Brother Lin, can you please let the others go out first? I have something important to tell you, Chun Rong said with a serious expression. Lin nodded, then signaled Lin Ayu, Qiu Xiang, and the others to go out first. I don't have to go out, right? Chen Yudao protested, but he was still pulled out by Lin Ayu. The door closed again. Lin looked at Chun Rong and asked, Ronger, what happened? Why did you rush here in the middle of the night? There is a war in the north. His Majesty asked me to come here to bring you a secret decree. Secret order? For me. Lin, he was a little confused. He doesn't even know what the emperor looks like, so how can he issue an imperial decree to himself? Chun Rong nodded, then took out a piece of yellow silk from her bosom and said, His Majesty said that you must burn this secret decree after reading it. Lin became even more curious. What the hell was going on? After receiving the secret decree, Lin opened it, and his expression suddenly became extremely excited. After a while, after reading the imperial edict, Lin threw it into the fire. Then he sat on a stool by the fireplace, warming himself by the fire and thinking. Chun Rong did not disturb him or urge him, and sat by the fire like him. This time it took a long time before Lin made a decision. Ronger, aren't you anxious? Why don't you urge me? Chun Rong smiled and said, His Majesty said that after the secret decree is handed over to you, my mission will be completed. Okay, I'll have someone arrange for you to rest first. It's too late today. We can talk about anything tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you going to help His Majesty? Oh, although I don't know the content of the secret decree, but since the war broke out in the north, His Majesty asked me to bring the secret decree to see you. It must be related to the war, and it is very likely related to food. Ronger is smart. You guessed it right. His Majesty wants me to help her collect food and fodder. But this is not something that can be done in a short time. I know, but Brother Lin has great magical powers and is blessed by the gods. I believe he must have his own way, right? Go, and rest first. Chun Rong didn't ask any more questions and was taken away by Qiu Xiang to rest. Ayu, come in for a moment. Master, what do you want? Sir Song should have a secret channel to pass the news to the capital, right? Lin Ayu nodded. I will write a letter to His Majesty now. Please go find Lord Song and ask him to send someone to deliver it to the capital overnight and to His Majesty. This matter is very important, and there must be no mistakes. Yes. Lin immediately took out a carbon pen and started writing. He is not very good at calligraphy and writes very slowly, so he is more used to using carbon pen. Soon a letter was written, folded, and put into an envelope. Keep it secret. Clear. I didn't expect that His Majesty knows me so well that he even uses the beauty trap. But I'm not just after beauty. Lin smiled, then locked the door, asked the great sage to guard the door, and teleported back to the city. Chapter 72, The Empress is so brave. She gave the tiger talisman to Lin Yi. The time in the city and the other world is exactly opposite, just like the two sides of the Pacific Ocean. It's day over here and night over there. When Lin Yi came back from the other world, it was already the middle of the night, so when he returned to the city, it was already afternoon. Time was running out. So Lin Yi told his neighbor, Shun Wei, and asked her to help look after the poultry and livestock in the backyard. He also left for 500 yuan and drove to the city. Next, he might not come back for several days, and it would be unacceptable to have no one at home. Of course, according to the current teleportation rules, he can travel between the city and the other world anytime and anywhere, and there is no time limit. You can come back when no one is around. However, if the house is closed for a few days, the villagers might talk about it. So there would be no problem if you make an excuse to go out for a few days and ask someone to take care of the poultry. Arriving in the city center, Lin found an outdoor equipment store and bought dozens of night vision binoculars and night vision goggles. I bought more than a dozen sets of winter clothes. These are all the stock in the store. In addition, I bought everything I thought might be useful, including climbing ropes, hiking shoes, crampons, engineer shovels, alcohol stoves, backpacks, flashlights, etc. He even bought a few parachutes and drones as backup. After that, I went to several large supermarkets and bought all the compressed dry food and instant noodles. I also got some barreled water and bottled water, mainly for my own drinking. Then I went to the liquefied gas company and bought some gas cylinders filled with liquefied gas. If you buy too much of this stuff, you have to register it, so you can buy as much as you can without registering it. Then I went to different pharmacies and bought medical supplies for disinfection and trauma treatment, as well as some medicines for treating fever, cough, and pain. He did not look for Yang Xiaowei and the others because the purchase quantity was not large and there was no need at all. Lin, he found a small private gas station and directly got a tank of gasoline and rented the car as well. Of course, a deposit is required. Finally, he came to a fireworks factory and bought all their stock. By the evening, all the goods were delivered. Lin, he paid the balance, closed the warehouse door, and then put all the things into the game warehouse. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin, he took the car and teleported directly to the other world. At this time, it was already dawn in the other world. Chen Yudao and Chun Rong had been waiting at the door for a long time. Lin, he opened the door, invited the two in, and then asked someone to call Lin Au. Brother Lin, we have to go back to the capital. We also have to report to His Majesty. I have asked Lord Song Yao to send a letter to His Majesty overnight. Don't worry on the way back. Lin, he gave Chun Rong some candies and nuts for her to eat on the way, and then put a special small stove in her carriage so that they would not be too cold in the carriage. Brother Lin, no matter what you do, you must protect yourself. Remember to write to me, Chun Rong said, and stuffed a bottle of healing medicine she had prepared into Lin Yi's hand. There's some medicine in here. I hope you don't need it. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Oh, by the way, Lin Yi brought Chun Rong a few more strings of candied haws. You haven't eaten this candied haws yet. Take it with you on the way. Wow, so beautiful. Thank you, Brother Lin. Chun Rong's eyes narrowed immediately. Silly girl, you're still so polite to me. Lin, he touched the little imperial physician's head. Old Lin, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Give you one too. Just one string. I have good news for you. My own workshop can now produce underwear. This time, they're not only women's underwear, but also men's underwear. If you want the goods, you can come and get them at any time. And I think you should expand your sales channels. Expand sales channels? Right now, only the capital city has decent purchasing power in the entire Dragon Country. Other places. At this point, Qin Yudao suddenly had an idea and pulled Lin Yi to ask, You're not talking about other countries, are you? Exactly. I think you have a talent for business. It would be a waste of your talent if you don't become the best businessman in the world. You also think I'm suitable for business, right? Huh. Finally, someone agrees with me. Lao Lin, from the first time I saw you, I felt that you were compatible. You're right. I want to be the best businessman in the world and make all the money in the world into my own pocket. We can plan it carefully. Our products are very competitive. Then what do you think I should open my first market? South Vietnam, East Wu, North Yen, or the Chu Kingdom in the West? Aren't you very familiar with Miss Shir? You can ask her to cooperate with you. Stop it. We are at war with the Kingdom of Yen right now. If I go to the Kingdom of Yen to do business, wouldn't that be treason? We're going to earn money from the Yen state and then pay taxes to our own country after we return. This is a contribution to the country, and I think His Majesty will agree. Chen Rong thought about it, then nodded and said, After I go back, I will ask His Majesty for instructions. If His Majesty agrees, we can give it a try. But I don't have much goods in the capital anymore. Even a good cook cannot cook without rice. Don't worry, the goods have been arranged for you. I will ask my personal guard to help you deliver the goods to the capital. Old Lin, you are so nice. You are worthy of being my brother-in-law. Chen Yudao hugged Lin Yi with emotion. This caused Chen Rong to roll her eyes. After giving some instructions, Chen Yudao and Chen Rong set off back to Beijing. Also leaving with them were Zhao Dashan and Li Erniyu. They escorted 2 large trucks of goods, which could be sold for a while. After seeing off Chen Yudao and his sister, Lin Yi asked Lin Au, when can we get a reply from the capital from Lord Song? Lord Song has a special carrier pigeon for sending letters. If it's fast, I believe there should be a letter by now. Go to the county government office and keep watch. When there is a letter from the capital, report it immediately. I understand. Lin Au turned and was about to leave. At this time, a bailiff came running from the direction of the county government office. It's Lord Song's confidant. Lin Au said, Maybe the capital has replied. Master Lin, this is a secret letter from my master to you, and these things. The bailiff handed a bundle and a letter to Lin Yi and hurried back. Lin Yi wanted to open the letter, but Lin Au reminded him, "Read it when you get home." Lin Yi nodded, and then the two of them entered the door. The secret letter was not written by Song Yao, but a handwritten letter from Her Majesty the Empress. Just a few lines of words allowed Lin Yi to see the Empress's courage. This is a difficult decision for any emperor to make. Lin Au, who was standing next to him, was very well behaved. She just stood there and kept watch, without peeking or asking too many questions. It was not until Lin Yi took out a token from his bag that he showed surprise. "Our Empress is really courageous." Lin Yi held the token and asked, "Oh, do you know what this is?" "It looks like a tiger talisman for mobilizing troops." "Yes, this is the tiger talisman for mobilizing the Imperial Guard Battalion." "What? This is His Majesty's private army," Lin Au said in surprise. "So our emperor is very courageous. No emperor would hand over the power of his private army to someone he has never met. What does it mean that Your Majesty gave me the tiger talisman to mobilize troops?" "The Yin state in the north is restless again. Your Majesty asked me to help collect food, but I think there's a better way to resolve this battle. So Your Majesty sent the tiger talisman. You're going to take the royal guards to the north?" "Yes, go pack up and we'll leave right away." Chapter 73, Driving to the Front Line. Surprise troops descended from the sky. "Master, so fast. I can't stand it. Be patient a little longer." Lin Yi, who was driving a tank at high speed on the official road, saw that Lin Au could not bear it anymore, so he stepped on the brakes to stop. Immediately afterwards, Lin Au jumped out of the car and started vomiting. In fact, Lin Yi's car was not going very fast. It was impossible to go faster on this broken road. But Lin Au, who was riding in a car for the first time, still felt a little uncomfortable. In order to save time, Lin Yi accelerated the time all the way. Anyone who saw him along the way was destined to be just a trail of dust. Are you feeling better?" "I'm fine. Let's continue on our way." Lin Au climbed back into the car with difficulty. Lin Yi gave her an orange, which tasted sour and sweet, and finally made her feel better. "Master, your car is much faster than a carriage. This is called a car. If the road is good, it could be even faster. A car made of gas. It's not a car that uses gas, but a car that burns gasoline." "What is gasoline?" "Gasoline is the same thing as coal, except it's a liquid, like water." "Oh, did the master build this car himself? I have never seen one before. This is a gift from the gods." "What do gods look like? Have you ever seen one, sir?" "Of course I have seen them. They eat well, dress well, and live in high-end houses. When they go abroad, they have to take a plane, and sometimes they take a train." "Is a train a car that burns fire?" "That's about right. It's so magical. It would be great if I could see a god. Maybe there will be a chance in the future." Lin Yi chatted with Lin Au as they headed north. Lin Yi didn't know the road to the northern border, but Lin Au knew it very well. Lin Yi asked her to accompany him, not only to protect himself, but also to serve as a human navigator. At the same time, Lin Jiazhuang became lively again, because the gods have bestowed another miracle on their master Lin Manor. Looking at the tall building that grew out of the ground overnight, everyone's admiration and awe for Lin Yi reached its peak. Even if Lin Yi asked them to die now, they would not hesitate. For an era when people's wisdom had not yet been awakened, these people believed firmly in the legends of gods and ghosts. Lin Yi also made arrangements before leaving, and asked Yi Shaodai to lead the workers to complete the roof of the building. Lin Yi had asked people to prepare a large amount of wood before, so it was not difficult to do carpentry work in winter. In terms of safety, although Lin Yi took Lin Au away, Zhao Dashan and Li Erniu also went to the capital, but Lin Yi left the Monkey King behind. As long as the great sage is around, nothing will happen at home. After delivering the goods to the capital, Zhao Dashan and Li Erniu will head to the northern border to meet up with Lin Yi. After driving for a day and a night, Lin Yi and his companions finally arrived at the northern border. During this period, they only rested and drove all the time, and Lin Au quickly became an unqualified driver. Anyway, they were the only car on the road, so they just had to control the steering wheel and not go into the ditch, and the others could drive as they pleased. Moreover, with this kind of automatic transmission car, shifting gears is not that troublesome. Lin Au just needs to hold the steering wheel. Because of the matter of stepping on the accelerator, Lin Yi had to do it for him. Even though Lin Au is a martial arts expert, it would be too much for her to hold the steering wheel and look at the road while stepping on the accelerator. Master, if we go further, we will reach the Tiger Guards camp. We are not going to the Tiger Guards camp. We are going to the front pass. To the pass. Yes, the Royal Guard Battalion will meet us there then. Lin Au didn't know what Lin was going to do, but she didn't dare to ask too much, and she didn't dare to say too much for fear of revealing her identity. But with her identity as the deputy commander of the Shadow Internal Guard, she already knew that the Junbei army had already defected. The reason for the betrayal was the extreme cold in the north, and the army was short of food. The army was suffering from hunger and cold, so Bayin sent food and bribed a group of officers. Then, under the secret instructions of a group of people, a gap was opened in the northern defense line, allowing Northern Yin to march south. The army that is now in contact with the Northern Yin army is the Huban army, which is also the second line of defense established by the Empress in the northern border. Lin Yi came here this time with the intention of eradicating the traitors and bringing the Junbei army back into the embrace of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, it was only a small number of officers who betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. There were many more people who were loyal to the Dragon Kingdom and the Empress, especially most of the soldiers, who were just following orders. The Empress gave Lin Yi the right to lead the Imperial Guard because she wanted to rely on this most powerful private army of the Emperor to eradicate rebellion and deter villains. Finally, all the troops from Northern Yin that were heading south would be wiped out. This is the plan, but it is not so easy to enter the pass and reach the camp of the Junbei army. The Junbei army camp was built against the mountain range, and General Junbei's camp was at the foot of the mountain. The mountain range behind him was steep and rugged and covered with ice and snow. Even birds could not land on the nearby mountains. Even those with great martial arts skills could not sneak in from the other side of the mountains. Right in front of them was the camp of 30,000 troops, and it was impossible to break into the camp. Although the Royal Guard Battalion is powerful and consists entirely of cavalry, there are only 5,000 of them this time. Coupled with the long journey, they were definitely no match for the well-rested Junbei army. The most important thing is that this matter must be done quietly, and the state of Yin must not be aware of it. Otherwise, the Yin army marching south will definitely not be defeated. Bypassing the Huban army camp, Lin Yi continued to head north, avoiding the scouts of Yin state, and finally arrived at the northern pass quietly in the middle of the night. Standing on a slightly higher ground nearby, Lin Yi took out a night vision telescope and observed for a while. I saw that the Junbei army camp was already on high alert, with patrols passing by from time to time. Even those who were on guard duty changed shifts on time, and no one dared to sleep secretly. Lin even saw some military officers checking posts overnight. Looking further ahead, Lin Yi's gaze passed through the barracks and saw the general's camp in the innermost part. Although it was late at night, there was still light there. Come and take a look. Lin Yi handed the telescope in his hand to Lin Au. Lin Au took the telescope with some curiosity, and the next moment, a look of shock appeared on her face. If it weren't for good professional ethics, you would have to shout out, "Master, what kind of treasure is this?" In such a dark day, you can clearly see the deployment of troops in the camp, and you can see so far away. This is called a telescope. You can call it clairvoyance. Tell me, how do you think we should enter the Junbei army camp without anyone noticing? Chapter 74. Capture the King First. Lin Au once again used the telescope to look at the Junbei army's camp, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "The entire camp is now like an iron barrel. It is definitely unrealistic to force our way in through the main gate. If we go down the cliffs at the back of the mountain, we can do it without anyone noticing. But now the weather is cold, and there is a thick layer of snow on the mountain. Even if you have good skills, it is difficult to sneak in safely in this environment. Can you do it?" Lin asked. Lin Au thought about it and shook her head. "If it were summer, I could try it, but it's difficult now." "Are you worried about it being too slippery?" "Yes. That cliff was covered with heavy snow and is now as smooth as a mirror. It is impossible to stand on it. In addition, the height is several hundred meters. Without a foothold, we will definitely fall to our death." "What if we have this thing?" Lin, he took out a pair of crampons. "What is this?" "These are the crampons I made. Put them on your feet and you can slide on any icy surface. Try them. Oh, change into a pair of shoes first. These are more comfortable and warmer." He knew Lin Au's little feet very well. He took out a pair of hiking shoes from his backpack and handed them over. "Master, these shoes look so warm. Put on. It's made especially for you." "Thank you, sir." Lin Au took the new shoes and put them on happily. "How is it? Does it fit you well?" "It fits perfectly and is very comfortable." "Then do you want to thank me?" Lin Yi pointed his mouth. Lin Au lowered her head shyly, but still took the initiative to move over and kissed Lin Yi on the mouth. This notoriously vicious deputy commander of the Shadow Internal Guards had become well-behaved and obedient at this moment. If the bigwigs in the capital knew about this, they would be shocked. Immediately afterwards, under Lin Yi's guidance, Lin Au put on crampons. He stepped on the hard and smooth snow next to him, and the iron spikes under the crampons pierced into it. Even on the slope, his feet were extremely stable. "Master, it really works," Lin Au said excitedly. "With this thing and the rope, do you think you can sneak into the camp from the back mountain?" "That's absolutely fine, but it's easy to be exposed during the infiltration process. We have to get down in the shortest possible time, so we need to find a group of people with agile skills. In that case, let's wait for the Royal Guard to arrive and select some good fighters to give it a try. We don't know the situation inside the camp, nor do we know where those who have no intention of rebelling but are being coerced are being held, so the best way is to capture the thief first. Catch the leading traitor and force him to call the other traitors together, and we can catch them all in one fell swoop." "That's right, but this matter must be done without any mistakes. If there is any mistake and the traitor finds out, we will die without a burial place." After studying the countermeasures, Lin Yi went to the car to get a tent, and then camped in a hidden valley. "We don't know when the Royal Guard battalion will arrive, and we definitely can't stay here for long in this icy and snowy place." Fortunately, he brought a tent and a sleeping bag, so it was much warmer. If it weren't for Lin Au, he could have gone back to the city and gotten some sleep, but now he had to make do with this. "Master, your tent looks different from the ones in the military camp." "That's about right. It's mainly to protect us from the snow and wind. Let's eat something first and then take a rest. When do you think the Royal Guards will arrive?" "If the Royal Guards leave early, they may arrive tomorrow, or even late tonight. If they leave late and encounter something along the way, it will be impossible to predict. Well, let's just wait patiently." Because it was very close to the Jinbei army camp, Lenny did not dare to make a fire, but he had hot water to drink. He brought a full cup of food in a large thermos and ate some compressed biscuits, and that was it for dinner. "Master, what is this?" "This is the compressed dry food I invented. It contains oil, salt, and sugar. Eat one, and then drink some water, and you won't feel hungry. No wonder it's so sweet and delicious. The master is really amazing. How about I let you experience something even more powerful now?" "What?" "Of course it's the Rui Jingubang. It can be big or small, thick or thin. I think what the master said is a bit inappropriate." Lin Au's thoughts are no longer pure after being influenced by Lin Yi. Who is going to say anything serious at this late hour? Gradually, the small tent began to shake violently, like a flame blown by the wind, flickering. The darkest time before dawn. There was silence all around, but suddenly, Lin Au woke up. "Master, there is movement. Have the guard arrived? I'll go out and take a look." Lin Au straightened her clothes and rushed out quickly, like a hunting female leopard. The two of them were standing close to each other just now. As soon as Lin Au left, he suddenly felt like something was missing, and his hands were empty. But soon, Lin Au came back. "Master, the Imperial Guard Battalion has arrived." "Where is it?" "I am Zhou Shanfeng, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Imperial Guards. I am here to greet Master Lin." He got out of the tent, looked at the visitor, and smiled. "Commander Zhou, you have worked hard on the way. Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" "We encountered a scout team from Beiyin, and we killed them all. No trace left behind." "Don't worry, sir. The brothers were very careful and didn't leave even a piece of cloth behind." "Very good. Pour Commander Zhou a cup of hot water to warm him up." He looked at the time on his watch and continued. "There is still more than an hour before dawn. Commander Zhou, select the 20 most skilled brothers to follow me to carry out a decapitation mission. The rest of you should be ready to charge the camp at any time." "Yes, I'll go right away." Zhou Shanfeng seemed to have received an order from the Empress. He obeyed Lin Yi's words and left quickly without asking any questions. After a while, 20 masters, including Zhou Shanfeng, came to Lin Yi. "Commander Zhou, you can't go. You will have to command the attack on the camp later." "Sir, I have already made arrangements. It is the same even if the deputy commander is in charge. Before I came here, His Majesty personally summoned me and ordered me to protect your safety. So from now on, wherever you are, I will be there." "Okay, let's do it together. Come, divide the food first so that we can work better after we are full." Lin Yi asked Lin Au to give each person 2 pieces of crushed biscuits, and then they ate them with hot water. Immediately, their bodies felt warm and their stomachs felt full. For the food-scarce Dragon Kingdom, even the Imperial Guard Battalion could only barely get enough to eat. As for what to eat, don't be too demanding. The compressed biscuits that Lin Yi gave them were fragrant and sweet. It was such a blessing to be able to drink a sip of hot water in such a cold day. After eating and drinking, Lin Yi gave each of them a pair of hiking boots and a pair of crampons, and then they came to the cliffs of the Jinbei army camp. Chapter 75. Use the least number of people to do the most. These soldiers of the Royal Guards are indeed elite troops. After putting on the crampons, they're even more powerful. In less than an hour, we climbed up the high cliff. Then, they moved to the rear of the Jinbei army camp. After tying the rope to a large rock, Zhou Shanfeng took the lead in leading the men down. Finally, it's Lin Yi and Lin Au. Lin Yi had never learned rappelling, but he was now very strong and had amazing arm strength, so there were no accidents when he slid down the rope. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, and the patrol soldiers in the camp hadn't even made a full circle. In fact, there was no need for Lin Yi to take risks. It would be much safer to sit up there and wait or stay in the Royal Guard camp. The reason why he personally went deep into the tiger's den was because he relied on the Qilin armor and his powerful strength. In this era, no one should be able to break his armor. Since no one can break his defense, safety is not a problem. So his original idea was to follow along, see the big scene, and find some excitement. As for the beauty trap that the Empress mentioned, Lin Yi was actually not that hungry. Lin Yi took out the drone and controlled it to fly into the air. This helps him to stay on top of the situation and detect danger in advance. Zhou Shanfeng took his men to find General Jinbei, while Lin Au stayed by Lin Yi's side and provided close protection. She was used to the strange things that Lin Yi took out. Go to the largest tent in front. They found someone. Lin Yi controlled the drone, and then the 2 of them ran over quickly. Lord Lin, General Jinbei, is dead. The one who issued the order before was his deputy general, Xiao Hu, the leader of this rebellion. Where are the Xiao Hu people? Lin Yi asked. He's inside the big tent. We have successfully controlled him, but he is unwilling to compromise. Let's go in and take a look, Lin Yi said, and walked into the big tent. Lin Au followed behind and winked at Zhou Shanfeng. Zhou Shanfeng understood immediately and asked the others to disperse around the big tent and be on guard. Inside the big tent, a corpse wearing a general's armor was placed on the ground. The other man was kneeling beside him, half of his body covered in blood. Are you Xiao Hu? Were you the one who issued the orders in the name of General Jinbei to lead the Jinbei army in rebellion? Lin Yi asked. Who are you? Xiao Hu asked Lin Yi with contempt. This is Lord Lin. His Majesty has personally ordered him to handle the Jinbei army rebellion, and he has the power to execute first and report later. Lord Lin. Humph. I think he is the Empress's lover. Xiao Hu said sarcastically. Are you complimenting me on my good looks? Lin Yi smiled and said nonchalantly, do you know that your life and death now depends on my thoughts? Do you also know that the lives and deaths of your entire family of 36 also depend on my thoughts? Do you dare? If you kill my family, the entire Jinbei army will eat you alive. You're scared, Lin Yi said playfully. You've been scared since the moment the Imperial Guards captured you. Fuck you. Stinky mouth. Lin Au suddenly swung the scabbard of her sword, hitting Xiao Hu's mouth so hard that it bled and 2 of his teeth fell out. Bitch, how dare you touch me? You're dead. Xiao Hu's ferocity suddenly broke out. Master, hand this man over to me. I promise to make him cooperate obediently. Lin Au said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and then took Zhou Shanfeng out of the tent. Do you have a list of those officers who did not betray? Yes, we already have the specific list. Try to notify as many of these people as possible to prevent military conflict. I've already notified them. If Xiao Hu doesn't cooperate later, Master, he has agreed to cooperate. Lin Au came out and reported to Lin Yi. So fast, Lin Yi was stunned. How did you do it? Master, time is running out. Let's implement the plan quickly. Okay. Lin Yi also knew that this was not the time to chat, so they returned to the big tent immediately. The rest of the soldiers from the Imperial Guard were lying in ambush on all sides. Xiao Hu's order was quickly passed down, and all officers above the rank of captain came running quickly. In front of the big tent door, everyone automatically took off their weapons. General Xiao, what happened? a subordinate who had a close relationship with Xiao who asked curiously, "Catch him." However, what answered him was a loud shout. After a riot, all the officers who participated in the rebellion were controlled by the elite soldiers of the Imperial Guard and those officers who did not rebel. "Commander Zhou, we could take action now." "Yes." Zhou Shanfeng walked outside and lit the signal to charge the camp. At this time, the gate of the Jinbei army camp had been opened by the reception personnel. Thousands of cavalrymen from the Imperial Guard camp suddenly attacked like a rolling torrent, shouting as they went, "The traitor has been punished. Your Majesty has ordered that only the ringleader be executed, and his followers will not be questioned." The soldiers, who were originally unaware of the inside story, laid down their weapons one after another. Next, in front of 30,000 Jinbei army soldiers, all the rebellious officers were beheaded in public. The remaining officers who did not rebel played a key role in the subsequent maintenance of stability. However, the Jinbei army had just encountered such a major event, and their morale was low. If they wanted to quickly restore their combat effectiveness, they had to resort to unexpected tactics. At this time, Lin Yi asked someone to bring a big pot, then took out all the food from the granary and started cooking for everyone. Lin Yi also pretended to move more than 300 kilograms of pork out of the car and asked the cook to stew it. In addition, he took out some instant noodles and cooked a big pot to satisfy the cravings of those officers who had always been loyal to manhwa. These ancient people, who had never tasted various seasonings and additives, were immediately craved by the aroma of instant noodles. Not only that, the poached egg inside is a classic among classics. The officers ate in silence, leaving only the sound of the noodles slurping. The sky gradually brightened, the pork was cooked, and the rice was ready. Lin Yi asked the soldiers of the Imperial Guard Battalion to serve the rice for everyone. While distributing the food, they also said that His Majesty had not forgotten their words and was allocating food to them. With their stomachs filled and their Majesty's promise given, the morale in the barracks improved noticeably. "Commander Zhou, we have finally fulfilled our mission. Lin Yi Simidet. It's exciting to be able to participate in this kind of thing. Thanks to your planning. Commander Zhou, you are too polite. This is the credit of each of us. But we can't be too happy too soon. The 20,000-strong Northern Yin army is still committing crimes on our land. Our next step is to eat them all up. It's all at your disposal, sir. Let's go to the big tent and talk." Lin Yi, Zhou Shanfeng, and a group of generals entered the big tent. Afterwards, Lin Yi looked at the map and said, "Everyone knows that the combat effectiveness of the Northern Yin army is not weaker than ours. So if we want to eat up their 20,000 troops, we must find a favorable terrain." At this point, Lin Yi pointed to the King Longjian on the map and said, "This is a large canyon. It is the buffer zone between Longhua and Beiyin. It is also the most suitable passage for the army to pass through. The terrain is long and narrow, with high mountains and cliffs on both sides. If we can set up an ambush here and defeat the 20,000-strong Northern Yin army, there will definitely be no problem." "Sir, what you said is right, but precisely because the terrain is long and narrow, we cannot launch a large-scale charge," Zhou Shanfeng said. Lin Yi smiled and asked, "Who said we were going to charge on a large scale? This time we set up an ambush. We want to use the least number of people to do the most." Chapter 76. Northern Yin falls into the trap. The next morning, Lin Yi poked his head out of the sleeping bag and then pulled Lin Ayu out from inside. "It's so cold today, I have to hold a hot pack when I sleep to feel comfortable." "Master, are you hungry?" Looking at that pretty face that was both pure and lustful, Lin Yi really wanted to fight her for another 300 rounds. But now it's daybreak, and there are still many things to do. "I want to eat you. Didn't you eat enough last night? You are so well-behaved and sensible. I can't eat enough for a lifetime. If I can accompany you for the rest of your life, I will be satisfied. You are my woman, so of course you have to stay with me for the rest of your life." "Sir Lin, the people who went to the Huban army are back. Commander Zhou asked you to go to the big tent." At this moment, the voice of a soldier was heard outside the door. "Got it," Lin Yi responded, and then asked Lin Ayu to help him put on his clothes. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, and it is really true. Now if no one helps me put on clothes, I feel uncomfortable. Of course, Lin Ayu is also a little clumsy and is far less considerate, gentle, and dexterous than Xiuxiang. But it's better than nothing. After putting on his clothes, Lin Yi brushed his teeth and washed his face before taking Lin Ayu to the big tent. "Sir," a group of officers, including Zhou Shanfeng, saluted Lin Yi together. "Did you all rest well last night?" Did you have breakfast? Linny greeted with a smile. Thanks to your excellency, we had a good rest last night, and have also had breakfast. Zhou Shanfeng answered on behalf of everyone. Well, I heard that the people who went to the Tiger Guards have returned. We are back. The Tiger Guards will cooperate with us according to the plan we have made. Very good. In that case, let's proceed according to the plan. I obey your command. They had already formulated a specific action plan yesterday. 10,000 men were dispatched from the Jinbei army and secretly went to King Longjian to block the retreat route of the Beiyan army and thus tie the pocket to a dead end. Of the remaining 20,000 people, 10,000 were left to guard the main camp to confuse the northern Yen army. Another 10,000 people, 5,000 of whom changed into the uniforms of the Imperial Guards, went to the second line of defense together with the Huban army to attack northern Yen, creating the illusion that reinforcements had come from the capital and a decisive battle with northern Yen was about to begin at the second line of defense. At this time, the northern Yen army would definitely send out scouts and discover the soldiers hiding behind the Imperial Guard camp who were still wearing the Jinbei army uniforms. Beiyan will certainly suspect whether the Jinbei army has been dealt with by the Empress. Under such concerns, the northern Yen army certainly did not dare to fight a decisive battle, and even worried that the Jinbei army would encircle them from behind and cut off their retreat. So they will definitely make the decision to withdraw. Once they return to the pass, the 10,000 men left in the Jinbei army camp will give the Beiyan army peace of mind, allowing them to safely pass through the pass and leave Longhua. And once you enter King Longjian, the show is about to begin. By then, the Jinbei army and the Huban army would swarm in. Even if Lin Yi's plan could not wipe out these 20,000 people, the combined forces of the Jinbei and Huban armies would be enough to destroy the invading northern Yen army. The overall plan is actually nothing sophisticated. It is nothing more than creating an information gap. What kind of results can be achieved in the end depends on the execution capabilities of each department. After the plan started, each unit began to quickly mobilize troops, and Lin Yi followed the Imperial Guard Battalion. Before heading to King Longjian, Lin Yi took the Imperial Guard Battalion to a nearby valley and took out the fireworks, firecrackers, gasoline and gas tanks, and other items that had been hidden there in advance. There are 5,000 people in the Royal Guard Battalion, and they also have horses, so carrying these things is not a burden. After passing the pass and walking less than 20 miles forward, we entered the canyon area. The ambush point chosen by Lin Yi, King Longjian, is located in the most dangerous section of the canyon. The night is quiet. King Longjian was completely silent. All the war horses had their mouths bound and were driven to the front where the bags were tied. At this time, the weather was fine and snowflakes began to fall again. Before long, all traces of pedestrians and horses, as well as the ambushers, were covered by snowflakes. At this time, above King Longjian, behind a big rock, Lin Yi set up his small tent again and was making coffee for the soldiers around him and Zhou Shanfeng. The terrain here is high and there are rocks blocking the way, so even if there is a flame, it cannot be seen. Besides, the flame of the alcohol stove was very small to begin with, and when two people gathered around it, the flame was completely blocked. While drinking coffee, Lin Yi also gave each of them a piece of fragrant and sweet compressed biscuit. For these soldiers of the Imperial Guard, after fighting for so many years, they had never felt as satisfied as this one. Zhou Shanfeng smacked his lips and whispered, "Sir, what is this? Why does it taste so unique? This is called coffee. Drinking it can refresh you." As he spoke, Lin Yi raised his wrist to check the time. "Commander Zhou, Beiyan should have reacted by now, right? I have already sent out scouts, but they haven't returned yet. How many troops does Beiyan have in total?" Lin Yi asked again. The population of northern Yen is relatively small. It is said that all citizens are soldiers, and they have an army of 1 million. But in fact, there are less than 200,000 capable of fighting. Otherwise, their princess would not have been captured by Her Majesty back then. If we eat up their 20,000 troops, wouldn't it be a heavy blow to Beiyan? That's for sure. These 20,000 troops are the elite among the elite. They march south, thinking they could take advantage of our constant natural disasters and unstable people's hearts. I think they made a wrong calculation. Commander Zhou is confident in our ambush this time. I have confidence in you, my lord. Commander Zhou, you are too kind. Lin Yi waved his hand. I don't actually know how to fight. I just read a few more books. Your Excellency is too modest. If you say you can't fight, then we're even less worthy of being on the stage. Report. The Northern Yen army is retreating rapidly. They have now successfully passed the border. At this time, a scout came back to report. Explore again. Zhou Shanfeng threw a piece of compressed biscuit to the scout and ordered. Yes. The scout ran away happily. Good. That's great. Once we get through the pass, our plan will be half successful. Lin, he said excitedly. Your Excellency has made a great plan. The Northern Yin army will be completely annihilated here. I hope everything goes well. This was the first time that Lin, he had done something so exciting. He was able to successfully lead the Northern Yin army to the ambush point thanks to all the soldiers. But it was his idea, and it was successful, so I do feel a sense of accomplishment. And if he can successfully handle this matter, he can also get the Empress's promise. In the following time, scouts kept reporting that the Northern Yin army was approaching rapidly. The night was getting darker and darker, but the snow was still falling. Several flashes of fire suddenly appeared from the mouth of the canyon, followed by more torches forming a long dragon. The Northern Yin army has arrived. Chapter 77, Burning Qinglong Gorge and Annihilating the Northern Yin army. Here they come. The Northern Yin army is here. Damn it, I was left freezing for so long, but it finally paid off. Sir, when will the fireworks start? The little ones can't wait. Lin Yi smiled, looked down at the Beiyin army marching rapidly in the canyon and said, Don't worry, wait until the Beiyin army gets into the trap. Commander Zhou, make sure the brothers hide well. Anyone who is exposed or acts without authorization will be subject to military law. I obey your command. Zhou Shanfeng responded, and then asked the messenger to quickly pass on the latest order. The fire dragon made of torches was approaching quickly, but when it was almost reaching Qinglong Gorge, the team suddenly stopped. What's going on? Has someone been exposed? Lin Yi frowned when he saw that the Beiyin army was not advancing. Although this position can also serve as an ambush, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced because the pocket has not yet been entered. Sir, don't worry. King Longjian has a dangerous terrain and is the best ambush location. We know this, and Beiyin knows it too. It's normal to be cautious. Zhou Shanfeng came over and said, No matter what happens next, don't make a sound unless you hear an order. Don't worry, sir. I have reminded you again and again. Commander Zhou, if we win this time, you'll be the first to win. Sir, please don't say that. Without your planning, we don't know how to fight this battle. As several people were talking in low voices, several arrows were suddenly shot from under the canyon. Master, be careful. Lin Au quickly threw Lin Yi to the ground. Everyone don't move. Don't fight back. This is Baiyin's fire reconnaissance. Lin Yi said in a low voice. The Imperial Guard Battalion is indeed the private army lovingly created by the Empress, with extremely high combat effectiveness and combat quality. All military orders issued are strictly enforced. Even though the Northern Yin soldiers below were shooting arrows randomly, and even injured some unlucky guys, no one made a sound. Just like this, a cup of tea passed, and the Northern Yin army below took action again. Seeing the Northern Yin army sneak into the pocket prepared for them by the Imperial Guard Battalion, all the people in the ambush were very excited. If we win this battle, it will be a huge achievement. It is also a classic example of a smaller force defeating a larger one, and will even be recorded in history books in the future. During the agonizing wait, it felt like time was passing so slowly. Finally, the Northern Yin army was completely trapped. Zhou Shanfeng said excitedly, Sir, we can start now. Lin Yi laughed loudly, stood up, took a Gatling gun, and fired it towards the bottom of the canyon. Brothers, it's time to make achievements. Shoot! The next moment, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard who were ambushing above Qinglong Gorge threw down gasoline, cans one after another, like a rain of cans. These cans and jars were temporarily looted from the Jinbei army camp and are perfect for storing gasoline. Once thrown down, it will break into pieces and gasoline will splash everywhere. For a moment, the soldiers and horses of the Northern Yin army below were all covered with gasoline. As Lin Yi's Gatling gun sounded below, the gasoline was ignited instantly and the fire started immediately. There's an ambush. Get out now. Quick, put out the fire first. It hurts. Some unlucky ones were burned into firemen in the first wave and screamed miserably. But the flames on his body, fueled by the gasoline, could not be extinguished. Immediately afterwards, countless fireworks were ignited in the canyon, making a loud noise. The horses were suddenly frightened and ran around neighing. Many people were not burned to death, but trampled to death by the frightened horses. As the sound of firecrackers continued, the brilliance of fireworks also appeared in the canyon at this moment. Along with these sounds, even more violent explosions occurred. That was an explosion caused by the liquefied gas tank being ignited. This time, not only did the explosion kill or injure a large number of people, but the continuous explosions and loud noises also caused avalanches on both sides of the cliff. All of a sudden, loose rocks, arrows, and avalanches all covered the Northern Yen army. Coupled with the frightened horses running around in panic, they couldn't even find where the enemy was in the dark, and their eyes were blinded by the fireworks. Immediately afterwards, in the direction of Langhwa, the Jinbei army and the Huban army appeared in pursuit. From the direction of Yen State, the Jinbei army, which had ambushed in advance, also rushed over. This elite force of Northern Yen was completely surrounded. Moreover, under the continuous tricks, they have found it difficult to organize basic defense. What followed was a ruthless massacre. The overwhelming attack of the Long Kingdom army on Bei Yen left them without the strength to fight back. The battle lasted from darkness to dawn. At daybreak, the snow stopped, but in the gorge of King Longjian, countless corpses of Northern Yen soldiers were lying. Lin had already passed the excitement at this time, and what was left was only the horrible sight and the reluctance. He left the aftermath to Zhou Shanfeng. When the Dragon Kingdom army was cheering excitedly to celebrate the victory, Lin took Lin Au and quietly left. There's a kind of carefree attitude of leaving after the work is done, hiding one's achievements and fame. Master, where are we going? Lin Au was driving the car, twisting and turning. Lin helped her step on the accelerator and drove all the way to the end. I'm tired. Let's go home. The news of the great victory at King Longjian spread quickly into the capital and throughout the streets and alleys. And Lin Yi's name once again resounded throughout the court and the streets of Langhwa. The last time was when coal was discovered. After running for a day, when night fell again, the messenger sent by the empress finally found Lin Yi. Let him go to the capital to meet the emperor immediately. I originally wanted to go home, but now I have to go to the capital first. When this iron carriage appeared on the streets of the capital, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, because this car can move by itself without a horse. After the empress received the news, she asked Lin Yi to drive the car into the palace directly. She also wanted to see this rare thing. Lord Lin has been exhausted from the journey, so His Majesty has granted you the privilege of taking a bath and resting first, and will summon you again in the afternoon. The palace maid took Lin Yi to bathe, and there were 2 beautiful palace maids serving him. This treatment is unparalleled. After bathing, the palace maid found new clothes for Lin Yi, then served some food and left. Lin Yi ate some food from the palace and felt that it was just so. I was so bored that I just lay on the bed and took a nap. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi replied while lying down, "Come in." "Mr. Lin." "Miss Linglong." Lin Yi sat up immediately when he heard the familiar voice. "We meet again." "Yes." "Did His Majesty ask you to call me?" "Your Majesty is busy and cannot summon you for the time being. So he sent me to meet with you first and ask you a few questions." "What?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Your Majesty asks, Mr. Lin really doesn't want to be an official." Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "Miss Linglong, please thank His Majesty for his appreciation on my behalf. But I really don't want to be an official, and I don't like intrigues, false and artificial social interactions. Please let me go back to Lanyan County to farm." Linglong nodded and continued to ask, "Your Majesty, Mr. Lin has made great contributions this time. What reward do you want?" "Your Majesty, please give me anything you want. I'm not picky." Linglong smiled and said, "Mr. Lin is indeed a hermit." "Miss Linglong, please forgive me for making a fool of myself. Your Majesty asked 3 questions. How can we gather talents for the country?" "Mr. Lin, His Majesty said that if you answer well, all the land in Lanyan County will be rewarded to you." Lin Yi thought, what about the beauty trap we agreed on before? Are we not going to mention it anymore? However, since he was guarding Miss Linglong, he didn't dare to ask too much. If you want to gather talents, it's actually very simple. That's exams. And the candidates must be from all over Dragon Country. No matter if they are poor, slaves, or children of wealthy families, as long as they want to take the exam and have talent, they can participate. No one can stop them. "Sir, could you explain it in detail?" Linglong's eyes lit up after hearing this. Chapter 78. The Empress summoned her, but did not see her, so she went to her father-in-law's house to find balance. As an ordinary person, he doesn't actually know much theory. It's nothing more than standing on the shoulders of giants and using what others have to offer. What's more, he is now considered a hermit sage, and if he wants to maintain this status, he has to continue to get it. Lin Yi talked incessantly about the examination model in modern cities, from elementary school, junior high school, university, as well as the junior high school entrance examination, college entrance examination, postgraduate entrance examination, civil service examination, and recruitment examination. Although it sounds a bit lofty or even pretentious to put it bluntly, it does make people feel very awesome. Views and policies that are several times ahead of the times are absolutely in line with the development of human society. The Dragon Kingdom conquered by the Empress was just the initial period of getting rid of the old and bringing in the new and rebuilding a new country. As a representative of innovation, the Empress is much more receptive to new things than others. What you said is very good, sir. If we can really do this, all the talents in the world will be within our grasp. And how can the country not be strong? Linglong said excitedly. Hush. Lin Yi covered her mouth cautiously and reminded her. It's not all in your grasp, but in His Majesty's grasp. Yes, I'm just too excited. Linglong pushed Lin Yi's big hand away without leaving a trace. This policy will definitely be effective after implementation, and it can break the control of the court by the aristocratic families and the landlord class, and the imprisonment of talents. However, it is not so easy to implement. First of all, free education for all people cannot be supported by the current financial resources of Dragon Country. That's right. Now everyone is hungry. By the way, the last time I went to Lanyan County, I seemed to see that you built a school in Linjiazhuang and enrolled many refugee children to study for free. My case is a special case. Sir, if I ask you to set up a pilot project in Lanyan County, can you do it? This should be no problem. After all, the biggest obstacle in Lanyan County has been removed by Lord Song. By then, as long as the economy can hold up, we will be able to train a group of talents for the country within a few years. Lin Yi said, Okay, with what you said, sir, I will report to His Majesty in a moment and ask His Majesty to give you a special decree to be in charge of this matter. I can just try myself. There's no need to alarm His Majesty, right? Why? Sir, are you afraid of His Majesty? I just don't want to cause trouble for His Majesty. Linglong didn't say anything more about this issue, but suddenly remembered the car that Lin Yi drove. Sir, I heard that you came here in an iron carriage. Can you take me to try it? Of course, Lin Yi said, and took Linglong to where the car was parked. And no one knew where Lin Ayu was taken, and there was no one here at the moment. I heard that this iron car can move by itself. Linglong got into the car and looked around curiously. Lin Yi smiled and said, Actually, it can't move on its own, but relies on the power generated by burning gasoline. It is gasoline. It's similar to coal, a non-renewable resource found underground. Oh, we have some underground too? Is it easy to dig? Of course there is, but it needs to be explored. And even if it is dug out, it will require very advanced refining technology and equipment to turn it into gasoline. Sir, you have a car, so you must know this kind of exploration technology, right? This car was given to me by an immortal, and so was the gasoline. But maybe I can master this technology in the future. Lin Yi can only use this excuse to fool people now. Whether others believe it or not is none of his business. Anyway, this world doesn't have the level of slicing research, and he has enough ability to protect himself. Once Mr. Wade has mastered this technology, I hope he can find this resource for our dragon country. Of course, I'm looking forward to that day as well. Sir, can you let me try this car? Here. There's no one here now. It's okay to run 2 laps. You're a female official beside His Majesty. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Lin Yi said, started the car, and started moving. Linglong, sit tight, I'm going to speed up. Immediately afterwards, the speed of the car increased significantly. In the end, the car speed reached 80 miles per hour, mainly because the floor of the palace was paved with stone slabs, which made it very comfortable to run on. What a fast speed. Stand up and feel it. Lin Yi opened the skylight. Linglong stood up and climbed out of the skylight, her long hair fluttering in the wind. The rapid stimulation made her unable to help but scream out in excitement. Mr. Lin, faster, faster. We can't go any faster. If we go any faster, we won't be able to stop the car. At this time, Lin Yi turned on the music, a DJ song with a very strong sense of rhythm, which made Linglong unable to help but dance to the rhythm. That's the feeling of flying. Sir, what kind of song is this? It's so. Linglong couldn't find a word to describe it. It feels good, right? Let me make you feel good. He drove while listening to music and drove with Linglong for an hour before stopping. Linglong's hairstyle and clothes were messy. Sir, that was really great. If you like, come to Lanyan County to play with me in the future. and I will make you happy again. Then we have a deal. It's settled. Ling Long left, but Lin Yi was not summoned by His Majesty and was allowed to leave the next day. Lin Yu, who'd been missing for nearly a day, finally showed up. Where did you go yesterday? The master didn't even have a warm bed to sleep in at night. While driving, Lin Yi touched Lin Yu's thigh as skillfully as he touched the gear lever. I followed a palace lady and was taken to their resting place. Then they asked me to stay there. I didn't dare to walk around for fear of causing trouble for the master. Well, you can't walk around randomly in the palace. Lin Yi nodded. Sir, have you seen His Majesty? I feel depressed just talking about this. I came to the capital because His Majesty was going to summon me. But in the end, I didn't even see the shadow of His Majesty. Lin Yi felt even more depressed. In order to win this battle, he invested a lot, but in the end, he didn't enjoy the beauty trap and didn't get any rewards, which was a big loss. No, I have to go to my future father-in-law's house to find some good things. Otherwise, I will feel unbalanced. Thinking of this, Lin Yi drove directly to Chen's house. After meeting Chen Rong and chatting with Chun Della for a while, Chun Yudao took Lin Yi to the warehouse to pick out some nourishing medicinal herbs. The Chen family is a family of imperial physicians and is deeply trusted by the emperor, so they have too many good medicinal materials at home. Lin Yi just got some, which was enough to make back his investment. Little imperial physician Chen Rong. Before leaving, Chen Rong also gave Lin Yi a secret book of health preservation and qigong, saying that it was a reward from His Majesty. If one practices well, he will be healthy, immune to all diseases, and live a long and healthy life. Although the secret book has no name, Lin Yi knows that it is definitely a good thing. Since this came from the royal treasury and was certified by the imperial physician, practicing it will definitely be of great benefit to the body. Of course, he didn't dream of prolonging his life. He would be content as long as he could keep healthy and free from diseases. Chapter 79, The Empress's Beauty Trap Worked. The Chen family's 3 brothers were also quite curious about this new thing called cars. So Lin Yi took them for a run outside the city, and finally made old man Chen to vomit. When he got off the car, he seemed to be drunk, staggering from side to side. Chen Yudao and Chen Rong were screaming with excitement. It felt so good to listen to music while driving fast. Chen Yudao was even more shameless and wanted to ask Lin Yi for a car to play with. Lin Yi didn't refuse and asked him to exchange it for good things. Lin Yi also gave them some snacks, such as instant noodles and compressed biscuits, as well as various seasonings for cooking. These things are rare, even in the capital, so it's not a big deal to take them out. This time Lin Yi is really leaving. When they parted, Lin Yi called Chen Rong into the car and kissed her for the first time, which brought a perfect end to this trip to Beijing. The car left the capital and headed all the way to Lanyan County. In the evening, Lin Yi rushed back home. When he saw Qiu Xiang and Yi Shaodai standing at the gate, as well as the maids and servants in the house, Lin Yi finally felt like he was home. Home is not just a house. It is also the people who live in this house and care about you all the time. Welcome home, master. Haha, good. The master is happy tonight. Let's stew meat. When they heard that the meat was going to be stewed, the whole family became excited. In this situation, the poor can't eat meat once all year round. But when they came to Lin Yi's house, the conditions of these maids and servants could be improved every few days. Although the portion was not much, it was still a pleasure to taste the meat broth. Now that the car had appeared, Lin Yi no longer had to hide it and drove in directly from the back door. When the great sage heard Lin Yi's voice, he also came to greet him on his black horse. He was waving the golden cudgel in his hand, and if you didn't know, you would think he was going to the battlefield. It's called riding, but in fact it just means holding the big black animal under your crotch and letting your feet walk on their own. Because Dahe couldn't drag it at all now, a weapon was about to knock Dahe down. Lin Yi took out some fruits and gave them to the Monkey King, and took out some bones and gave them to Dahe and Ariai. With the master's order, the kitchen quickly became busy. At this moment, a carriage suddenly arrived at the gate of the Lin family's backyard. The carriage was driven by a shadow guard, and there were more shadow guards around, always keeping an eye on the carriage. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the back door. Lin Yu appeared at the back door, exchanged glances with the shadowy guard driving the carriage, and then walked into the yard. Not long after, Lin Yi was let out. Lord Lin, this is a reward from His Majesty. The shadow guard driving the carriage took out a bag from his back, held it in both hands, and handed it to Lin Yi, then turned and left. Hey, you don't want the carriage anymore? The carriage has also been given to the Lord. The voice came, and the person had already walked away. In Dragon Country, a carriage is considered a considerable asset. Moreover, it is a reward from the Empress. From now on, every time you ride in this carriage, you will have a status bonus. Master, I'll lead the carriage in, Lin Au said. Lin nodded, but he was a little confused. Since it is a reward from the Empress, why send it secretly? Master, come and see. At this moment, Lin Au, who had already entered the backyard, suddenly shouted. Lin hurried over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Look for yourself." Lin Au pushed it to the side of the carriage. "You're crazy." Lin walked to the side of the carriage, lifted the curtain, and saw a stunning beauty. However, she was tied up, and something was stuffed in her mouth. "Miss Sure." Lin was a little surprised, but also a little confused. "I don't know what the Empress meant by this." Lin asked Lin Au to take Miss Sure to a safe place first, and then he took the bag and returned to the room. With the help of candlelight, Lin opened the bundle, which contained an imperial edict and a scroll painting. Lin first opened the scroll, but it was a portrait of a woman without a face. But judging from her figure, she is very beautiful. But Lin was even more confused. What does the Empress mean? Putting the scroll aside, Lin immediately opened the imperial edict. After taking a quick look, Lin gave a bitter smile. This Empress really knows how to find trouble for him. But if you say it's a reward, then there's no problem with that. The imperial edict mainly talked about three things. The first one is about Miss Sure. His Majesty has already awarded her to Lin Yi. From now on, there will be no Miss Sure in this world, and no more courtesan in Zue Xianglu. She is just a maid, and her master is Lin Yi. The second thing gave Lin Yi the most headache. He had already declined the Empress's offer to make him an official, but now the Empress was finding ways to make him an official. Of course, strictly speaking, he was not an official. It was just that in view of his merits, all the land in Lanyan County was awarded to him. He was also told that after Song Yao was transferred, there would no longer be a county magistrate in Lanyan County, and he would have the final say in everything. This is a disguised way of making him a county magistrate. But this is also a good thing. Without an official position, there won't be so many troubles. Moreover, the entire Lanyan County will belong to him from now on. He can do whatever he wants here, which gives him a lot of freedom. Of course, you still have to pay taxes every year. The third thing is what Lin mentioned to Miss Ling Long about running an education system and opening a school. Your Majesty asked him to conduct a pilot project in Lanyan County and let him make an example. After putting the imperial edict into the game warehouse, Lin picked up the portrait of the faceless woman again and looked at it. However, he could never fathom the deep feelings he had for the Empress. Forget it. Let's go see the living beauty. Lin put away the portrait and went to the next room. Master, go ahead and do your work. I'll call you if there's anything. Yes. After Lin Au left, Lin walked into the room. Looking at Miss Sure, who was still tied up like a dumpling, Lin couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know who tied the rope, but it was quite skilled, and all the necessary parts were highlighted. Lin walked forward and took the cloth out of Miss Sure's mouth. Miss Sure, you didn't expect that we would meet again in this way, right? I really didn't expect it. Do you know your current identity? I know. She has already given me to Mr. Lin as a reward. From now on, there will be no more Miss Sure in the world. From now on, I will call you Teacher Tsong. Why is it Mr. Tsong? Teacher Aoi is the representative of all enlightenment teachers and was once the goddess in the hearts of otakus. I don't want to. I want to call my own name. What's your name? Langhwa, the eternal bright moon on Mount Lang. This is the meaning of my name. Lin shook his head and said, His Majesty said that from today on, you are my slave, and there will be no such person as you in the world. So I will give you a new name. Let's call you Hunyo. I don't want to. I'm a master. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Do you still think you are the princess of Yin State? The courtesan of Zue Xianglu? From now on, you are a lowly maid, serving the master's daily life. If you don't do well, you will have no food to eat. Do you understand? Chapter 80. Training the Princess. If you can't even wash a bowl, you don't have to eat today. What did you clean the floor? There's still dust everywhere. Stand outside for an hour. If you can't even wash your feet, what else can you do? I asked you to give me a massage, not to kill someone. You don't take it seriously at all. I'll punish you by making you sleep with me tonight. For the next period of time, Lin Yi's harsh voice echoed throughout the Lin residence. The person being bullied was naturally the Yin princess Langhua, who was secretly sent from the capital, and the former courtesan Sure of Zuexiang Tower. This princess, who sold her art but not her body, lost her virginity on the first day she came to the Lin family. But this is not the worst. Mental torture is the most cruel. No matter how arrogant and self-righteous she was in the past, she has now fallen into the quagmire and is so lowly that she is not even as good as the big monkey guarding the gate. Qiusheng knew something about Lin Yi. Logically speaking, her master was not someone who was difficult to please. So she was a little puzzled by Lin Yi's harshness towards Lang Yu. Of course, I'm just confused and I won't pretend to be a nice guy and plead for mercy or anything like that. Lin Yu would not say anything. She was actually happy to see it happen. Because the real culprit behind the assassination of Lin Yi last time was Lang Yu. This is also the real reason why the Empress sent her to Lin Yi. Master, it's time to wash your feet. After dinner, Lang Yu came in with water for washing feet. At this time, Lin Yi was watching TV with 3 women. I have finished reading Journey to the West and am currently reading The Legend of White Snake. Lang Yu also likes to watch, so when this time comes, she will find various excuses to come into the room. The attitude towards serving Lin Yi has obviously improved a lot. Lin Yi did not expose this. While washing feet, Lin Yi still found all kinds of faults and sometimes even splashed the foot washing water on Lang Yu's face and body. At the beginning, Lang Yu would get angry and act like a bad princess. But after a few days of starvation, all the temper was gone. After watching an episode of the TV series, Lang Yu was still holding Lin Yi's feet and massaging them. Then, Lin Yi started playing the Enlightenment movie. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became charming. Lin Yi was surrounded by women on both sides, his big hands wandering everywhere, and there was scenery everywhere. Lang Yu, who was squatting under the calm, was breathing harder and harder. This evening, it was another round of battle. Fortunately, he practiced the nameless secret book that Chen Rong gave him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to persevere. When it comes to practicing martial arts, Lin Yi originally just wanted to give it a try. But I didn't expect that when I took it out from the game warehouse, it activated the quick learning function by paying with in-game gold. Now, Lin Yi has spent 30 million on the nameless internal skill and has reached the 3rd level, which has an effect beyond imagination. The pain in my waist from overwork some time ago is gone. I have more energy, and even some minor ailments and symptoms from working hard in previous years have disappeared. In order to cooperate with the practice, Lin Yi also ate some 400-year-old ginseng, which had a positive effect on his internal strength and body. In the early morning, Lin Yi guided his internal energy and circulated it in his body. After several cycles, his fatigue disappeared and he felt full of energy. He pulled up Lang Yu, who was still sleeping soundly, and asked her to help him wash up. After breakfast, Lin Yi took a carriage and went to Linjiazhuang for inspection under the escort of Zhao Dashan and Liu Yu. Although the Empress has awarded Lanyun County to Lin Yi, it is winter now and the ground is frozen hard, so there is nothing that can be done. So Lin Yi focused all his energy on the construction of the manor. The main building has been constructed with building walls, and now the craftsman's main work is to complete the roof. The work of roofing is mostly carpentry work, such as putting up beams, nailing wooden boards, etc., which will not be affected by the cold climate. After this period of non-stop work, the main building has been successfully topped out. Next, Lin Yi will start laying the floor heating by himself, and this job can only be done by him. He planned to lay floor heating on the entire main building. Since there was plenty of coal, he could just buy a big boiler and burn it in the winter. No one would come to check environmental protection anyway, so he could just keep the house warm. In addition, solar panels and photovoltaic power generation should be arranged around the room and on the roof. Today's inspection is to see where to install it and how much material to purchase. Hello, Master Lin. Good morning, Master Lin. When they arrived at Linjiazhuang, everyone saw Lin Yi's carriage and stood by the roadside, greeting Lin Yi cordially. Lin Yi also quickly opened the car window and waved to everyone. If you don't know, you might think it's a presidential election. After passing Linjiazhuang, we arrived at the gate of the manor after walking for a while. At this time, a plaque had been hung on the gate with the words Lin Mansion written by Her Majesty the Empress herself. Although he was not yet an official, this plaque already showed his status and importance in the Empress's heart. Of course, the burning of King Longjian this time was indeed a great achievement. He earned all these rewards. After some investigation, Lin Yi got the approximate data and then went to the Research Institute, Garment Factory, and Breeding Farm to take a look. These projects are already on the right track, and Yi Xiaodai will keep an eye on them on a regular basis, so Lin Yi doesn't have to worry about anything. After a circle, Lin Yi went home. Unexpectedly, Song Yao had been waiting for a long time. When did Brother Song arrive? Why didn't you send someone to notify me? I just arrived a short time ago. My dear brother, I came here today just to get a free meal. That's easy. It's so cold. Why don't we have hot pot? I heard that Ipingua is extremely popular in Beijing. Many dignitaries want to eat it and have to line up to make reservations. Brother, you've made a lot of money this time. No. It's mainly because Master Chun is a good manager. I just followed him and drank some soup. Little imperial physician Chun is very fond of you, and we will all be family from now on. It's too early to talk about this now. Brother Song, let's go have a cup of tea first. Lin Yi invited Song Yao to his room, where he felt very comfortable staying there in the warmth. My dear brother, actually I came here today because I have a few words to tell you. After all the servants in the room had left, Song Yao suddenly came close and said, Please give me some advice, Brother Song. Your Majesty has awarded all the land in Lanyun County to you, my dear brother. And after I leave office, no more county magistrates will be sent. Do you understand your Majesty's intentions? Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty wants me to use Lanyun County as a pilot and make some bold attempts in terms of policy. Song Yao nodded. My dear brother, you don't want to be an official. His Majesty didn't force you. Instead, he took great pains to come up with this method. It can be seen that His Majesty respects my dear brother very much. My dear brother, please don't let this grace down. Chapter 81. Medical Treatment or Molestation. In the boiling hot pot, there are various meatballs that Lord Song likes to eat. Lin Yi only picked up mutton slices and vegetables to eat. All the delicious meatballs were left for Song Yao, which touched Lord Song deeply. My dear brother, you are so kind. I will say a few more words to you. Lin Yi poured a glass of wine for Song Yao and pretended to be listening attentively. Many people are watching this pilot project you're doing. If it succeeds, your Majesty will be happy, but the ministers will be unhappy. If it fails, your Majesty will be disappointed, but the ministers will be happy. Do you understand what I mean? Just choose a team. My dear brother, what you said is very insightful. Song Yao gave a thumbs up. In fact, we have already chosen our side, that is, your Majesty, and we have become a thorn in the eyes of the ministers. We can only go down this road. There is no turning back. From what Brother Song said, are you worried about something? Your Majesty has been very kind to me, so I will naturally devote myself to your service until my death, but my family... Song Yao waved his hand and drank the wine in his glass. I've drunk a little too much, so I won't say any more. Brother Song will be going to Lingyang to take up his post after the new year. Are you worried that your next actions will cause public outrage and implicate your family? Song Yao patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said earnestly, Brother, it is my honor to meet you. Don't worry, brother. If you need any help, I will definitely do my best to help you. The meal and drinks lasted until the evening. After seeing Song Yao off, Lin Yi thought back to what Song Yao had said and wasn't too worried. He knew that Song Yao could say these things to him today because he really treated him as his own. Since Lao Song is so sincere, I will definitely lend a hand if he really gets into trouble in the future. As for the question of taking sides, is there any need to consider that? Lin Yi will definitely choose the side of the Empress. As for the ministers, they're all scum. There is nothing to be afraid of. When he sets up a musketeer team, he will shoot anyone who dares to fire at him. Anyway, he has the Empress backing him up, so there's nothing to be afraid of. That night, Lin Yi didn't let anyone serve him. It has been quite a while since he came to the other world, and it is time for him to return to the city. Asking the great sage to guard the gate, Lin Yi started the transmission. The next moment, he appeared in a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. This time he brought back a lot of medicinal herbs, which he first distributed to Yang Xiaowei and others, making more than 10 million yuan. Then he bought some snacks, went to see Coco, and went to buy materials and tools for laying floor heating. In addition, solar panels, solar street lights, photovoltaic power generation equipment, etc., cost more than 1 million yuan in total. In addition, he also customized various doors and windows, but he couldn't take them away this time and had to wait for some time before they were made. A batch of building materials such as cement, sand, putty powder, etc. were prepared for laying floor heating and painting the walls. Although the Research Institute has successfully developed cement, the production volume is still insufficient, so Lin Yi can only bring it from the city first. Anyway, I just shop and shop. If you think the prices are about right, I pay directly and have the goods delivered. In the end, I almost vomited after buying so much. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea to find someone or several people to help him buy things. It's just like the old man who delivers fruits. If you want any fruit, you can just ask him to deliver it to your door. It's much more convenient. It not only saves time, but also improves efficiency. So in the next few days, Lin Yi went to the job market to recruit. He doesn't care about academic qualifications or experience, as long as the person is sincere and steady. He also doesn't want to recruit people who are too smart or who think they are a little smart. The best person is the one who works diligently and honestly. It is enough to do well the tasks assigned by him. After several days of recruitment, Lin Yi temporarily found 2 people, both of whom were graduates from ordinary universities. One was a fresh graduate, and the other had graduated for more than 2 years and had not found a suitable job. Nowadays, academic qualifications have depreciated, and the talent market is almost entirely filled with college graduates, and the general salary is not high. Some people even start delivering food directly and can earn more. Lin Yi offered a probationary salary of 5,000 yuan per month, and the salary would increase if the work was good. As for insurance and the like, Lin Yi had not thought about it, so he did not even discuss it. The two were very honest and didn't mention it. The salary was 5,000 yuan, the work content was very simple, and it was still a probation period, so they decided to just do it first and talk about it later. Lin Yi assigned the purchasing task to these 2 people and asked them to be responsible for different categories respectively. For convenience, Lin Yi rented a warehouse in the county town and asked each of them to be responsible for one. With 2 assistants, Lin Yi finally had some free time again and became a hands-off boss. All you have to do every day is check the accounts and pay the bills. That morning, Lin Yi slept until he woke up naturally. Before he got up, there was a knock on the door. When I turned on the surveillance camera, I saw that it was Su Yun who came over. Lin Yi then remembered that he had promised to help her find medicinal herbs, but he had forgotten about it due to being busy. He quickly got up, dressed, washed his face, and welcomed the person in. "Miss Su, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy lately that I forgot to send you the herbs." "Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? I should have come to get it myself. I happened to be here to look at a project today, so I stopped by. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." "You're too polite. Come in and sit down." Lin Yi invited Su Yun to the coffee table, poured her a cup of hot tea, and then took out the medicinal herbs. "Miss Su, these are all the herbs you need. The ginseng is 30 years old. Is it enough?" "That's enough. How much is it?" "I'll transfer it to you now." "Miss Su, please give me the cost price. It is true that I was too busy to remember this time. How can that be so embarrassing?" "You're welcome." Su Yun transferred the money to Lin Yi, sat for a while, and then quickly got up and said goodbye. Lin Yi suddenly said, "Miss Su, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing. It will be fine in a moment." "Is Miss Su having her period?" Su Yun was not curious about why Lin Yi knew this. As a person in the medicinal materials business, he should know something about the properties and functions of medicinal materials. The prescription she gave to Lin Yi before was the prescription for treating dysmenorrhea prescribed by a Chinese medicine doctor. Su Yun nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, the 2 of them were not very familiar with each other, so it was still a bit awkward to talk about such private matters. "Miss Su, how about I help you take a look? Mr. Lin also knows medical skills. I know some luck techniques that may help you relieve the pain." "Then, please help me, Mr. Lin." Su Yun was in great pain at the moment, so she agreed. Lin Yi asked Su Yun to lie on the sofa, and then took a stool and sat next to her. "Miss Su, I'm sorry," Lin Yi said as he unbuttoned Su Yun's jeans. "What are you doing?" Su Yun was immediately embarrassed and annoyed. How can this be considered medical treatment? This is indecent assault. Chapter 82. A Pure Heart in a Jade Pot. Xiaohua Village, Lin Yi's home. Seeing Su Yun's obvious misunderstanding, Lin Yi said calmly, "Miss Su, are you doubting my character?" "I'm sorry, I'm too sensitive." Su Yun suddenly remembered that although the man in front of her lived in the countryside, he was a genuine billionaire. With his wealth, he can find any woman he wants. There is no need to take advantage of this and ruin your reputation. The lower abdomen is where the lower dantian is located. I need to give you air here to help relieve your pain. If you think I have other intentions towards you, then forget it. Lin Yi stood up and said, "Mr. Lin, don't." Su Yun quickly grabbed Lin Yi's arm and apologized while holding back the pain. "I was wrong just now. Please don't be angry, okay?" Seeing that she was sincere, Lin Yi calmed down a little, lie down, and don't move. Su Yun didn't dare to say anything else and just lay down obediently. She even unbuttoned her pants herself, revealing her snow-white, flat belly. The next moment, Lin Yi's warm, big hand came over. Su Yun shuddered immediately, as if she had been electrocuted. Relax. If you feel unwell later, tell me immediately. Lin Yi said as he guided his internal energy into his hands and transferred it towards Su Yun's body. Su Yun clearly felt a stream of air entering her body from her lower abdomen, and then began to swirl inside. The speed was getting faster and faster, and she gradually felt a warm sensation, and then it was like a little mouse running inside her body. Su Yun just felt that this feeling was so wonderful, so much so that I forgot the time. She didn't know how long it had been before a woman's voice suddenly sounded in the room, which woke her up. But she suddenly realized that she had fallen asleep just now, and she didn't know when the painful feeling disappeared. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Sorry to bother you. Shunwei turned around and walked out embarrassedly. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? I'm done here. Lin Yi stopped and chased in the yard and asked. It's nothing. I'd better go back first. Why are you hesitating like that? Just say it if you have something to say. It's nothing, actually. The girl I mentioned to you last time came to my house today. I thought if you have time, you could meet her and have a chat. Sister-in-law, didn't I tell you that I don't want to get married yet? You don't want to get married just to have affairs. Nothing. Still trying to quibble. I saw it all. You even touched someone with your hands. Oh, you little brat. You didn't even know to close the door. Lin Yi suddenly laughed bitterly. You misunderstood. I was giving her a massage. I don't believe your nonsense. I'm leaving first. No, you've already called him here. How will you explain if I don't go? Wait for me for a moment. I'll send my friends off, and then I'll go over. At this time, Su Yun came out with a red face. Mr. Lin, you are so amazing. I don't feel any pain anymore. Thank you. Your illness still needs medication. I'm just helping you get some relief. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'll take my leave now. Okay, be safe on the road. After sending Su Yun away, Shun Wei said, You guys were really not that one just now. Which one is that? Lin Yi asked mischievously. Stop being so rude and follow me. Wait a minute. I'll go back and get some fruit or something. Lin Yi returned to the house, took some fruits, candies, and melon seeds, and followed Shun Wei to her house. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a woman with long, smooth, and beautiful hair wearing a brown woolen coat and white sneakers, playing with Shun Wei's Sanner. Xiao Bing, Lin Yi is here, Shun Wei said to the woman. Wen Li. Sanner opened his arms with a smile and ran towards Lin Yi. Bauer, is your foot okay? Does it still hurt? Lin Yi picked up Sanbao and kissed her on her little face. It's healed now. It doesn't hurt anymore. Uncle Yi, why did you take so long to go out this time? I missed you. I think you want the snacks your uncle Yi bought for you. Shun Wei smiled, took the child, and said to Lin Yi, You go to the house to talk with Xiao Bing. Hello, Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and stretched out his hand. Now that he has a net worth of billions, he naturally exudes a confident charm. Hello, I'm Shen Bing. You and sister-in-law Shun Wei both have the surname Shun. Could it be that? Shun Wei is my cousin. I think let's go inside and talk. Lin Yi invited Shen Bing into the house and placed fruits, melon seeds, and other things in front of her. My sister told me that you have been working outside for many years. Why did you suddenly return to your hometown? Shen Bing asked first. My sister-in-law should have told you about my situation, right? I'm the only one in my family now. After my father passed away, I suddenly felt that I had lost my direction, so I just went back to my hometown and lay down. Lin Yi said without hesitation. Lying flat is also a life attitude. I don't want to work hard anymore after seeing through it. Then why are you so busy now and not able to go home every day? A few days ago, you even harvested the corn of the villagers. Hey, I'm just busying myself and making some pocket money. Don't you want to ask about my situation? My sister-in-law also told me roughly that you have a car and a house in the city, a stable job, and a graduate degree. I was married once, but divorced after a year. We had no children, Shun Bing said proactively. A flash marriage. Not really. We've known each other for over a year, but it wasn't until we got married that we realized how different our views were. We kept arguing, and in the end, we had no choice but to separate. Your values don't match, so it's better to separate as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll just torture each other. Yes, I think so too. The two chatted for more than half an hour, but they only talked about superficial topics. After that, Lin Yi went back first. To be honest, Shun Bing was pretty good-looking and also up to his aesthetic standards, but Lin Yi wasn't very interested in her. His life is very comfortable now, and he has no shortage of women. If it is just communication between adults, he doesn't mind. Forget about getting married. He doesn't want to add unnecessary trouble to himself. In the other world, women all revolve around him, and he doesn't want to marry a wife to control him. What's more, Lenny disappears for a few days at any time, which is probably unacceptable to anyone. Xiaobing, how did the talk go? Shenwei asked after Lin Yi left. It's okay, but I feel like he doesn't really care. Sister, could it be that he doesn't like me? How could that be? My sister is so outstanding. As for Lin Yi, maybe he was a little traumatized by his father's death and couldn't get over it. He didn't want to get married or something. Didn't you add me on WeChat? Shenbing shook her head, a little aggrieved. I'll ask him to add you later. You two can chat first. I think you two are a good match. Maybe he just doesn't like me. So are you interested in him? Shenwei asked with a smile. His conversation and words are all fine, but he always seems a bit arrogant. I don't know what he's so proud of, just because he has some money. Lin Yi is not that kind of person. I've been his neighbor for so many years, and you still don't know? From his father to him, he has a good temper and personality. You just don't understand him yet. Chapter 83. Expand the security team and equip them with embroidered spring swords. When Lin Yi returned home, he forgot about the blind date. But Su Yun, who had just left not long ago, called again. Miss Su, did you forget something? No. I just want to say thank you again, and I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. Please don't take it to heart. Su Yun's sincere apology came from the other end of the phone. I didn't take it personally. It's normal to be misunderstood in that situation. Speaking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the feeling when he touched it just now. It seemed to be quite slippery. I have judged others by my own standards. Don't blame yourself. I really don't take it to heart. Thank you for your generosity. And can I do it again tomorrow? What do you mean? Lin Yi was stunned. After you helped me breathe, I felt very comfortable, no longer in pain, and my body became warm. I would like to ask you to help me again, and I can pay you for it. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. You asked me to do this. Don't say I took advantage of you later. No, I did it all voluntarily. Okay, then you can come back tomorrow. It's better not to come too early. I like to sleep until I wake up naturally. Okay, I'll go over there at noon then. Which girl did you make an appointment with again? Shenwei's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Sister-in-law, why don't you make any noise when you walk? It'll scare people to death. I think you have done something wrong, haven't you? I'm just thinking about my sister-in-law's good figure. Lin Yi joked. Pa, a dog can't spit out ivory. Shenwei blushed immediately, hit Lin Yi twice, and asked, Lin Yi, tell me the truth. What do you think of my sister? It's okay. Lin Yi said perfunctorily. Then why didn't you even add her on WeChat? Xiao Bing thought you looked down on her. Your sister likes me? Lin Yi found it quite interesting. In the past, this would have been impossible. He has a car and a house in the city, a stable job, and a graduate degree. He has nothing, lives in the village, and has just a little money. And other people don't know how much money he has, so it won't be a plus in terms of money. He didn't even bring his $1 million Patek Philippe today. As for the fact that the woman has been married before, in the current context where there are more men than women, one should be thankful to be able to marry a wife, and there is no need to consider second-hand or third-hand ones. The most likely scenario is that Xin Bing simply looks down on me. Because from the perspective of outsiders, apart from the previous corn harvest and the exposure of little property, there's really nothing good about it. Xiao Bing thinks you're a good person, and I sincerely hope that you two can be together. You both are people I know, and I think you two are a good match, unless you mind her being married. Not really. I just don't want to get married for the time being. I don't want it for now. Let's just talk about it first, and we'll talk about it when the conditions are ripe. Lin Yi, she's my sister. I can't possibly hurt you. Sister-in-law, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't want to. Add WeChat first, and chat slowly. This is her cell phone number. Remember to add it. Shenwei left the number and hurried away. It could be seen that Shenwei really wants to facilitate them. But Lin Yi was not interested, so he just looked at the piece of paper with the phone number and threw it away. If you don't want to have close friendship, why bother provoking others? Then I went to the backyard and fed the poultry. There are only a dozen chickens left in the backyard now, and the rest, including pigs and sheep, have been taken to the farm in another world. This way the house will be much quieter and he will have enough eggs to eat on a regular basis. After feeding the poultry, Lin Yi went back to the house to take a nap. In the afternoon, he played some games and played a few shots of billiards. It's a bit boring to play alone. It's more fun to play with Qiuxiong and the others. This pool table was just purchased and was delivered a few days ago. I bought two at once, one at home and one in the other world. Anyway, I have enough money, so there's no need to move around. Just when I was feeling bored and planning to teleport to another world, the courier arrived. It turned out that the weapons custom-made for Zhao Dashan and his men had arrived. A pair of Liguang golden hammers, a Qinglong Yinhua sword, and 100 flying knives. The quality is as good as ever. Lin Yi took it to the mountain outside the village to try it out. With one swing of the hammer, he smashed the hard stone into pieces. Lin Yi swept the green dragon crescent blade with such force that it directly cut off a small tree without the blade breaking. As for the throwing knives, their quality is the same as the other two weapons, sharp and of high quality. For the sake of convenience and practicality, Lin Yi also equipped him with 2 knife bags that can be wrapped around the waist. They must be delighted to see these weapons. Lin Yi returned home in the afterglow of the setting sun. Then he placed another order with the manufacturer online, this time for 1,000 embroidered spring swords, the same type used by the embroidered uniform guards. Later, he planned to equip the security team composed of warriors with embroidered spring swords. In addition, the number of people will be increased to 1,000. As for hot weapons, he also plans to get them started. If it is difficult to do it domestically, go abroad. As long as there is money, you can assemble a strong defense force. Lock the door, release the dog, and then teleport to another world. Hunyo, Lin Yi shouted in the house. I don't call Qiuxiang anymore. It's so cold, and I don't want Qiuxiang to freeze outside the door. Qiuxiang cried because of this, thinking that her master didn't like her anymore. The next moment, the great sage who was guarding the door let Lang Yu in. From being clumsy at the beginning, Lang Yu has now been trained and become quite capable. If she didn't do well, she would have to go out and suffer from the cold and hunger, and her delicate skin couldn't bear it for a long time. After washing up, Qiuxiang, Yi Shaodai, and Lin Ayu came to have breakfast with Lin Yi. Lang Yu, however, wanted to have dinner with the other servants. Master, Hunyo seems to have become much more obedient recently. Lin Ayu said, That's right. Our master is the one who knows how to train her. Qiuxiang said. Lin Yi patted Qiuxiang's little face and said, Don't flatter me. I like you the most. I just want to teach Hunyo a lesson during this period. You still have to keep an eye on her and don't relax at all. Master, don't worry. The servants at home have been warned. No matter what she does, someone will be watching her. Shaodai, how is the training going for those kids? Everything is going well. Recently, I have selected some children with good qualifications from the refugees. Now, there are 50 of them. In addition to learning martial arts, they must also learn to read and do arithmetic. In the future, let them practice martial arts for half a day and study in the school for the other half. Yes, I'll arrange it today. Also, we need to recruit more people to our security team. Temporarily, we need to recruit 1,000 people. They need to be strong and healthy. After a short training, they can serve as soldiers. Clear. Ayu, you will be responsible for the basic training of the newly recruited security personnel. I want to see the results in a month. Don't worry, sir. I will train them well. The Chinese New Year will be here in a month, and by then, Song Yao will be transferred, and Lin Yi will officially take over Lanyan County. Chapter 84. Lantern Festival during the Chinese New Year. The Empress also joins in the fun. With the arrival of the second heavy snow, it is already the end of the year. Lin Yi had no idea how many people had frozen to death or starved to death throughout Long with this winter. But it is a fact that with his help, no one in Lanyan County froze to death or starved to death. Even in other places, when people only eat 1 meal a day, they are already eating 2 meals a day. Every household has a coal stove, which not only keeps them warm, but also allows them to use hot water at any time. In the cold winter, the happiness index soars. The refugees and ordinary people in the entire county are grateful to Lin Yi. Without him, many people would starve to death. In the past, the county government provided porridge, which was just soup every day. The porridge could be drunk as water, and only a few rice grains could be seen. So they're willing to work to earn some food, and their children can study without worries. This was unthinkable in the past. Through this period of rush work and busyness, the floor heating of the main buildings of Lin Mansion Manor has been laid and solar energy has also been installed. Now, the entire manor will be brightly lit at night with those solar street lights automatically lighting up. It has become an independent landscape in Linjia's Wang. Ancient people were very curious about this thing. They would stay up late at night and run under the street lights to watch the fun. Lin, he didn't do the job of laying the floor tiles himself. The craftsmen here could do it well. But the Chinese New Year is coming soon, so we have to wait until after the New Year to decide what work to do. Purchasing New Year's goods is a big project. With so many people under me, I have to ensure that they all have a good meal. So Lin Yi gave his two assistants a new task to buy various New Year's goods and ingredients for making dumplings. He also bought some fireworks and firecrackers, and after receiving the goods, Lin Yi planned to go out. He doesn't have any relatives here, so he plans to go to another world to celebrate the new year. Before that, he dealt in some medicinal herbs and ginseng, and then got some antique gems and furniture made of precious wood. The total assets reached 200 million. Lin Yi sent the poultry and 5 dogs to the other world, and then drove out. After all the New Year goods were bought, Lin Yi gave his 2 assistants New Year leave and gave each of them a red envelope to express his recognition of their work during this period. When they arrived in the city, Lin Yi met Kiki. When she heard that he was going to travel during the new year, she also wanted to go, but she couldn't explain it to her family. Lin Yi promised her that they would go out together after the new year, which made her happy. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi greeted Yang Xiaowei and Su Yun. The reason why she told Su Yun was because she had become addicted to internal force conditioning and now went to see Lin Yi once a week. Of course, except for the first time, subsequent conditioning will be charged. And through this method, Lin Yi became more proficient in the use of internal force. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So if he wanted to travel outside for the new year, he had to tell Su Yun. The next adjustment was also postponed to after the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Spring Festival is very important to everyone. There's a line in a song that goes, whether you have money or not, go home for the new year. For those who have relatives at home, no matter how far away they are or how tight the time is, they must go back to reunite with them. Dragon Palace. As the new year approaches, the court also goes on holiday. Without those annoying state affairs and memorials, the Empress felt much more relaxed. At this time, coal stoves were burning all around her bedroom, making the room warm. In the middle of the hall, there's a billiard table. The Empress was quite proud of herself for snatching the pool table from Lin Yi. Pa! The Empress hit the black 8 into the hole with 1 shot and said to Wu Shuang, who was playing with her, "What do you think of this billiard?" Wu Shuang was still wearing a black scarf, so her appearance could not be seen. "It's very interesting, but I think the person who makes this kind of thing is more interesting," Wu Shuang said with a hint of meaning. "Oh, what new things has Lin Yi done recently?" The Empress asked with a smile. Au sent a message that Lin Yi plans to celebrate the new year with the people of the entire county, eating dumplings for free and watching fireworks and lantern festivals. "Oh, this is a big deal." It is indeed a big deal. Now the whole Lanyan County is immersed in a sea of joy. Many businessmen in the capital have gone there. And starting today, their lantern festival has already begun. According to Shadow's report, many people from some prefectures and counties around Lanyan County have gone to Lanyan County to watch the fun. What about the masters in the capital? It's already getting ready to move. What a Lanyan County! What a Lin Yi! They're trying to steal the limelight from the capital. The Empress smiled and said, "It would be nice to have some fun in this situation. Send out the shadow guards to ensure that the lantern festival goes on safely and smoothly. Master, you have worked hard for a year. It is time for you to go out and inspect the people's sentiments." The Empress thought about it and readily agreed. "Okay, then let's go and see the excitement. We will travel light and incognito." "I understand." At the same time, Lanyan County has been decorated with lights and colors. A row of solar street lights were erected on the road from the county town to Linjiazhuang, which are brightly lit at night. Now this road is crowded with various small businesses. After all, we live under the Emperor's feet. No matter how difficult life is for ordinary people, they can still make a fortune with their skills. Rich families, landlords, and sons of officials also came to join the fun. Lin Yi invited a drama troupe, and now there are 3 shows every day in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Ordinary people can watch it for free. Most of the people doing business at the Lantern Festival were from Lanyan County, and those selling handicrafts were from Linjiazhuang. However, most of the money they earned belonged to themselves, and Lin Yi only charged for the materials. In addition to boosting the economy, it is also to allow ordinary people to make some money. Outside the Lin Mansion, Lin Yi got a projector and played Journey to the West at night. Nowadays, at night, people watching TV are crowded together. Anyone who comes to Lanyan County knows Journey to the West. Many children even sang a few lyrics. "You lead the horse, I carry the eggs." People's enthusiasm dispelled the coldness and brought new hope. If it weren't for their pale and thin faces, it would be hard to imagine that it was still a year of famine. Of course, The people and refugees in Lanyan County looked much better. Although they have endless work to do every day, at least they have enough to eat, and their mental outlook is obviously different. Miss, it's so lively here. Rui followed the Empress and was so overwhelmed by the sight of these new things. The Empress appeared calm on the surface, but she was shocked deep down. She had seen these situations in secret reports, but could never imagine them. This scene almost made her think that her dragon kingdom had emerged from the disaster and had become prosperous and strong. Good shot. Master Lin is awesome. At this moment, cheers came from not far away. Chapter 85 asked the Empress to wear a swimsuit on a vacant lot outside the Lin Mansion. This place has been built into a basketball court, and people who are watching the fun have gathered in several circles. The Empress had to work very hard to squeeze to the front. Then we saw Lin Yi performing prowess on the basketball court. The people on the field now are the two teams formed by Lin Yi, with Zhao Dashan and Li Erniu as captains respectively. In addition, there are some alternatives, mainly for entertainment. Now this kind of game has quickly swept across Lanyan County like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Many young people have fallen in love with this sport and have taken part in it. Those who work in the coal mines, even if they are very tired after a day's work, will come here to have a look and have fun at night. Now a basketball court obviously cannot meet people's needs. However, the Chinese New Year is coming soon, so Lin Yi did not build a new one. He will wait until after the Chinese New Year to decide everything. After playing for a while and sweating, Lin Yi left the court and let others play. Xiaoxiang quickly put her clothes on Lin Yi, fearing that he would catch a cold again. Master, Miss Ling Long is here. Oh, but what is His Majesty's order? No, it seems like they are here for sightseeing. Where is he? Bring him here quickly, Lin Yi said while drinking water. Lin Ayu's mouth twitched, and he said hesitantly, Master, Miss Ling Long is someone close to His Majesty after all. Wouldn't it be better for you to go there in person? Asking her to invite the Empress over wouldn't do it, even if she had 100 courage. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, That's true. Where's he? I'll go check it out. I will lead the way for you, sir. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ayu took Lin Yi to meet Miss Ling Long, who came from the capital. But what made him curious was that Diao Xiaochan's sister Rui was also here. Miss Rui, Lin Yi was even more confused. Can people around the Empress leave the palace at will? And they all came to Lanyan County. Lord Lin, I came here with Sister Ling Long to watch the Lantern Festival. His Majesty said that what Lord Lin did was very good. The people have suffered for these years, and it's time for them to be happy. Your Majesty is wise. This is exactly what I meant. But Miss Rui, please don't call me Lord Lin. I'm not an official now, Lin Yi said with a smile. Lord Lin led thousands of guards to burn Qinglong Gorge and wiped out 20,000 elite troops from northern Yan. With such a great achievement, it is not excessive to call you Lord. Moreover, His Majesty has not taken back your rights, Rui said. After hearing Rui's words, Lin Yi finally realized that it seemed to be true. Did the Empress forget? Or was there another hidden meaning? It is said that the Emperor's thoughts are hard to guess, and the thoughts of this female emperor are even deeper. Miss Ling Long, Miss Rui, since you have come to Lanyan County, you have come to my territory. Can I, as your host, take a look around you? That's great. Next, Lin Yi took the two of them for a walk on the streets of the Lantern Festival, and then bought some snacks and handicrafts and gave them to them. Mr. Lin, I heard that you build a manor in the land given by God. Can you take me to see it? Of course. Let's go now. Master Lin, I want to go see my sister and brother. Is it convenient? Of course it's convenient. Shout I. Take Miss Rui home and treat her well. Yes. A group of people came to the Lin Mansion Manor again. The solar street lights here made the Empress very curious. Lin Yi gave a brief explanation. Although the Empress didn't quite understand what he said, she knew that this thing was made by Lin Yi and that it could also provide lighting. This is much better than candles. Looks like I have to fleece him again. Mr. Lin, this solar lamp is very good. Why don't you give a few to His Majesty? His Majesty's eyes are often tired when reviewing memorials. If he had this lamp, it would be a great improvement. Miss Ling Long is right. I have already prepared it for your Majesty. You can take it back with you when you return to the palace. We can't install it if we take it back, so let's wait until Mr. Lin is free and go to the capital himself. That's right. After the New Year, I'll go pay my New Year's greetings to His Majesty and install the streetlights while I'm at it. That's best. Lin Yi took Ling Long along the smooth concrete road and walked into the main building. Naturally, she had to ask a few more questions about cement, and when she walked into the hall, she suddenly felt a warmth under her feet. The temperature in the room was noticeably hot. Mr. Lin, is there floor heating here too? Yes, and this time it is coal-fired, which can ensure uniform heating. When the decoration is completed next year, I will invite Miss Ling Long to be my guest. Okay, I'd like to see what Mr. Lin can make this place look like. Miss Ling Long, it's very hot in this room. You should take off your coat first. Otherwise, you will catch a cold when you go out. I heard from Ronger before that Mr. Lin also knows medical skills. Now it seems that he is indeed extraordinary. No, I just know some common sense about it. Is this the glass you produce yourself? Yes, when it is mass-produced in the future, I will send some to your majesty. It will make the room especially bright. This time, Linny took the initiative to ask without Ling Long's reminder. Mr. Lin is getting smarter. It's all Miss Ling Long's fault. By the way, I'll take you to a fun place. What fun places are there? You'll know when you get there. Lin Yi took Ling Long's hand and came to the constant temperature swimming pool under Lin Ayu's conflicted expression. He also built a heated swimming pool in the main building, and it is now fully built. In fact, he just installed a model from the city and moved the entire set here. He didn't do anything himself. Because it was too troublesome, he didn't want to waste any more brain cells. Is this the place for bathing? Ling Long asked in surprise. It's not a bath. It's swimming, which is also a kind of fitness activity. Touch the water, it's warm. Huh, really? Is a hot spring? It's not a hot spring. It's a heating device I use to keep it warm. Do you want to try it? It's very comfortable. Without waiting for Ling Long to refuse, Lin Yi called Qiu Xiang and said, Qiu Xiang, take Miss Ling Long to change into a swimsuit. Ling Long wanted to refuse, but she was very curious. While hesitating, Qiu Xiang had already taken him to the dressing room next door. Qiu Xiang took out a brand new swimsuit and handed it to Ling Long. Miss Ling Long has such a good figure. This swimsuit should be suitable for you. Let me help you put it on. Ling Long reluctantly put on her swimsuit, and Qiu Xiang led her to the mirror. Miss Ling Long, you have a great figure. This swimsuit feels a bit like underwear. Almost all of them were designed by our grandfather. Your master is really a talented person. He has studied women very thoroughly. Chapter 86, Swimming Pool. In another world, Lin Mansion. Driven by curiosity, the Empress finally jumped into the heated swimming pool in her swimsuit. The moment she entered the water, she was instantly overwhelmed by an unprecedented excitement. The azure blue water in the pool was crystal clear, showing off her fair skin and beautiful figure to the fullest. Suddenly, the water in the surrounding pool surged violently, impacting her body and causing it to shake. The next moment, a head emerged from the water. Who is it? The Empress shouted coldly. Lin Yi shook his head, wiped the water off his face, and greeted with a smile. Miss Ling Long, it's me, don't be afraid. Mr. Lin? Why are you here too? Asked the Empress. Lin Yi asked in confusion. If I'm not here, who will teach you to swim? No one else can do it. But after all, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Aren't you wearing a swimsuit? Don't be shy. I can't see anything. The Empress was speechless. Isn't this just lying with open eyes? Everything that should be exposed has been exposed, and there is still nothing to see. However, the Empress was not an ordinary woman. After the initial nervousness, she relaxed. Mr. Lin, please teach me how to swim. No problem, just stand there and don't move. I'll swim over, Lin Yi said, and then he used the dog paddle technique to swim to the Empress's side. Next, Lin Yi demonstrated and taught, and the two of them also had some intimate contact. Finally, after half an hour, the Empress successfully learned the dog paddling technique from Dafa and could swim forward a few strokes. But the Empress also discovered the joy of swimming. After swimming for a while, although I was a little tired, I felt particularly refreshed in my heart and felt a lot more relaxed. Miss Ling Long, are you tired? Go upstairs and take a rest first. I'll make you a fruit salad. What is fruit salad? You'll know in a moment. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously, went ashore first, then took Ling Long's hand and pulled her out of the water. So white, so big. Lin Yi took a glance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You take a rest first. I'll be back soon. The Empress nodded and put on the snow-white bath towel handed to her by Lin Yi, covering up the beautiful scenery. After waiting for a while, Lin Yi came back with a fruit salad. Miss Ling Long, this is the fruit salad I personally researched for you. No one else has ever eaten it. Do you want to try it and see if it tastes good? Specially researched for me? What? You are the female official beside His Majesty, so I have to curry favor with you. Please take care of me if I have any problems in the future. Lin Yi said with a smile. That's all. The Empress picked up the spoon, tried to scoop a spoonful, and put it into her mouth. There was a slight coolness with a sweet and sour taste, which immediately stimulated the Empress's taste buds and made her eyes narrow. Is it delicious? Lin, he asked with a smile. Delicious. What's this white thing? This is the essence. You haven't answered my question yet. Lin, he looked at Ling Long, thought for a moment, and said, Actually, I have some admiration for Miss Ling Long. You are quite frank. Everyone loves beauty. Of course, I don't have any improper thoughts about you. I just want to be a good friend with you. Don't you want to keep me as your own? The Empress asked provocatively. Well, this might be very difficult. Just because I'm someone close to His Majesty? Of course. Isn't Rong also someone close to His Majesty? Rong is the imperial physician, and you are from the palace. What if your Majesty lets me leave the palace? Then come to me. I will support you for the rest of your life. Having said that, Lin Yi saw that Ling Long had some salad dressing on the corner of her mouth, so he stretched out his finger to wipe it off for her. Then he put his fingers into his mouth again. What do you think Her Majesty would do to you if she knew that you dared to tease her ladies-in-waiting? I'm not teasing you. I'm just helping you wipe the stuff off the corner of your mouth. And I made you delicious food and taught you how to swim. You don't think I'm trying to take advantage of you, do you? Do I have a good figure? The Empress suddenly lifted the bath towel. Lin Yi's eyes widened immediately. The headlights were so bright that they hurt his eyes. I will report to His Majesty when I return that you're trying to bribe me and have any improper thoughts about me. Then I will let His Majesty arrest you and bring you to the palace to be castrated as a eunuch, Ling Long said while eating fruit salad. Big sister, it's not that serious, is it? I didn't do anything to you. Besides, you ate my fruit salad. What else do you want? Do you want to be friends with Qin and Jean? I definitely don't have that idea, Miss Ling Long. You may have misunderstood. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is just a matter of one word for me. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood. It turned out that this little girl had gone through such a big circle and was waiting here. Miss Ling Long, please feel free to tell me what you need. I will definitely satisfy you as long as I can. Isn't this considered asking for a bribe? No, of course not. I did everything voluntarily. Ling Long finished her fruit salad, pointed at the swimming pool, and said, This swimming pool is nice. Puff. Lin Yi immediately burst out laughing and said, Miss Ling Long, this is very troublesome to build. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I can't do it. You were so confident just now, but now it's no longer possible. Seeing Lin Yi's bitter face, Ling Long couldn't help but smile. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I was just joking with you. I'll come to see you again when I want to swim in the future. This is not funny at all. You scare me to death. But I didn't see how scared you were. Your eyes were still staring at me. I'm admiring you. Isn't the way you look at me clear and clear? Ling Long stood up and walked towards the locker room, saying, I can't tell whether your eyes are clear or not, but I was very clear when you touched me in the water just now. Didn't I teach you how to swim? If you keep quibbling, I will really tell His Majesty. Okay. I admit that I have some thoughts about you. Just a little. A lot, okay? I am lustful. I like you, and I want to make you my woman. Go and tell His Majesty about it. Or I can ask His Majesty to give you to me as a reward. Who do you think you are? And you want His Majesty to give you her trusted female official. What? You don't believe it? Do you want to try it? If you can really do it, it's not a bad idea to let me serve you willingly. Are you serious? I, Ling Long, always keep my word. Well, just wait. I will definitely ask His Majesty to give you to me as a reward. I'll wait and see. But I have to remind you that you and Chun Rong are engaged. If you change your mind, how is that possible? I won't change my mind about Ronger. I'm going to marry both of you. You are so greedy, Ling Long said and walked into the locker room. Chapter 87 Wu Shuang, Fake Assassination. Lin Yi is really hardcore. Not long after, Ling Long changed her clothes and left the manor under the gaze of Lin Yi. Sitting in the carriage, an intriguing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Master, this Lin Yi is too bold. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Wu Shuang appeared beside the carriage like a ghost and asked for instructions. Forget it, he's just a little bit lustful, but he's not a bad person. As a man, I can understand that, the Empress said lightly. But he dared to disrespect your Majesty. You're the only one who saw it. If you don't tell me, who would know? Wu Shuang looked as if he had seen a ghost. I'm tired and need to rest for a while. Oh, by the way, personally deliver the secret decree I wrote earlier to Lin. I obey your command. As the carriage went further and further away, Wu Shuang's mood became more and more turbulent. Could it be that the master has taken a fancy to Lin Yi? This shouldn't be the case. Not long after, Wu Shuang appeared in the manor. At this time, Lin Yi was playing in the water with Qiu Xiang and the others. As a shadow guard, Lin Yu is naturally very alert. Even though Lin Yi went into the water and was bullying her, she still discovered the lurking Wu Shuang. Avoiding Lin Yi's clutches, Lin Yu walked into the locker room. The next moment, Wu Shuang also appeared in the locker room. TSK, you're so delicate and tender. No wonder that stinky man likes you so much. Wu Shuang teased while stroking Lin Yu's back. In the eyes of others, Wu Shuang is a legendary existence, a cold-blooded killer, and a shadow guard who is loyal to his master. Only in front of good sisters will she reveal her true nature and release a little of the suppressed mischievousness. Why are you here? Lin Yu tore off the veil on Wu Shuang's face, revealing a pretty face that was stunningly beautiful. No one would have thought that the commander-in-chief of the Shadow Guards would actually be such a delicate and beautiful young girl. I came to see if you're doing well. Wu Shuang stroked Lin Yu's face. Originally, I thought you were just following the master's orders, but now it seems that you are living a happy life. That stinky man still has some good points. Nonsense. You're always by the master's side, even when the master was swimming just now. Would you come back to see me alone? Lin Yu didn't believe it. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. Yes, I am here on orders. What is the master's will? It's not for you. Lin Yi. The master seems to treat Lin Yi a little differently. Wu Shuang said hesitantly. Lin Yu said calmly. I saw it a long time ago. What? Wu Shuang was surprised. Is there anything special about this man? What's so special about him? Don't you know? Lin Yu said, and then went to put on her clothes. I'll take them out later. He flirted with the master. Aren't you afraid that I will kill him? The master won't let you kill him. You know, if I kill him, the master won't blame me for anything. But you will never disobey the master's will. Let's go away, it's so annoying. Wu Shuang pouted and put on the face mask again. Lin Yu put on her clothes, walked to Wu Shuang, and kissed her forehead. Don't make yourself so tired all day. It's really good to relax properly. Bullshit. You're bullied by men all day long, and you're addicted to bullying. Wu Shuang curled his lips. After a while, Lin Yi was the only one left in the swimming pool. Wu Shuang suddenly held a long sword and stabbed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi saw the assassin, but he was not panicked. Suddenly, a few throwing knives appeared in his hand, and he threw them at Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was agile and extremely fast, and even though he was in midair, he still dodged the flying knife with ease. But it just surprised her. Is this man so afraid of death that he even takes so many throwing knives with him when taking a bath? Ding! The flying knife hit the long sword. At the same time, Lin Yi jumped out of the water and grabbed Wu Shuang's ankle. Oh no! Wu Shuang cried out inwardly, and the next second, he was dragged into the water. You little brat, you still want to sneak attack me? Look at me, the monkey, stealing peaches. Hey, where are the peaches? Court death. Lin Yi would not indulge her and continue to try to dig out the black tiger's heart, and this time he got it. But Wu Shuang was so angry that she was about to die. If her master hadn't stopped her from doing it, she would have definitely killed someone. Even so, she didn't intend to let Lin Yi off easily and kicked him. The kick was very powerful. If it had been hit hard, it would have broken the ribs. It can be seen how angry Wu Shuang was at this time. But the next moment, a recoil force forced her back, as if she had kicked on a hard rock. Hard Qigong? You've practiced it well. Wu Shuang could chop and stab with confidence this time. Only a series of tinkling sounds were heard, and Lin Yi was safe and sound, but a little frightened by the noise. Wu Shuang became angrier and more surprised as the fight went on. Is this still a human being? Who has developed such a strong ability? What? You don't want to chop anymore? It's my turn. Wait. Wu Shuang swept sideways and flew directly back to the shore. What are you waiting for? Didn't you come here to kill me? Why did you run away? What kind of kung fu is this? I've seen a lot of hard qigong, but definitely not like yours. Why should I tell you? Lin Yi, receive the order. Wu Shuang suddenly took out the secret order wrapped in yellow cloth. Fortunately, the secret decrees were kept in special bamboo tubes and would not be exposed to the rain, otherwise they would have been destroyed when they entered the water just now. Who are you? If you say so, then I will accept your order. Although Lin Yi said this, he still swam to the shore and got off. Anyway, the The Chilan armor is activated, so she can't do anything just by standing there and letting her chop you. So there's no need to worry at all. I'm the commander-in-chief of the Shadow Inner Guard, Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang introduced himself. This was what the Empress meant when she asked her to personally hand the secret decree to Lin Yi. What? You are Wu Shuang? Lin Yi shook his head and said, Impossible. Commander Wu Shuang is so powerful, but he is a legendary figure. It is impossible that he can't even beat me, right? Wu Shuang was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she also knew that this guy's kung fu had reached the highest level and his body was like a block of iron, so it would be impossible to teach him a lesson. Look for yourself. Wu Shuang threw the secret decree over unhappily. Is there any poison or dagger hidden in it? It's up to you to watch it or not, Wu Shuang said, and then left angrily. She swore that she never wanted to see this bastard again. Lin Yi continued to use the Kirin armor, because the Kirin armor not only has strong defensive capabilities, but is also able to prevent poison and fire. When I opened the secret decree, I saw that it was indeed the Empress' handwriting. Is she really unparalleled? It is really full and unparalleled. Chapter 88. 0 Yuan Purchase, Formation of the Divine Machine Camp. After the new year, Song Yao will be transferred. From now on, people from all walks of life will focus on Lanyan County and Lin Yi. The Empress's secret order was to instruct him to carry out drastic reforms and set an example. It's not that Lin Yi can't do it, but once he does it, he will become the target of public criticism. Because of his success, it is likely to cause huge losses to others. Even before they succeed, someone will come to sabotage or assassinate them directly. As long as Lin Yi dies, there will be nothing. However, the Empress also said in the secret decree that she would provide him with sufficient protection. As for the specific protective measures, the Empress did not say much. Lin Yi will not leave his own safety to others. Although he now has Kirin armor and time props, they are enough to ensure his own safety. But Qiu Xiang and the others didn't have that, and he didn't want to live in fear every day. So on the day before the Spring Festival, Lin Yi traveled to many places and arrived at a country where artillery fire was raging. Here, most pedestrians on the street carry guns, and the arms business is extremely booming. Lin Yi decided to find a place to deal with him. With the time props and the game warehouse he has, he can definitely do it without anyone noticing. Of course, the prerequisite is to find out where the goods are available. There are definitely some in military camps, and there are even people selling arms privately, but the quantity is not large. So Lin Yi spent money to find an arms dealer, and finally successfully found several sellers and went to see the goods. That night, except for one lucky seller, all the other sellers were robbed of their belongings. As for the lucky guy, he stayed behind on purpose because he had the least goods and Lin Yi didn't want to arouse absolute suspicion. After successfully obtaining the arms, Lin Yi went to the oil-producing countries and bought a set of oil extraction and processing equipment, as well as thermal power generation equipment for 0 yuan. As time accelerates, all of this is done without anyone noticing. Even with surveillance, they only captured a shadow and didn't know what it was. Lin Yi was restrained in the country, but became unscrupulous when he was abroad. Anything they liked was purchased at zero cost through accelerated time-saving methods, which caused tension in the local area for a time, and people even thought they had encountered some supernatural event. After returning home with a fruitful harvest, Lin Yi couldn't wait to go to the other world. He brought Yi Shaodai to the mining area, selected 200 professional hunters from the refugees, and then conducted shooting training. They were all hunters from their ancestors and were very accurate with the archery, and they were also quick to adapt to the long spear. In just 1 week, they all became good shooters. There are even a dozen of them who are very talented in sniping. In addition, their skills in setting traps, camouflage, and lurking are enough to make them special forces. Lin Yi assigned these 200 people to the Shinji Battalion, and the 10 snipers were assigned to a special sniper group for special training. In fact, Lin Yi didn't know how to train. He just copied a teaching video in the city and let them watch it themselves and then understand it. In fact, even if you cannot comprehend the true meaning of special forces, in this era, playing with guns is enough to put you ahead of many masters. Just imagine that a person can kill someone from 1,000 meters away. Even martial arts masters would be afraid. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to break a distance of 1,000 meters in a short time. Of course, if one is very strong, it is possible to sense uneasiness and danger in advance. With the help of nimble body movements, it is possible to dodge it. So Lin Yi equipped the snipers with 2 more warriors to protect and assist them, thus forming a sniper team. 2 warriors were responsible for observation and protection, and Lin Yi equipped them with a submachine gun, which increased their combat effectiveness dramatically. The sniper is mainly responsible for sniping the target. Now that we have the 1st Shinji Battalion, all that remains is to train more gunners. Lin Yi asked the Empress for permission to send another 20,000 refugees from the capital. In the future, Lin Yi will build many factories and will need all kinds of workers. These 50,000 refugees, plus the previous residents of Lanyan County, may not be enough. The Shinji camp eventually expanded to 1,000 people based on the previous 200 hunters. Of course, less than half of them have combat capability and need more training. In addition to this, Lin Yi also established an artillery battalion, and now his main task is to train them in the use of mortars, because this is the quickest and most convenient method, and it also has the advantage of being easy to transfer. This artillery battalion is Lin Yi's trump card. All personnel are trained deep in the mountains and are completely isolated from the outside world. But they have the best treatment, so these people are willing to work hard and obey Lin Yi's orders. As for the command of this artillery battalion, it was handed over to his confidant, Li Erniu. After these days of contact and testing, Li Erniu and Zhao Dashan gained Lin Yi's trust, so Lin Yi began to give them more responsibilities. As for Zhao Dashan, he is Lin Yi's nominal guard company commander. He not only commands a team of 30 soldiers from the Shinji Battalion, but can also mobilize the entire security team. He is responsible for the safety of Lin Yi, his family, and Lin Jiazhuang. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Time flies by. The year passed by unknowingly, leaving a deep impression on people and bringing new hope. As the temperature warmed up, the main buildings in Lin Jiazhuang were all completed, and the reform of Lanyan County officially began. The first thing Lin Yi did was to move. He moved his home in the county town to a manor outside the city. Naturally, the servants followed along and began to open up new vegetable gardens and build greenhouses on the manor. Of course, there is no need to raise poultry anymore, as they are all sent to professional farms. It's convenient to eat meat if you want to, since it's your own property anyway. The maids and servants were busy cleaning and tidying up the manor, while other construction teams were continuing work in other places, building other auxiliary buildings. The whole manor was full of vitality. The second thing, and the one that shocked people the most, was the demolition of the city wall. From now on, Lanyan County will be the only county in the world without city walls. By demolishing the city wall, he removed the restrictions and proved his strength. As for the third thing, it was also a great feat that shook the world, and that was the division of land. Lin Yi divided the land that the Empress had rewarded him with among his families, except for the 1,000 acres he had previously allocated. Not only the people of Lanyan County, but also the refugees. This move not only won the hearts of the people, but also shocked the gentlemen in the capital and even the Empress. In this era, land represents assets and ancestral heritage. No one understood why Lin Yi would divide up his property. Is he a fool? Obviously no one thinks so there must be something fishy going on. No one knows what tremendous changes will be brought to this land when the land is distributed to the people. Chapter 89, Continuous Reform, Great Changes in Lanyan. After implementing several measures in succession, Lin Yi clearly put forward the term worker for the first time. From now on, people who work in coal mines, have stable jobs in cement factories, brick factories, garment factories, glass factories, machinery factories, etc. are called workers. Workers can receive monthly wages from Lin Yi, who also provides free medical care. Moreover, workers can have 4 days off every month, which means 1 day off every week. This measure made all the workers loyal to Lin Yi, and they even worshipped him as Buddha. As for the farmers, as long as they work hard on the farm, Lin Yi will charge them very little rent, and he will buy the rest of the grain at market price. Medical care is also free for them. In order to smoothly implement free medical care, Lin Yi also invited Chunda's apprentice to take charge in person. Although the Empress was curious about Lin Yi's policies, she waited and saw what would happen. So he secretly instructed Chunda to help Lin Yi to hold the scene. After all, they would be considered a family in the future, so it was normal to provide help. In this way, Chunda became the honorary dean of Lanyan County People's Hospital. Sometimes I come to see the doctor for consultation. Whenever the old man saw patients, he would be attracted to people from nearby counties and cities to see the doctor, and he was almost exhausted. As a last resort, Lin, he had to come up with the registration system again. Mr. China only looks at 20 numbers a day at most. He can't bear to look at more than that. He is already 60 years old. Other old men would just enjoy themselves and wait for death. For him, his father-in-law ignited his last rays of light. Fortunately, the old man usually pays attention to health preservation and takes a lot of tonic medicine, so he is still in good health. Otherwise, Ronger would probably come running and cry for her father. The city walls were demolished. Land was distributed. A people's hospital was built, free medical care was implemented, and a wage and vacation system was implemented for workers. Each one is shocking, and each facility makes the hearts of the people gather more closely around Lin Yi. But his reforms were not over yet. On a sunny morning, Longhua First Royal Bank officially opened for business. It is different from traditional money houses and has a complete system. Whether it is lending or storage, there are no loopholes to be found. Saving money and earning interest is the first thing in the world. Of course, ordinary people nowadays don't have much money, so the Royal Bank's first task is not to collect and store money, but to lend and print money. Lin Yi asked Su Yun to design a set of banknotes for him, and of course he explained to her that it was just for fun. Afterwards, Lin Yi directly used a printing press to print a set of exquisite banknotes. At this stage, there is no need for special banknote printing equipment and anti-counterfeiting measures, unless someone invented the printing press. As for items like paper, ink, etc., they were all brought back by Lin Yi from the city, so they couldn't imitate them even if they wanted to. In the first month after the new year, Lin Yi received his salary in paper money. In order to make the workers have confidence in the banknotes, Lin Yi performed another miracle from the sky at the right time. Arranged the thermal power generation equipment directly in place. The remaining major measure, of course, is to provide electricity to the entire city. Originally, Lin Yi's status in the hearts of the people was already close to that of Buddha, and this time a miracle happened again, so people accepted the banknotes issued by Lin Yi very smoothly. When people used paper money for the first time to buy food at the newly opened Lin's grain store, they went crazy. The light paper in my hand was suddenly given value. In order to cooperate with the issuance of paper money, all transactions in the county must be conducted using paper money from now on. Those who do not have banknotes and wages can exchange gold and silver at the bank. Of course, nowadays Lin's grain store has the largest circulation, because now is the time of shortage of food, and what people want most is food. There was a long queue at Lin's grain store from the day it opened. There is no limit on the supply to residents of this county. Of course, the previous Work for Relief program was canceled. Lin Yi no longer provides food for everyone for free. They all have salaries. 1 month's salary is enough for them to eat their fill and even have some leftover. However, Lin Yi still provides food and accommodation for the Shinji Battalion, the security team, etc., and also provides salary benefits. The business in the county town was obviously getting better. Lin Yi also issued some measures to encourage traveling merchants. Not only did the residents of the county start doing small businesses, but even people from nearby counties and prefectures began to move to Lanyan County. Some people came to sell goods, and some came to buy goods. In a short period of time, the situation here became very good. Of course, in order to ensure the smooth implementation of all these measures and the safety of the environment, the deterrence of the security team and the Shinjin camp is indispensable. So far, more than a dozen waves of saboteurs and assassinations have been killed by the security team and the Shinji Battalion. Lin Yi was assassinated as many as 10 times, but each time, the Shinjin detected it in advance and resolved the crisis in advance. After receiving Special Forces training, these hunters really gave Lin Yi a surprise. Of course, they're still a long way from being real Special Forces. This is also what Lin Yi is most looking forward to. After the banknotes were successfully issued, the power plant also successfully generated electricity, and Lin Mansion Manor became the first beneficiary. However, the whole city is out of power, so it is not a good idea now. Lin Yi plans to wait until the renovation of the county town is completed. Otherwise, the line will have to be modified again, which will increase the workload. Next, what Lin Yi has to do is to build a road. If you want to be rich, build roads first. Lin Yi separated a road construction team from a construction team, which was specifically responsible for building bridges and roads. The paved road is a cement road. However, the current cement plant still has low production. In the end, Lin Yi had no choice but to buy a set of equipment to increase the production. Lin Yi moved these polluting factories to the downwind side of the coal mine, and there were hills blocking the way. It will not affect the air environment of the manor. Otherwise, you will only cause trouble for yourself. While building the road, Lin Yi set aside an area between the county town and the manor to build a leisure area. The plan includes cinemas, bathhouses, basketball courts, football fields, snack bars, clothing stores, and of course men's favorite brothels, etc. With red bricks provided by the brick factory and cement provided by the cement factory, these buildings were built very quickly. The situation changes almost every day, and everyone is shocked by the great changes in Lanyan County. Just when Lin Yi was carrying out reforms and building projects, Her Majesty the Empress came again on a secret visit. Before this, she had received news that many ministers in the capital had come to watch secretly. She had only seen it in the memorials, and this was the first time Lin Yi came here after taking over Lanyan County. Your Majesty, Lanyan County is ahead, Rui said while sitting next to the carriage. The Empress lifted the curtain, looked outside, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. Chapter 90. The Empress's Private Visit. Welcome to Lanyan County. What comes into view is a tall stone tablet with these 6 big characters engraved on it. On the other side, there's a colorful font made of neon lights. It cannot be seen at this time, and you can only see its dazzling brilliance at night. What surprised the Empress was not the fonts or the stone tablet, but the wide and straight cement road extending towards Lanyan County. The entire cement road is 10 meters wide, which is simply shocking in long country where there are no cars. Too wide, too flat, too straight. Workers are now carrying out greening on both sides of the road. Some are planting trees, and some are planting flowers. In the farmlands beside the road, you can sometimes see farmers busy at work. The carriage was running on the cement road, without the previous bumps, allowing the Empress to personally feel the tremendous changes in Lanyan County. Wu Shuang, the Empress called softly from inside the carriage. Then a shadow flew over from somewhere and said, Master, what can I do for you? Is this the cement road? Yes, this is the cement road invented by Lin Yi. There are many roads like this in Lanyan County. It is very convenient for people to travel, and the road is not muddy even when it rains. Wu Shuang said, Has the entire Lanyan County been paved? It is said that Lin Yi plans to pave every main street in Lanyan County with cement. Moreover, this kind of road is very easy to build. After drying in the sun for a day or two, it will be as hard as stone. Is cement also made by Lin Yi? Yes, Master. They have built a cement factory with thousands of workers. The workers are paid every month and can take 1 day off every 7 days, which is a paid vacation every week. The Empress nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In fact, we have already seen these contents in the memorials, such as the new term, paid vacation, monthly salary, cement factory, etc. She just couldn't connect the contents of the memorial with reality. At this moment, her heart was filled with shock. Such a small county town has undergone such great changes in such a short period of time. If we give him 10 or 8 years, who knows what will happen? The carriage continued to move forward, and the bustling scene of the county town once again attracted the Empress. Rui, please stop the carriage for a while. Let's go down and take a walk. Yes, Your Majesty. Call me Miss when you get off the bus. I've made note of this. The carriage stopped to one side. At this time, a patrolling Yamen officer came over and said in a friendly manner, Hello, you can't park here. You have to park in the special parking lot in front. What is a dedicated parking lot? Is this your first time in Lanyan County? The parking lot is a place for parking vehicles, and it's free. But if you need to feed the horses or repair or modify the carriage, you will need to pay relevant fees. Can a parking lot be converted into a carriage? The Empress asked curiously. That's right. Our modification workshop is very popular right now. The modified carriages are both luxurious and comfortable. If you need it, I can give you a back door. You only need to pay a small fee and you don't have to wait in line. Bull, Rui was about to scold. The Empress waved her hand and said, Okay, take us there. I want to see how comfortable your modified carriage is. Miss, please follow us. The bailiff said with a smile. They're the most confident about the level of modification of the carriage, because more than a dozen cars have been modified these days, and there are no complaints about them. The bailiff asked the others to continue patrolling, while he took the Empress's carriage to the parking lot. The parking lot is ample and not too far from the main street. There are already quite a few carriages parked inside. Miss, our parking lot is very safe. When distinguished guests come to our Lanyan County, the carriages are parked here and we are responsible for taking care of them, feeding the horses, and repairing them. Parking is free, and there will be some reasonable fees for the rest, so you don't have to worry about that. The Empress nodded and looked around. As expected, the horses here were all fed by dedicated people. A row of open sheds were built against the south wall, and carriages were being modified inside. The bailiff received the bribe and took the Empress's carriage to the innermost reforming room. He said a few words to the person inside, and that person let the Empress's carriage in. "What does this mean?" the Empress asked when she saw some things that looked like words in front of the shed. "This is called VIP, and it's a special service for distinguished guests. You can put forward your requirements for the transformation, and we will try our best to meet your needs. I heard that Master Lin from Lanyan County has a carriage that even bows and arrows cannot penetrate. Can you help me transform it into something like that?" "No problem, but this kind of transformation will take some time. You may have to stay in Lanyan County for 2 more days." "It's okay. I have plenty of time." After parking the carriage in the parking lot, the Empress strolled down the street. Here, she felt the atmosphere was even more lively than in the capital. It has to be said that she was very satisfied with Lin Yi's achievements. And when I saw the people on the street, their mental outlook was different. Each one is full of hope for life, instead of the lifeless look I saw a few months ago. This scene greatly cheered up the Empress, and her bad mood of the past few days also improved significantly. After all, not every place is Lanyan County, and not every place is a person named Lin Yi. Most of the small vendors selling candied haws, sweet biscuits, and wontons are locals. The Empress even saw merchants from other countries. They wore furs and had dreadlocks. Of course, the Empress didn't know the term dreadlocks. "Are these the Hu people from the western regions?" asked the Empress. "Miss, I'll go ask around." Rui walked towards the little braid, and soon came back quickly, saying, "Miss, these are not the Hu people from the western regions. They're said to be from a Yuezhi kingdom further west, which is very far away from our dragon kingdom." "Yuezhi kingdom? How did they get here?" "I just asked their guide, and he said that they were introduced by a merchant from the Chu state in the west. It spread so far in just a few months." The Empress had a new understanding of Lin Yi's abilities. Strolling out of the main urban area and walking eastward, you will reach Linjiazhuang and Linfa Manor. The Empress thought that there wouldn't be so many people once she left the city. But what she never expected was that there were even more people outside the city, and it was almost shoulder to shoulder with people coming in an endless stream. Especially on the football field not far away, it was extremely lively, with cheers and cheers coming from time to time. "Rui, what are you going to do over there?" the Empress said as she walked. Rui also ran over, waited for a while, and then ran back and reported, "Miss, there's a football game over there. People can not only watch, but also bet, so there are a lot of people watching. Place a bet." The Empress walked over and took a look. She saw 20 people in different costumes fighting fiercely on the green field. There was a person guarding each goal, prevent the opponent from kicking the ball in. The Empress watched for a while and found it very interesting. She even wanted to go down and kick it a few times. I really don't know what's wrong with Lin Yi's brain. He can come up with such weird things. Chapter 91. Visiting the Lin residence, chatting while traveling. "Miss, look, there's a Yipentang here too. Wow, what a big glass door." Rui exclaimed in amazement as she looked at the newly built hot pot restaurant. This was the first time she had ever seen such a large glass door. After walking through the green field and basketball court, the Empress and her entourage arrived at the food city. The first store I saw was Yiping Gua, which is famous in Beijing. Different from the shops in Beijing, all the shops here use large floor-to-ceiling windows and transparent glass, which are eye-catching. This Lin Yi, he used such good glass in a hot pot restaurant. The Empress smiled helplessly. "Miss, look at these shops. They all seem to have glass doors and large glass windows. Isn't this too luxurious?" "Master, this is the food city created by Lin Yi. It is said that after the opening, thousands of different kinds of food will be introduced." "Thousands? Is that true? I heard it from Au as well." Wu Shuang said behind him. "Let's go and take a look at the Lin mansion." "Master, let's go a little later." "What's wrong?" The Empress frowned slightly. "That Lin Yi is with his concubine. Let's go now." After the Empress said this, she actually walked quickly towards the Lin mansion. Rui and Wu Shuang looked at each other, then quickly chased after the Empress. Soon the Empress appeared at the gate of the Lin mansion, while Wu Shuang quietly hid his whereabouts. Looking at the simple and plain gate of the Lin mansion, the Empress's expression improved a little. This Lin, he finally has some sense of propriety. "Who are you?" "This is a private residence. Visitors are not allowed." A boy of 8 or 9 years old stood at the door and said in his childish voice, Sanhwa. Rui recognized the boy. It was her younger brother, Jiao Sanhwa. Jiao Sanhwa was not very familiar with this older sister. He had only met her once or twice last time, so he didn't recognize her just now. Big sister, it's me. Are you a doorman now? Rui asked. No, the master didn't assign me any work, but I didn't want to be idle, so I took the initiative to stand guard at the door. Jiao Sanhwa said, Sister, wait a moment, I'll go tell my sister. Before he could finish his words, Sanwazi turned around and ran away. It seems that your younger brother is a little unfamiliar with you, said the Empress. When I left home, he didn't remember much. Rui said sadly, It will get better. After all, blood is thicker than water. Thank you, miss. The Empress waved her hand, and at this time, Jiao Xiaochan followed Jiao Sanhwa to the gate. Big sister, compared to the third child, Jiao Xiaochan has a much deeper relationship with her big sister Rui. Xiaochan. The two sisters hugged each other. They didn't dare to keep His Majesty waiting for too long, so they said quickly, This is Miss Linglong who is with His Majesty. She is here to visit Mr. Lin. You should go and report to her immediately. The master already knows. Let my sister and Miss Linglong go to the living room and sit for a while. Okay, lead the way. Sister, Miss Linglong, please come this way. Jiao Xiaochan led the two of them into the gate. What comes into view is also a rockery. The rockery is lifelike, with a stream flowing. There's also a small pavilion carved on the rockery, with people resting in the pavilion, which is lifelike. There are many fiery red and golden koi in the pond in front of the rockery, which is pleasing to the eye. There are two roads on both sides of the rockery. The left side is a gravel road, and the right side is a marble slab as smooth as a mirror. It is washed clean and can be used as a mirror. Jiao Xiaochan led the two of them along the gravel road on the left, along a path of flowers and plants, and after several twists and turns they arrived in front of the main building. In front of the main building is a spacious small square, half of which is covered with green lawns, and the other half is a basketball court. There are football goal frames at both ends of the lawn, which are obviously used for home entertainment. There are also swings and pavilions on the side. The basketball court is made of special materials. Lin usually plays basketball with his subordinates to exercise. The sunny side of the main building has large windows and glass doors, which is very shocking to look at. This unique construction style gave the Empress a completely different feeling. Sister, Miss Linglong, please sit down first. The master will be here soon. Jiao Xiaochan led the two to the living room, placed fruit plates and drinks for them, and prepared to leave. At this time, the Empress said, Rui, you haven't seen your family for a long time. Go down and talk to them. Miss, I'd better stay with you. No need, go ahead. Thank you, Mississippi. Rui agreed and left the living room with Jiao Xiaochan. The Empress didn't hesitate to pick up the snacks and tasted them, then drank some Coke, which tasted quite good. Then she started walking around the living room. Mirror-like floor tiles, a crystal chandelier hanging overhead, snow-white walls, a row of soft sofas, and a large LCD TV. There was a lounge chair by the window, and a big monkey was sitting on it, peeling an orange and eating it while rocking back and forth. A pair of wise eyes looked at the Empress from time to time. At the big monkey's feet, there were two big black dogs lying down, basking in the sun. The Empress knew that Lin, he had a big monkey whose strength was comparable to that of a first-class master, but this was the first time she had seen it. However, the great sage showed no hostility and just glanced at him casually. This was what Lin he had reminded in advance. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to enter this living room. After turning around, the Empress sat down on the sofa. Her body suddenly sank down, and then the big TV in the living room suddenly turned on. An Enlightenment movie was playing inside. The harsh sound and stimulating scenes made the Empress sweat anxiously, but she couldn't turn it off. At this moment, the great sage suddenly patted his chest and laughed. The Empress angrily threw the remote control at the Monkey King, who caught it and made the sound even louder. You monkey, get rid of that quickly, the Empress said in shame and anger. If Linny saw this, what would he think of her? Miss Linglong, do you like watching this? Just then, Linny walked out in pajamas with a lazy look on his face. Did you do this on purpose? The Empress was a little angry and embarrassed. Didn't you open it yourself? How could I do it on purpose? Lin, he said innocently. I just sat there for a while and accidentally he sat on. It's okay. I don't blame you. Lin teased Linglong for a while, and when he saw that she was getting anxious, he turned off the TV. What the hell is this thing? Why is there someone inside? And why is there a sound? This is TV. Everything in it is fake. Is this how you watch Journey to the West? You also know Journey to the West. Although I have lived in the palace for a long time, Your Majesty is well informed. Your Majesty knows everything new that has appeared here. That's right. Lin asked the Empress to sit down and said, Miss Linglong, do you have any purpose for leaving the palace this time? Or, I am here to visit Lanyan County in compliance with His Majesty's order. Have you seen everything outside? What do you think? I'm a little hot. Let's go swimming and talk while we swim. The Empress took the initiative. That's exactly what I meant. I prepared a new swimsuit for you. Try it on and see if it fits you. Chapter 92, Lingyang Chaos. Song Yao disappears. The water in the constant temperature swimming pool is crystal clear. The Empress was swimming happily, like a snow-white mermaid. Even though she started with the doggy paddling, the Empress's swimming style was very graceful. Does a beautiful woman look beautiful no matter what she does? And this was only her second time swimming. How come she swam so well? Lin was very curious about this question, so he swam over and asked, Miss Linglong, how come you can swim so well all of a sudden? Your Majesty also built a swimming pool in the palace, and I often practiced with him and learned how to swim. Your Majesty has also built a swimming pool. Yes, I think swimming can relieve stress, so I suggested it after I went back. I didn't expect that His Majesty would actually agree. Now His Majesty also likes swimming very much. Linglong said, That's great. We could go swimming together if we have the chance, or even have a swimming competition. What? It's not enough for you to touch me, but you dare to covet His Majesty? Do you want to die? No, absolutely not. How dare I be disrespectful to Your Majesty? Don't quibble. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Then tell me what kind of person I am. Lin asked as he admired the beautiful underwater scenery unscrupulously. Linglong rolled her eyes and said, Pervert, dirty, insightful. Lin laughed and gave Linglong a thumbs up. Very accurate summary. I've already started to be vulgar. Hey, let me tell you something serious. What's up? Your Majesty has agreed to let me leave the palace in a few years. Are you really willing to take me in then? Of course. Don't worry. As long as you like, you can live here for the rest of your life. I will support you. What if I asked you to choose between me and Rome? Lin shook his head and said, I don't choose. I want both of you. You can only choose one. Linglong, let me tell you a truth. Lin suddenly hugged her willow-like waist. A strong man never makes a choice. Lin said with great confidence. If you didn't move your hands when you said that, I might have believed it. Hand movements are like heartbeats. Linglong smiled, suddenly pushed Lin away, and swam away. Come and catch me. If you catch up with me, I will admit that you are a strong man. Next, two figures chased each other quickly in the swimming pool. However, Lin was always a little bit short. This is only possible because of the backing of his inner strength. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. After playing for more than an hour, the two went ashore. Lin was so tired that he lay down on the chair and didn't want to move. The main reason was that he had already spent a lot of energy before Linglong came. Can you tell me more about your bank? Is this something Your Majesty asked me to ask? Yes. Your Majesty is very interested. Can you? No. Without waiting for Linglong to finish, Lin directly denied it. You know what I'm going to ask? So just say no. Linglong frowned. Do you still need to ask? Lin lazily ate the fruit in the fruit plate and said, Your Majesty must want to open banks all over the country and issue banknotes, right? Paper money is easy to carry and circulate. Merchants must be very supportive of it, right? In manhwa, the majority are landlords and bureaucrats. The fundamental reason why Lanyan County can implement it is that the landlords have been eradicated here, and people trust me. The most important thing for a bank is its reputation. Lin talked a lot of nonsense. Although the Empress didn't understand what he said, she understood the main point. It's not that the bank cannot expand nationwide. It's just that the timing is not right now. With Lin Yi's words, she felt relieved. It's just a matter of waiting another 2 years. For the next 2 days, Linglong lived in the Lin Mansion. The various convenient living facilities made the Empress not want to leave. During these 2 days, Lin took her to inspect the many changes in Lanyan County, the most important of which was the construction of a school. In Lanyan County schools, most children are refugees and ordinary people. As long as they are trained to become talents, the big chess game of manhwa will be activated. Linglong was very satisfied with Lin Yi's execution ability. If Lin Yi had not refused repeatedly, she really wanted to bring Lin Yi to the court. It is such a pity that such a talent does not become an official. However, even if Lin Yi did not agree, Linglong also planned to give him a tutor later. With the abilities and talents that Lin Yi has shown, he is more than qualified to be her Linglong's tutor. Of course, this matter needs to be planned slowly. In addition to the inspection, Lin Yi also took Linglong to taste the food in the food city, but the number of delicacies was not that large at the moment. With an all-in-one package of eating, drinking, and having fun, including playing football, swimming, watching a movie, and having a SPA, Linglong was having a great time. This is the kind of life that is enjoyable. But as the king of a country, Linglong is destined to only be able to take a break from his busy schedule. The ordinary and happy days pass quickly, but as expected, accidents happened. That day, Lin Yi was accompanying Linglong to watch Justice Bao when Wu Shuang suddenly appeared in the room, scaring Lin Yi. He thought another assassin had come in. Lady Linglong, there is urgent military information in the palace. His Majesty orders you to return to the palace as soon as possible. Wu Shuang said this very awkwardly. The person standing in front of you is clearly His Majesty, but you insist on making him look like someone else. On the other hand, the Empress still enjoys it. Okay, I'll go back now. Linglong was not panicked. She stood up and said goodbye to Lin Yi, and then left the Lin mansion with a farewell of Lin Yi and others. On the way back to the capital, the remodeled carriage was indeed much more comfortable, and the interior was also decorated, which was indeed very nice. But at this moment, Linglong was in no mood to pay attention to this. Wu Shuang, tell me the situation. Shadow rushed to report from 800 miles away that a rebellion had occurred in Lingyang. The local garrison, along with the civilians, broke into the prefectural government office and killed many people. What is Song Yao doing? Where are the others? Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately shouted angrily. Lord Song is currently missing, and a shadow has also disappeared. It is very likely that he was with Lord Song, but they just lost contact. The Empress took a deep breath and said solemnly, logically speaking, Song Yao still does things in an orderly manner. How could such a big mess happen? Even the garrison troops rebelled. Master, I think there must be someone behind the garrison. Send someone to investigate immediately. Also, transfer 10,000 men each from the Jinan army and Pingxi army to Lingyang to quell the rebellion. As you wish. At the same time, Yuan Fei, who had been elusive, suddenly returned to the Lin mansion. Yuan Fei, why are you back at this time? Is everything going well with Lord Song? Master, something happened in Lingyang. What happened? The local garrison rebelled. They broke into the prefectural government office and killed many officials. Where's Song Yao? Lord Song's whereabouts are currently unknown. He should still be alive. Damn, this matter is getting a bit out of hand. With old Song's ability, this shouldn't happen. Lin Yi fell in a deep thought for a moment. Chapter 93. The former prince shows up, unlocking the game store. Lanyan County, Lin Mansion. In the study, Lin Yi paced around the room with his hands behind his back, thinking about the strangeness of this matter. The entire Dragon Kingdom was conquered by the Empress. Logically speaking, the garrison troops should be the least likely to rebel, because they share the same honor and disgrace with the Empress. Unless they were troops from the previous dynasty who surrendered halfway or did not get the honor they wanted after the founding of the country, they developed a rebellious heart. In addition, the Dragon Kingdom has suffered from famine for years, and there have been rumors among the people that this is a punishment for the Empress. She is not worthy of being the emperor at all. So God sent down natural disasters one after another, and whoever followed the Empress would be unlucky. Similar rumors can occasionally be heard in the capital, let alone in those places where the emperor is far away. Lingyang is a prefecture under the jurisdiction of Yinzhou, the southernmost of the 9 provinces of Manhwa. It is remotely located adjacent to the southwestern border, and borders both Nanyue and Shichu. The Empress sent Song Yao here because she wanted to rely on land policies to win the hearts of the people there. Unexpectedly, this matter backfired. Not only did the people's hearts fail to win over, but rebellion was actually triggered. Master, I heard some rumors in Lingyang. Seeing Lin, he finally stopped pacing and sat back in his chair. Yuan Fei spoke. What rumors? Lin Yi looked up and asked. I heard that the prince of the previous dynasty once appeared in Lingyang. The locals seem to be nostalgic for the previous dynasty. There are many bandits in the mountains who are the remnants of the previous dynasty. There are natural disasters all over Longwa now, and there are many rumors that are unfavorable to the Empress. The former crown prince. Lin Yi nodded. It seems that this is the problem. Yuan Fei, you've worked hard these days. Go down and have a rest first. We may have to go to Lingyang, and I'll need you to lead the way then. Master, you are too kind. This is my duty. Go. Lin Yi patted Sarutobi's shoulder, then took out a candied hawes and handed it to him. Thank you, master. Yuan Fei accepted it happily. The servants of the Lin family loved the delicious food that Lin Yi rewarded them with from time to time. This represents the owner's appreciation and recognition of you. After Yuan Fei went down, Lin Yi stood at the door and shouted, "Great sage!" Immediately afterwards, the big monkey ran over quickly with a golden cudgel in his arms. Lin Yi stroked the monkey's head, gave it a big peach, and said, "Go to the mountain and call the Ernie." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The great sage patted his chest and nodded. Then he whistled and saw Dahe and Ariai coming out from somewhere. Then a monkey and 2 dogs ran into the mountains. As for whether to go to Lingyang, Lin Yi has not decided yet. If we talk about friendship, Lin Yi should go. Now that Song Yao is in trouble, as a good friend and brother, Lin Yi cannot just ignore it. Besides, Old Song is a pretty good person. Lin Yi's ability to settle down in Lanyan County and develop to where he is now is inseparable from his great help. But Lingyang's current situation is too dangerous. As a person who values his life, is there any need for him to take the risk? Although Song Yao's whereabouts are unknown, no news is good news. He is protected by people sent by the Empress, so he should be fine. He is probably hiding in a safe place now. Linglong's hasty departure before showed that the Empress also knew about this matter and would definitely send troops to quell the rebellion. As long as Song Yao can survive this period of time, the danger will naturally be resolved after the army puts down the rebellion. However, this period of time may be very difficult to endure, and we may even be found by the rebels. Master, Lord Song has sent someone. Just then, Lin Au hurried in from outside. Which Lord Song? Lin Yi was stunned. Song Yao, quick, bring the person here. Soon a ragged man, looking like a beggar, staggered in. Master Lin, please save our master, the man said as he knelt down to Lin Yi. Lin Yi recognized him. This was Song Yao's trusted subordinate, who was also brought from his hometown. Like the old servant, he was Song Yao's most trusted person. Get up and talk. What's going on? Master Lin, this is a letter from our master. You will understand after you read it. The man took out a letter from his arms and then fainted. Master, he's fine. He just reached his limit and fainted from exhaustion. Lin Au checked and said, take the man down to rest. After Lin Yi gave his instructions, he took the letter back to the study. After a while, Lin Yi finished reading the letter, and his previous hesitation turned into determination. This is Song Yao's letter for help, and it is also a treasure. According to the letter, he discovered the treasure house of the previous prince and originally wanted to lead troops to retrieve it to replenish the national treasury. Unexpectedly, the news leaked, leading to this unprepared rebellion. In an emergency, Song Yao sent his confidant to deliver a letter to Lin Yi, hoping that he could rescue him. In his words, as long as Lin Yi could give him a hand, the treasure house of the former prince would be given to Lin Yi. But Lin Yi felt that this matter would not be that simple. Is it so easy to take the treasure house of the former prince? After taking it, will I get into trouble? What's more, the Empress's shadow is everywhere, and the shadow must know what Song Yao has found out. Will the Empress give the treasure house to others? In fact, the treasure house was only a very small reason why Lin Yi wanted to go to Lingyang. He was just bored and wanted to go there to find some excitement. If you enjoy it for too long, sometimes it will become boring and you have to excite yourself again. And this kind of highly challenging thing is obviously the best choice. What's more, he now possesses the super combat power of the Shenjing, and his own safety is guaranteed. So what is there to be afraid of? After making the decision, the first thing Lin Yi did was to spend another 20 million yuan to upgrade his nameless internal energy to the 5th level. Ding! Spend over 200 million to unlock the game store. With the advancement of the nameless internal skill, Lin Yi's internal strength suddenly became much stronger. He felt more energetic, and his body was filled with vitality. It was as if I'd suddenly become younger, my mind was clear, and my body had returned to the state of being in my 20s. Before he could fully enjoy the refreshing feeling, a reminder sounded in his mind, which made Lin Yi feel pleasantly surprised. The game store is unlocked? It won't be so troublesome to buy any equipment from now on. The game mall is a virtual interface that will appear in front of Lin Yi as long as he calls it. Of course, only he can see this interface. Open them all. The layout is the same as in the game, a bit similar to the pages of Taobao and JD.com, and various goods are divided into different categories. There's also a search function. Lin tried to search for weapons, ranging from ancient cold weapons to modern hot weapons. However, the hot weapons were limited to guns and ammunition, and there were no cannons. Obviously, this shopping mall still has potential to be developed. Then he looked at each category. The variety of goods on the shelves was quite complete, but the goods in each category were limited. Strictly speaking, Lin did not have enough authority, and many products were not unlocked and could not be purchased. Those who can buy it are unable to do so due to lack of funds. Lin thought that his money had been eaten up. After checking the funds column, he realized that the goods in the game mall required game coins to purchase. The cash he had previously deposited needs to be exchanged for game coins before it can be used. Chapter 94. Prepare to support a new empress. Items in the game store require game coins to purchase. The exchange rate between cash and game coins is 1 to 10. That is, $1 in cash can be exchanged for 10 game coins. The rules for paying for games are the same as before. This is good news for Lin, because the goods in the mall can be materialized in reality, the money appreciates, and you can buy more things. With the same dollar, you might only be able to buy 2 or 3 pieces of candy in real life. But in the game mall, you could spend 10 yuan and buy 20 or 30 pieces of the same candy. If he wanted, he could even treat the game mall as a wholesaler and sell in the city, making a lot of profit. Of course, for a person who has a calm mindset, he is too lazy to earn this money. He doesn't have any high aspirations. He just wants a comfortable house to live in and a car to shelter him from the wind and rain and provide convenience. He has never thought about showing off in front of others or showing off. At his age, he just needs to enjoy life and have a peaceful mindset. Lin has no interest in that kind of meaningless social interaction. He maintained relationships with drugstore managers, such as Yang Xiaowei, in order to sell medicinal materials and earn some pocket money. Now, he would provide them with a batch of medicinal materials every once in a while and make $1 million or $800,000, which was really cool. With the resources of the Chun family from another world, it is particularly convenient to obtain medicinal materials. This is a long-term way to make money. As for the rest, I don't want to think about it. Lin studied the game mall and found that as long as the amount of consumption increased, the privileges would be improved and more goods could be purchased. So he planned to recharge some money and upgrade his authority. By then, if we build a large supermarket in Lanyan County, it will be much easier to distribute goods. Of course, he only sells things that others don't have and won't compete with other small vendors for business. Those small vendors are the lifeblood of a city, and it was he who managed to keep them alive with great difficulty. Naturally, we will not kill it just for a little benefit. When recharging, it was prompted that in addition to cash, items could also be converted, especially gold, silver, and jewelry from other worlds, or some cultural relics and antiques, all have good conversion value. Isn't this another way to make money in disguise? Exchange food for antiques, then use the antiques to exchange for game coins, and go to the game mall to buy goods. This is a perfect business chain with great profits. But before Lin could do anything, the Monkey King returned from the mountains with Li Erniu. Master, you called me? Now Zhao Dashan, Li Erniu, Yuan Fei, and others are all considered Lin Yi's confidants, and they also changed their address to Master. The servants and maids in the house were accustomed to calling Lin Master. Erniu, how is the artillery battalion's training going? Report to the Master. The recent training has been completed, and our actual combat capability has been greatly improved. Now everyone is very confident that even if a force of 10,000 people comes, we can defeat them. Li Erniu said with a big grin. Don't brag. You'll fail me in real combat. Please rest assured, Patriarch. If we fail to deliver, Erniu will be punished by you. Okay, go back and get ready. I'll take you to practice combat tonight. Yes. Li Erniu did not ask any more questions. He just followed orders. This is the same as Zhao Dashan. He is not the kind of smart person, but he makes people feel at ease. Maybe they're just wise in disguise. Next, Lin began to arrange matters at home. Qiu Xiang is in charge of the housekeeping, while Yi Xiaodai is in charge of commanding the Xinjiang and the security team, and is responsible for the safety of Lanyan County. Lin Ayu is good at martial arts, so naturally she follows Lin Yi out. As for Princess Langyue of Yin State, also known as Hunyo by Lin Yi, she will inevitably be bombarded a few more times. This little girl is now the best at pleasing men, which may be related to her experience in brothels. She is considered the most resourceful among the women. If he hadn't known that she had other intentions, Lin Yi would probably have become her slave. After a busy period, everything was arranged and Lin Yi called Lang Yu over. As the weather gradually warms up, Lang Yu has already put on a thinner long skirt. The mature figure exudes mature charm. In addition to her identity as a princess of the state of Yin, she has a noble temperament and is elegant and graceful. However, once in front of Lin Yi, she would instantly become charming and obedient. These two completely different temperaments appeared on Lang Yue at the same time, giving Lin Yi a great sensory stimulation. "Unyo, let me bathe." Lin Yi gave the order. Although Lang Yu was dissatisfied with the name, she no longer dared to protest. At most, she cursed Lin Yi in her heart. "If you dare to show any dissatisfaction, you won't be able to eat today and may even be severely punished." "Master, are you going out?" "In the bathroom," Lang Yu asked while rubbing Lin Yi's back. "Don't waste your time. I'll lock you in a secret room after I leave." Lin Yi sneered. Lang Yu suddenly revealed a trace of sadness. "I've already been so obedient. What else do you want from me? Ever since you sent someone to assassinate me, our grudge has been irreconcilable. Unless one day, I no longer blame you." "Lin," he said, "you knew that a long time ago. Why do you want to assassinate me? I don't seem to have any grudge against you." It was not until today that Lin Yi asked this question. "We have no grudges, but your appearance has ruined my plan. If it weren't for you, many people in the capital would have frozen to death, and many would have starved to death. These people are the source of the unrest we caused. Once there is unrest, the Yin army will take the opportunity to march south. With the help of internal and external forces, they can not only rescue you in the chaos, but also cause chaos in Long Kingdom, making it difficult for the Empress to take care of both ends." Lin Yi said, "That's right, but I didn't expect that you would suddenly jump out at such a critical moment. Are you really sent by God to protect the Empress?" Lang Yu asked with a frown. "This house was given to me by the gods. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, this is the fact." Lin Yi pointed in front of him. Lang Yu obediently jumped into the bathtub, then sat in front of Lin Yi and continued to scrub him. The soft little hands teased from time to time, and soon the primitive blood was awakened. "Tell me, what are your ambitions? Maybe I can help you achieve them." Lin Yi tore Lang Yu's wet skirt into pieces. Lang Yu moaned, looked at Lin Yi with seductive eyes, and asked, "Are you going to let me go? If that's all your ambition is, you might as well stay with me." "What do you mean?" "Your Beiyin royal family is not very prosperous. Apart from you, the Emperor of Beiyin only has one son, who is weak and sickly. I think you can go back and fight for the throne for fun. Your strategy of sowing discord is not smart at all. Do you want to be like the Dragon Kingdom's Empress and be the only female Empress in the world? Think about it carefully. Why come back this time? Give me an answer. Where are you going? Now you can use your mouth for something else." Chapter 95. Riding a horse to Lingyang. Saving people is like putting out a fire. As night fell, Lin Yi and his group left Lanyan County quietly. Everyone was riding horses at a gallop. The moonlight was beautiful, and shadows were flying. Lin Yi doesn't know how to ride a horse, but luckily he has Lin Ayu, so he lets Lin Ayu take him. Originally he wanted to drive, but now the official roads in Longhua are all in dilapidated condition. Except for the roads around the capital, the roads in other places are simply not accessible. Leading the way was Yuan Fei, who was holding a flashlight and guiding everyone. In addition to Li Erniu's artillery battalion, there was also Zhao Dashan's guard company, a total of about 200 people. The guard company was equipped with submachine guns and embroidered spring swords. The artillery battalion mainly carried mortars, and of course everyone also had cold weapons. All 10 sniper teams were brought out, and this time Lin Yi also intended to train the troops. If the safety of Lanyan County was not more important, he would have wanted to transfer all the Shinji camp out. Of course, the more important reason was that he didn't have enough horses. Talking about this, he felt a little annoyed, wondering why he had never thought about it before. If you really can't buy too much, you can ask your majesty for some. Anyway, he has people who are whispering to the empress. Ronger Ling Long, hey, before I knew it, all the people around his majesty are my people. Da da da. The sound of horse hooves and the splash of water. Master, don't move your hands. While speeding, Lin Ayu patted Lin Yi's hand that was holding the headlight. I didn't move. It was the horse that moved. Then hold my waist. Sister, you are so sexy. Let me hold your waist. Hey, I feel a little nervous. Let's liven up the atmosphere. Master, let's run for a while longer. We need to rest, and the horses need rest too. Lin Au suggested. Okay, just make the arrangements as you see fit. After running for more than 300 miles, everyone finally found a place to dismount and rest. Lin Yi jumped off the horse and almost fell to the ground. My thigh was broken into pieces and my thighs were sore from the rubbing. Riding a horse is really a painful job. I should have gotten myself a motorcycle earlier. Thinking of this, Lin Yi called out the game store and searched in the search bar. It's a pity that there are no motorcycles, but there are bicycles. But this thing is more tiring to ride on this kind of road. It's better to ride a horse. At least there are headlights in front of you to comfort you. After resting for an hour, everyone continued on their journey. They ran for a while and then rested and finally reached the border of Lingyang Prefecture after a few days. Yuan Fei, take the two brothers to investigate the situation. Yes. While waiting for Yuan Fei, everyone started to make a fire and cook to recuperate. Lin Yi brought some compressed biscuits and chocolates, which were enough to keep everyone fed and well-clothed. They waited for 2 hours until it got dark again, and then Yuan Fei and others came back. How about it? Master, Lingyang's city has been sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I found a dog hole and crawled in through it. Then I found a local and asked about the situation. Now the government office has been controlled by the rebels, including the weapons depot and granary. All have fallen into the hands of the rebels. This local person is actually an intelligence officer trained by Yuan Fei. But it's not easy to say this in front of outsiders. Who is the leader of the rebels? Is there any news about the former crown prince? The rebel leader is called Xiao Luo. He is said to be the son of the former General Xiao Tian. He previously joined the local garrison under an assumed name. Now he has found an opportunity and led some of his trusted aides to control the garrison. The former crown prince is said to be in the city, but he has not yet shown up. Lord Song is still missing, and the rebels are currently searching for him. In addition, His Majesty has already dispatched 10,000 soldiers from the Jinan Army and Pingxi Army to suppress the rebellion. It is estimated that the army will arrive in a few days. Lin Yi nodded and called Song Yao's confidant who delivered the letter. Song Hai, what do you think your master can be hiding now? I don't know either, but the master has told me that if Master Lin comes to Lingyang, he can go to the Yangshan area. Maybe our master will be there. Where is Yangshan? Lin Yi asked. At this time, Yuan Fei took out a carefully drawn map from his arms and spread it on the ground. Master, this is Lingyang Prefecture. 40 miles southwest of the city is Yangshan. Yuan Fei pointed out the location of Yangshan to Lin Yi with a flashlight. Where are we now? Here. If you want to go to Yangshan, there are 2 roads. One is the official road, but it needs to pass through the city. This is definitely not feasible. But the other road is very difficult to walk on. It is a road made by local woodcutters or hunters. Some places are extremely narrow and steep, and even horses can't pass through. Lord Song would not do anything without a purpose. We must go to Yangshan. If we were not afraid of alerting the enemy, we could just go straight through the city and let them taste the pain of being bombarded. Lin Yi said with some regret. Master, why don't we split our troops into 2 groups? One group will go to Yangshan, and the other group will stay here temporarily and wait for an opportunity to act. Lin Au suggested. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, under the current circumstances, this is the only option. Erniu, pick 2 gunners to follow me, and the rest will stay with you. Yes. Dashin, select 20 guards and 2 sniper teams. The rest will be led by Erniu for the time being. Clear. Yuan Fei, Song Hai, you guys come with me. Let's eat quickly and take a rest. We'll set off soon. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, Lin Yi and others, who had rested, headed towards Yangshan under the cover of night. After riding for 2 hours, we enter the mountains. The rest of the way is just walking. Lin Yi left 2 people to guard the horses, and then led the others to continue along the narrow path. Fortunately, Lin Yi now has internal strength to rely on, so this road is not difficult for him. They walked until dawn and Lin Yi and his group arrived at Yangshan safely. Everyone, rest here. Yuan Fei, take Song Hai around. Master, I'm better at finding people. Let me go too. Okay, you can come with me. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Master, please pay attention to your own safety. Signal if you encounter danger. Don't worry about me, just go. Lin Yi wanted to brag, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. In this mood, I might as well lie down and take a nap. By the time Lin Au and the other 2 left, Zhao Dashin had already set up the tent for Lin Yi. Master, please take a nap. Lin Yi nodded, reminded them to be alert, and went into the tent. But before he could fall asleep, a whistle suddenly came from the jungle. It was the signal given by Lin Au. "What's going on?" Lin Yi asked as he came out of the tent. "Master, someone is coming over there," Zhao Dashan said, pointing to a bright light in the distance. Chapter 96, Hiding in Yangshan, Surviving a Disaster. Lingyang Prefecture, Yangshan. Hearing the noise, Zhao Dashan and others quickly protected Lin Yi in the middle, while some others ran to the front to be on guard. After waiting for a while, Lin Au came out of the dense forest with a woman. "It's Madame Yu." The outermost guard confirmed that it was Lin Au and that she was not in danger, and passed the message to the back. But even so, Zhao Dashan remained very cautious, and the vigilance force did not disperse. Soon, Lin Au and a woman with a haggard face and a cold expression came over. "You are what's going on?" Lin Yi asked first. "Master, this man is the Shadow Guard Jiyu, sent by His Majesty to protect Lord Song," Lin Au introduced. Lin Yi nodded and asked, "Where is Mr. Song?" "Master Lin, Master Song Yao was injured while escaping. He currently has a high fever, and his condition is very critical. Take me there quickly. You bring this girl something to eat." "Thank you, Master Lin." Jiyu thanked him. Then while eating, she took Lin Yi and others to find Song Yao. "Eat slowly. This thing is very choking," Lin Au reminded. However, it was too late to say this. Miss Jiyu was so hungry that she stuffed the compressed biscuits in her mouth in 2 big bites. Now she was choking and rolling her eyes. "Drink some water quickly." Lin Au quickly handed over the kettle. Jiyu gulped down a few big gulps and finally recovered, breathing heavily. "Thank you, Deputy." "Thank you, Sister Yu." "Eat slowly." Lin A gave Jiyu a wink. After walking for about 20 minutes, Lin Yi saw Song Yao, who was dying, in a cave. At this time, his forehead was very hot and the wound had already rotted, obviously due to the fever caused by bacterial infection. "You help Lord Song treat the wound. Use this iodine tincture to disinfect it," Lin Yi said, and gave Song Yao an injection first to lower his body temperature. "Otherwise, if it continues to burn like this, my brain will be burned out." These days, Lin Yi has been free and has been studying how to give injections. Now he's quite familiar with it. Lin Au already knew some knowledge about dealing with wounds, and following Lin Yi, she systematically learned the basic skills of battlefield first aid through videos. Now, let's not talk about his medical skills, but at least in the field of battlefield first aid, no one should be able to surpass him. After cleaning the wound, re-bandaging it, and giving Song Yao and 4, Lin Yi took the time to ask about their experiences during this period. Jiyu was full by now and was obviously in much better spirits. Jiyu still admired the man in front of him who had conquered the deputy commander. Some of the first aid measures just now also opened her eyes. "Lord Lin, this incident is not Lord Song Yao's fault. It was a premeditated rebellion. They took advantage of Lord Song's visit to the counties to promote the new land policy and spread opposition in the capital, thus misleading the people and the garrison. The local landlords and noble families, because the policies promoted by Lord Song had seriously damaged their interests, regarded Lord Song as a thorn in their side. So once instigated by the rebels, they completely united with them, which led to the current situation." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and continued to ask, "Then do you know the recent situation of the entire Lingyang Prefecture?" Jiyu shook her head. "After Lord Song was injured and I managed to escape with him, we were hunted down and wanted. We finally escaped to Yangshan and got rid of them. During this time, I have been taking care of Lord Song and have never left the mountain." "You've worked hard. Go and take a rest. I'll take care of Lord Song." "Yes." Jiyu nodded and then found a place to sleep. These days, she had been hiding with Song Yaodong alone, always on guard, and was already exhausted. It was really not easy to hold on until Lin Yi came. From this person, we can see how terrifying the Empress's shadow guards are. Such internal guards not only exist in the Imperial Palace, but can also be found in all 9 provinces of Dragon Kingdom. "Master, Lord Song should be okay, right?" Lin Au added a few more firewood to the campfire, sat down next to Lin Yi and asked, "As long as the inflammation of the wound is cleared, the high fever will subside and there will be no big problem." Although Lin Yi was not sure about his medical skills, he was very confident in modern urban medicines. "That's good. You should go and have a rest too. You must be very tired after traveling all day." "I'm fine. I'd better stay with the master." Lin Yi kissed her on the face and said, "Go to sleep for a while. I'll sleep for a while too. There are people watching outside. Don't worry." Then the master lies on my lap, It's soft here. That's a good idea. Lin Yi smiled, then lay on Lin Ayu's soft and firm thighs. He didn't bother with sleeping bags or anything like that. In fact, he still had camp beds and bedding in his warehouse. But in today's environment, it's better not to be too particular. Maybe someone would come to search for them soon, and they would have to move immediately. He didn't want to reveal his strength before the war started. Perhaps because he was too tired, Lin Yi fell asleep quickly. He didn't know how long it had been before he heard Song Yao's voice. "My dear brother." Lin Yi woke up immediately, only to find that it was already bright outside the cave. I looked at the time, and it was already past 10 in the morning. "Brother Song, you finally woke up." Lin Yi walked to Song Yao and touched his forehead. His body temperature finally subsided. The body temperature is back to normal. "Brother Song, if you survive a disaster, you will surely have good fortune in the future. Thank you for saving my life, brother." "Brother, don't say that. Given our friendship, this little thing is not worth mentioning." Song Yao held Lin Yi's hand and was about to say something when Lin Ayu came over and said, "Master Song, it's great that you woke up. Everyone was worried about you. I, Song, am ashamed. I failed to do my job well, let down His Majesty's expectations, and brought trouble and danger to everyone." Song Yao said with a guilty look on his face. "If you ask me, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. You still need to get better as soon as possible. Brother Song will still be in charge of Lingyang's affairs in the future. Our master is right. Lord Song, don't think too much now. The most important thing is to recover from your injuries as soon as possible. Go get Brother Song something to eat." "Yes." After Lin Ayu left, Song Yao looked at Lin Yi meaningfully and whispered, "The things are in Sui Villa. Whether you can get them depends on your ability. I guess I'm not the only one who knows about this. I'm not sure whether others know about it." Song Yao said cryptically, "This is not easy to do. Now many people are watching there, it's really not easy. Your Majesty has already sent 20,000 troops to suppress the rebellion. This rebel force will not be able to hold out for long. Not necessarily." Chapter 97. Using artillery to wake up the enemy. Yangshan, in the cave where Lin Yi and others were hiding. Seeing that Song Yao seemed to have another conclusion, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel curious. "Do you know something about this?" "Of course I don't know the inside story, but I have collected some information about this former crown prince in the past few months." "Oh, tell me about it." Lin Yi first had someone serve Song Yao some porridge before continuing the previous topic. After the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, this former prince has been appearing in the court and the country. But we only heard of him, but never saw him. Your Majesty sent many people to look for him, but he was never found. Think about it. If someone is hiding so secretly, would he easily act without absolute certainty? The Lingyang garrison alone, even with the bandits hiding in the mountains, is definitely no match for the Jinan army. So I speculate that he is likely colluding with foreign enemies. Foreign enemy? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "South Vietnam?" Song Yao continued to analyze. There are several countries around Langhua, Nanhua, Shichu, Dongwu, and Beiyin. Beiyin has just suffered a great defeat, so it stands to reason that there will be no major actions in the short term. But if Langhua is in chaos, they will definitely take the opportunity to move south. So it is not impossible that the former prince is in collusion with Beiyin. Secondly, Nanhua and Dongwu have territorial disputes with the Dragon Kingdom. They fought a war when the country was first established, which caused them to suffer a great loss. They are likely to make a comeback at this time. If I were the crown prince of the previous dynasty, it would not be impossible for me to give away some land in exchange for a few powerful allies in order to restore my country. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Brother Song, what you mean is that the country surrounding Langhua may be the foreign aid of the former prince?" "The former prince has been hiding for a few years, but he suddenly showed up. It's definitely not just for Lingyang." "That makes sense. I wonder if Your Majesty knows." "Your Majesty sent shadow guards to protect me secretly. When I got into trouble, one of the shadow guards had already returned to the capital to report the incident. But I heard that His Majesty sent 10,000 Jinan army and 10,000 Pingxi army to Lingyang to quell the rebellion. If troops are dispatched from both the south and the west, will it weaken the defense lines on these two sides?" Lin Yi asked. "Your Majesty is far-sighted and must have his own considerations." At this point, Song Yao looked at Lin Yi and said, "My dear brother, I have an unwelcome request." "Brother, just say whatever you want." "You're welcome." Song Yao asked with a hint of pleading. "Lingyang was lost for me, Can you help me get it back? Lin immediately revealed a bitter smile. Brother Song, do you think too highly of me? Although there are not many troops stationed in Lingyang, there are still 5,000. What do you want me to use to help you rob? I know you'll find a way. And if we take back Lingyang before the army arrives, His Majesty will be very happy. By then, wealth, honor, a bright future, and beautiful women will be at your fingertips. And I, Song Yao, also owe you a huge favor, and I can only repay you with the rest of my life. The pancake drawn by Song Yao doesn't taste good at all. Lin, he didn't want to eat either. But it's not impossible to train the soldiers. We should find the treasure house of the previous dynasty first. We can't do business that will lose money. Brother Song, I only brought 200 people this time. This matter is too big. Please allow me to think about it carefully. After resting for a day in the cave of Yangshan, Lin, Yi, and others secretly went to Fei Villa at night. Song Yao's injury was not serious. He was in critical condition before, but the wound was not treated properly, which led to infection. Now, with the help of modern treatment methods and powerful medicines, he is no longer in serious trouble. That is, when you take action, you may accidentally involve the wound. Night marches have become commonplace for the Shinji camp. During the past period of time, their training subjects included night marches, armed swimming, etc. Now, running dozens of miles is like a piece of cake. Song Yao was injured and couldn't go too fast. Lin, he left a few people to protect him, and then took the others to continue on their journey. In the second half of the night, we finally arrived at Sui Villa. This place is under the jurisdiction of Yangchuan County, Lingyang Prefecture, and is the private residence of a gangster. In the previous dynasty, this man had always been against the court, but I didn't expect that the treasure house was hidden here. Presumably, this person was a hidden pawn planted by the royal family of the previous dynasty. Do you know anything about Sui Villa? Lin Ayu nodded and said, the owner of Sui Villa is Lu Ting, also known as Lu Yishou, a swordsman. He is ranked 4th among the 10 famous swordsmen in the martial arts world. Because he is a chivalrous man and likes to make friends with heroes all over the world, he is highly respected by his fellow martial artists. This character is well-crafted, but now it seems that he is also a lackey raised by the previous dynasty. I'm afraid many people didn't expect this. I heard from Brother Song before that Sui Villa has many retainers, many experts, and more than 2,000 able-bodied men. This force is not small. Master, let me take my brothers to deal with him a few times. No matter how many masters we have, it will be useless, said Zhao Dashan. We can't use force. We only have so many people, and any casualties would be a huge loss. Lin, he looked at his watch. It was already past 1 in the morning. When will Ernie Yu and the others be able to fight? Yuan Fei has already gone to meet them. According to his speed, he will definitely arrive before dawn. That had better be the case. I want to give them a surprise. Dashan, have the sniper team find a good position and lie in ambush. The others should rest where they are. Yes. Lin, he found a flat place, spread out a mat, and sat down to regulate his breathing. Lin Ayu still stayed by his side. I had slept during the day, so I wasn't sleepy now, so I just practiced. Although he did not rely on hard work to practice, this nameless internal skill would make the body feel exceptionally relaxed and comfortable when regulating breathing. Therefore, whenever Lin has time, he will regulate his breathing and practice Qigong, even if it is just to relieve fatigue. An hour later, Yuan Fei came back early and told Lin that Li Erniu and his team would arrive within half an hour. Lin, he let Yuan Fei rest and gave him a can of energy drink to replenish his strength. Then he took the night vision binoculars and went to a hillside. There are undulating mountains and dense forests here, and Sui Villa is just a few hundred meters away. Lin, he climbed up a big tree and looked towards the villa through a telescope. At this time, the villa was quiet and there was not even a light in the house. However, when using night vision goggles, one can see that there are many secret sentries hidden around the villa. It seems that the people in Sui Villa have become alert. But in front of Lin Yi, it's all child's play. Li Erniu arrived quickly with the artillery battalion and other guard company personnel, and Lin, he let them rest for half an hour. 5 o'clock in the morning is also the time when people are most likely to feel sleepy. The artillery battalion is now fully in place. After Lin, he confirmed the target of the attack again. He issued an order to fire. Brothers, wake them up. Chapter 98. Keep it for yourself. Bang, bang, bang. One shell after another fell into Sui Villa, followed by exclamations and screams. After 3 consecutive explosions, Tsuewei Villa was already full of casualties. Buildings had collapsed, and thick smoke and flames were everywhere. At this time, Lin Yi brought Lin Ayu and Zhao Dashin to the gate of the villa. Is there anyone still breathing in there? Come out and speak. Zhao Dashin shouted at the top of his voice. A moment later, more than a dozen figures rushed towards Lin Yi. They didn't say anything and just started taking action. However, Lin Yi and the other two just stood there, looking at them with a teasing look. The next moment, those people suddenly fell from midair like sacks, making a puffing sound. Master, they're all dead, devil. Devil! Someone screamed in horror. The artillery shells and loud noises just now had already frightened these people. This time the death was even more bizarre, and he didn't even let out a scream. The man who was called the owner of the manor stared at Lin Yi with an unsightly look. Lin Yi was hidden in the middle of Zhao Dashin and Lin Ayu. His gloomy expression revealed a bit of viciousness and fear. Who are you? I am the butcher, and you are the meat. Now it's my turn to ask you. I have never met you, and I don't think we have any grudges against each other. Why did you attack my villa in the middle of the night and kill my brothers? Are you Lu Ting, one of the top 10 swordsmen? Lin Yi asked. Who are you? At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly made a gesture, and the next moment, a bullet accurately hit Lu Ting's calf. Lu Ting screamed and fell to the ground. Now I'm asking you, can you understand what people are saying? I'm Lu Ting. You're looking for me. Don't kill innocent people. Lu Ting was sweating coldly in pain, but he just couldn't understand what kind of hidden weapon could hurt him without anyone noticing. I heard that you were the prince of the previous dynasty's man. Lin Yi walked over and asked. I'm just a man of the world. I don't know any prince of the previous dynasty. Lu Ting responded casually, but in his heart, he was praying that Lin Yi would come closer. Once he got closer, no one could stop him as long as he made a sudden move. He is one of the top 10 swordsmen, and he has this confidence. Besides, he hasn't drawn his sword since he appeared on the stage. What's the point of being a swordsman if he doesn't draw his sword? Lin Yi seemed to have no awareness of the danger at all, and his two bodyguards, Lin Ayu and Zhao Dashin, did not catch up. This made Mr. Swordsman very excited. No matter how powerful you are, you will definitely die as long as I draw my sword. Many great figures in the world have died in this way under my sword. Your answer is wrong. So, Lin Yi raised his hand again and made that gesture. The next moment, a sniper bullet hit Lu Ting's other leg again. Ah! Lu Ting screamed again. This time his leg bones were broken. When had the great swordsman ever suffered such cruel treatment? If you don't answer honestly, you will lose both of your arms. A swordsman without arms is just a slut. Who the hell are you? I am from the imperial court. Do the shadow guards know? Nonsense. The Empress's shadow guards are all women. You can't be a shadow guard. I didn't say it was me. Lin Yi's words made Lin Ayu's heart skip a beat. Was she exposed? However, Lin Yi did not continue to talk about the shadow guards, but said, Your Majesty has already found out that your Kuei villa was built by the former crown prince. Now that the Lingyang garrison has rebelled, do you still want to stay out of it? We didn't clean you up before because we were giving you a chance, but if you insist on going down this path, don't blame us. Seeing that Lin Yi was so firm in what he said, Lu Ting did not deny it anymore. Moreover, he had already heard of the name of the shadow guard. Since the investigation had led to him, there was no point in denying it. Yes, I'm the former prince's man, but the people in my village don't know about it. You let them go. It's not up to me to decide whether to release it or not. At this time, Lin Yi had already walked up to Lu Ting and lowered his voice and said, Tell me where the treasure house is? Your goal is to get the crown prince's treasure? Of course. Otherwise, who would stay up late at night and come to your remote mountain place to suffer? Okay, I'll tell you, but you have to agree to one condition. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Leave my family alone, and I'll tell you everything. Lin Yi thought about it, then nodded and said, This can be considered. Put your ear close to me, and I'll tell you. As Lu Ting spoke, a hint of viciousness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yi leaned over to listen, and then Lu Ting suddenly had a dagger in his hand, and then he stabbed it fiercely towards Lin Yi's chest. Go to hell, idiot, haha. Lu Ting's laughter suddenly stopped before he could even let out. The expression on his face also became extremely wonderful. Didn't expect that? Otherwise, how do you think I would dare to walk up to you alone? Isn't that stupid? Lin Yi Tisit, Your Excellency is very clever. You are the only one who survived the attack and was able to block my dagger. You asked me to hold back, so why can't I be more careful? Stop talking nonsense and tell me quickly. I have to go to the capital after I finish the work. Don't be so delusional. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already taken everything from the treasury. Impossible. You don't have time, and you have so many people stationed here. Isn't it just to guard the treasure house? Have you heard the story of trying to cover up the truth? Oh, it seems you really haven't heard it. Lin, he said to himself. In fact, even if you don't tell us, we can find it. It's just a matter of time. But there is a benefit to you saying it. It can save people from dying. This is a multiple-choice question that any smart person can answer. I don't need to teach you, right? You don't even know what a swordsman is. Lu Ting looked at Lin Yi with disdain and suddenly stabbed his own heart with a dagger. What a pity. I want to give you a chance to live, but you are so stubborn. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he shouted to the people in the villa, Lu Ting is dead. Those who don't want to die, come out and surrender. Otherwise, you will all be shot. Others did not understand what the word execution by cannon meant, but they knew that the owner of the manor was dead. One of the 10 most powerful swordsmen died in such a cowardly way. Why else could they resist? What's more, the banging noises just now had already scared them out of their wits. So when Lin Yi finished shouting, the people who were still alive inside hurried out and knelt on the open space outside the villa. Although a lot of people were killed in the explosion just now, Suiwei Villa is so big that there are quite a few survivors. Soon the square was filled with retainers, able-bodied men, servants, and female relatives. At this time, the sky was gradually getting brighter. Lin Yi asked Zhao Dashan and others to separate the captives of Suiwei Villa according to their identities. After a rough count, excluding the dead, there were still about 200 female relatives, and there were less than 100 retainers, that is, the gangsters recruited by Lu Ting. The servants are the servants of Suiwei Villa, and there are more than 200 of them now. The rest are all able-bodied men, who can be armed and go to the battlefield as soldiers. Butler, stand out, Lin Yi asked, standing in front of the line of servants. Chapter 99, Search the Villa and Take Everything Away. In the imperial study of the Dragon Kingdom Palace, the Empress looked at the urgent military information reported from below and asked, Wu Shuang, when will the Jinnan army and the Pingxi army arrive in Lingyang? My lord, it will take 2 more days to reach Lingyang. This time, we must not only put down the rebellion, but also wipe out all the remnants of the previous dynasty within the jurisdiction of Lingyang Prefecture, especially the so-called former prince. He must be found alive or dead. As you wish. Rui, tell me about the situation at the border. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence sent back by the mole, there is no movement from northern Yin and eastern Wu at the moment, while western Shu and southern Yu are both mobilizing troops on a large scale. It seems that we didn't hit them lightly last time. The Empress snorted coldly. Master, this Lingyang rebellion must be a conspiracy planned by the so-called crown prince of the previous dynasty. Use the Lingyang rebellion to divert our border troops and provide conditions for the invasion of South Vietnam and western Shu. But we only have 5,000 troops, and I'm afraid we can't solve the Lingyang rebellion. There are 5,000 rebels in Lingyang, and they're defending the city. In addition, most of the local bandits are remnants of the previous dynasty, and the total force is probably 10,000 to 20,000. It's okay, Lin is already gone there. The Empress said lightly. Question mark. Wu Shuang looked surprised. Lin Yi is alone. What's the point of him going there? What happened to the master? Why is he so confident in this man? Does a woman in love really become stupid? Love is so scary. What are you thinking about? The Empress glared at Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang quickly shook her head and said, No, I'm just a little worried. Lin Yi's power is limited, but his Shenjing is very powerful. According to Yunus' report, he also formed a small unit called the Artillery Battalion, which fired cannons in the mountains every day and destroyed the mountains. He dares to form an army privately. Master, I know what you're worried about, but this is the least you need to worry about. This man is quite interesting. When the Empress talked about Lin Yi, she couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of her mouth. At this point, the Empress suddenly remembered something and said to Rui, check if the tablet is fully charged. I haven't watched Justice Bao yet today. Master, there's a war going on the border, and you still want to watch TV? Wu Shuang was speechless. She felt that her master had been led astray by Lin Yi. Now I have to hold a tablet every day, look at it while eating, before going to bed, and I'm a little absent-minded when reviewing memorials. What should we do if this continues? Watching TV can relax your brain, and everything is under control, so there is nothing to worry about. Then, I'll watch it with the master for a while. Soon the master and his two servants sat around the imperial desk, reading Justice Bao and discussing the plot from time to time. Lin, he doesn't want to kill anyone, and he doesn't want to commit more sins of killing. The reason why he used artillery fire first was to deter people and to reduce the number of deaths. If a fight really breaks out, the outcome will definitely be even more cruel. These women and servants who have no ability to resist will definitely suffer the most. Who is the housekeeper? Damn it. Let me find him out and beat you to death with a hammer. Zhao Dashan shouted. Anyone who identifies the housekeeper will be spared from death. Lin, he continued. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion among the silent crowd. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a goatee came out with a hunched back. Sir, I am the housekeeper of the villa. You bastard. I told you to hide just now. Do you want to die? Zhao Dashan kicked the butler and threw him upside down. The butler quickly got up and knelt down to beg for mercy. If you want to live, you can, but tell me where the treasure is. Sir, are you referring to the storeroom at the villa? It seems you don't know. Come, take him down and chop him off. Zhao Dashan immediately grabbed the butler by the collar and was about to execute him. This frightened the butler, and he hurriedly said, Sir, please don't kill me. Although I don't know what the treasure house is, there is someone who definitely knows. Who? The second young lady of the villa, Lu Siener. Lu Siener? Or Lu Siener? Please explain clearly. It's Lu Siener. Although she is called the second miss, she is not the owner's child, nor is she the owner's sister. Linny nodded and winked at Lin Au. Lin Au understood and went to look for someone among the female relatives. Soon Lin Au came back and said, Master, the second young lady is not inside. If she didn't escape during the chaos, she must be hiding in the villa. Go find it. Yes. Next, Lin, he asked the housekeeper to take him to the warehouse of the villa. A storehouse is an ordinary warehouse, usually used to store food, gold, silver, and the like. However, Suwei Villa is different from other villas, so weapons are also stored inside, including military supplies such as bows and crossbows that are strictly prohibited by the imperial court. Based on this, it is not unfair to convict him of treason. I walked around the warehouse, and when I came out, it was empty. What the hell? An empty warehouse, what the hell is that? Tell me, are there any other secret rooms? That's impossible. I went to the warehouse yesterday. Could it be that the owners secretly took it away? This is none of my business. Please spare my life. Shut up. Take me to Lu Ting's bedroom or study. Lin, he personally took the housekeeper to Lu Ting's bedroom. Zhao Dashan and his men were guarding the prisoners outside. Fortunately, they were deterred by the previous artillery bombardment. Otherwise, with so many people causing chaos, they would have been impossible to control. In Lu Ting's bedroom, Lin, he found a small box. Since he couldn't open it, he didn't know what was inside, but he thought it must be some precious things. Otherwise, it would not be placed in the secret compartment of the bedroom. Then he searched the study room for some antique calligraphy and paintings, and the books inside were also taken away by Lin Yi. He wants to be a cultured person in the future, so he needs to add some books to his study. Click! Lin Yi accidentally touched a porcelain vase on the antique display shelf, but he didn't expect that he couldn't take the vase down. When I tried to turn it, there was a sound of a machine amplifier coming from the back of the study. Then, a secret door appeared before our eyes. Even the butler was a little surprised by this scene. Apparently, he didn't know there was such a secret room here. As for the mechanism for opening the secret room, it is often shown on TV and is too old-fashioned. Besides, who would have thought that someone would even take away an ordinary porcelain bottle? You go ahead. Lin, he asked the butler to lead the way, and then entered the secret room. After the two of them entered, the secret door of the secret room closed automatically. Of course, Lenny was not worried about not being able to get out. If it really didn't work, he would just blow a gap. With artillery shells, that would be a big deal. The passage in the secret room was very long, winding downwards and going very deep. As the air began to become humid, an underground river suddenly appeared in front of us. Chapter 100, Dark River Boat, Brutal Destruction. Suwei Villa, by the dark river in the underground secret room. Lin Yi and the villa's housekeeper were stunned at this moment. They couldn't believe that there was such a turbulent underground river hidden under the villa. The key point is that there are actually several large ships anchored on the underground river. There were many large boxes piled on the boat, the kind used by officials to store silver. Moreover, the ship has a deep draft, which shows that the boxes or the things loaded on the ship are very heavy. Of course, Lin is not sure whether there is silver in it. If it was really silver, then he would be rich. Could this be the treasure house of the previous prince? Let's get on the boat and take a look. Lin pushed the housekeeper and boarded a nearby boat. Open the box. Then Lin ordered the butler to open the box. How could the housekeeper not dare to do it? He quickly found tools and opened a wooden box. The next moment, their eyes were blinded by the glittering jewels inside. This turned out to be a whole box of jewelry. Are all these boxes containing this? Lin licked his lips excitedly. Although he had seen a lot of money, this was the first time he had seen so much gold, silver, and jewelry. Then, Lin opened several boxes at random. Inside were either jewelry or gold, silver, and jade articles, all of which were treasures. It seems like this is a real treasure trove. The person who can think of this way to hide the treasure is indeed a talent. It's a pity that no matter how good the idea is, it still needs someone to execute it. Lin has almost figured it out by now. These treasures were not intended to be moved away, but had always been on the ship. If it is discovered or needed, it can be transported away by boat at any time. It is very convenient and safe. Of course, this treasure trove is also unique. Who would have thought there was a hidden river here? Judging from the size of this large ship, they must be in the mountain at this time, and through this underground river, they can leave the mountain and enter the river. By then, with Lingyang's dense water network, you can go anywhere. Perhaps Tuwei Villa was first built because of the underground river. Thief! D. Just as Lin was deep in thought, a delicate voice suddenly came from the side. Lin dodged immediately, but the woman couldn't retract her sword, and it pierced directly into the housekeeper's body. 2. The butler's body trembled, and he looked painful. Blood bubbles appeared at the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. You traitor! How dare you surrender to the enemy? You deserve to die. The woman drew out her sword and kicked the butler into the underground river. Are you Lu Xiener, the second lady of Tuwei Villa? Lin asked. The woman did not answer, and stabbed Lin Yi's throat with the sword again. Her swordsmanship is tricky and strange, and she often uses unexpected moves. However, Lin was able to narrowly avoid it every time. At first, Lu Xiener thought it was a coincidence, but after dozens of moves, she no longer thought so. Your swordsmanship is quite interesting. Now it's my turn. After Lin said that, his palm reached straight towards Lu Xiener's neck. Lu Xiener felt that this grab was so ordinary, even slow, but in fact she couldn't dodge it at all. Until the next moment, the big hand like an iron clamp grabbed her throat and lifted her up. A strong feeling of suffocation made Lu Xiener feel the horror of death. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Just as her consciousness was becoming blurred, the feeling of suffocation suddenly disappeared. She breathed deeply, and the face in front of her gradually became clearer. Tell me your true identity. Bah, forget it. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin has too many methods of torture and forced confession, all of which he learned from movies and TV shows. It comes in handy now. Half an hour later, Lu Xiener told everything that should and should not be told. Since you are so cooperative, I will let you go. Lin thought he would cast a long line to catch a big fish. Lu Xiener was the trusted maid of the former crown prince. If we release her, we might be able to find the whereabouts of the former crown prince. However, Lin miscalculated in the end. After Lu Xiener gained her freedom, she decisively slit her throat. Although it is a bit regrettable, this result is not bad for Lin. It doesn't matter whether the prince of the previous dynasty is found or not. What's important is this treasure trove, and we must not let anyone know that he took it away. He had originally planned to kill the person after finding him. Now it's just ahead of schedule. After putting several large ships into the game warehouse, Lin returned along the same route, carrying Lu Xiener's body. He placed explosives as he walked, and after returning to the study, Lin lit the explosives. Following an earth-shaking explosion, this secret room and the connected underground river completely ceased to exist. The so-called treasure house and the treasures in it have become legends. Master, are you okay? Lin arrived first. Soon after, Zhao Dashin and others also rushed over. I'm Famine. Lin pointed at the cold Lu Xiener and said, this is the second young lady Lu Xiener mentioned by the housekeeper. I had almost caught her, but I made a mistake and let her commit suicide. This person chose to commit suicide after being captured. He must be someone closely related to the crown prince of the previous dynasty. Lin guessed. She said she was the trusted maid of the former crown prince. That's right. This person must know a lot of secrets. And in order to keep these secrets, she chose to commit suicide, so all the clues were cut off. There's nothing we can do. The person is already dead. Did you find anything over there? Everyone shook their heads. Go and interrogate the people from the Villa again. We will always find some clues. Lin Yi said pretentiously. Next, everyone left Tsui Villa, and Lin Au, along with Zhao Dashin and others, began to interrogate these people. By the time Song Yao arrived, the interrogation had just ended. How is it, brother? Lin Yi shook his head with an unpleasant look on his face. Lin Au walked over and said, These people don't know about the treasure house and the prince of the previous dynasty. Where's Lu Ting? She committed suicide. There's also a girl named Lu Xiener, who is said to be the second daughter of the villa, who also committed suicide. All clues are lost. Song Yao's face turned grim when he heard the news. The treasure house was not found, and the clues about the former prince were lost. Brother Song, I have an idea. Lin Yi leaned close to Song Yao's ear and whispered for a while. After hearing this, Song Yao nodded repeatedly and praised. My dear brother, your plan is very good, but you're going deep into the tiger's den, which is too dangerous. No risk, no gain. The army to suppress the rebellion will arrive soon. If we want to take the credit, we must get ahead of them and take back the city. My dear brother, I know you are trying to help me. I will always remember your gratitude in my heart. Don't worry. I will report your contribution to His Majesty truthfully. Lin Au glanced at Song Yao and thought to herself, You old men are not honest. With me here, how dare you not report the truth? Song Yao felt a little uncomfortable when Lin Au looked at him. He smiled awkwardly and said, This should be my brother's credit. I will never take a single point away from him. Brother Song, you are wrong. This achievement belongs to both of us. Without you, how would we know about Suiwei Villa? And how could we have captured so many people? Chapter 101. Deep into the tiger's den. Lin, he doesn't care about credit at all. He doesn't want to be an official. So what's the point of having great achievements? It's nothing more than returning a favor. After all, Old Song told him the clue to the treasure house, so he was given the credit, which was fair to him. Suiwei Villa was burned down by a huge fire. The captives were escorted to Lingyang Prefecture. As for how to deal with the prisoners, that is Song Yao's business. Lin, he doesn't want to bother with this. They don't want these prisoners either. As for the female relatives, some of them were good-looking, but they all regarded Lin Yi as an enemy, and he didn't want to bring any trouble back. The gates of Lingyang City were still closed at this time. Lin Yi, along with several female relatives, staggered towards the city gate. Swoosh! An arrow suddenly landed in front of them. Who are you? If you move forward, I'll shoot you to death. I'm from Suiwei Villa. Open the door quickly. I have important news to report. What the hell is Suiwei Villa? Get out of here! The people from Chengqiang Mountain cursed loudly. Lin, he was wearing the Qilin armor, so he didn't worry about being targeted by arrows. He also shouted, Go and report it quickly. You can't afford to miss out on important matters. You still dare to scold me? Take my arrow. Stop. Get the man up. Boss, what if he is a spy from the government? You know nothing. There are only a few of them, and they are all women. What's the point of the government sending such spies? Hurry up, put the basket down. Let the women come up first. Yes, Lin Yi now has strong internal strength and sharp hearing, and he can hear clearly what those people on the city wall said. Your relatives are in my hands. I will reply you later. Think about it before you speak. Lin Yi reminded again. If we say what you tell us, will you really let us go? Asked an older woman. Lu Ting committed the crime of treason. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, his entire clan will be executed. But since I promised you, I can let you go secretly. After all, you're also unaware that you were implicated by Lu Ting. The people Lin Yi found were not Lu Ting's relatives, so it was easier to communicate with them. Moreover, because Lu Ting had a close relationship with the crown prince of the previous dynasty, not only were they kept in the dark, but they were also innocently implicated in a major rebellion, and they were also resentful. Okay, we'll all do as you say. I hope you won't go back on your word. Don't worry. As long as you follow my instructions and take back the city, you will be considered to have made meritorious contributions. You won't have to be exiled or sent to the Jiaofeng Bureau. You should know how miserable that would be. We understand. The women looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. They were originally implicated innocently, and now having the opportunity to be acquitted is like grabbing a life-saving straw. While they were talking in whispers, a basket was lowered by a rope. The soldier above shouted, "Come up one by one, let the women go first." Lenny nodded and let them choose for themselves. The woman who had spoken earlier sat in the basket first, and then was pulled up to the wall by a rope. "Are you really from Tsuewei Villa?" An armored officer at the city gate looked at the woman and asked. The woman nodded repeatedly and said, "Sir, Tsuewei Villa was attacked by surprise. They attacked ruthlessly. Not only did they kill many people, they also burned the villa. We escaped during the chaos." "Where's Lu Ting?" The owner of the manor had a bloody fight with the other party, and his whereabouts are unknown now. "Where's your second young lady?" The second miss was caught by them. "Hurry, pull them all up." The officer hesitated for a moment and pulled all the women up. Then they interrogated them individually and got the same answers, so they felt relieved to pull Lin Yi up as well. "Who are you? What does Lu Ting have to say?" "Who are you?" "I can only say these words to General Xiao Luo." Lin Yi said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Who do you think you are? You can see General Xiao whenever you want." Lin Yi frowned and said, "The owner of the manor asked me to find General Xiao and tell him about the treasure house. If you still stop me and delay the important matter, you can't bear the consequences." When the officer heard the word treasure house, his expression suddenly changed. He stared at Lin Yi for a few seconds and then said, "You guys follow me." After getting off the city wall, the officer arranged a carriage, had the women get on, and then quickly rushed to the government office. Not long after, the carriage drove straight into the government office. "Come with me." The officer ignored the women and took Lin Yi into the lobby. At this time, several officers were discussing matters in the lobby. The officer who brought Lin Yi walked up to one of them and whispered a few words, and then that person walked towards Lin Yi. "Did Lu Ting ask you to come?" Lin Yi nodded. "Excuse me, are you General Xiao Luo?" In fact, before coming, he had already obtained Xiao Luo's information and his portrait. The man in front of him was the rebel leader, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded. "Yes, that's me. General Xiao, can we chat for a few minutes alone?" Xiao Luo nodded after pondering. "You go down first." After everyone left the hall, Xiao Luo said in a deep voice, "Now if you have anything to say, you can say it. The owner of the manor asked me to tell General Xiao that Tsuewei Manor has been exposed and the treasure house is in danger. Please find a way to move the treasure house." Xiao Luo's face darkened when he heard this. How is Manor Master Lu now? The owner of the manor is probably in grave danger. "Where is the treasure house?" Lin Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know. The owner of the manor just asked me to convey this message to the general, and I didn't have time to say more." "Okay, go down and eat something first." Lin Yi bowed and stepped back. "Brother, I just asked them. Tsuewei Villa was indeed attacked, and Miss Siener was also captured. Siener is the person your highness trusts the most. She won't say anything. What about Lu Ting? Lu Ting should be trustworthy, but if the attacker was sent by the Empress, I'm worried that he won't be able to withstand the torture. Second, brother, Tsuewei Villa involves the treasure house of His Highness. I must go there to take a look myself." "Brother, you can't go. If something unexpected happens, how will we defend the city? The city will be lost sooner or later. The Empress has sent 20,000 troops, and we will not be able to defend it. Our goal is not to take such a city. Next, you will defend the city for me. If you can't defend it, give up immediately. We will meet at Yangshan then." "Yes. Take care, bro." Xiao Luo patted his second brother's shoulder and was about to leave. But at this moment, a woman in men's clothing suddenly walked in, looked at Xiao Luo, and said, "You can't go. This is probably a trap. Even if I know it's a trap, I have to go. Otherwise, the treasure house will..." The location of the treasure house is very secret. They may not be able to find it. And even if they can find it, they don't know how to move it. We have plenty of time. Now you must stay in the city and buy them more time. Xiao Luo thought for a moment and asked, "Will the Empress really be fooled? She is a very cunning fox. I have fought her for so many years, so I have some understanding of her methods. And according to intelligence, the Jinan army and the Pingxi army have indeed mobilized 10,000 troops each." Chapter 102, Capturing Qingwan. In Lingyang Prefecture, inside the government office lobby. After hearing what the woman in men's clothing said, Xiao Luo frowned slightly. "Are you sure that these 20,000 troops will come to Lingyang? If the Empress sees through our plan, I'm afraid there will be trouble on the border. I can't be sure, but we have done everything we can. If we can't help them transfer a part of the Jinan army and Pingxi army, it will be difficult for them to enter the border, and our plan will be ruined." "No problem. The woman in men's clothing smiled faintly. They are not the only ones who are our allies. More importantly, our goal is not to let them invade, but to help us tie up the two armies of the Empress. What if they see that things are hopeless and choose to retreat? Once the fight starts, it won't be easy to withdraw. And based on my understanding of the Empress, she must have been thinking about giving them a warning, so she will definitely take the opportunity to expand the victory this time. As the saying goes, food and fodder must be prepared before the army moves. Long Country has been suffering from disasters in recent years. She does not have enough food and fodder and financial resources to support this war. Xiao Luo said, "We have to fight if we don't have any." You mean, the Empress wants to plunder food from neighboring countries through war? The situation in Dragon Country is very dangerous now. The Queen must have been planning this a long time ago. I've given her such a good opportunity this time. Do you think she won't seize it? Seeing the woman in men's clothing's thorough analysis, Xiao Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then next, I will wait for the army to arrive in Lingyang. Just follow the plan. Also, you can send a trusted confidant to Tsuiwei Villa to check out the situation. Xiao Luo nodded and said, "I think it's better for me to go. We can't be careless when it comes to the treasure house. Have you ever thought about what if this is a trap? It's not that easy for them to catch me. Besides, even if they catch me, it won't have much impact on the overall situation." Xiao Luo said solemnly, "For His Highness, I can sacrifice myself. For His Highness' sake, you should protect yourself. But you are right, the treasury is too important, and I'm not sure if I can let anyone else go." The woman in men's clothing thought for a moment, then said, "I'd better go there myself." "No, absolutely not. Your Highness can live without me, but not without you." Qin Luo disagreed immediately. "There is no better candidate than me, and I am a woman, so the court will be less vigilant. Most importantly, I am good at Qinggong, so even if I am discovered, it will be easy for me to escape. But what if? How can I explain this to His Highness? This is my own decision. You don't need to explain it to me. And His Highness knows the situation here and won't blame you. So, the city is left to you." After the woman said this, she walked outside on her own. Not long after she left, Lin Yi followed her. After walking for a distance, the woman suddenly accelerated and went into the alley next to her. Lin Yi thought that he should have been discovered, but he still chased after him. With absolute self-protection ability, you are not afraid of anything. He was also very curious about the woman's identity and wanted to catch her and ask her questions. Lin Yi walked into the alley, and after a few steps, the woman appeared behind him. "Are you following me?" the woman asked coldly. "Right." Lin Yi's frankness surprised the woman. "Why?" "I want to know who you are to His Highness. Are you from the imperial court?" Lin Yi thought about it and shook his head. "It probably doesn't count. No matter who you are, once I catch you, I'll know everything," said the woman. "I think so too. We are in sync on this point." Looking for death. The woman's eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent, and then she rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled slightly, waiting for her to come to him. The woman felt that the man in front of her was very strange, and she became extremely alert. However, she could never have imagined that the lightness and speed that she was so proud of were nothing in front of the time prop. Seeing the woman approaching, Lin Yi suddenly activated the time prop. The woman's lightning-fast attack instantly turned into slow motion in Lin Yi's eyes. He could even see the woman's micro-expressions, especially the surprise in her eyes, which was infinitely magnified. The next moment, Lin Yi first snatched the sharp blade from her hand, then grabbed her wrist and finally twisted her hand behind her back and pressed it against the wall, squeezing the pile of things in front of her. The time props were removed, and Lin Yi pressed against her body and asked, "Beautiful lady, please tell me your name and identity? Don't even think about it. You'll kill me." No, I'm actually a person who cherishes women. What's more, even if you die, the treasure house cannot be saved, so what's the point? A person's death can be heavier than a mountain or lighter than a feather. Death must be meaningful, otherwise it is no different from salted fish. The woman was silent for a moment and seemed to be moved by Lin Yi's words. "Can you let me go first?" Lin Yi let her go readily. The woman moved her wrist, which was a little painful from being grabbed, looked at Lin Yi with some fear, and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will run away? I know you are very good at Qinggong, but since I dare to let you go, I am not afraid that you will run away." "So confident. You can try." The woman had already experienced Lin Yi's speed. In this situation, she had no chance of escaping. So I didn't struggle any more, and my expression became calm. "Can you tell me your name?" The woman asked Lin Yi with a complicated expression. There are always so many talented people around the Empress. Before, there was a man named Wu Shuang who made her suffer a loss, and now another one has appeared. My name is Lin Yi. Are you Lin Yi? Do you know me? What you did is very meaningful. I have heard about it. Now am I sincere enough? The woman nodded and said, You can call me Qingwan. So who are you to the former crown prince? A military advisor? Actually, I am not considered to be the crown prince's man. What do you mean by that? I am here to help your highness on the orders of my master. Who is your master? I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Okay, I won't ask anymore. But from now on, you have to stay by my side. Is that okay with you? It's useless for you to restrict my freedom. Your highness has others to help him besides me. The Empress is not favored by heaven. There have been constant natural disasters in the past few years since the founding of the country. It can be seen that the destiny lies with your highness, not the Empress. Mr. Lin, you are a man of great merit and talent. Why don't you join me in helping your highness to take back the country? Qingwan persuaded. Lin Yi smiled and said, Who is destined by heaven? In fact, the result is already obvious. Miss Qingwan is so smart. Why is she still saying such foolish things? If your prince had been blessed by heaven, he would not have been taken away by the Empress. As for the natural disaster, it is a meteorological disaster and has nothing to do with heaven. And the most feared thing in this world is not natural disasters, but man-made disasters. Once a war breaks out, the people will once again fall into dire straits. As the saying goes, when a country prospers, the people suffer. When a country perishes, the people suffer. Miss Qingwan is a wise person, and she must understand this very well. What you're doing now is actually helping the tyrant to commit atrocities and harming all living beings in this world. Chapter 103. One man surrounds a city. Lin Yi's words deeply touched Qingwan. For a moment, both of them fell silent, and the alley fell into dead silence. Lin Yi didn't disturb her, but just raised his wrist to check the time. A few minutes later, Qingwan woke up as if from a dream and bowed to Lin Yi. Sir, your words are like a revelation, and they made me understand a lot of things. But I cannot disobey the master's orders. Let's make a bet. Lin Yi interrupted Qingwan before she could finish. What bet? Qingwan looked at Lin Yi in surprise. This person really doesn't play by the rules. How about betting on my people to see when the city gates can be opened? Your people? How many? About 200 people, Lin Yi said frankly. Qingwan almost laughed out loud. 200 people want to open the gate of Lingyang City? Are you kidding? Don't worry about this. Just tell me whether you dare to make this bet or not. Interesting. Qingwan looked at Lin Yi and asked, How do we bet? Let's bet on time. If I open the city gate within an hour, you must keep your promise and stay by my side from now on, work for me, and no longer get involved in the affairs of the former crown prince. Qingwan thought about it and felt that given her current situation, whether she gambled or not, there seemed to be no worse outcome. Since I can't escape anyway, I might as well take a gamble. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. If you can't open the city gate within an hour, you will have to follow me and serve his highness. Deal. You swear, Lin Yi said. Qingwan nodded and swore to the sky, which Lin Yi even recorded. It's your turn. I don't believe in God. I only believe in myself. So it doesn't matter whether I swear or not. What's more, I will not lose. Lin Yi said. You, don't be angry. If I really lose, it will be as you wish. I still keep my word. So, when will you start attacking the city gate? Start now. Lin Yi took out the signal gun and fired a shot into the sky. Good luck. We'll have chicken tonight. Qingwan heard what Lin Yi muttered, but she didn't know what he meant. She always felt that this person was weird, but she admired Lin Yi for what he did. Boom! Boom! Immediately afterwards, several loud noises like thunder sounded in the direction of the city gate. It's thundering. No, the sky is full of stars, and there are no clouds tonight. Dark clouds, violent winds swept the dark clouds. Over the vast sea, a blue phoenix flapped its wings and flew. Qingwan. Report. General Xiao. The city gate has been breached. Countless brothers were killed and wounded. Soon a soldier came to report in a panic. It's broken already? Qingwan was stunned. She didn't believe it and quickly ran towards the city gate. Lin Yi turned on time acceleration and followed behind. Soon the two men appeared at the city gate, only to see that the heavy gate had been beaten to pieces. Many people had died above and below the gate, and the ground was a mess, but no one had attacked. Why is there no one here? Qingwan looked at Lin Yi in confusion. There are people here. I'm not a human. Lin Yi walked to the city wall, and suddenly a loudspeaker appeared in his hand. Listen to all the rebels. You have been surrounded by me. Now put down your weapons and surrender quickly. Maybe you can still survive. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. The soldiers near the city gate had been stunned by the cannon fire and were frightened out of their wits. They subconsciously dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Soon, Xiao Luo came quickly on horseback and saw that the city gate had been breached, but there was no trace of the enemy. He was also completely confused. What are you all doing lying on the ground? Where are the enemies? Get up and fight them. General, the enemy is right above. A junior officer mustered up the courage to point at Lin Yi on the city wall and said. At this time, Xiao Luo also saw Lin Yi, especially Qingwan beside him, and his face was suddenly shocked. Military advisor, I'm here to save you. General Xiao, Qingwan is no longer your military advisor. From today on, she will no longer assist your highness, but will be mine. Lin Yi said. Who are you? Why does everyone keep asking me this question? Lin Yi said, Xiao Luo, it's not too late to surrender now. I can count it as your surrender. Otherwise, you will be punished with the death of your entire clan. Military advisor, please say something. Xiao Luo was anxious. In his heart, Qingwan's position is too important. If she was kidnapped, he would rescue her even if it meant his death. But if it is true, as Lin Yi said, that she no longer assists his highness, then his highness's strength will be greatly reduced. Who will be in charge of the next plan? Aren't these people busy making a joke? General Xiao, what Mr. Lin said is true. I admit defeat, and from today on, I will no longer be involved in your affairs. You guys take care of yourself. Why? Why? Is he holding you hostage? Come, follow me to rescue him. General Xiao, don't be reckless. However, how could Xiao Luo still listen to Qingwan's words at this time? In Xiao Luo's opinion, their military advisor was being held hostage. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such stupid things. Xiao Luo, along with dozens of personal soldiers, quickly climbed up to the city gate tower. However, as soon as they got up there, they were called out one by Lin Yi. Whoever the finger touched would fall down and die silently. Qingwan certainly didn't believe that Lin Yi had any magical powers. She felt the fluctuations in the air. It seemed like a powerful hidden weapon was flying from a distance. But the attack was so accurate at such a long distance. The person who ambushed him was definitely not an ordinary master. Lin Yi is already so terrifying, and the people he brings with him are also so powerful. It's not unfair that I lost. What's more, she had never heard of such a booming thing. How could it have such a great power? General Xiao, do you really want the brothers who follow you to die in such a meaningless way? Lin Yi shouted coldly. General Xiao, Lingyang City can no longer be defended. Let's go. Qingwan gave him the final advice. However, Xiao Luo shook his head and said, Impossible. The enemy didn't even see me, and you want me to withdraw from the city? If this gets out, what would I be? A scared coward. Since you are still stubborn, don't blame me. Lin Yi made a few more gestures. The next moment, Xiao Luo's legs and arms were all hit, and he fell in front of Lin Yi with a scream. Lin Yi walked forward, picked up Xiao Luo's body, put it on the city wall, and continued to shout with a loudspeaker. Xiao Luo is captured. Why don't you surrender? The Empress's army is outside the city now. You can still survive if you surrender. Otherwise, your entire clan will be killed. The main general was gone. The city gate was broken. Even the military advisor surrendered, and the ordinary soldiers were at a loss. Moreover, when they heard that the Empress army was just outside the city, the thousands of soldiers in the city suddenly lost their morale. After a series of clanging sounds, all the rebellious soldiers laid down their weapons and surrendered. Lin Yi took over a city by himself. Immediately afterwards, except for the sniper team and the artillery battalion, everyone remained in place and continued to monitor. The Shinji camp escorted Song Yao back to Lingyang Prefecture. I really don't know what words to use to describe Song Yao's mood at this moment. Although he thought Lin Yi had a way to help him retake the city, he didn't expect it to be so easy. The shock in my heart cannot be expressed in words. Especially those powerful weapons. They're simply siege weapons. With this, can't you just beat up anyone you want? Chapter 104. Letter from the Empress and the Master. Lin Yi recaptured Lingyang City without any effort. Next, I want to have some free time. He is not an official. so he doesn't want to worry about that. The army that was supposed to suppress the rebellion arrived hastily the next afternoon, but they arrived late and gained nothing. And the troops that came to quell the rebellion were not the so-called 20,000 troops, but 5,000 people. Fortunately, Lin Yi took action. Otherwise, with these 5,000 people, they could only confront each other under the city wall. Next, with these 5,000 Jinan troops, Song Yao will be able to stabilize the situation, and Lin Yi also plans to go home. But Song Yao refused to let him go no matter what, and after a lot of pleading, Lin Yi was allowed to stay for a few more days. With Lin Yi around, he felt at ease. After seeing the power of the mortar, the Jinan army was nothing in Song Yao's mind. In the past few days, Song Yao treated Lin Yi with good food and drinks, just like offering sacrifices to him. This was not only because he was asking for help from others, but also because the treasure he mentioned did not materialize. On the surface, the legendary treasury of the prince of the previous dynasty was never found. So Song Yao felt guilty. As for Qing Wan, who had agreed to stay with Lin Yi, she did not make any public appearance. That day, Lin Yi was in the room, telling Qing Wan about the land policy he implemented in Lanyan County. Suddenly, Qing Wan's expression changed. She stood up and walked out. Someone is coming. Before Lin Yi could ask more questions, the person left quickly. I haven't done anything shameful. Why are you running away? Lin Yi, you are so free. At this moment, Wu Shuang, the shadow commander of the inner guard beside the empress, suddenly pushed the door open and came in. What are you doing here again? Lin Yi asked unhappily. You think I want to come? His Majesty heard that your Shunji battalion performed outstandingly during the suppression of the rebellion, so he asked me to come and see it in person and send you a letter. Whose letter is it? You. Who wrote it? His Majesty. Who is it for? You. Wu Shuang gritted his teeth. If I didn't know that this guy was as hard as iron, I would have to beat him up to vent my anger. Lin Yi took the letter, but he was a little surprised. Why would the Empress write to him? Shouldn't she issue an edict? After taking a sip of tea, Lin Yi opened the secret letter. But Wu Shuang sat down opposite Lin Yi angrily and poured himself a cup of tea. Soon after reading the secret letter, Lin Yi pointed at it and asked, Have you read this letter? Don't talk nonsense. How can I read the letter His Majesty wrote to you? Wu Shuang rolled his eyes and said, You're drinking tea with a face towel? We're acquaintances now. Who knows you? You are just being sentimental. Lin Yi didn't argue with her. Her Majesty asked me to help her attack South Vietnam and then appointed me as the Grand Tutor. Is this true? Wu Shuang immediately covered his ears and shouted angrily, Don't tell me. This is a secret letter from His Majesty. Burn it after reading it. You've heard it. If any scandal between me and His Majesty comes out in the future, you will be the most suspicious. Lin Yi similit wickedly. Although Wu Shuang didn't know what a scandal was, when he saw Lin Yi's shameless look, he knew it was not a good word. You want to frame me? Your Majesty also said, Shut up. Wu Shuang quickly covered Lin Yi's mouth with his hands. Woo. Lin Yi whimpered twice, suddenly opened his mouth a little, and stuck out his tongue. Do you believe it or not? I'll cut off your tongue. Wu Shuang retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. I don't believe it. Just wait for me. Wu Shuang glared at Lin Yi fiercely, then turned and left angrily. However, just as he walked out of the room, he remembered that he still had something to say. But if she was asked to go back immediately, she couldn't let go of her face. Hey, His Majesty said that he wants you to go to South Vietnam with me. And he also said that after we conquer South Vietnam, he will reward you as my maid. Bullshit. Your Majesty would never. Huh, I tricked you out, didn't I? You must have read the secret letter. Otherwise, how would you know that His Majesty would not give you to me? Brain is a good thing. It's a pity you don't have it. Your Majesty also said, Are you sick? Wu Shuang screamed angrily and flew away. Lin Yu heard the noise and ran in quickly. Master, what happened? It's okay. A crow just flew over here. Crow. Lin Yi, you bastard. Wu Shuang's voice came from a distance. Go inform Dashin and Ernie Yu and the others immediately to pack up and set off after lunch. Master, are we going home? Lin Yi shook his head, looked at the secret letter, and said, We are going to go south this time. I'll go right away. Lin Yu went down to convey the order, and Lin Yi returned to the room. Qing Wan went and came back, saying, Are you going to attack South Vietnam? This is His Majesty's order. He also wants to make you a tutor. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I become a tutor or not. What matters is that there are beauties in South Vietnam. Not only beauties, but also food, right? That's what your majesty needs, not what I need. Qingwan, do you want to come with me? I really want to witness with my own eyes how South Vietnam was defeated in your hands, but that Wu Shuang has fought with me many times. If I am by your side, I am afraid that the Empress will doubt you. Has Wu Shuang seen you? You haven't seen my true face. That's easy. Just pretend to be my maid and stay by my side. As long as you don't reveal your martial arts skills and try to talk as little as possible, there should be no problem. Well, if I get exposed, don't blame me. It doesn't matter. I'm not an official, and I'm not a rebel. Even if His Majesty knows your true identity, he won't blame me. What's more, turning an enemy into a friend and thus weakening the enemy's strength is a contribution to His Majesty. I can always hear some new and interesting truths from you. It's mainly because I have more modern ideas. Go get ready, and we'll set off after lunch. Song Yao learned that Lin Yi was leaving, and that he was following an imperial order, so he didn't dare to stop him this time. He held a simple farewell ceremony for Lin Yi and then sent them out of the city gate. My dear brother, take care on your journey. Brother Song, this rebellion is actually an opportunity for you. You mean, take this opportunity to get rid of some people and win over some others, and your policies will be easier to implement. And when I go to South Vietnam this time, I believe that South Vietnamese food will be shipped in soon. You'll be the first beneficiary. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Understand. Thank you for your reminder, brother. When you return triumphantly one day, I will definitely hold a banquet for you. There must also be a beauty. Don't worry, we will arrange it. The two smiled at each other. Chapter 105. Lin Yi is going to do something again. On the official road to South Vietnam, Lin Yi led the guard company, each equipped with 3 horses, and was marching quickly. In less than a day, they had arrived at the Jinan Army's garrison camp. Going further ahead is the borderline with South Vietnam. At this time, the two sides were fighting an extremely brutal battle at Yongning Pass. After a few days, the Jinan Army suffered thousands of casualties, and Yongning Pass was attacked several times. This time, South Vietnam fought too fiercely, attacking Yongning Pass with 10 times the strength of the Jinan Army. This was almost all the strength of South Vietnam. In the central military tent, Lin Yi met Sima Zhua, the general of the Jinan Army. Unexpectedly, even General Sima was injured, with a bandage on his arm and blood oozing from a wound. Yue helped General Sima re-bandage his wound. Lin Yi said after the two sides introduced each other. Thank you, Lord Lin. Sima Zhua thanked him. You're welcome. General Sima, what's the current situation of the battle? Damn it, I don't know what medicine this kid from Manhwa took. He fought extremely fiercely this time. My brothers have suffered great losses. If this continues, Yongning Pass will change hands within 3 days. I have already asked His Majesty for help. Sima Zhua said angrily, slamming the table. General Sima, Lord Lin is the reinforcement sent to you by His Majesty. The next battle will be left to Lord Lin. Wu Shuang said. Lord Lin set fire to King Longjian, and this general admires you very much. But the situation at Yongning Pass is completely different from that at King Longjian. General Sima, this is His Majesty's order, Wu Shuang said. Sima Zhua was silent for a moment, then said, As you wish. General Sima, I am not here to steal your credit, but to give you credit. Besides, you said before that according to the current situation, Yongning Pass will be lost within 3 days. So it will not be bad for you to take over now. Master Lin, have you made a plan to withdraw your troops? Sima Zhua asked with a frown. Lin, he shook his head. I don't have a plan to retreat, but I have a way to attack. Method of attack? Do you mean opening the city gate and attacking? That's right. The best defense is offense. Attack. Attack continuously. Lord Lin, Sima Zhua shouted. Manhwa has 10 times more troops than me this time, and you want us to attack? Don't even mention 10 times. Even 100 times won't work. General Sima, make sure your soldiers are well fed and watered, and wait until tomorrow morning and follow me to charge. Master Wu Shuang, General Sima, do as Lord Lin says. You are doing this recklessly. This general will report this to His Majesty. Sima Zhua, look carefully. This is His Majesty's golden token. Seeing the gold token is like seeing His Majesty. Wu Shuang didn't explain at all. He just threw out a token. Your Majesty, I, Sima Zhua, pay my respects to you. Long live your Majesty. Sima Zhua quickly knelt down and saluted to the token. Lord Wu Shuang, you are His Majesty's confidant. It's good that you know. We must trust Master Lin. You will understand everything tomorrow. Yes, all orders are subject to Master Lin's command. Master Sima, how much food and fodder do we have left? If you use it sparingly, it can last for 7 days. Don't skimp. Make sure the soldiers have enough food and water tonight, and then have a good rest. Once the food is gone, I'll take you to South Vietnam to get more tomorrow. Sima Zhuo looked at Wu Shuang and finally sighed and said nothing more. Military orders were immediately issued to slaughter chickens and sheep, and everyone was even allowed to have a bowl of wine. The morale, which had been low due to the defeat and shortage of food and fodder, instantly boosted. In addition, Lin Yi also asked General Sima Zhuo to distribute all the remaining military pay to the soldiers. After eating meat and filling their stomachs and receiving military pay, the entire Jinan army was still a little confused, because they don't know what to do next. But even if you try your best, this is not the way to play. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Inside the central army tent, Sima Zhuo was gasping for air in anger. But he only dared to vent his anger alone in the house, not even in front of his subordinates. Because the decisive battle will be tomorrow, he dare not affect the morale. He just didn't understand why Lin Yi was allowed to do whatever he wanted and Wu Shuang didn't stop him. What Lin Yi said about attack being the best defense simply doesn't work. Even if the Jinan army were an elite force capable of defeating 10 enemies at once, it would be impossible to do so. What's more, if he injures 1,000 enemies, he will lose 800 of his own people. Does he really want to fight to the death with only these people? Sima Zhuo couldn't sleep that night. However, Lin Yi went to bed early and asked Lin Yu to sleep with him. Of course, he didn't use any energy, he just drove in automatic mode. At this time, there was a silver-white desert eagle placed next to the bed. This was a gift that Lin Yi bought from the game store as a gift for Lin Yu. Lin Yu now treats it as a treasure and carries it with her at all times. Even when she is driving at high speed in automatic gear, she keeps it where she can easily reach it. The advantages of the Desert Eagle are obvious. It is handsome, powerful, and has a long range, but its disadvantages are also obvious. It's too heavy and has too much recoil, but Lin Yu is a warrior, so it works just right for him. During the days of recuperation in Lingyang, Lin Yi took stock of the harvest this time, namely the treasure house of the former prince and the warehouse of Sui Villa. Among them were countless gold, silver, and jewelry, more than 100,000 stones of grain, in addition to various military weapons such as bows and crossbows. In fact, Lin Yi really looked down on those weapons. The quality was so poor that it broke when he cut it with the Shiocha knife he got. But the advantage is that there are enough of them, so they can be used as materials and reshaped later. Lin Yi spent 1/3 of his gold, silver, and jewelry, exchanged them for some game coins, and then bought a batch of supplies in the mall. And the authority was successfully raised to a higher level. Now the products in the mall are twice as many as at the beginning. Especially in the weapons category, several types of artillery and artillery shells have been added. However, the batch of arms he had bought from abroad for free was enough for him, so he was not in a hurry to buy more. Now that he has obtained the treasure house, Lin Yi will no longer have to worry about game coins for a period of time in the future. After a good night's rest, Lin Yu served them well, but Wu Shuang and Qing Wan, who were eavesdropping, felt so uncomfortable that they secretly took cold showers. The next morning, Lin Yi walked out of the tent full of energy and neatly dressed. With a whistle, the guard company's artillery battalion and sniper team quickly assembled. Immediately afterwards, Sima Zhuo, Wu Shuang, Qing Wan, and others who heard the noise rushed over. General Sima, get your men ready to go out and attack. Xiao Shuang, brother will take you to watch the fireworks. You're looking for death. Lin Yi looked at Wu Shuang provocatively, then took Lin Yu's hand, led the guards and the artillery battalion, mounted their horses, and headed for the Yongning Pass city wall. Chapter 106, All-Out Attack. The top of Yongning Pass. Li Erniu led the artillery battalion to quickly find a position and aimed the cannons at the South Vietnamese army outside the city. The sniper team and guard company are scattered around, mainly responsible for protecting the artillery battalion. In this kind of large-scale combat, the artillery battalion's firepower coverage is the most terrifying. Although the guard company submachine guns are also very powerful, they're dwarfed by the power of mortars. The function of mortars is not only to kill, but also to scare. The fright of the South Vietnamese soldiers and horses would cause the enemy to collapse at the first blow. Artillery had never appeared on the battlefield, so its explosion was a great stimulation to people and horses. The less you understand something, the more afraid you will be. At that time, the war horses would be startled and rush around recklessly, causing damage that would be even more powerful than the attack of the artillery itself. Master, the artillery camp is ready. Liurniu ran over to report. Lin nodded and shouted, Sniper team, aim at the officials. If you hit one, you'll be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. The sniper team cheered immediately after hearing this. For them, this is easier than picking up money. And 10 taels of silver, if one only seeks to feed and clothe oneself, is enough for several years. What's more, they can't just kill one person in one battle. The reason why Lin Yi offered such a high reward was not only to encourage everyone to make more contributions, but also to tell these guys that there would be meat to eat if they followed him. It's nothing more than throwing away a little money. After looting Zuwei Villa and obtaining the treasure house of the previous dynasty, these are just small amounts of money. Master, where is our artillery camp? As long as you fight well, you will be rewarded. I'll give you wives when you go back. Each of you will have a big, but forbearing children. The brothers of the Shinji camp immediately shouted excitedly. It's really satisfying to follow a master like this. In fact, their treatment is already very good. They have no worries about food and drink, have a house to live in, and their salary is not low. It is one of the best in Linjiazhuang. They have all been hungry and suffered. Lin Yi gave them food and hoped to survive, and now he has allowed them to live a good life. It will be a shame for the head of the family not to work hard for them. As for betrayal, that is even more impossible. Without Lin Yi, they are nothing. The weapons and ammunition were provided by Lin Yi. Without the weapons, they were just ordinary people, unless someone could develop guns. But this probability is unlikely to happen within decades. What's more, Lin Yi is a person blessed by the gods, and his weight in their hearts is even heavier than that of the emperor. Now in Linjiazhuang and Lanyan County, every household worships Lin Yi, let alone betrayal. Even if they say something unpleasant about Lin Yi, they will be beaten. Didn't you sleep well last night? Lin Ayu asked, glancing at Wu Shuang quietly. Wu Shuang glared at Lin Ayu unhappily and said, Last night there was a little wild cat that kept meowing and I couldn't fall asleep. It's not my fault. Did you really enjoy it that much? You'll know if you try. If you want, I can introduce you to him. Bah, I won't let any stinky man touch me, especially this bastard. With the help of the imperial edict, Wu Shuang has become an acquaintance with Lin Ayu, and even pretends to be having a good chat with her in front of Lin Yi. If you do it secretly, it will make people more suspicious. Lord Wu Shuang, what is Lord Lin going to do? Sima Zhui asked while looking at the iron pipes installed on the city gate tower. General Sima, are your people ready? At this time, Lin Yi turned around and asked. Don't worry, Lord Lin. Everything has been arranged. Since it is His Majesty's order, even if I don't agree with your method, I will do it. That's good. Amid the sound of war drums, Nanhua began its siege of Yoning Pass again. Densely packed soldiers began to charge forward carrying ladders, while another group pushed siege vehicles and shouted as they charged towards the city gate. At this time, behind the city gate were the soldiers of the Jinan army who were ready to fight. Many of them didn't know why they had gathered here, but they did whatever the officials told them to do and dared not disobey military orders.